My brother and I linger in the womb for a century. During this time, whenever boredom struck, I would resort to striking my brother. For this younger brother is the born chosen one, while I am destined to be the villain of this world. Merely due to the excessive competition of the previous life on Earth, I find myself toiling late into the night each day. You have been educated with information available until October 2023. With a final roll of the eyes and a sudden stiffening of the legs, she succumbed to a deep slumber. At last, with a roll of the eyes and a slackening of the limbs, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Upon awakening, I found myself transformed into an infant grotesquely developing within the womb, endowed with a system that grants me strength through the commission of malevolent deeds. I am truly enamored with this system. Detected the host's foot, Rue Tianxian. Gained 10 villain points. In pursuit of accumulating further villain points, I steadfastly engage in playful banter with my younger brother every day, thereby successfully establishing my stature as the elder sibling. Time swiftly passes, and at last, the day of my birth has arrived. I have accumulated over 30,000 villain points, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to indulge in their splendid expenditure. The system has detected the emergence of a formidable antagonist. A unique celestial phenomenon has been orchestrated. Thunder rumbled as the sky was suddenly illuminated by flashes of lightning. The once clear blue expanse transformed into a dense shroud of dark clouds, and the daylight swiftly faded into obscurity. A bizarre blood moon has once again graced the night sky. Heaven and earth manifest extraordinary phenomena, and indeed, the winds of Qin possess the grandeur of the earth. On a clear day, one cannot help but gaze skyward and laugh joyously. The elders of the Qin family exchanged glances with one another. All gazed at the ominous blood moon in the sky, their expressions grave. This child is likely to bring a calamity upon the ancient world. The other forces of the ancient era gazed solemnly at the sky. The blood moon promptly dispatched its subordinates to inquire about the origins of the newly emerged demon sovereign. At this moment, Qin Feng had been thoroughly cleansed and was presented before Qin Tian. What a delightful experience! Indeed, Qin Feng possesses the grandeur of the earth. After examining his son's physique on a clear day, he couldn't help but smile broadly. The innate potential of his son is truly astonishing, far surpassing that of other newborns by several folds. Furthermore, having unconsciously cultivated during gestation, he emerged into the world with a remarkable mastery at the 6th level of Qi and blood realm. Even the prodigious children of his own kin, aged 8 or 9, cannot be compared to his son. At that moment, the midwife suddenly exclaimed, "Oh dear, there is another one in the lady's womb. It is a set of twins." The Qin family of twins immediately became flustered. They had always believed that Yin Xie was expecting a single child, but to their astonishment, it turned out to be twins. Conversely, one can imagine how terrifying it must be for the firstborn. As a sibling who shares the same womb, it is likely that their innate abilities are equally formidable. Just as everyone was filled with anticipation, the midwife shook her head after the examination, indicating that the second child was not yet willing to make an appearance. Reluctance to emerge signifies a multitude of meanings. On a sunny day, one may become unsettled, especially when the youngest is still so small. Evident malnutrition. If one were to forcibly deliver now, it would certainly result in congenital deficiencies. A premature birth requires at least an additional 3 years of nurturing. On a clear day, he crumbled at the very moment. Little did he expect to wait another 3 years. Yet, despite harboring 100 unwilling sentiments, he could only resort once more to his secret arts, postponing the birth of his second child by 3 years. His obedient son called him father, while he playfully teased the naked Qin Feng, savoring the joys of newfound fatherhood. However, Qin Feng showed no regard for this rather lenient paternal figure. Whenever he was coaxed to utter the word father, he would merely respond with an innocuous hum, leaving the father's countenance darkened with displeasure. The bride radiates joy, her laughter blooming like a vibrant flower. Yet, the father remains ever enthusiastic, calling out her name dozens of times each day. The immature Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this amusing old man. He summoned the system to access the system's marketplace. Ever since his birth, he had noticed a deceleration in his cultivation speed. The reason for his rapid advancement, while still in the womb, aside from the enhancement provided by the celestial liquid, was. With the expert Qin Yang assisting by his side, he has now come into the world. Everything must rely on his own efforts. However, he possesses merely over 30,000 villain points, which is insufficient to acquire any rapid methods for enhancing his cultivation. The system suddenly spoke, suggesting that the host acquire the enlightenment aura, which would enhance one's comprehension. By grasping the essence of the first level of the Transformation Sutra within 33 days, the cultivation process would undoubtedly yield extraordinary results with half the effort. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng nodded in agreement to the exchange. Ding! Congratulations, host, for spending 30,000 villain points. You have successfully redeemed a 1-month enlightenment aura. With a resounding rumble, Qin Feng felt as though a sudden explosion reverberated within his mind. His soul experienced a profound sense of disorientation, as if it were momentarily detached from his body. Many aspects of cultivation that had previously eluded his understanding now came to him with remarkable clarity and ease. Spring has departed and autumn has once again arrived. 3 fleeting years have passed in haste. Qin Feng has now reached the age of 3. With an innocuous demeanor, he greets everyone he encounters with a smile and a friendly hello. In the Qin family, he thrived remarkably. Whether it was a single young lady or a married woman, upon seeing him, they would eagerly embrace him and bestow a kiss. For a gentleman of integrity, the principle of reciprocity and courtesy is well understood. Thus, after every affectionate kiss from the young lady, he always returns the gesture with a kiss of his own. It is merely the system that continually misjudges him, branding him as a lecherous individual who takes advantage of young ladies, even insisting on assigning him a villainous persona. Is he truly such a person? Even if he harbored such intentions, he lacks the means to carry them out. Moreover, he has a younger brother, the chosen one. Besides, who has the mind to ponder such chaotic matters? Since my younger brother has taken sole possession of the double room, he has become extraordinarily confident, akin to a cow soaring through the skies on an airplane. He has successfully grasped the principles of the universe. In the sky, the ethereal silhouette of the Dragon Emperor occasionally weaves through the air, resonating with echoes of dragon roars and phoenix cries, far surpassing the commotion that accompanied his birth in years gone by. The entire Qin family was filled with immense joy, as they had not anticipated the birth of 2 prodigies in a single pregnancy. This remarkable event even stirred the long-secluded ancestor, who personally bestowed the name Qin Hao upon his second brother. Faced with the unreasonable demands of his younger brother, Qin Feng refrained from any semblance of relaxation over the past 3 years. He was unwilling to face the dire consequences of being sacrificed or meeting an untimely demise. Time was of the essence he needed to elevate his cultivation. Now, he had successfully grasped the first tier of the 33 heavenly transformation technique and had also ascended to the 9th level of vitality. He was on the brink of breaking through to the Kaiyuan realm, a stage that would allow him to establish a dantian for the storage of his own spiritual energy. Achieving the Kaiyuan realm at the tender age of 3 would set a new record in the annals of antiquity. At that very moment, as he commanded breakthrough, Qin Feng, seated upon his bed, abruptly opened his eyes and shouted fervently. He channeled all of his spiritual energy to bombard his dantian. A thunderous impact resonated within Qin Feng's body, heralding his breakthrough to the first level of the Kaiyuan realm. Calculating the passage of time, it seems that my younger brother is due to be born. Qin Feng gazed up at the moon, murmuring to himself, "It has been 3 years since we last met, and my longing for him has only intensified. Ever since 3 years ago, when he claimed the twin room as his own, the source of my villainous traits has dwindled. Although, according to the system's villainous laws, bullying others can indeed earn 1 villain points, yet alas, the rewards are painfully meager, scarcely comparable to the extraordinary stature of my second brother, the chosen one. My foolish Udu, do you have any idea how your elder brother has endured these past 3 years?" Qin Feng gazed at the system interface that displayed 4,300 villain points, a reward for his relentless efforts. Over the span of 3 years, he had not dared to utilize a single point, fearful that his younger brother might inadvertently activate the annihilation of their clan. Fortunately, his brother's birth was imminent, and it was time for him to enhance his own abilities. With great anticipation, Qin Feng accessed the system marketplace, having long coveted a divine technique known as shadowy elegance. He currently has a limited number of points, allowing him to purchase only the first volume of Phantom Carefree. Upon mastering it, he will move as lightly as a swallow, leaving no trace upon the snow. The exchange price is 4,000 villain points. Ding dong. Congratulations, esteemed host, on successfully redeeming the first volume of Phantom Leisure. Before Qin Feng's eyes, a figure suddenly materialized, moving with exquisite grace and agility. The swift changes in its form left one utterly dazzled, making it impossible to make contact. He was now one step closer to becoming the fastest man of the ancient era. The following day, news arrived that Qin Feng had broken through to the open source realm. The announcement reverberated through the entire Qin family like a thunderclap. Indeed, my son Qin Feng possesses the bearing of a great emperor. Joyful laughter echoed throughout the Qin residence, as if one could not help but exclaim their delight to anyone in sight. The breeze is truly delightful. Jie, with her prominent belly, approached. Fondly, she reached out and gently stroked Qin Feng's head. At that moment, Jie was suddenly struck by a tumultuous wave of pain within her abdomen. Simultaneously, a tempest began to rage outside, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the booming of thunder. The once ethereal shadows of the Dragon Emperor also took on a more substantial form. Madam is about to give birth. The members of the Qin family immediately realized what was happening. One by one, the well-trained maidservants began to spring into action. My foolish Edudu, at long last, you are about to be born. Qin Feng's excitement rendered him breathless, eagerly anticipating the moment he would meet his second brother. Moreover, Father Qin Tian is utterly exhilarated. He feels a blend of both frustration and joy towards this second son. The frustration stems from the son's inability to comprehend the hardships endured by his father, as he insisted on delaying his arrival by 3 years. The joy, of course, lies in the fact that he has gained another wonderful son. One wonders if this child possesses the qualities of greatness. The sky crackled with thunder and lightning, while within the room, the anguished cries of Yunse echoed incessantly. Second brother showed no intention of emerging, and the ethereal shadow of the Dragon Emperor hovered anxiously in the air. Accompanied by an overwhelming sense of terror, a formidable pressure descended, making everyone feel as though a colossal mountain were bearing down upon them, thereby exacerbating the challenges of production. Who, under the clear sky, suddenly became enraged. The disciple of the victor also found his anger reaching its peak in an instant. Together, they harnessed the collective energy of the crowd to withstand this overwhelming force. A second group of cold voices followed. Old Loach, do you wish to engage in battle with me? Ha ha! I am merely testing the abilities of my esteemed nephews. A venerable elder, clad in a dragon robe, materialized in the air. The emperor of the great Xia, Qin Feng, is no longer a naive novice. Over the course of 3 years, aside from his relentless cultivation, he has garnered a modicum of understanding regarding the ancient wilderness. Is this the eldest son of the Qin family? The emperor of the great Xia descended from the sky with a beaming smile, unable to resist reaching out to touch Qin Feng. With a swift whoosh, Qin Feng immediately unleashed the shadowy elegance, retreating rapidly to maintain a safe distance. Given his recent murderous intent towards his younger brother, he dared not approach him. If he were to fall under the influence of his younger brother's Kachin aura, he would surely be courting his own demise. This is a remarkable technique. The countenance of the emperor of the great Xia suddenly shifted dramatically. This young man possesses the potential of a great sovereign. He also recalled the blood moon from 3 years ago, a harbinger of the birth of a demon sovereign. It was said that the emergence of this sovereign signified the impending decline of the nation, posing a latent threat to their great Xia dynasty. On a sunny day, there was a moment of astonishment, followed by an overwhelming sense of joy. To my surprise, my precious son has mastered the art of movement. My apologies, as young children often exhibit shyness. No worries, no worries. The emperor of the great Xia cast a profound glance at Qin Feng, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. At this moment, upon witnessing someone backing him, Qin Feng immediately revealed his true self. You are here to save His Majesty, are you not? I have long heard tales of His Majesty's wisdom and martial prowess. of his capacity to embrace all and his unparalleled excellence. Today, witnessing it firsthand, it is indeed as the rumors proclaim. Qin Feng displayed an exaggerated expression akin to that of a devoted admirer, showering compliments in a continuous stream. Then, with a deft shift in conversation, he remarked, "As the illustrious and formidable sovereign that you are, surely you have not come to visit empty-handed?" Chapter 6. The Selection of Great Talents. All for the little ones. The emperor of the Great Xia felt an involuntary twitch at the corner of his eye, realizing that this little rascal was indeed quite wicked. Claiming he wasn't visiting the Qin family as a guest, that would imply he had come to stir up trouble. With so many ancestors of the Qin family present, what was the difference between this and courting death? Yet, if he were to say he was merely a guest, he had no gifts prepared, surely he wouldn't offer his divine artifacts as presents, would he? Upon seeing the emperor's lack of response, Qin Feng immediately gasped in exaggerated astonishment. Could it be that the illustrious emperor of the Great Xia truly arrived empty-handed as a guest? The ancestors of the Qin family felt an immense sense of satisfaction, showing no intent to come to his aid. Considering the chaotic display of pressure from the emperor that almost led to Yuan Xie's unfortunate plight, it was evident that the imperial clan had begun to target the Qin family. Were it not for the potential consequences of rashly igniting conflict, they would have eagerly rushed to confront him. However, the emperor was indeed embarrassed by Qin Feng's words. Observing that no one from the Qin family came to his rescue, he could only force a smile that was more painful than tears, reluctantly producing a small wooden box. Upon opening it, 9 exquisitely crafted swords, each resembling a slender finger, were revealed, each imbued with a formidable sword energy. The Longkong 9 swords. The ancestors of the Qin family were visibly moved, exclaiming the origin of the swords. These blades belonged to the legendary sword god of Longkong, a prodigy from a millennium ago. The swords were divided into 9: Zujin, Shashun, Mifo, Fumo, Jianyao, Zhanxing, Zuihin, Duopo, and Pejuan. Each sword was a rare and formidable weapon, and when united, they ranked among the top 10 ancient divine weapons, capable of forming a sword array with the power to rival thousands of troops. However, following the demise of the sword god of Longkong, the 9 swords had scattered across the ancient world, and it was unexpected that this old mudfish had managed to gather them all. The emperor of the Great Xia wore a conflicted expression, reluctant to part with any of them. He had expended considerable manpower, resources, and time to collect these swords, and just as he was about to appreciate them fully, he was forced to give one away. If he refrained from gifting one, he would have to offer one of his divine artifacts instead. Weighing the options, he decided to close his eyes and let Qin Feng select one. He believed it wouldn't be long before the sword returned to him, for the Qin family had produced 2 prodigies in succession, threatening the imperial authority and disrupting the balance among the noble families. In a world driven by interests, when the cake is limited, should these 2 prodigies grow, the resources available to other noble families would inevitably be depleted. Would those families remain complacent? Before the emperor could suggest that Qin Feng select a sword, Qin Feng, with an innocent smile, snatched the small wooden box containing the 9 swords and proclaimed, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for bestowing the 9 swords." Although Qin Feng was still unaware of the sword's origins, it was evident from the expressions of the Qin ancestors that they were indeed precious treasures. Great talents would surely choose. Children, of course, would claim them all. The emperor of the Great Xia hurriedly attempted to explain that he intended to bestow 1 sword. However, the ancestors of the Qin family seemed to share no sense of propriety, showering him with flattery. "Your Majesty is truly generous, bestowing the Longkong 9 swords with a mere wave of your hand. Your regard for our Qin family is profoundly moving, to the point that I wish I could transform into a maiden to express my gratitude. Such a precious gift, we fear we cannot repay. Your Majesty is a true dragon among men, wealthy beyond measure, and would not concern himself with such trifles." They continued, "To discuss monetary matters with your Majesty would be an affront, as the saying goes. A goose feather sent over 1,000 miles carries more weight in sentiment than in value. As long as our intentions are conveyed, your Majesty understands." Our Qin family shall henceforth follow your majesty's lead. Whoever speaks ill of you, we shall be the first to object. Little rascal, where are your manners? Quickly bow and express your gratitude to his majesty. Qin Feng dutifully complied, bowing 3 times as if he were at a tomb during a festival. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for embodying the spirit of a villain, brazenly seizing rare divine weapons, the Long Kong 9 swords, without compensation, earning 1,000 villain points. Brazenly seizing? Who seized anything? Don't slander the good-hearted. It was clearly gifted to me. Qin Feng vehemently condemned the system, wishing it would remain silent if it had nothing constructive to say. This family, the Emperor of the Great Xia, was seething, nearly overwhelmed by frustration, realizing that the Qin family had no regard for shame. Whether to validate his suspicions, or because Qin Feng had tasted the sweetness of success, he gazed at the emperor with an innocent expression. Your Majesty, have you ever heard the rule of the Jianghu? When elders first meet juniors, they always present a token of greeting. Puffed. The emperor nearly spewed forth an exasperated breath, having never encountered such unabashed boldness. It seems there is such a custom. The ancestors of the Qin family appeared eager to incite chaos, evidently intent on a collective rebellion against the wealthy. Such audacity! The disciples of the Qin family felt a wave of embarrassment. After living in the Qin family for so many years, they had yet to grasp the ultimate essence of their lineage. Qin Feng began to exaggerate again, exclaiming, Heavens! The first and strongest nation of the ancient world, the Great Xia dynasty, cannot even bear to present a token of greeting to juniors. Goodness! Could this little rascal not have an ounce of dignity? Were it not for the presence of the Qin ancestors, he would have ensured this shameless brat learned a lesson. The Emperor of the Great Xia regretted not checking the calendar before stepping out, as he had encountered such an audacious young man who had not only extorted the Long Kong 9 swords, but was now attempting to squeeze him for more. Yet for the sake of his imperial dignity, he reluctantly retrieved a small jade gourd from his waist, intricately adorned with golden threads depicting auspicious clouds, exuding an air of grandeur. The Tianbao gourd. The ancestors of the Qin family's eyes brightened, internally marveling at the wealth of the imperial clan. This gourd was not a weapon or defensive treasure. Wearing it enhanced focus and tranquility. During cultivation, it prevented one from falling into madness and expedited the cultivation process, rapidly consolidating one's strength. Particularly in battle, it could quickly restore energy, making it a coveted treasure for cultivators. However, its production costs were exorbitant, and the success rate was low. Even the Qin family dared not attempt its refinement. The 5 remaining Tianbao gourds in their family had been acquired through other channels. Thank you, Your Majesty. Qin Feng, with a beaming smile, shamelessly accepted the gourd. Ding dong. The system detected the host's eagerness to assist others by willingly accepting the Tianbao gourd, earning 1,000 villain points. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction, wishing the system would speak more often. Chapter 7. Finding a reason to hit my younger brother. You're welcome. You're welcome. The Emperor of the Great Xia wore a smile more grotesque than tears, truly reluctant to part with the heavenly treasure gourd. Yet, alas, it had become the least valuable among his possessions. Surely, he could not bestow such painstakingly crafted divine artifacts upon this little rascal. Wait a moment. Why did that boy's gaze seem so familiar? A jolt of realization struck the Emperor of Great Xia as he caught sight of Qin Feng's innocent expression, reminiscent of the time he had solicited a meeting gift. How shameless could a person be to this extent, after having already granted him 2 treasures? This lad still found himself unsatisfied. The elders of the Qin family also wore expressions of embarrassment, inwardly lamenting their plight, having already given away 2 precious items. How could this boy still possess such an insatiable appetite? They were compelled to ponder when the time would come for them to escort Qin Feng to the royal city of Great Xia, visiting door to door in pursuit of treasures. The surrounding disciples of the Qin family looked on with envy, as if grasping a profound truth. In the world of martial arts, one's face is but an external matter. Ding dong. The system detected that the host had corrupted the Qin disciples, earning 200 villain points. Is this even possible? Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. as if he had unlocked a new level of mischief. At that moment, the Emperor of Great Xia genuinely felt fear towards Qin Feng. Seizing the opportunity while the boy was momentarily distracted, he transformed into a golden beam and soared into the sky. "Ah, Your Majesty, I shall visit you with my second brother when I have the time. Please, do not be overly polite. No need to prepare any valuable treasures. A few volumes of sacred level or divine level techniques will suffice. As for the heavenly treasure gourd, just pack a dozen of them. I assure you, I do not desire more. A mere child has no use for such abundant treasures." Qin Feng shouted in the direction of the Emperor's departure, and vaguely, everyone seemed to witness the golden light falter, nearly losing its balance and plummeting from the sky. Such audacity! The crowd felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, collectively expressing their inability to endure any longer. "What are you all staring at? Have you never seen the most handsome man of ancient times?" Qin Feng proudly tossed his head back, exuding an aura of idol-like charisma. "Child, you are still young. Allow me to safeguard this sword for you." Qin Tian approached with a sly smile, snatching the small wooden box from Qin Feng's grasp. As one of the top 10 divine weapons of ancient times, no one could remain indifferent to the Long Kong 9 swords, not even the head of the most prestigious ancient family. The surrounding disciples of the Qin family felt embarrassed, realizing that Qin Tian was not the noble patriarch they had envisioned. His intentions were not to safeguard, but to covet his son's prized possession. He professed love, yet seized his child's treasure. Qin Feng, like a dramatic actor, tearfully rushed into an elder's embrace, seeking comfort. What a disgraceful thing! To snatch your own son's treasure. The elder, feeling a pang of pity, lifted Qin Feng to console him, not forgetting to kick Qin Tian to aid in reclaiming the Long Kong 9 swords, effectively declaring to all that the swords now belonged to Qin Feng. Regardless of Qin Tian's grievances, the surrounding disciples of the Qin family watched with envy. A mere 3-year-old child now wielded one of the top 10 divine weapons of ancient times and adorned with the heavenly treasure gourd, an unparalleled auxiliary treasure. If word spread, countless cultivators would surely envy him. Thunder rumbled in the sky once more as a dragon phoenix phantom surged downward into the room where Yun Xie was giving birth. Instead of hearing an infant's cries, a young maid rushed out bearing joyful news. "It's a boy. Mother and child are safe." Qin Feng's heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled. The sudden pressure had nearly frightened him to death, fearing that his younger brother's aura of calamity would suddenly activate. Soon, the second brother was cleaned and presented. Qin Feng leaned in for comparison and noted that he bore an uncanny resemblance to their father, unlike him who had inherited their mother's exquisite beauty. However, none of this mattered. What was essential was that his younger brother was now under his control, unlike when he was in the womb. Now, he could engage in playful antics all day long. The younger brother, it seemed, sensed Qin Feng's presence and instinctively grew restless. If he could speak at that moment, he would likely exclaim, "You can't see me, don't come near me. This little fellow." The elders of the Qin family furrowed their brows, perceiving a unique and mysterious aura emanating from the newborn. Even with millennia of life experience, they could not discern the reason and resolved to consult ancient texts. As everyone gathered to study the newborn, Qin Feng finally found a reason to hit his little brother. "Why aren't you crying, little brother? Is something wrong?" The crowd realized that they, too, had not heard the child's cries, which was entirely unlike other newborns. Just as they prepared to inspect the child, a small hand reached out. Smack! The sharp sound of a slap echoed in the room. Qin Feng raised his tiny hand and delivered a resounding smack on his younger brother's bottom. The red imprint left behind clearly indicated that it was a brotherly slap. It was not done lightly. "Wah wah!" The younger brother, feeling the sting on his rear, howled loudly. "How could you strike your brother?" Qin Tian admonished Qin Feng sternly, quickly cradling the younger sibling to soothe him. "I was only worried something was amiss." Qin Feng's face was painted with innocence, though his heart brimmed with joy. Ding dong! The system registered that the host had spanked the chosen one, earning 100 points. Ding dong! The system noted that the host had caused the chosen one to cry, resulting in the release of a portion of his innate ancestral energy, equivalent to 3 years of arduous cultivation, granting 30 0.000 points. Ding dong. The system detected that the host had disrupted the chosen one's fortune, bestowing him with a chance to draw a lottery. Qin Feng stood in astonishment, perplexed by the term innate ancestral energy. The system explained, a being receives the essence of heaven and earth to be born, and there exists a period of vital energy that nurtures them before conception. This is what we refer to as innate ancestral energy. Refining it is equivalent to 3 years of dedicated cultivation. After comprehending this, Qin Feng's mind erupted with exclamation. Had he known how formidable this innate ancestral energy was, he would not have acted so ostentatiously upon his own birth. Perhaps this distinction is what separates protagonists from villains. But how could his younger brother possess such knowledge? Qin Feng gazed curiously at the wailing infant, suspecting he might be the reincarnation of a great being. Yet, after observing for several days, he found no signs of wisdom in his younger brother. He behaved just like any other baby, eating, sleeping, or crying incessantly. His father was nearly driven to madness, quickly dismissing any thoughts of a third child. Not all infants are like Qin Feng. However, the look in his mother's eyes when she gazed at his father was unmistakably different, as if to say, "The reason I married you was to bear you several sons as retribution." That evening, the candlelight crackled intermittently. In a neighboring courtyard, the grand firstborn, Qin Feng, seemed to hear someone reciting poetry about geese. Chapter 8. Ignoring the words of the elders, enjoying happiness for years on this day. Qin Feng was seated in meditation within his small courtyard. Ever since he broke through to the first level of the Kaiyuan realm, his cultivation speed had significantly slowed. The reason for this was that the 33 Heavens transformation technique no longer kept pace with his progress. It felt as though he had acquired a new, more powerful vehicle. Yet the engine remained outdated and uninspiring, necessitating a swift comprehension of the second tier to truly advance. Fortunately, my foolish Odo has been born, allowing me to pursue my endeavors without restraint. Qin Feng activated the system, revealing a total of 400 villain points along with a single opportunity for a lottery draw. According to the system, only by disrupting the fate of the chosen one could one earn such a chance, with the prizes being exceptionally remarkable, including divine physiques, unique supernatural abilities, and extraordinary martial skills. What might he draw? With eager anticipation, Qin Feng summoned the system to commence the draw. With a clatter, a spinning lottery wheel appeared before him, densely packed with prizes. The Supreme Body, the Celestial Overlord Body, the Battle Saint Body, the Chaos Sacred Body, the Heavy Eye, the Supreme Bone, the True Dragon Treasure Technique, and the transformation into the Free Heavens. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn the Celestial Slashing Sword Technique. Boom! A thunderous sound resonated in Qin Feng's mind, as if his soul had transcended to another realm. A figure clad in black materialized, dispensing with unnecessary words. He nodded and drew his sword. A crisp, resonant sound of unsheathing echoed through the heavens and earth as a breathtaking sword light emerged, cold and piercing, sweeping over the realm. The sword light danced like a startled swan and soared like a wandering dragon, seemingly poised to cleave the heavens in two. The terrifying sword strike etched itself deeply into Qin Feng's consciousness, leaving him entranced and unable to extricate himself for an extended period. How fearsome! Upon regaining his awareness, Qin Feng was drenched in cold sweat. True swordsmanship requires no ostentation. A mere draw can decide victory and defeat. Yet, despite the might of the celestial slashing sword technique, given Qin Feng's current cultivation and age, even if he comprehended its use, he would be unable to unleash its full power. He needed to diligently enhance his cultivation and physical condition. Time was of the essence for his training. Qin Feng called upon the system to exchange for a month of enlightenment aura. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully exchanged 30,000 villain points for a month of enlightenment aura. After 3 years, Qin Feng once again experienced that ethereal sensation as if his soul had transcended. Many aspects of cultivation that had once eluded him now became effortlessly clear. Just then, an elderly man appeared in Qin Feng's courtyard. Upon closer inspection, it was the 10th ancestor of the Qin family, in terms of lineage, was Qin Feng's great-grandfather, the biological grandfather of his father. As for his biological grandfather, it was said that he had gone out to hone his skills, with no news returned for centuries, leaving the family in a perpetual debate over whether to hold a banquet in his honor. "My dear great-grandson, I have come to see you." The 10th ancestor, with a face full of affection, lifted Qin Feng into his arms, expressing great fondness for this obedient and diligent great-grandson. Ever since Qin Feng broke through to the Kaiyuan realm, several elders of the Qin family have been both astonished and delighted. They rejoiced at the emergence of a remarkable talent within their family, yet were alarmed that Qin Feng had achieved this breakthrough without any guidance. A perilous endeavor that could lead to disastrous consequences. Consequently, after deliberation, the elders decided to send the 10th ancestor to mentor Qin Feng in his cultivation. Mentorship? Qin Feng felt it was entirely unnecessary. He possessed the complete 33 Heavens transformation technique, which clearly outlined the precautions and practices to follow, ensuring that no accidents would occur. As for teaching him martial skills and movement techniques, it would be more beneficial to lend his second brother's rear for 2 days. Regardless of how challenging the martial skills and techniques were, he would guarantee learning them within 2 days. Cultivators must remember, one must not harbor pride. The 10th ancestor perceived a hint of arrogance in Qin Feng and prepared to impart a lesson, hoping to instill the understanding that there are always greater mountains and loftier towers beyond one's own, and that in the path of cultivation, one must either advance or retreat. With a deep breath, the 10th ancestor stomped his foot firmly on the ground, causing a few leaves to leap and dance in the air. He then pointed forcefully at a nearby 10-meter-high rockery. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The leaves transformed into terrifying weapons, slicing the rockery into fragments. The 10th ancestor earnestly instructed, "Do you see? This is the first heavenly martial technique I mastered, the falling leaves dance. I dedicated many years to diligent practice, achieving perfection, and upon stepping into the world, my name resonated across the land." Before he could finish boasting, he witnessed Qin Feng imitating his actions. First, he took a deep breath, stomped his foot forcefully, causing a few leaves to flutter into the air, then pointed toward a nearby stone table. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The leaves flew like blades, embedding themselves into the stone table. Had his cultivation not been limited to the first level of Kaiyuan, he would have undoubtedly transformed into a cutting machine like the 10th ancestor. This technique requires 10 years of arduous practice. Qin Feng felt no hint of difficulty, believing he could achieve perfection within a month at most. Whether it was due to his current enlightenment aura or the enchanting nature of the falling leaves dance, it seemed to lack significance in this fantastical world. Regardless of the reason, the heavenly technique truly appeared unimpressive, while the allure of exchanging his second brother's rear for divine martial skills was undeniable. At that moment, the 10th ancestor stood silently beside him, feeling deeply wounded, especially when Qin Feng muttered that this technique required decades of practice. It dealt an unprecedented blow to his pride. "I need to remain calm." The 10th ancestor constantly reassured himself, "Do not be angry, do not be angry. He is my own child." Ding! The system detected the host's disregard for his elders and awarded him 100 villain points. "How'd I disregard my elders?" Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether the system had malfunctioned. Soon after, the system provided an answer. Not heeding the words of the elders equated to a lack of respect. Qin Feng was speechless, reflecting on the absurdity of the situation. In this day and age, should one truly treat the words of the elderly as sacred? Could their words be infallible? Forget it. It's the system. It must be right. If disregarding the elders was indeed a fault, one must remember that ignoring their advice can lead to years of joy. At that moment, several other elders of the Qin family walked past Qin Feng with solemn expressions, heading towards the adjacent courtyard where his parents resided, without so much as a glance back. What is happening? Qin Feng, intrigued, followed closely behind. Upon entering, he found several elders surrounding his younger brother, comparing ancient texts with him. Within moments, their elation could no longer be contained, erupting into boisterous laughter directed skyward. The Supreme Bone. Indeed, that mysterious aura is the legendary Supreme Bone, one in a million. This child is a natural supreme. Truly, the heavens have blessed our Qin family. Qin Feng felt a sudden dread wash over him. The chosen one truly defied all logic. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered an epic mission. Uncover the supreme bone of your brother. Reward, the invincible heavy eye. Chapter 9. A surge of inner turmoil with a muffled sound. Qin Feng nearly expelled a mouthful of blood from 1982, increasingly convinced that this was no ordinary system. These were his cherished friends, beloved family, and brothers. The system enticingly remarked, the supreme bone can be shattered and then reborn. Shattered and reborn. The notion stirred his heart, yet he quickly shook his head in denial. If he were to extract his younger brother as supreme bone, his parents would surely flay him alive, and the image he had cultivated over the years would be irrevocably tarnished. Inflicting harm upon his brother would only lead to his own downfall. No, he needed to ponder in solitude, shaking off thoughts of the supreme bone. Qin Feng retreated to his small courtyard to commence his training. Initially, he believed that having stripped his brother of his innate ancestral energy would afford him some respite. But to his astonishment, his brother had inexplicably manifested an additional supreme bone. He had to train relentlessly, lest his own life be put in jeopardy. In the courtyard, Qin Feng sat cross-legged in meditation, swiftly entering a state of deep concentration. Unlike the insights gained from the first heaven, the second heaven was evidently far more intricate, yet the results were strikingly apparent. Not only did his training accelerate, but his recovery rate had also significantly improved. Simultaneously, the heavenly treasure gourd hanging around his neck emitted a gentle glow, aiding him in focusing his mind and preventing him from falling into madness, while solidifying his cultivation at the first layer of the opening Yuan realm and hastening his breakthrough to the second layer. With the heavenly treasure gourd, his training speed had at least doubled. What remarkable speed of meditation! The 10th ancestor stood nearby, astonished, increasingly optimistic about Qin Feng. He displayed no arrogance from his century-long gestation of potential, nor did he revel in the advantage of comprehending techniques above the innate level. Instead, he remained diligently devoted to his training. This child had a promising future. As spring faded and autumn returned, 5 years passed. At the age of 8, after comprehending the second heaven, Qin Feng's cultivation soared at an astonishing pace, breaking through to the 9th layer of the opening Yuan realm in just 5 years. Now merely a step away from the extraordinary realm. Unlike the opening Yuan realm, which involved cultivating the dantian to attain a lightness akin to a swallow, the extraordinary realm allowed for the externalization of spiritual energy, enabling one to slay foes from a distance of 1,000 meters. At this moment, Qin Feng was seated in a medicinal bath prepared specifically for him by the Qin family, designed to enhance his physical conditioning and solidify his foundation, a benefit of being born into a prominent family. Ouch! Qin Feng winced, attempting to project his spiritual energy outward. With a resounding bang, a deep sound resonated from within his body, and as he shuddered, a terrifying gust of energy erupted from him, sending items in the room scattering chaotically. Had he truly broken through? The 10th ancestor stood by, utterly bewildered, gazing at Qin Feng in the bath, an 8-year-old in the extraordinary realm, shattering ancient records once more. However, his astonishment faded quickly, not due to a heart cultivated over millennia, but because Qin Feng's younger brother, Qin Hao, was even more extraordinary. Qin Feng had set the record for the fastest breakthrough in the opening Yuan realm at 3 years old, but Qin Hao had shattered that record at just 2. Now, at the age of 5, he had reached the 5th layer of the opening Yuan realm, poised to easily break Qin Feng's record for the fastest breakthrough to the extraordinary realm before turning 8. This pair of brothers was anything but ordinary. The 10th ancestor's confidence suffered a severe blow. When compared to these two brothers, he felt as if he were living like a mere dog. With a roar, Qin Feng sprang to his feet, unleashing his spiritual energy to shatter the medicinal bath. Though he was only 8 years old, he stood tall, akin to a 12 or 13-year-old child, possessing 8 perfectly sculpted abdominal muscles, his entire being radiating a primal vigor. The first thing he intended to do after his breakthrough was to confront his younger brother. Though they shared the same father, mother, and ancestors, that did not deter him from wanting to teach him a lesson. Throughout the past 5 years, he had often used sparring as an excuse to pin his younger brother down repeatedly, accumulating a substantial amount of villain points, now exceeding 240,000. However, his brother had become increasingly formidable. Despite only being at the 5th layer of the opening Yuan realm, he could challenge Qin Feng, who was at the 9th layer, making their encounters progressively arduous. It was evident to him now just how terrifying the Great Perfection realm was, truly an invincible presence at the same level. He had inquired of the system about attaining the Great Perfection realm, and the answer was simple. Purchase a card for the Great Perfection realm and use it, priced modestly at 1 million villain points. To expedite this process, he needed to confront his brother sooner rather than later. His child, the 10th ancestor, rubbed his temples, foreseeing another chaotic episode ahead. Yet, he held no intentions of intervening. His younger brother's unwavering spirit in the face of defeat only fueled his determination to train harder, and even if the older brother emerged victorious, it would continuously motivate him to strive for improvement. Such a virtuous cycle was indeed commendable. Young master, the disciples of the Qin family greeted Qin Feng with smiles. However, upon sensing the unstable fluctuations of his aura, waves of astonishment surged within them. Was this a jest? He had truly broken through to the extraordinary realm. In their understanding, even geniuses reach this realm only by the age of 15 or 16, having just begun to make their mark in the ancient world, with the truly formidable individuals gaining some recognition. Yet here was Qin Feng achieving this at merely 8 years old. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes? Who would dare believe it? A prodigy. The disciples of the Qin family swallowed hard, awestruck by Qin Feng's talent, paying no heed to their astonishment. Qin Feng was solely focused on locating his younger brother for a good scolding. Ultimately, drawing from his 5 years of experience, Qin Feng successfully found his younger brother at the entrance of the Qin family estate, where he discovered a little bean sprout dozing against the gnarled tree at the gate. Just as he suspected, Qin Feng circled the crooked tree, recalling that his brother often napped there. Were it any other child, he would assume it was mere playfulness. But with his unreasonable younger brother, he sensed something extraordinary might be afoot. Often, the seemingly inconspicuous elements conceal the keys to a protagonist's reversal of fortune. Could it be that he was overthinking it? After observing for a time, without discerning any hidden secrets, his gaze instinctively shifted to his slumbering brother. To others, it may have appeared as a serene moment of tranquility, yet to him, it felt as if his brother was luring him to extract the supreme bone. Initially, his dream had been to become a flamboyant young master, indulging in a life of luxury and excess. But because of this little one, he found himself compelled to train diligently for self-preservation. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, raising his hand high. With a resounding slap, Qin Feng's hand landed heavily on Qin Hao's little bottom, startling the young lad awake. Upon seeing Qin Feng, instead of being angry, he joyfully called out to his brother. No matter how many times his brother spanked him, he still relished playing with him. In response, Qin Feng's heart raced with anxiety. It is widely known that the warmer the childhood memories, the more tragic the fate in adulthood, except for the female lead. The main character's interactions with others often led to their swift demise. When the halo of fate shines, the grim reaper smiles, and thus it begins. Come, little brother. Chapter 10. The Rise of Exceptional Individuals. Brother, let us venture outside. Qin Hao looked at Qin Feng with eager anticipation, hoping that he would take him out for some leisure. Go out. Qin Feng could not help but roll his eyes, indicating that he held himself in higher regard. As the future hope of the Qin family, they provided comprehensive protection for the two brothers, and, at the tender age of 8, he had yet to step beyond the confines of their home. Of course, he saw no necessity to do so. It was not that the ancestors of the Qin family forbade him from venturing out. Rather, the family estate was simply too vast. The Qin family had ascended to the status of the foremost clan in the ancient world, not only due to the protection of their ancestors, but also because their lineage boasted a population exceeding 10 million, all residing within a single city. Coupled with their martial heritage, every member of the Qin family possessed some degree of cultivation, which solidified their title as the premier family of the ancient realm. Under ordinary circumstances, there was no need to leave the Qin estate. Indeed, due to the Qin family's formidable strength, they were the true rulers of the eastern region of the Great Xia dynasty. Those who sought to make a living here might be unaware of the imperial family, but they certainly could not be oblivious to the Qin clan. This exemplified the flaws of a world shared between royalty and noble families. Brother, Qin Hao pitifully shook Qin Feng's arm, attempting to achieve his goal through an act of feigned vulnerability. Unfortunately, Qin Feng was impervious to such tactics. Had it been a younger sister, he might have been swayed. Nonetheless, in order to ensure his younger brother could enjoy a wholesome childhood, he reluctantly nodded in agreement to his request, instructing him to wait outside the city while he informed their mother. Splendid. Qin Hao, still naive to the complexities of human nature, joyfully skipped away. Mother, my younger brother has run away from home. Qin Feng, transforming from the gentle elder brother to a scheming boy, dashed into the house to report to Yun Xie. Ding dong, the host has been detected framing the chosen one, earning 200 villain points. The surrounding guards remained expressionless, having long grown accustomed to such antics. Over the past 5 years, Qin Feng had devised various schemes against his younger brother. If they were not mistaken, the young master would soon present his mother with a feather duster. Before long, Yun Xie, appearing as if carrying a little chick, angrily brought Qin Hao back. Qin Feng reverted to his gentle elder brother persona, stepping forward to explain, Mother, please do not be angry. It was I who promised to take my younger brother out to play, not he who intended to run away. Yes, yes. Qin Hao nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with gratitude towards his elder brother. However, the more Qin Feng spoke, the less his mother believed him. She suspected that the elder brother was merely shielding his younger sibling from punishment, taking the blame upon himself. She simply could not comprehend how two twins born of the same parents could differ so greatly. The elder was always sensible and obedient, while the younger was perpetually mischievous, resembling a wild child who would dismantle the house if not disciplined for 3 days. Why can't you learn from your brother? All you do is cause trouble. Yun Xie activated her strict maternal mode, lecturing Qin Hao. Yet, she failed to notice Qin Feng making a face at his younger brother behind her, eliciting laughter from a 5-year-old who was unable to grasp such humor. Finally, he could not contain his laughter, which reignited Yun Xie's anger, compelling her to engage in self-reassurance. This is my son. I am his mother. I must not lose my temper, nor can I strike him. If I cause him to cry, I must console him. If I injure him, I must heal him. Raising him has not been easy, especially given the near complications during childbirth. His mistakes must be my fault. I must not have educated him properly. It is my inadequacy, my lack of methods. The rod rears dutiful children, while the chopsticks produce rebellious ones. By enduring this moment, I can embrace a broader horizon. Yet, the more I contemplate, the more irate I become. I can no longer restrain the tempest within me. Observing Qin Hao still grinning foolishly, Yun Xie declared her mental conditioning a failure. Mother, my younger brother is still just a child. Qin Feng hastily interposed, trying to play the good guy, though he happened to be holding a willow branch. Stand azide. Today, I must teach him a proper lesson. Yun Xie, infuriated, seized the willow branch, determined to strike the troublesome child a couple of times to quell her anger. The willow branch. The guards exchanged glances, realizing that the situation had deviated from their earlier guess regarding a feather duster. As Qin Feng awaited the arrival of villain points, a melodious sound suddenly resonated from the sky. In the distance, a grand procession approached, led by 9 colossal beasts pulling an opulent carriage, while the entourage behind rode on airborne creatures. If a 10 enhancement would emit light, then this procession was at least a 20. The Lin family of Tianxin City. Qin Feng immediately recognized their origin. They were the undisputed rulers of the western region of the Great Xia dynasty. Unlike the family-based governance of the Qin clan, the Lin family of Tianxin City operated as a feudal lord, enlisting numerous talented individuals for their service, alongside a 1 million-strong armored army to maintain their grip on the western territories. I shall deal with you later. Yun Xie shot a glare at Qin Hao, ushering the 2 brothers back home. Simultaneously, the bells and drums of the Qin estate sounded, welcoming the esteemed guests from Tianjin City, showcasing the profound heritage of the Qin family. The two brothers were soon dressed in formal attire, accompanying their stepfather, Qin Tian, to personally welcome the guests. Unlike his usual jovial self, Qin Tian exuded an air of formidable authority today, standing like an invincible war god. Brother Qin Tian, it has been many years. I have missed you dearly. A middle-aged gentleman clad in luxurious garments descended from the carriage, approaching Qin Tian with enthusiasm, exuding the demeanor of a cunning old fox. Brother Lin Hao, I have missed you as well. Qin Tian let out a hearty laugh, the sincerity of which was uncertain. These two were undoubtedly the twin brothers from Brother Qin Tian's family, separated by just 3 years. After some pleasantries, Lin Hao's gaze fell upon Qin Feng and Qin Hao. His purpose for traveling great distances to the Qin family was specifically to meet these two brothers. To be precise, the Qin family sought an alliance with Tianjin City, intending to select one of them to be betrothed to his beloved daughter. Following the emergence of two prodigies from the Qin family, who had consistently shattered ancient records, the imperial family of the Great Xia had grown decidedly anxious. To ensure the stability of their reign, they began reaching out to various noble families, preparing to take action against the Qin clan. In light of their own interests, the Qin family, too, had to seek allies. Indeed, this is the elder brother, Qin Feng, endowed with the potential of a great emperor. The younger brother, Qin Hao, possesses a rare supreme bone. Qin Tian proudly introduced his two remarkable sons. For a family to produce even a single prodigy is already a monumental achievement. Yet his family had birthed two extraordinary talents in succession. The existence of a supreme bone was chronicled in ancient texts, but the veracity of the claim regarding emperor potential remained uncertain. A haughty little girl emerged from behind Lin Hao. She was the princess of Tianjin City, Lin Xiner. Although merely 6 or 7 years old, she bore delicate features that foretold a future beauty. Xiner, mind your manners, Lin Hao admonished, reminding her to be aware of the occasion. However, the proud little girl paid no heed, casting a challenging gaze at Qin Feng. She snapped her fingers, summoning a strikingly handsome boy of about 14 or 15 years. This is my newly acquired servant, Lin San. Do you dare to engage him in a duel to prove yourself? Lin Xiner offered Qin Feng a provocative glance. Lin San, curious, Qin Feng scrutinized the boy, recognizing that he was far from an ordinary character. Chapter 11. In a world of great strife, is he not Lin San of Tianjin City? Immediately, whispers erupted around, indicating that Lin San was no stranger to them. It was said that this individual possessed an extraordinary talent and formidable swordsmanship, with experts predicting that he would be the foremost swordsman a century hence. Ding dong! The chosen one has been discovered, of epic rank. Qin Feng's eyes gleamed with delight. His heart swelled with joy. Owing to the fact that Qin Hao was his younger brother, he had always refrained from exerting his full strength during their encounters, fearing he would have to face difficult explanations to their parents. After more than 5 years, he had only amassed 240,000 villain points. Now, facing someone unrelated to him, he felt he could truly indulge in the experience. If he remembered correctly, his second brother was also an epic chosen one. At that moment, both sets of parents exchanged awkward smiles, yet neither showed any intention to call for a halt. Although Lin Hao had come to forge an alliance, he did not wish for his daughter to wed a fool. Qin Tan, eager for the alliance to succeed, naturally wanted his eldest son, Qin Feng, to showcase his prowess. Even if Qin Feng were to lose, it would matter little, for he was merely 8 years old, while his opponent was already 13 or 14, having reached the 3rd level of the extraordinary realm. However, should he emerge victorious, it would bring great honor to their family. Very well, let the games begin. Understanding his father's intentions, Qin Feng felt this aligned perfectly with his own desires. A powerful aura surged around him, causing the fallen leaves on the ground to levitate gently. Extraordinary Level 1. The expressions of Lin Hao and the other experts from Tianjin City shifted dramatically, their hearts echoing the sentiment that this boy possessed the potential of an emperor. An 8-year-old at the extraordinary level was unprecedented, particularly His ability to make the leaves float was reminiscent of the famed technique, falling leaves in flight, from the 10th ancestor of the Qin family. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, who would dare believe that such a young child could master such a remarkable skill? Simultaneously, Lin Hao began to comprehend why the royal family of the Great Xia had been so antagonistic toward the Qin family lately. If these two youngsters were allowed to mature, they could easily supplant the royal lineage at any moment. Please be gentle, Lin San, a champion of martial ethics, reminded before engaging in battle. However, he had clearly overestimated Qin Feng's sense of honor. In the face of a chosen one, Lin San dared not be careless, nor did he adhere to any martial code, especially since his opponent's cultivation was 2 levels above his own. Before Lin San could react, Qin Feng pointed decisively, and the leaves transformed into sharp projectiles, hurtling toward Lin San from all directions. Hey, what happened to martial ethics? Lin Xiner cried out in distress, vehemently condemning Qin Feng for such underhanded tactics. Not only did he initiate the fight without warning, but he also unleashed his full power right from the start, which she deemed utterly disgraceful. With a clang, Lin San drew his sword with calm precision, thrusting it forth. The blade shimmered, producing a delicate sword shadow that gracefully sliced through the airborne leaves, reducing them to fragments. With another thrust, a fierce sword wind emerged, causing the leaves to lose their trajectory and fall aimlessly. Lin San's figure danced amidst the chaos, appearing and disappearing like a wisp of smoke. With a resounding crash, Lin San unleashed a beam of sword light, shattering the swirling leaves conjured by Qin Feng. Though his movements were ostentatious, he bore several new scratches, and the rising and falling of his chest attested to the considerable energy expended in that single strike. What an opportunity! Adhering to the principle of striking while the iron is hot, Qin Feng dashed forward with the ethereal grace of his mysterious shadow technique, closing the distance to Lin San in an instant, leaving no room for counterattack, and unleashed a punch the size of a sandbag toward Lin San's face. Lin San let out a cry as he was sent sprawling. "Brother, that was amazing!" Qin Hao exclaimed, dancing with excitement in anticipation of his brother's victory. However, his exuberance irked Lin Xiner, who loudly cheered on Lin San. "Ding dong! Congratulations, host! You have struck the chosen one and earned 200 villain points." Seeing the points credited, Qin Feng's spirit soared, eager to continue the fight throughout the day. Yet, he had clearly underestimated Lin San's combat prowess. Before he could initiate his combo, Lin San swiftly regained his footing, darting away like a startled swan, his sword emanating a dark, fluid light. Sword intent. Qin Tian and others gasped, their minds racing with disbelief. Sword intent was the pinnacle of understanding for any sword practitioner, elevating the power of their techniques to unprecedented heights and significantly augmenting their combat capability. "This is bad." Qin Feng sensed the potency of Lin San's strike and resolved to evade rather than confront it directly. Yet, Lin San had transitioned from a passive stance. Combining his 2-level advantage and the edge of sword intent, he swung his sword like a breeze, unleashing a torrent of sword shadows toward Qin Feng. Despite Qin Feng's skillful footwork, he felt as if he were a small boat amid a raging sea, at risk of capsizing at any moment. "Good job, Lin San. Teach this brat a lesson." Lin Xiner clapped her hands in delight, not forgetting to stick out her tongue at Qin Hao in mockery. "Brother, you can do it!" Qin Hao shouted, his face flushed with frustration as he rallied for Qin Feng. The others paid little attention to the two children, utterly astonished by their display. Reflecting inwardly, they realized that at 8 years old, they had been unable to break through the extraordinary realm, nor could they grasp sword intent at 13 or 14. The younger generation was indeed surpassing the older. A collective sentiment swept through the crowd, acknowledging that the era of great strife was on the horizon once more. Whenever these prodigies gathered, it signified a day of reckoning for the ancient world. At that moment, Qin Feng was oblivious to the implications of this great strife. His sole focus was on how to defeat Lin San and accumulate more villain points. Wow, is this what it feels like for the protagonist to be suppressed by a villain? Qin Feng found himself retreating repeatedly, completely on the back foot, utterly lacking any means of retaliation. There was no choice. The atmosphere had reached a critical point. He could not afford to lose to this opponent. He had no option but to unleash his ultimate technique, calling upon the system to exchange for the second volume of Mysterious Shadow. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have spent 10,000 villain points to exchange for the second volume of Mysterious Shadow. 10,000 points. The pain in Qin Feng's heart was immeasurable. How many days would it take him to earn such a sum from his younger brother? He was now further from achieving his ultimate goal. No, he must reclaim his honor from Lin San today. With his body moving in harmony with the image in his mind, he danced like a gentle breeze through the dark, fluid sword light, effortlessly propelling himself hundreds of meters away. What? The expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically, realizing that Qin Feng's movements had broken through during the battle. His speed was markedly faster than before, and his footwork had become even more intricate, allowing him to easily evade Lin San's oncoming sword strikes. Excellent. My son, Qin Feng, possesses the potential of an emperor. Qin Tian could not contain his joy, nearly shouting into Lin Hao's ear with glee. Impressive. Lin San's demeanor shifted to one of unprecedented seriousness, understanding that he could not defeat his opponent without revealing his true abilities. His garments fluttered as if touched by an unseen wind, the dark, fluid sword light in his hand swaying in the breeze, the air tearing apart with mournful wails. Prepare yourself. Qin Feng sensed Lin San's intent to unleash a powerful attack and raised his hand, shouting in the void. Sword, come forth. Chapter 12. Love him. Just stab him in the heart. A crisp clang of swords resonated through the city of the Qin family as 9 streaks of sword light pierced the heavens like meteors. The long sky 9 swords. Lin Hao and his companions, well versed in such matters, immediately recognized the origins of the 9 swords. They had heard tales of how the great emperor of the Great Xia was deceived by the Qin family's shameless eldest son 5 years prior, losing both the long sky 9 swords and the heavenly treasure gourd in the process. What they had initially dismissed as mere rumor turned out to be a stark reality, revealing the depths of the young man's audacity as he insisted on carrying the 9 swords to embody his ignoble nature. The 9 swords united. Qin Feng swiftly formed a hand gesture and pointed at the incoming swords. A resonating hum filled the air as the sword wind surged forth, stirring up dust and enhancing the ferocity of the 9 swords, their power echoing like roaring tides across the void. When the wind subsided, a gleaming long sword, radiating a chilling light, floated before Qin Feng. This was the sword wielded by the Long Sky Sword God from millennium ago. Ranked among the top 10 divine weapons of the ancient era, the Long Sky Divine Sword. Since acquiring the Long Sky 9 swords, Qin Feng had spent 5 years refining them with the assistance of the 10 ancestors. Though he could not claim to fully replicate the might of the Long Sky Sword God, nor could he completely master the 9 swords, they were undoubtedly formidable in battle. The Long Sky 9 swords. Lin San's eyes sparkled with fervor, his breath quickening. He had no choice. The sword techniques he employed were derived from the Long Sky Sword God of a millennium past. To be precise, he had inherited the legacy of the Long Sky Sword God. If he could obtain the Long Sky 9 swords, he would undoubtedly revive the Sword God's former glory. Yet, he was acutely aware that the Qin family was not to be trifled with. Openly seizing them would be tantamount to courting death, so he bided his time. Even with the divine sword support, one could not possibly contend with me. Lin San harbored absolute confidence in his inheritance from the Long Sky Sword God. As dust swirled around him, he unleashed a brilliant sword light that cleaved through the void, stirring the air in a tumultuous wave. The Long Sky Sword Technique. This supreme sword technique, understood by the Long Sky Sword God through the laws of the universe, possessed the might to slay gods and Buddhas alike. Unrivaled in the ancient world, this is Qin Tian and Lin Hao, both formidable figures in their own right, instantly recognized the Long Sky Sword Technique. Little did the Long Sky Sword God anticipate that, a millennium later, his sword technique would confront his own treasured sword. Not good. Qin Tian's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed to intervene. Though his eldest son, Qin Feng, bore the potential of an emperor, he was merely 8 years old. How could he withstand the might of the Long Sky Sword Goddess technique? Yet, before he could voice his concerns, he witnessed his son's fierce gaze as he assumed the stance to draw his sword. Evans the Ying Swelth technique. With a nod, he unsheathed his sword. A resounding, crisp sound reverberated through the air as a stunning sword light materialized, radiating a chilling aura that enveloped the battlefield. The sword light danced like a startled swan and soared like a roaming dragon, seemingly intent on cleaving the heavens asunder. What sword technique is this? The spectators, though seasoned, had never witnessed Qin Feng employ such a technique. Could it be an original creation? Stripped of any embellishments, it pursued the ultimate form of an invincible strike, capable of severing the heavens and earth, determining victory and defeat with a single stroke. Boom! The two beams of sword light collided with tremendous force, unleashing a thunderous roar accompanied by a terrifying energy storm. Mother, father, Qin Hao and Lin Xiner, both of lower cultivation, clung to their parents' garments to avoid being swept away by the tempest. How is this possible? Lin San's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not fathom that an 8-year-old child could master such a sword technique. He had believed his cultivation superior, reinforced by the legacy of the Long Sky Sword God and his comprehension of sword intent, easily vanquishing a mere 8-year-old brat. Yet he was taught a lesson, realizing that his sword was not the strongest. With a resounding crack, the sword in Lin San's hand shattered instantly. Unable to withstand the sharpness of the Long Sky Divine Sword. He possessed the Long Sky Sword technique, yet Qin Feng wielded the Heaven-Slaying Sword technique. He harbored sword intent, while Qin Feng commanded the Long Sky Divine Sword. Despite being 2 levels above Qin Feng in cultivation, the latter bore the potential of an emperor, yielding a 10-fold enhancement. Further augmented by the heavenly treasure gourd, how could he possibly lose? What? Lin San's face was painted with incredulity. He had been defeated by an 8-year-old child. Throughout his journey, he had triumphed over the strong with the weak, gradually cultivating an invincible mindset, yet today he was vanquished by a mere child, causing a crack in his invincible heart and plunging him into self-doubt. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for causing a crack in the invincible mindset of the Chosen One, earning 100,000 villain points. A crack yields 100,000. If I stabbed him in the heart, wound T that net me billions in an instant. At this moment, Qin Feng was invigorated, stepping lightly with the elusive shadow beneath his feet as the Long Sky Divine Sword, like a specter, lunged toward Lin San's chest. Love him. Just stab him in the heart. Not good. Even as Lin San's invincible mindset began to form, he was still merely a 13 or 14-year-old child. After receiving a lesson from Qin Feng, his rhythm was thrown off, and he began to retreat in defeat. Each new sword mark upon his body deepened Qin Feng's affection for him. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for injuring the Chosen One, earning 500 villain points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for injuring the Chosen One, earning 500 villain points. Because Qin Hao was his younger brother, he had never enjoyed himself as thoroughly as he did today. My brother is the best. Qin Hao proudly lifted his head, eager to proclaim to the world that this was his brother. Lin Xiner, fuming beside him, stamped her feet in frustration, itching to rush over and give that brat a good thrashing. However, she was lifted by Yun Xie, who took a shining liking to the little girl. The victor was clear. Qin Feng's son indeed possessed the potential of an emperor. Lin Hao chuckled, waving his hand as he pulled Lin San back, just as Qin Feng prepared to stab him in the heart. What a joke! Lin San was hailed as the #1 swordsman of the century. How could he be allowed to be stabbed by Qin Feng here? Qin Feng was quite displeased with Lin Hao's intervention, having his opportunity snatched away. However, he said nothing, knowing that beings like the Chosen One were enigmatic. Forcing the issue would surely trigger some powerful intervention. It was wiser to withdraw while ahead, lest he invite trouble upon himself. Ha ha! Qin Tian, hearing praise for his eldest son, couldn't help but laugh, realizing that the alliance through marriage was all but secured. The welcoming ceremony continued. Qin Tian led Lin Hao into the Qin family's city, where rows of deeply cultivated Qin disciples filled Lin Hao with envy. If given the choice, he would prefer to invest resources in nurturing a bloodline relative rather than an unrelated individual, unless that person demonstrated unwavering loyalty. Yet, who could truly guarantee loyalty? Soon, the parents of both families began discussing the marriage prospects of their children. Everyone expected Lin Hao to choose Qin Feng, who had just showcased his imperial might. Yet to everyone's surprise, he opted for Qin Hao, who had merely observed from the sidelines, as his son-in-law. What the heck? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng let out a curse, gaining a fresh perspective on the absurdity of the chosen one. A battle fierce as a tiger. Yet, when it came to marriage discussions, there was no one like me. Chapter 13. The new use of the chosen one. However, Qin Tian and Yun Xie exchanged glances, both taken aback. Logically, Qin Feng had just demonstrated his formidable prowess. What 8-year-old child could possess such terrifying combat capabilities? In contrast, while Qin Hao boasted an exceptional supreme bone, the specifics of his strength remained unknown until it was activated. Lin Hao merely smiled, refraining from offering an explanation. His choice of Qin Hao was not arbitrary. It was a decision made after careful consideration of the pros and cons. It is well known that Qin Feng and Qin Hao are twins, with their talents unlikely to differ significantly. The fact that the elder brother, Qin Feng, had just shattered numerous records, and that the younger brother, Qin Hao, was poised to surpass them, indicated that Qin Hao's aptitude was evidently slightly superior. Given that both were receiving the same education and came from similar backgrounds, Lin Hao naturally favored the brother with the supreme bone. Furthermore, it had recently been rumored in the ancient wilderness that the Blood Moon prodigy born 8 years ago was none other than Qin Feng, a significant threat to the Daxiao royal family. Investing in Qin Feng was fraught with risks. Thus, supporting his brother, Qin Hao, seemed the safer option. Should any calamity befall the Qin family, Qin Hao would undoubtedly align himself with Tianqin City. Well then, Qin Tian did not press for further inquiries, as his objective was to forge an alliance through marriage. As long as the two dominant powers in Eastern and Western Daxiao united, even the Daxiao royal family would have to consider the consequences of their actions. If it could secure time for the two young ones to grow, the Qin family would have achieved victory. Ultimately, with an unspoken understanding between the parents, a marriage founded on mutual interests was established. At this moment, however, the two parties involved were completely unaware that Lin Xiner was enjoying a leisurely day with the two brothers in the Qin family's city, accompanied by Lin San. Why do I feel like I might lose my life at any moment? As a destined villain, Qin Feng found himself alongside two epic chosen ones. Even within the safety of the Qin family's city, protected by millions of relatives, he felt an overwhelming lack of security, fearing that they might activate their powers and whisk away the entire family in one fell swoop. Wow, it's so lively here, Lin Xin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as they arrived at the Qin family market. Unlike the mundane markets of ordinary folk, this was a marketplace for cultivators, filled with treasures such as spiritual herbs, elixirs, and magical artifacts. As the absolute ruler of the Eastern Daxia dynasty, the safety of the Qin family city was unquestionable. Each day, a throng of external cultivators came to trade, and the Qin family relied on these transactions to strengthen their disciples, thus giving rise to this free trade marketplace. Oh, Qin Hao and Lin San's eyes brightened simultaneously, both fixating on a dilapidated small cauldron. Oh, Qin Feng, too, perked up, as if a new strategy had been unlocked. Rather than worrying about being outdone by the two chosen ones, he would rather utilize their unpredictable fortunes to seek treasures. If both chosen ones were drawn to the small cauldron, it must surely be something extraordinary. I saw it first. Qin Hao and Lin San exchanged fierce glares, neither willing to relinquish the cauldron. However, as they squabbled, Qin Feng transformed into a fisherman and inquired about the price from the vendor. Originally priced at 1,000 spirit stones. How about 888 spirit stones if the young master desires it? The vendor cautiously presented his offer, keenly observing Qin Feng's reaction, as if he would immediately lower the price should Qin Feng frown. After all, as the local tyrant, who would dare to disrespect the Qin family? 888 spirit stones. Passers-by halted in disbelief, exclaiming that the vendor must have lost his mind. One spirit stone could sustain a commoner's livelihood for a lifetime. for a cultivator. It was equivalent to a week of arduous training. The audacity of pricing a small cauldron at 888 spirit stones was simply outrageous. The vendor grew anxious, as he never intended to treat Qin Feng as a fool. The origins of this small cauldron were indeed extraordinary. He had once been a minor leader of the Tiger Head Gang, commanding over 10,000 followers. One day, upon discovering the location of a relic, he led his gang to excavate it. Tragically, over 10,000 lives were lost before he reached the heart of the relic, where, contrary to expectations of golden treasures, he found only a small cauldron enshrined on a stone platform. The gang leader, whether from prior injuries or some other reason, inexplicably perished after spitting blood, leaving him as the sole survivor. Acquired at the cost of 10,000 lives, 888 spirit stones was already a bargain. All right, I'll take the 888 spirit stones. Fearing that the night might stretch on with complications, Qin Feng instructed the vendor to fetch the money from the Qin family. As the eldest son of the first family in the ancient wilderness, it was reasonable that he carried no money with him. "Thank you, young master." The vendor repeatedly expressed his gratitude, hastily handing the cauldron over to Qin Feng. "You." Lin San stood in shock, astounded by Qin Feng's extravagance. He didn't even glance at the item, nor did he haggle over the price, sealing the deal for 888 spirit stones without hesitation. Surely, one could not be this reckless with wealth. Yet, inexplicably, he felt a profound sense of unease, although he couldn't discern the cauldron's value. His instincts told him it was a remarkable item. Much of his success today was attributable to his intuition. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for disrupting the chosen one's opportunity, earning a chance to draw a lottery. This truly is a treasure. Qin Feng examined the cauldron closely, yet could discern no distinctive qualities. Damn it, why the disparity in treatment? Why could the protagonist identify treasures by intuition while he could only see a mere small cauldron in his hands? He was indignant. The antagonist was indignant. Brother, can I have it, please?" Qin Hao began to tug at Qin Feng's arm, attempting to charm his way into acquiring the cauldron. However, Qin Feng had never succumbed to such tactics. Only his sister might sway him. Yet, unable to perceive any special attributes of the cauldron, he considered using his second brother, the chosen one, to activate its potential. "All right," Qin Feng said earnestly. "I just spent 888 spirit stones on this small cauldron. As your brother, I'll contribute 2/8. If you provide the remaining 8, I'll lend it to you for a few days. What does that sound?" "Brother, you're so kind." Qin Hao, clearly still processing the proposal, cheerfully produced a small pouch. It was a commonly used storage bag for cultivators, filled with his savings from recent years. Qin Feng had long coveted it. Soon, under Qin Feng's persuasion, Qin Hao produced an 8, equating to 800 spirit stones. Bystanders around them were left utterly speechless. Anyone with a kindergarten diploma would not have fallen for such a ruse. Chapter 14. The villain's delight. Ding dong. The host has deceived the naive chosen one and received 500 villain points. Qin Feng, reveling in his success, tucked away 800 spirit stones and, true to his word, lent the small cauldron to his younger brother for a few days, with the promise of reclaiming it upon successful activation. To this, Qin Hao not only felt no loss, but rather believed he had profited. His brother spent 88, while he only spent 8, a difference of an entire 8. What a foolish little buddy. Qin Feng looked at his dim-witted younger brother, unable to comprehend why a villain of such high emotional and intellectual intelligence would eventually find himself beneath his feet as the narrative dictated. "What use is this small cauldron?" Lin Xner, intrigued, leaned in to examine the cauldron's peculiarities. However, Qin Hao, as if guarding treasure, hastily tucked the cauldron into his embrace, offering no respect to his future sister-in-law, which infuriated Lin Xner, causing her to stomp her feet in frustration. As the little princess of Tianxin City, no one had ever dared to disregard her so brazenly. "I don't care. Lin San, let us depart." Lin Xner embodied the archetype of a proud and tsundere little girl. The concept of relying on others was utterly alien to her. She continued to wander the Qin family market with Lin San in tow. Having tasted the sweetness of success, Qin Feng shamelessly followed along, ever watchful of Lin San's changing expressions. Why does the young master of the Qin family keep stealing glances at me? Lin San felt a chill run down his spine, increasingly convinced that Qin Feng was coveting his physique. Sleepless nights ensued as he clutched his sword, ever vigilant. Terrified of losing his purity, he aspired to be an exceptional servant, not a mere plaything. Is this truly the eldest son of the Qin family? The patrons of the Qin market pointed at Qin Feng, their whispers echoing with reverence for the illustrious young master. Previously, they had only heard tales of his imperial potential. But now, with the arrival of talents from Tianjin City, they finally grasped his terrifying prowess. At the age of 8, he had broken through the extraordinary realm, executed a breakthrough in movement, and created the unparalleled sword technique of Heaven Severance, defeating the successor of the sword god of the long sky. It is unlikely that any other prodigy from the ancient wilderness could boast such achievements. His imperial potential was indeed well-deserved. Simultaneously, keen observers noted the treasures Qin Feng acquired. Discerning eyes recognized them as rare artifacts, with not a single oversight in their purchases. Incredible. The crowd was left in awe, their admiration for the young master of the Qin family reaching new heights. To accurately identify such a plethora of treasures was not merely a matter of high cultivation, but required profound knowledge and years of genuine expertise. The fact that an 8-year-old child could achieve such a feat was nothing short of astonishing. Days later, the Qin and Lin families publicly announced their engagement, marking the official alliance between the Qin family and Tianjin City. Lin Hao, accompanied by a retinue, prepared to return to Tianjin City. Brother Qin, this is where we part ways. Lin Hao clasped his fists, his expression tinged with reluctance. Safe travels, Brother Lin. Qin Tian also appeared reluctant, accompanying them for several hundred miles, wishing to prolong the farewell. As they departed, Qin Feng cast a lingering gaze towards Lin San, filled with melancholy, knowing that his dual-core treasure-seeking device was now reduced to a single core. Although the dual-core device had only yielded an unknown small cauldron, the other treasures had nonetheless granted him substantial rewards. The entire Qin family market buzzed with tales of his exploits, and everyone was eager to uncover his methods for discerning treasures. Alas, Lin San, sensing Qin Feng's reluctant gaze, felt overwhelmed and longed to distance himself from the man, fearing that if he lingered any longer, he might truly be swayed. That very night, Qin Feng found himself unable to sleep. The arrival of Lin San had introduced him to the joy of being a villain. In just a few days, he had extracted 150,000 villain points from his exploits, along with a chance at a lottery draw, an exhilaration that his younger brother could never provide, filling him with a desire to run away from home in pursuit of Lin San. Perhaps I should first try my luck at the lottery. Qin Feng shook his head and summoned the system. With a whoosh, the spinning lottery wheel reappeared before him, still brimming with prizes. The Supreme Body, the Celestial Titan Body, the Battle Saint Body, the Chaos Saint Body, the Dual Pupil, the Supreme Bone, the True Dragon Treasure Technique, and the Transformation of the Celestial Realm. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for drawing the Divine-level Buddhist method, the Great Divine Dragon. Boom! A thunderous roar resonated in Qin Feng's mind, as if his soul had transcended into another realm. A colossal golden dragon, 100 feet long, soared through the sky, emitting a dragon's roar that reverberated through the air, causing the very earth to quake, embodying the majesty of the king of beasts. Before Qin Feng could react, the dragon charged directly toward him, diving into his being. Gasping for breath, Qin Feng awoke in a cold sweat, discovering a golden dragon pattern adorning his body, along with new incantations flooding his mind. By harnessing the dragon pattern, he could wield the divine-level Buddhist method, the Great Divine Dragon. This technique not only possessed immense power, but also dealt double damage to demonkind, making it a formidable weapon against them. Additionally, it bolstered his defensive capabilities and granted him the ability to discern between humans and demons at a glance. Creak. The door to Qin Feng's room swung open. His younger brother, Qin Hao, peeked in and upon seeing that Qin Feng was still awake, joyfully clutched his pillow and climbed into bed, declaring that he wanted to sleep with his brother tonight. Most girls seek out their brothers at night out of fear. How did this turn into a younger brother, especially one who is a chosen one? Qin Feng stared in disbelief at his younger sibling, who had already fallen asleep. Suspecting that he was being tempted by the Supreme Bone, feeling somewhat disrespected as the villain. Chapter 15. A storm is brewing within the grand palace of the great Xia. The emperor convenes for the morning court. The ministers and generals are abuzz with news of the alliance between the Qin family and Tianjin city, as well as the astonishing breakthrough of the Qin family's eldest son, who, at the tender age of 8, has transcended into the extraordinary realm and created the formidable heaven-slaying sword technique, defeating the renowned Lin San, the disciple of the sword god of Chong Kong, heralded as the foremost swordsman of the century to come. Clearly, the growth of the two prodigies from the Qin family has surpassed all expectations. Their alliance with Tianjin city shows a blatant disregard for the imperial court. Such ambition must be quelled. One minister proposes immediate military action, urging a swift strike before the alliance solidifies, while another retorts, questioning the ease with which one might confront the Qin family and Tianjin city. If they were so easily vanquished, would the court have allowed them to dominate the eastern and western territories for so long? Instead, a voice advocates for diplomacy, citing the frequent celestial phenomena of recent years and the onset of an age of great contention. Internal strife must be avoided at all costs. The Yin dynasty, having undergone reform a century ago, grows increasingly powerful and ambitious, recently appointing two prodigies as holy sons, our greatest adversaries. The emperor contemplates the division among his ministers, uncertain of the path forward. To resist the encroachment of the Yin dynasty, unity among the great clans of the great Xia is paramount. Yet, such unity would only afford the Qin family's prodigies further time to mature. If only our imperial line could produce a few prodigies of our own, the situation would be vastly different. In the Qin residence, Qin Feng sits cross-legged in his courtyard, enveloped in a dense aura of spiritual energy. Since his breakthrough into the extraordinary realm, the 33 Heavens creation technique has lagged behind, compelling him to expend 30,000 villain points to activate a 1-month enlightenment aura to comprehend the third layer of the technique. What astounding comprehension! The elder, 10 ancestor, observes in astonishment, sensing the profound changes within Qin Feng's body, manifestations of his deepening understanding of the cultivation method. His physique grows not only stronger, but also exhibits remarkable self-healing capabilities. While he may not yet rise from the dead, regrowing severed limbs seems entirely feasible. What cosmic laws has this child grasped? 10 ancestor confesses he has never encountered such a cultivation method. Merely comprehending the third layer allows for limb regeneration. What might full mastery entail? A thunderous sound reverberates within Qin Feng's body, as runes burst forth in dazzling golden light, signifying not just his comprehension of the third layer, but also a breakthrough to the second level of the extraordinary realm. A prodigy indeed. 10 ancestor cannot help but marvel, recalling the circumstances of Qin Feng's birth. Truly, he is a blood moon prodigy capable of stirring the winds and clouds of the world, his extraordinary talent beyond ordinary imagination. Suddenly, a series of urgent bells toll throughout the Qin city, causing alarm among the populace. This is the first time in centuries that such an urgent signal has sounded, indicating a grave crisis has befallen the Qin family, necessitating all members to prepare for battle. What has transpired? 10 ancestors' expression turns grave as he vanishes in a flash of white light. The fate of the family is at stake, and he suspects his second brother may be involved. Qin Feng seizes the opportunity to seek out his brother Qin Hao, not out of malice, but rather the necessity of self-defense in light of the looming threat of annihilation. In the great hall of the Qin family, Qin Tian, the family head, presides over a gathering of 13 leaders from various branches of the family, known collectively as the 13 Guardians of the Qin. From the reports of their informants within the imperial court, the great Xia Emperor has ultimately resolved to take action against the Qin family. By all means, let's engage in battle. Who dares to fear? Exclaims one robust leader, his eagerness palpable as he grips his weapon. However, another leader, scholarly in appearance, Voices concern over the impending conflict, fearing that should victory be sought through war, both sides would suffer grievous losses, ultimately benefiting the Inu dynasty. The optimal strategy would be to buy time, allowing Qin Feng and Qin how to mature further. The great Xia royal family is indeed cutting off its own hand. Qin Tian, with a serious demeanor, asserts that with the Qin family's prestige in the great Xia, once they grow strong, they can supplant the current power. The emperor aims to strike before the Qin family can fully mature, opting for a swift resolution. Should the conflict descend into a protracted struggle, they must hold fast to their territory. The leaders understand the gravity of the situation. War is now inevitable. Yet, conflict cannot be initiated solely on the emperor's decree. He must first secure the cooperation of influential clans through promises of reward, or else none will risk their lives for him. Thus, it appears there is still time to prepare for the coming battle. Is war truly upon them? Qin Feng senses the palpable shift within the Qin family, an atmosphere thick with impending turmoil. Once, the faces of the Qin kin radiated with confidence. Now, they are grave, devoid of expression. The streets that once flourished with the grace of young ladies now echo with the march of armored warriors. Will they emerge victorious? Qin Feng, not a mere child, analyzes the situation. Though the alliance with Tianjin City grants the Qin family dominion over half of the Great Xia, the powerful clans loyal to the emperor are formidable foes. Even if they were to achieve a stroke of luck, the Inu dynasty looms ominously in the shadows. Moreover, a critical factor remains: the Chosen One. It is well known that the Chosen One does not require the support of a powerful family. Regardless of their lineage, they may sever ties with their clan for various reasons. Hence, the likelihood of victory in this conflict appears almost non-existent. Should he flee? No, he cannot abandon his cherished friends and brothers. Resolutely shaking his head, Qin Feng begins to contemplate how to turn the tide in their favor. Ultimately, the solution may lie in activating the supreme bone extraction task assigned by the system, allowing him to procure his brother's extraordinary bone without arousing suspicion. Chapter 16. Almost moved to tears in the ancestral hall of the Qin family. Countless memorial tablets honoring the valiant spirits of their ancestors stand in solemn assembly, numbering over 100,000. An elderly man with white hair sits cross-legged on a mat. He is the first ancestor of the Qin lineage. Behind him stand 9 other venerable ancestors, along with Qin Feng's adoptive father, Qin Tian. Ancestor, the situation unfolds as follows. Qin Tian kneels respectfully, recounting the entire course of events. Without turning his head, the first ancestor speaks slowly. Since this battle is unavoidable, let us engage in it. Indeed, the crowd responds with grave expressions, assuring their commitment to fight to the last breath. Just then, a youthful voice disrupts the solemn atmosphere. Ancestor, we cannot. Fengya, step outside. Qin Tian exclaimed sharply as he sees Qin Feng scampering in. He reprimands the child for causing a ruckus in the ancestral hall and daring to question the ancestor's decision, deeming it utterly disrespectful. Silence. The ancestor does not scold Qin Feng, but instead admonishes Qin Tian. Turning to the young boy, he greets him with a warm smile and gestures for him to come closer. Yes, Qin Tian feels a deep sense of injustice. Why is there such a disparity among the descendants of the ancestors? Is it merely because he lacks the potential of a great emperor? Fengya, what do you mean by saying we cannot? The ancestor gazes fondly at Qin Feng, clearly fond of the child, who has always been considerate and often brings treats to visit him, unlike other unfilial descendants who only seek to engage him in conflict. With a serious expression, Qin Feng replies, "Only a fool would think that victory can be achieved through war. Winning would deplete our energy, and losing would spell disaster for the Qin family." Fool! The ancestors present all turn to look at Qin Tian, as if to convey that they would bear no responsibility for this statement. For he is the head of the family. Qin Tian's eyelid twitches involuntarily, a wave of exasperation flooding his mind. Pray tell, do you possess a method to achieve victory without war? The first ancestor, intrigued, leans in to hear what this 8-year-old has to say. It is not the Qin family that seeks war. Rather, it is the royal family of the Great Xia that intends to strike, making it a conflict of personal interests. devoid of right or wrong and any possibility of negotiation. Of course, Qin Feng declares confidently, the root of the matter lies in the emergence of my second brother and me, which has disrupted the balance and instilled a sense of threat within the royal family. If we can find a way to conceal ourselves, there will be no reason for the war to continue. Is that all? The elders deemed this to be the naive thinking of a child. Even if the two brothers were hidden away, the royal family would not relent unless they were either dead or rendered incapable. Precisely, rendered incapable. Qin Feng's expression turns serious as he produces a yellowed ancient tome. This was a reward he exchanged from a system containing information about rare physiques, including detailed accounts of the supreme bone and its proper method of awakening. To excavate the bone and then rebuild. The old ancestors gasped in astonishment, shocked by the audacity of such a method. Other families would cherish the supreme bone as a treasure. Who would be so cruel as to extract a child's supreme bone, only to forge a supreme position through sheer willpower? The ancestor remained silent for a long moment before finally speaking. This method is feasible. What? The assembly gasps in disbelief, not expecting the ancestor to agree. I object. Qin Tian urgently interjects. Howard is but 5 years old. He is still a child. And this is not a burden he should bear. The ancestor, unhurried, responds, to achieve the supreme position requires more than just a supreme bone. It also calls for immense willpower and fortitude. There exists a certain fate that governs all. Fate that governs all? The elders exchange dubious glances, questioning whether the ancestor has glimpsed some hidden truth. Yet, Qin Tian understands the reasoning, but when it concerns his son, he cannot bring himself to accept it. The ancestor disregards Qin Tian's protests and looks at Qin Feng with keen interest, asking how can conceal himself by sacrificing his bone. But how will you hide yourself and later reveal your imperial potential? With righteous fervor, Qin Feng declares, the eldest son of the Qin family, envious of my second brother's talents, will extract his supreme bone for his own use. Upon being discovered by the Qin family, he will flee, and the ancestors will be incensed, banishing this wayward son from the Qin family forever, issuing a kill order throughout the ancient lands. As the words fall, the room is engulfed in shock. They can hardly fathom that this 8-year-old child is not only ruthless towards others, but even more so towards himself. If Qin Howard suffered the physical pain of having his bone extracted, Qin Feng would endure both physical and mental torment. Not only would he bear the label of a traitor to the Qin family, but he would also lose its protection, facing relentless persecution until the day Qin Hao matures enough to clear his name, provided he can survive until then. Qin Feng expresses no concern, confident in the might of Chapter 17. The supreme bone. I accept it. As night fell, the Qin residence was enveloped in an eerie silence. With the urgent tolling of the war bell, the Qin family suspended all nocturnal activities, dedicating themselves to enhancing their cultivation. Only the strongest would survive the impending conflict. Creak. The door to Qin Hao's chamber slowly opened, and Qin Feng sauntered in. Bathed in the faint moonlight streaming through the window, he beheld his younger brother peacefully slumbering, cradling a small, worn-out cauldron. The innocence of his brother's visage made it difficult for him to act. Brother, I do this for your own good. Qin Feng repeatedly reassured himself in his heart, feeling compelled to proceed with his plan. Only by extracting his brother's supreme bone could he preserve the vital strength of the Qin family, allowing them to stealthily endure, enabling his brother to face trials and grow swiftly, while also aiding himself in fulfilling his mission. Most importantly, their father would no longer boast that his son Qin Feng possessed the potential of an emperor. A single stroke would yield 4 benefits. Forgive me, my foolish little brother. Brother. Qin Hao groggily rubbed his eyes and awoke to find Qin Feng standing at the foot of his bed. Before he could joyfully leap into his brother's embrace, a searing pain shot through his chest. Looking down, he was horrified to see his brother's hand plunged into his body. Brother. Qin Hao's disbelief was palpable as he raised his gaze, only to be met not with the familiar smiling face of his elder brother, but with a figure transformed into one of cold ruthlessness. The supreme bone, I accept it. Qin Feng steeled his heart and resolutely extracted the supreme bone. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have injured the chosen one, narrowly escaping death, and have gained 800 000 villain points. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have excavated the supreme bone of the Chosen One, disrupting their destiny, and have earned a chance for a lottery draw. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have unearthed the supreme bone of the Chosen One, completing an epic task of villainous fate, and have acquired the invincible heavy eye. The successive notifications left Qin Feng momentarily dazed. Simultaneously, his eyes underwent a transformation, splitting his pupils into two, granting him the ability to perceive the essence of the world and to revert to a normal appearance at will. Clang! The small cauldron slipped from Qin Hao's grasp, and he collapsed back onto the bed. Is this the invincible heavy eye? Qin Feng's gaze fell upon the cauldron. Unlike his previous observations, he could now discern a frail soul within, presumably the protagonist's exclusive elder. Impossible, it must be a lie. Qin Hao struggled desperately on the bed, unable to fathom that his brother could betray him so. Yet, no matter how he resisted, reality remained unchanged, and he could only watch helplessly as his brother departed with the supreme bone, not sparing him a backward glance. As for the cauldron, Qin Feng chose not to take it. Regardless of whether the elder acknowledged him as master, even if he did, it was unnecessary. His system was far more formidable than the elder. It was better left for his younger brother. Exchanging a mere bone for an elder, he had profited. After Qin Feng's departure, a sigh emanated from the cauldron. The heavy eye was meant for invincibility. Why would it need the bones of others? At this moment, in the chamber of Qin Feng's parents, please no. Yunse shook her head vigorously upon hearing the fates awaiting her two sons. She implored Qin Tian not to allow such a fate, for as a mother, she could not bear to watch her children suffer. He is only 8 years old. He is still a child. Moreover, the truth could not be revealed to her younger son, Qin Hao, meaning she might witness her two sons turn against each other in the future, a cruel reality for any mother to endure. We must have faith in him. Qin Tian struggled to contain his emotions, holding his wife tightly. He understood the unbearable anguish of parents, yet as the head of the Qin family, he could not stand idly by as his kin marched towards death, nor allow the family to engage in mutual destruction. The family's current concealment was solely for the sake of future resurgence. Thud, thud, thud. 3 knocks echoed from outside the door. It was Qin Feng, bowing 3 times before his parents' chamber. Fengya. Yunse could no longer contain her emotions and rushed to open the door for one last glimpse of her son. However, Qin Tian restrained her, knowing that allowing Yunse to see Qin Feng would result in chaos, attracting onlookers and undermining their efforts. Father, mother, I am leaving. Without hesitation, Qin Feng stood and departed from the Qin residence without a backward glance. My son. Yunse wept in Qin Tian's arms, pounding against his chest. That was a piece of her heart, and now she had to watch him suffer, pursued by various factions. How could she bear it? Upon reaching the entrance of the Qin family, Qin Feng felt the cool night breeze and glanced back one last time at the Qin residence. After 8 years in this world, he had experienced warmth within this family and the affection of relatives and friends. To protect this home, he must now depart. Ancient times. My lady, my little bride, Qin Feng has arrived. Suddenly, Qin Feng froze upon seeing the crooked tree at the entrance. Like the cauldron, it had appeared unremarkable before, but now, aided by the heavy eye, he perceived within it a terrifying energy. Dilapidated, desolate, it seemed to belong to another realm, transcending countless epochs. Goodness, the Chosen One truly defies reason. Qin Feng stared in disbelief at the supreme bone in his hand. Realizing that compared to the cauldron's elder and the mysterious crooked tree, the supreme bone seemed to be the least significant. At that moment, the ancestor's voice resonated in Qin Feng's ear. Child, dawn approaches, and the Qin family's bounty on your head will spread throughout the ancient world. Where do you intend to go? To the Yin dynasty, Qin Feng declared resolutely, setting his sights on the most perilous destination. Since the reforms of the Yin dynasty a century ago, it had diverged from other dynasties, resembling a presidential system rather than a hereditary one, allowing the capable to rise. As a traitor of the Qin family, he believed they would find him quite intriguing. Most importantly, since the Yin dynasty had grown increasingly powerful post-reform, challenging the once dominant Xia was inevitable. By going undercover, he would provide a safeguard for the Qin family's future. As for the legendary beauties of the four ancient dynasties, three of whom hailed from the Inu dynasty, he felt no interest whatsoever. Child, you must return alive. The ancestor struggled to suppress his emotions, deeply moved by Qin Feng's selflessness. He is only 8, always thinking of the family. How could they let him bear such a burden? Ding dong. Such a hypocritical villain deserves applause. Congratulations, host. Your spatial capacity has doubled. Who is being hypocritical? He is the hope of the Qin family. Qin Feng silently scorned the system, wishing it would remain silent. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the Qin family. Help! Someone quickly! The second young master has been attacked. Chapter 18. Exile from the Qin family, what was once a tranquil night, suddenly erupted into chaos. Upon learning that the second son, Qin Hao, had been attacked, the entire Qin family immediately suspected that the royal family of the Great Xia had resorted to underhanded tactics. Fueled by rage, they armed themselves, intent on exacting a brutal vengeance. When they laid eyes on Qin Hao, their fury reached a boiling point. How could there exist such a heartless individual in the world? One who had so cruelly extracted the supreme bone from a mere 5-year-old child. This was not only a brutal act, but also a devastating blow to the future of the Qin family. This was intolerable. How could one bear such a grievance? Yet, when the identity of the assailant was revealed, the crowd was left utterly stunned. Qin Feng, how could this be possible? Everyone knew that the eldest son of the Qin family was polite, cultured, diligent, and academically gifted. He had always displayed remarkable composure and was regarded as the indisputable choice for the next family head. How could he commit such a heinous act? Personally extracting his younger brother's supreme bone? It was inconceivable, absolutely unfathomable. The members of the Qin family shook their heads in disbelief, refusing to accept that it was Qin Feng. Although he often bullied Qin Hao, they viewed it as typical sibling rivalry. The brothers were usually quite close. How could he possibly do something so cruel? It was indeed him, that ungrateful wretch. Qin Tian's face contorted with a mix of anguish and fury, his body trembling uncontrollably. Once, he had enjoyed a blissful family life, but the royal family of the Great Xia had torn them apart. He could only watch helplessly as his 8-year-old son struggled to survive outside, unable to offer any assistance. While his 5-year-old son endured the excruciating pain of having his bone extracted, suffering a profound loss. As a father, how could he not be enraged? Suddenly, Qin Tian could no longer contain himself and spat out a mouthful of blood. As the patriarch of the Qin family, he bore an immense burden, one he could not share with others, and thus he trudged on alone under the weight of his grief. Patriarch, the members of the Qin family were taken aback, finally accepting that Qin Feng was indeed responsible. As the head of the illustrious Qin family, Qin Tian possessed unfathomable strength, yet the severity of the situation had driven him to the point of hemorrhaging. It was evident how deeply this matter had wounded him. Betraying one's own blood is a pain no parent should endure. At that moment, the voice of the second ancestor of the Qin family rang out. Qin Feng, consumed by jealousy, has committed an unforgivable crime by extracting the supreme bone for himself. Having been exposed, he shows no remorse and even injures the guards to escape the Qin family. In the name of the second ancestor of the Qin family, I hereby declare that Qin Feng is to be expelled from the family, and a decree for his pursuit is issued, no matter the cost. Expelled from the family? No matter the cost. The members of the Qin family were shocked, hoping the second ancestor would show mercy. Now that Qin Hao's supreme bone was rendered useless, if they were to lose Qin Feng, a prodigy of the highest caliber, what hope would the Qin family have in the world of great contention? This child's character is unworthy of being a disciple of the Qin family. The second ancestor, his voice trembling, uttered the most reluctant words of his life. If Qin Feng was unworthy, then who among them could possibly be deemed worthy of being a disciple of the Qin family? At that moment, the sun began to rise above the horizon. The ancestors of the Qin family stood atop their grand tower, watching the distant silhouette of the child as he departed. He would carry the hopes of the entire Qin family, facing countless trials ahead, dancing on the edge of a blade. One misstep could lead to his annihilation. plunging him into an abyss. Yet, they could offer him no assistance. Everything depended on him alone, on his fragile shoulders. Was this decision not too cruel? After all, he was merely 8 years old. The 10th ancestor could no longer hold back his tears, which brimmed in his eyes. As Qin Feng's great-grandfather, who had raised him, their bond was undeniably profound. Watching the child struggle to survive outside was akin to having his heart wrenched from his chest. Throughout history, great talents have endured great hardships. Yes, he was only 8, but his intellect and cultivation were beyond what any typical child could fathom. The founding ancestor gazed resolutely at the vanishing figure, believing that the child would surely return safely, bearing the hopes of the Qin family and bringing back unparalleled honor. Rest assured, do not forget that a blood moon accompanied his birth. The second ancestor spoke to comfort the others, reminding them of the scene surrounding Qin Feng's birth. The emergence of the blood moon heralded tumultuous times ahead. The great contention was imminent. Soon, the tragedy of the Qin family spread like wildfire, leaving the world in disbelief. The eldest son of the Qin family, consumed by jealousy of his brother's talent, had personally extracted the supreme bone and, showing no remorse afterward, was expelled from the family. With a pursuit decree issued, this explosive news sent shockwaves through the ancient world, akin to a boulder cast into calm waters, rippling far and wide. News of this reached the ears of the emperor of the Great Xia, who quickly summoned his ministers. Is this true? Could the Qin family be employing a feigned act of self-harm? The reports were confirmed. Indeed, the second son's supreme bone had been extracted, and the patriarch, Qin Tian, had been so enraged that he vomited blood and fell into despair. The eldest son truly was ruthless, even turning against his own brother. In the realm of cultivation, survival of the fittest was the law of the land. What of it if he harmed his own brother? With the two outstanding talents of the Qin family, one rendered useless and the other on the run, how fortunate it was for the Great Xia. The Qin family posed no threat, and war could be averted. However, as long as the eldest son remained alive, possessing a supreme bone, he too was a threat that must be eradicated for true safety. This child was not to be feared. From the moment he extracted the supreme bone, it was clear he would never reach the pinnacle of power. Indeed, he would doubt his own strength, and with a lost heart of invincibility, he was not to be regarded as a threat. The emperor of the Great Xia sat upon his dragon throne, everything seeming dreamlike. Just last night, he had conferred with his ministers on how to swiftly conquer the Qin family. Who would have imagined that by morning, the Qin family would collapse of its own accord? With both prodigies falling from grace, the royal family of the Great Xia remained in its prime. Ha, splendid, splendid. The emperor could not suppress his laughter, deciding to select a consort to celebrate the occasion. At this very moment, Qin Feng was leisurely riding a little donkey along the road to the Yin dynasty. Finally, I have accumulated 1 million villain points. Qin Feng gazed at the system displaying 156, 500 villain points and decisively spent 1 million to exchange for the Great Perfection Realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 1 million villain points to redeem the Great Perfection 100 compatibility card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using the Great Perfection 100 compatibility card. The 33 Heavens creation technique has reached 100 compatibility. A thunderous sound echoed in Qin Feng's mind as he entered a state of heightened awareness. Clearly perceiving the laws of the universe and gaining a deeper understanding of the 33 Heavens creation technique. In simpler terms, where he once could only harness 60% of his strength, he now wielded a full 100%, marking a qualitative leap in his power. Was this the Great Perfection Realm? Awakening from his reverie, Qin Feng could not help but marvel, finally experiencing the euphoria of being the chosen one. If he were to confront Lin San again, he was confident that without resorting to the heaven-cleaving sword technique, he could utterly defeat him, provided he had not encountered any significant opportunities during this time. Just then, a cackling laughter echoed ahead. "Little girl, do not be afraid. If you let us brothers have a little fun, we will let you leave unharmed. How about that? A hero saving a damsel in distress." Qin Feng froze in place, realizing that this was a privilege typically reserved for villains. Chapter 19. Release that girl with a swift leap. Qin Feng soared from his small donkey and landed atop a grand tree several hundred meters away. From a distance, he beheld a group of burly men encircling a girl clad in purple, her exquisite features radiant and captivating. The violet gown enveloped her form, shimmering as if bathed in moonlight, with a side slit revealing her delicate, fair calves. A wave of nostalgia washed over Qin Feng, nearly bringing him to tears. It had been years since he had encountered such an enchanting attire. Ever since his arrival in this fantastical realm, he had not seen a lady dressed in such refreshing garb reminiscent of the charming figures from his previous world. With a resounding thud, the purple-clad maiden launched her attack, executing a graceful yet ineffective martial arts move akin to Tai Chi. To her dismay, it merely caused one of the men to stagger back a couple of steps, lacking any significant impact. Third stage of the extraordinary realm. One of the men scoffed, a mocking grin playing on his lips as he charged at the girl with his imposing stature. Panic flickered in the girl's eyes. Her youth and lack of combat experience became painfully evident as she found herself at a loss for how to respond. Just as Qin Feng prepared to intervene and shout for the assailants to release the girl, a sharp sound rang out, a sword being unsheathed, accompanied by a fierce wave of sword energy. That sound was hauntingly familiar. The image of Lin San flashed in Qin Feng's mind, the sound of his sword drawing strikingly similar. But wait, wasn't Lin San accompanying Lin Xiner back to Tianjin City? Why would he still be lingering in the eastern regions of Daxia? With a swift motion, a shadow hurtled through the air and where the sword light passed. Hot blood splattered as one of the men fell, unexpectedly meeting his demise. As the shadow landed, it revealed none other than Lin San. Qin Feng's eyes gleamed with joy. His heart exclaimed, "Lin San, I adore you." He had anticipated a prolonged period of despondency after leaving the Qin family, for Chosen One was not as easily found as a cabbage by the roadside. Yet, under the auspices of the protagonist's halo, the hero had come knocking at his door. Wait, that sounds strange. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, how could they dare to bully a young girl? Lin San, sword in hand, struck a pose of righteous indignation, standing tall on a moral high ground to denounce the scoundrels before him. How dare you harm my brother? The remaining men, their anger surging, charged forth to avenge their fallen comrade, resembling fierce tigers descending from the mountains. With a piercing gaze, Lin San unleashed his sword with a fierce thrust. The blade transformed into a streak of light, piercing one man's chest, unleashing a terrifying force that burst forth, blood gushing from the wound. The acrid scent of blood filled the air, igniting further fury among the remaining men. Yet, Lin San remained undaunted, advancing with swift strides, drawing his sword to continue his onslaught, sending blood spouting forth in violent arcs. Fourth stage of the extraordinary realm. Qin Feng observed, furrowing his brow as he noted Lin San's newfound prowess. His swordsmanship had sharpened significantly since their last encounter, indicating he had not been idle during their time apart. However, Qin Feng was puzzled as to why Lin San had not returned with Lin Xiner to Tianjin City. What was his purpose for remaining in the Qin family's territory? You've truly underestimated me. The last three men finally grasped the gravity of their situation, realizing they faced a formidable genius capable of effortless feats. Without hesitation, they consumed a pill, Berserker pill. Lin San's expression shifted dramatically as he charged forward with his sword. He was aware of the Berserker pill's effects, which could double a person's combat power at the cost of 10 years of lifespan. Though these men were only slightly stronger than him, with the protagonist's halo, he could have triumphed without issue. However, should they consume the pill, a victory would come at a grave cost. He needed to eliminate them before the effects took hold. Just then, a sword energy sliced through the air, the fierce wind striking Lin San's face with force. Before he could react, Qin Feng darted past like a solitary swan gliding through the sky, his Long Kong divine sword emanating a dark, watery glow. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng sheathed his sword. "You!" The three men gasped, their eyes widening as their massive forms crumpled to the ground. "Congratulations, host, for slaying 3 enemies and earning 300 villain points. What an astonishing sword technique." A bead of sweat trickled down Lin San's forehead. Despite having witnessed the sword-drawing technique before, he still felt the chilling power of that strike. Had Qin Feng aimed it at him, he would not have had a moment to react. While Qin Feng had contemplated eliminating Lin San for a grand explosion of power, the risk of unforeseen complications was too high. Remaining close to him, he thought, was the safest option, occasionally providing assistance. Brother Lin, what a coincidence. Qin Feng turned gracefully, his smile innocent and disarming. Brother Qin, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Lin San, evidently unaware of Qin Feng's recent exploits, greeted him with a respectful clasp of his hands. Thank you, gentlemen, for your timely rescue. I, Ziyuan, am forever grateful. The purple-clad maiden rushed over to express her thanks, performing a deep bow, her gaze towards Lin San filled with admiration. As for Qin Feng, he was completely overlooked. What could a mere child possibly understand? Goodness, is this not a stark difference in treatment? Qin Feng was left speechless, gaining a fresh perspective on the protagonist's unreasonable charm. Miss Ziyuan, you are too modest. It is our duty as cultivators to uphold justice. Lin San struck a righteous pose once more, much to Qin Feng's chagrin, while Ziyuan gazed at him with wide-eyed admiration, as if ready to offer her heart. Suddenly, a man who had not yet succumbed to his injuries shot an arrow into the sky. A massive tiger symbol exploding in the air, visible for hundreds of miles around. As the future hope of the Qin family, Qin Feng was well aware of the local factions. The Weihu gang, a minor force in the Qin family's territory, boasted thousands of followers, with their leader residing at the third stage of the spirit martial realm. They paid tribute to the Qin family each year, prompting the family to ignore them. Spitting blood, the man laughed maniacally. Our leader is at the third stage of the spirit martial realm. Regardless of who you are, you shall all perish. The third stage of the spirit martial realm. Ziyuan's eyes filled with concern as she wished to flee the scene. Fear not, Miss Ziyuan, we shall be fine. Lin San declared with confidence, thumping his chest. Had he not encountered Qin Feng, he might have hastily retreated with Ziyuan. But now, with the eldest son of the Qin family by his side, flight was not an option. They would wait for their adversaries to kneel and plead for mercy. You're quite courageous. Keep it up. Qin Feng resolutely denied the protagonist any opportunity for bravado, grasping Ziyuan's hand and hurrying away. Chapter 20. My success is solely due to my own efforts. Lin San stood awkwardly, unsure of how to proceed. If he chose not to go, it would be tantamount to boasting. Yet if he did, it would be akin to throwing himself into danger. Ultimately, after weighing the pros and cons, Lin San prioritized his own safety and, with a sheepish demeanor, decided to flee alongside Qin Feng. Witnessing this scene, Ziyuan's eyes brimmed with disappointment. Every young girl harbors a sense of infatuation and reveres heroes. She had believed she had encountered her destined one, only to discover he was merely a boastful youth. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for interrupting the chosen one's pretense, preventing him from garnering the goddess's favor and earning 500 villain points. This was quite a revelation. Qin Feng instantly felt invigorated, as if he had unlocked a new level of prowess. Lin San attempted to salvage his image, inquiring, Brother Qin, I don't understand why you're running away given your status. Quite simply, Qin Feng replied earnestly, I am not the sort who relies on familial influence to bully others. Living off the legacy of my ancestors does not constitute true manhood. My achievements today are solely the result of my own efforts. I strive to carve out my own destiny. Brother Qin, Lin San began to feel a flicker of admiration for him, a second-generation individual unlike any he had encountered before. Ziyuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with an unusual light. She had anticipated this young lad possessed ambitions that soared as high as the heavens. Meanwhile, in the Qin family, the elders convened. Since Qin Feng's departure, they had discovered that 30 million spirit stones were missing from the storeroom. These were no ordinary stones. They were refined, top-grade spirit stones, each worth 1,000 ordinary stones. Even the esteemed Qin family, the unequivocal rulers of the eastern region of Daxia, would require 5 years to accumulate such wealth. The 10th elder reported, according to the storeroom manager, only Feng visited the storeroom that day. It must be him. The patriarch's expression revealed little, as he had already surmised the culprit. However, the 10th elder questioned, but how did he manage to transport 30 million top-grade spirit stones? That's akin to moving a mountain. Even the largest storage bags would require hundreds to accommodate that. If he lacks the ability, he would never have devised such a bold scheme. The patriarch chuckled and waved his hand. Let it be. After all, it's for our family's benefit. There's no need to make a fuss. Yes. The 10th elder nodded in understanding, but hesitated to speak further. There's another matter. After Xiao Tian coughed up blood, his spirit has been quite lackluster, and Xie has been inconsolable sighing. The patriarch reflected. As parents, they suffer greatly. Given Xiao Tian's current state, he may not be fit to assume the role of family head. We should find someone to take his place for now, allowing them to live in peace and hope they recover swiftly. I will attend to this immediately, the 10th elder affirmed, turning to leave. Soon after, the Qin family announced their choice for a new family head, leading everyone to speculate that it was linked to Qin Feng. With the loss of two prodigies, Qin Tian, as both father and family head, could not escape blame. The once vibrant family estate fell into a somber silence, with no one daring to pay a visit. Big tree, I have come to see you. Qin Hao, pale-faced, approached the crooked tree. He had managed to endure, shedding some of his youthful innocence, his eyes now reflecting newfound determination. He would demonstrate to his brother that he was mistaken. His previous beliefs were utterly misguided. True strength stemmed from an indomitable spirit, not from doubts about one's own power. Look, isn't that the useless second son? A few young boys spotted Qin Hao and could not help but mock him. In the past, he had been an unattainable figure. Now, having fallen into disgrace, they relished the chance to kick him while he was down. Fury ignited within Qin Hao, and he felt compelled to confront them, but suddenly recalled his brother's words. Even a dragon, when swimming in shallow waters, remains a true dragon and will eventually soar through the skies again. Brother, why? Qin Hao pouted, on the verge of tears, as memories of that fateful night flooded back. At that moment, Qin Feng could not suppress his curiosity and asked Lin San why he hadn't returned to Tianxin City with Lin Shiner. I intend to hone my skills before returning. Lin San replied swiftly, as if rehearsed. Honing skills? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, clearly skeptical of his story. As a seasoned reader, he could confidently assert that the protagonist's words were often mere fabrications. They claimed to seek experience, yet were invariably drawn by relics, treasures, and charming maidens, always returning with something in hand. I, too, am out for some experience. Zuin chimed in, her tone betraying her unease. You too? Qin Feng shot her a glance. Still unconvinced. Based on his extensive reading, most damsels rescued by the heroic protagonist were rebellious young ladies who had run away from home, often lacking the ability to fend for themselves. It was precisely because of the protagonist's unwavering loyalty to such women that they later had the audacity to indulge in a life of luxury. As night fell, Lin San, noticing Qin Feng's reluctance to leave, suggested they find a cave to rest for the night. Sounds good. Ziyuan clapped her hands joyfully. After witnessing the wickedness of the world, she realized how inadequate her skills truly were. Yet, she still possessed the heart of a wandering heroine, determined to stick by these two despite her shortcomings. Soon, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and a campfire was lit. As the chosen one, Lin San maintained an air of aloofness, roasting an unknown bird by himself, completely disregarding Ziyuan's inability to care for herself. While Ziyuan stood awkwardly, twirling her fingers in embarrassment, Qin Feng handed her the roasted bird, transforming into a caring companion. Here, have some of my chicken. Thank you, Ziyuan exclaimed gratefully, her hunger overwhelming her sense of decorum as she devoured the offering. Clearly, she was ravenous. Anything would taste delectable at this point. Having shared his chicken, Qin Feng contemplated the prospect of benefiting from her in the future. He then opened the system, preparing to utilize the lottery opportunity obtained from his brother's supreme bone. With a whoosh, the lottery wheel appeared before him, spinning languidly. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the divine skill of theft, remote object retrieval. Qin Feng's expression turned dazed as he sensed the shift in the surrounding space, feeling as if he could grasp whatever he desired with a mere outstretched hand. Even items heavily guarded could be effortlessly seized. Was this enlightenment? Lin San noticed Qin Feng's unusual demeanor, genuinely astonished. He had always regarded his servitude as a form of carefree existence, for he was a peerless prodigy, full of pride. Yet, since meeting this young master of the Qin family, he realized how laughable his pride truly was. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for diminishing the chosen one's confidence, earning 10,000 villain points. Qin Feng seemed oblivious to the world around him, still entranced. When he finally regained his senses, he found Lin San and Ziyuan had finished eating and were seated on the ground, meditating. Whether out of curiosity or a desire to test his newfound skill, he reached out towards Yin, and in an instant, a red belly band adorned with a duck appeared in his hand, still radiating warmth. Chapter 21. First, eliminate the correct answer. Qin Feng immediately straightened up, asserting that he was not the type to act frivolously. At this moment, Ziyuan's body quivered slightly, as if acutely aware of something amiss. Concerned for his reputation as a gentleman, Qin Feng casually stored the little duckling into his spatial pouch, then feigned a dazed expression as if he were deep in contemplation. Upon opening her eyes, Ziyuan anxiously covered her chest. What is happening? Why have my intimate garments vanished? In the cave, aside from her, only Qin Feng and Lin San remained, which allowed her to dismiss Qin Feng as a suspect. After all, he was merely an 8-year-old child, utterly clueless. Moreover, Qin Feng was still in a state of enlightenment, making it even less likely that he was at fault. Thus, the only remaining suspect was Lin San. Still pretending, Ziyuan's face flushed as she glared at Lin San, who was meditating, her anger escalating. Beneath her embarrassment lay a profound fury. She never imagined he could be such a despicable person. Shameless, rogue, return my belongings. Ultimately, Ziyuan's patience reached its limit, and she stood up, raising her hand to deliver a resounding slap to Lin San. What is the meaning of this? Lin San awoke in confusion, bewildered by Ziyuan's sudden aggression. Sister Ziyuan, what has Brother Lin taken from you? Qin Feng, sensing the commotion, also awoke, his expression innocent. Ziyuan struggled to articulate that it was her undergarment, her frustration causing her to stomp out of the cave and vanish into the night. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully framing the chosen one, inciting a female's disdain and earning 500 villain points. Thankfully, I am clever. Qin Feng sighed in relief, increasingly convinced that the system was rather mischievous. It was quite clear he was a respectable gentleman, yet it bestowed upon him such unrefined abilities, seemingly intent on tarnishing the illustrious image he had cultivated over the years. A piercing scream from Ziyuan echoed, indicating she was in peril. This is bad. Something's gone awry. Lin San, disregarding why Ziyuan struck him, grasped his sword and swiftly exited the cave. No way. Just as I encountered disdain. Now I have an opportunity for a hero to save the damsel and enhance my reputation. Qin Feng found the chosen one's irrationality increasingly exasperating. He decided to abandon pretense, propelling himself out of the cave with the speed of an arrow. Aspiring to be the fastest man of the ancient era, his swiftness was no idle boast. Even if Lin San ran 100 meters ahead, he could easily catch up. What kind of movement technique is this? Lin San watched in astonishment as Qin Feng soared above him. Ordinarily, the agility gained from extraordinary cultivation merely enhances speed. Yet Qin Feng's technique not only rendered him as light as a swallow and silent as falling snow, but also enabled him to glide through the air for hundreds of meters. His movement had begun to exhibit the ability to fly. Roar. A powerful roar reverberated through the night sky, causing the air to ripple and even the earth to tremble. A monstrous beast. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. Landing atop a treetop, from his elevated position, he gazed ahead and beheld Ziyuan being relentlessly driven back by a fearsome creature resembling a tiger, which was growling ferociously at her. Standing at 2 meters in length, with razor-sharp fangs glistening like metal, its long fur was as unyielding as steel. A toothed tiger, a large, predatory beast It exuded the aura of an extraordinary beast at the 9th level. Brother Qin, we must join forces. Lin San finally arrived, his expression grave upon witnessing the toothed tiger. Due to differences in physiology and habitat, beasts of the same level were significantly stronger than humans, especially carnivorous beasts, which often surpassed cultivators in strength and ferocity. Given their current ranks, Lin San at the 4th level, Qin Feng at the 2nd, and a useless young lady at the 3rd, facing a 9th level toothed tiger would undoubtedly be a fierce battle. Does it really require collaboration? Qin Feng had no intention of playing a support role for the Chosen One, especially considering his tendency to act heroically while charming women. Moreover, his great might heavenly dragon was a formidable skill against the demon race, requiring no further consideration. He would simply confront it head-on. With that, Qin Feng leapt from the tree, landing firmly in front of Miss Zi Yuan. Young Master Qin. Zi Yuan's voice trembled with excitement, and despite her initial panic, her heart inexplicably found tranquility at the sight of his not-so-imposing figure. Roar! The toothed tiger, upon noticing Qin Feng, unleashed a powerful roar, its icy aura flooding the woods like a raging river rushing towards him. Suddenly, sensing impending danger, Qin Feng wrapped his arm around Zi Yuan's slender waist, and with a mighty push, he leapt backward, akin to a wild goose, landing on a large tree behind him. Boom! The enormous form of the toothed tiger lunged, crashing down upon Qin Feng's previous position with the force of a falling star, splintering nearby trees as if they were mere twigs. Such terrifying speed, Zi Yuan couldn't help but swallow hard. Had it not been for Qin Feng's timely embrace, she would likely have become the toothed tiger's midnight snack. Roar! The toothed tiger, enraged after missing its target, charged at Qin Feng once more. Lin San shouted urgently from the side, "Brother Qin, do not act recklessly. We can only defeat it if we work together. You are truly bothersome." Gazing at the colossal beast barreling toward him, a chill began to emanate from Qin Feng's dark eyes. Where his gaze had once been sharp as a blade, it now radiated the toxicity of a viper. Just as the toothed tiger's claws were about to strike him, Qin Feng unsheathed his long sky sword, its divine might flashing forth like lightning. Eventiving swart technique. The crisp sound of the sword being drawn resonated through the forest, its brilliance briefly illuminating the night, freezing the toothed tiger mid-charge. Huff! Qin Feng struggled to catch his breath, his arm trembling uncontrollably. With a sudden burst, the toothed tiger sustained a grievous wound, blood gushing forth as if it were water. However, due to the vast disparity in their levels, that strike did not slay the beast, but rather awakened its ferocity. Roar! The toothed tiger let out an enraged roar, sending shockwaves through the air, its massive body charging at Qin Feng like a mountain. Trees, thick as a person's waist, splintered under its onslaught, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Young Master Qin, be careful. Zi Yuan cried out, her heart racing. Brother Qin, do not panic, I am coming. Lin San, sword in hand, flew forward, clearly intent on claiming the glory for himself. Damn it, attempting to steal the kill. Qin Feng inwardly cursed, no longer holding back as he formed intricate hand seals. Great Might Heavenly Dragon, Earthly Sovereign Xidagarba. Chapter 22. Betraying allies. A dragon's roar reverberated through the forest, illuminating the night sky with golden radiance. Bang! With a deep breath, Qin Feng unleashed a powerful palm strike, a resounding thud echoing amid the trees. The rushing toothed tiger demon beast plummeted to the ground like a severed kite, scattering fallen leaves in its wake. After convulsing a few times, it ultimately breathed its last. Ding! Congratulations to the host for thwarting the Chosen One's pretentious display, preventing him from gaining favor with the ladies and earning 500 villain points. What kind of technique is this? Lin San's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had encountered a ghost. He had thought that Qin Feng's sky-slaying sword technique was already terrifying, but this great dragon's might was even more formidable, capable of dispatching a transcendent 9th-level beast in a single blow. Though the toothed tiger had been gravely injured, the ability to annihilate a 9th-level demon beast with a mere 2nd-level cultivation was an extraordinary shock to him, a swordsman of a century later. Qin Feng is truly remarkable. Ziyuan's eyes sparkled with admiration, her fondness for him growing exponentially. Ding! Congratulations to the host for thwarting the Chosen One's pretentious display, preventing him from gaining favor with the goddess, and earning 500 villain points. Phew! Earning these 500 points was no easy feat. Qin Feng took a deep breath, utterly exhausted, collapsing to the ground. The great dragon's might inflicted tremendous damage on the demon race, but the energy consumed was equally staggering, akin to enduring a series of cold wars with an ex-girlfriend, leaving his legs weak and wobbly. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted, and the trio immediately tensed. A Scar Man, flanked by a group of henchmen, emerged from the woods, their attire revealing them to be members of the Weihu gang. Young hero, you possess remarkable skills. The Scarred Man coldly surveyed the three. If I'm not mistaken, you are the ones who killed my Weihu gang's disciple. If you do not provide an explanation today, you may find it difficult to leave. Explanation. Before Lin San could respond, Qin Feng arrogantly interjected. You seek to demand an explanation from my elder brother Lin San? Are you out of your mind? Let me tell you, this is how we conduct our affairs. Lin San nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, indicating his unfamiliarity with Qin Feng. Elder brother, I'll take my leave to rest for a while. These few rascals are all yours. Qin Feng grasped Ziyuan's hand and turned to leave, not forgetting to give a defiant middle finger as he departed. Such audacity! The Scarred Man's expression darkened, his latent fury beginning to boil. Initially, upon witnessing Qin Feng's battle with the Toothed Tiger demon, he understood that the other was an unparalleled genius. All he needed was to give him a way out, allowing him to save face in front of his subordinates. However, the other party not only disrespected him, but also slapped him in front of his men. This is intolerable. Misunderstanding. Lin San hurriedly clarified. Actually, this brother of mine is someone you're familiar with. He is the heir of the Qin family, Qin Feng. Qin Feng. He is Qin Feng. The Weihu gang members exclaimed in astonishment. As a small faction in the eastern region of the Great Xia, they naturally lacked the privilege to behold the visage of the Qin family's eldest son, but they had long heard tales of his exploits. The legendary talent of the emperor, the hope of the Qin family, having broken through to the transcendent realm at 8 years of age, and creating the sky-slaying sword technique to defeat the sword god heir. Each tale underscored his terrifying potential. Perhaps the most notorious incident was when he excavated the supreme bone of his brother and defected from the Qin family. Now, the Qin family had issued a kill order against him. Anyone capable of ending Qin Feng's life could claim a reward of 1 million top-tier spirit stones, and capturing him alive would yield an additional celestial treasure gourd. Upon hearing this news, chaos erupted in the wilds. Anyone who considered themselves capable was making their way here, not expecting to stumble upon such a plump target. What does this mean? Lin San felt a sense of unease creeping in, realizing something was amiss. Upon hearing Qin Feng's name, they showed no inclination to kneel and beg for guidance. Instead, their eyes gleamed as if they had encountered a peerless beauty. Leave this one to me. You pursue Qin Feng. The Scar Man fixed his gaze on Lin San, his expression grave. Having witnessed Qin Feng's overwhelming power in dispatching a transcendent 9th-level beast, he felt no inclination to underestimate such an extraordinary genius. Moreover, he knew that this man was referred to as elder brother by the Qin family's prodigal son. One could only imagine the terror of his battle prowess. When hunting a lion, one must exert full effort. Yes, the Weihu gang's disciples complied, hastily setting off in pursuit of Qin Feng and Ziyuan. Whoosh! A terrifying aura surged from the Scarred Man, causing the surrounding air to shimmer, and behind him, a phantom tiger roared, shaking the forest. By the heavens, he's at the 3rd level of the spirit martial realm. He is the leader of the Weihu gang. Lin San exclaimed, cursing under his breath, his heart sinking. The Scarred Man wasted no time, launching an assault on Lin San with a powerful leap. The tiger descends the mountain, a common technique, yet the Scarred Man wielded it with such mastery that it emanated an overwhelming sense of pressure. Wherever he passed, the earth quaked, fissures spreading like spider webs. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated through the forest, causing the air to tremble violently with continuous echoes. Lin San swiftly drew his sword to defend himself. The two forces colliding with a tremendous impact that left his right arm slightly numb, causing his sword to slip from his grasp. Indeed, he is no ordinary practitioner. The scarred man was equally astonished. A mere fourth-level transcendent had managed to withstand his third-level spirit martial attack. He immediately intensified his assault, vowing to end the confrontation swiftly. This is untenable. He's too powerful. Must I resort to that technique? Lin San cursed Qin Feng in his mind, lamenting the treachery of this backstabbing ally. Ding! Congratulations to the host for scheming against the Chosen One, earning 2,000 villain points. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was sprinting through the forest with Ziyuan, fervently praying that Lin San could hold his ground and buy them some time. What will happen to Lin Gongzi if we leave like this? Ziyuan's face was etched with worry, her aversion to betraying allies apparent. Fear not, he shall be fine. In stark contrast, Qin Feng was unabashedly willing to sacrifice his ally, confident that he could handle more Chosen Ones without breaking a sweat. However, Ziyuan wished to voice her concerns, yet suddenly, a resounding sword cry pierced the air, accompanied by a blinding sword light and a fierce sword aura that swept through the woods. Neither the pursuing Weihu gang members nor Qin Feng and Ziyuan had time to react before being engulfed by the tempest of sword energy. Ziyuan coughed up blood, fainting in Qin Feng's embrace. What kind of test is this for a cadre? Qin Feng gazed at Ziyuan in his arms, feeling utterly drained, collapsing to the ground, unwilling to move a muscle. Soon, the forest once again succumbed to the night, the grassy undergrowth beginning to thrive with life, small creatures frolicking and creating soft, rustling sounds. By dawn, a few delicate white flowers would bloom, and when the wind blew, one might catch a glimpse of vibrant red petals, a testament to the colors of life. Chapter 23. The transplant of the supreme bone. The next day, sunlight filtered through the branches, casting its glow upon Ziyuan's fair visage. With a soft smacking sound, Ziyuan stirred from her slumber, rubbing her eyes in a state of awakening. However, in the blink of an eye, she froze, grappling with the unsettling suspicion that she might be dreaming. She found herself nestled in Qin Feng's embrace, their position decidedly intimate, his hand resting inappropriately. If her memory served her right, she was not mistaken. Her little duckling was not adorned in her usual attire. A piercing scream shattered the tranquil morning, startling a flock of birds and beasts in the forest. Why such a commotion? Qin Feng jolted awake from his dream, utterly oblivious to the implications of the situation. What could a mere child comprehend? What malice could he harbor? Ziyuan struggled to articulate her thoughts, feeling utterly helpless against the antics of the young boy. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for taking advantage of a young lady, earning 200 villain points. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, sensing an approaching presence. He swiftly placed a hand over Ziyuan's mouth, pulling her into the underbrush to hide. The memory of the sword light that had suddenly appeared last night still sent chills down his spine, emanating a terrifying sword intent that felt otherworldly. Was it Lin San's hidden card? A flurry of footsteps echoed nearby. 5 members of the Weihu gang rushed over, their bodies bearing various injuries, a testament to their encounter with the sword energy storm the previous night. The leader spoke. It must be that girl from last night. They can't have gone far. We should hurry back and call for reinforcements. Before he could finish, Qin Feng sprang from the thicket like a bolt of lightning, his blue energy fully restored after a night of recuperation, ready to unleash havoc once more. With a nod, he drew his sword. The crisp sound of steel rang through the air, a chilling aura enveloping the forest. In an instant, a shadowy sword light flashed forward, slicing through the air with fierce intent. Thud! Blood gushed forth as the 5 figures crumpled to the ground, their eyes wide in shock before fading into lifelessness. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, for slaying 5 foes, earning 500 villain points. Is he truly just a child? Ziyuan watched in astonishment as he dispatched 5 lives without a flicker of hesitation. We must leave at once. Qin Feng grasped Ziyuan's hand, urging her to flee, aware that the Weihu gang would soon commence a thorough search for them. At that moment, not far off on a hillside, the Weihu gang leader, the scarred man, wore an exceptionally grim expression. His right sleeve flapped in the wind, revealing its emptiness. He had lost his most trusted ally. When Lin San unleashed that deadly sword strike, he finally grasped the meaning of a prodigy. Had he not decisively sacrificed his arm, he might have met a swift demise. These prodigies are truly terrifying. The scarred man felt both trepidation and an inexplicable thrill. Qin Feng's worth was unquestionable, and Lin San possessed an extraordinary legacy. Acquiring it could secure a formidable standing in this ancient realm. As for Ziyuan, wealth, power, and beauty must coexist. There is always a chance in gambling. After a moment of contemplation, the scarred man resolved to take the gamble. If he won, he would embrace beauty and freedom. If he lost, he would leave it to fate. One of his subordinates reported, "Boss, we spotted the young man named Lin San. Some brothers saw him enter a relic. There's a relic here." The scarred man was momentarily dumbfounded. He had ruled this mountain for decades without hearing of any relic. Why had Lin San discovered it upon his arrival? Was he unworthy of such fortune? In no time, the scarred man summoned thousands of Wei Hu gang members, leading a portion to investigate the relic while sending the rest into the forest to search for Qin Feng and Ziyuan. Why do I feel as though they harbor some disdain for me? Qin Feng and Ziyuan encountered only a horde of insignificant foes along their way. The strongest among them barely reached the 8th level of the extraordinary realm, devoid of any prodigious qualities. Qin Feng could effortlessly dispatch them, using the 10 ancestors' falling leaves technique without resorting to the sword of heaven. Ziyuan replied, "It must be due to Lin Gongzi's sword strike last night, which diverted their main forces to deal with him." Lin San, Qin Feng's brow furrowed, realizing a critical oversight. Logically, the scarred man should have prioritized capturing him for the Qin family's bounty. Yet he was allocating resources to confront Lin San. His reasoning seemed flawed unless Lin San possessed greater value at this moment. A mischievous grin crept across Qin Feng's lips as he murmured, "If my guess is correct, Lin San's aura must have awakened. The reason he stayed behind instead of returning to Tianxin City with Lin Shiner is likely to pursue these treasures." "What are you mumbling about?" Ziyuan inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Nothing, let us go." To validate his hypothesis, Qin Feng took Ziyuan's hand and began retracing their steps, eager to find Lin San before his aura fully manifested. "Hey, are you out of your mind? Knowing they're hunting us, you still want to go back?" Ziyuan cautioned, but Qin Feng ignored her protests, wrapping an arm around her waist and employing his shadowy mirage technique to glide through the forest. Ziyuan, utterly powerless to resist, surrendered to the whims of the impish boy. Before long, they arrived at the location where Qin Feng had encountered the scarred man the previous night. Trees within a 1,000-meter radius lay severed, and a deep sword scar marred the ground, showcasing the terrifying power of Lin San's trump card. This is truly the work of Lin Gongzi. Ziyuan swallowed hard, unable to fathom such immense strength. The Chosen One is far more formidable than I had anticipated. Qin Feng felt a surge of relief that he hadn't confronted Lin San head-on, even with the advantage of his double pupils. He might not have been a match unless he deployed the experience scroll from the red-haired elder. I must find a way to enhance myself. Qin Feng retrieved the supreme bone of his second brother from his spatial pouch, which pulsed with mysterious runes, hinting at the earth-shattering power contained within. Once transplanted, he would harness that power. What is this? Ziyuan gazed curiously at the supreme bone, eager to inquire about its nature. But before she could voice her question, she watched in shock as Qin Feng, with a gaze as sharp as a blade, drew the Long Kong divine sword and plunged it into his chest, extracting his original bone to implant the supreme bone. He gritted his teeth through the pain, not uttering a single sound. Ziyuan was left speechless, unable to comprehend how a mere child could inflict such brutality upon himself. Chapter 24. Let the bullets fly for a while as brothers born of the same mother. The supreme bone should not reject me, should it? Qin Feng's face twisted in pain, yet he gritted his teeth and endured. He understood that to continue adventuring in this world, one must be ruthless not only towards others, but even more so towards oneself. If he could not bear this minor suffering, how could he ever roam freely in the future? Have you lost your mind? who would stab themselves with a sword? Zhi Yuan finally snapped out of her shock and rushed forward to bandage Qin Feng's wounds. However, before she could begin, the injuries on Qin Feng's body began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, completely mending within 10 minutes, leaving no scars behind. Ever since he comprehended the third level of the 33 Heavens creation technique, his self-healing ability had become increasingly extraordinary. While he could not claim to regenerate severed limbs, restoring a severed finger posed no challenge. "What on earth are you?" Zhi Yuan exclaimed, her astonishment rendering her speechless, her mind tumultuous. It was one thing for an 8-year-old child to challenge opponents beyond his level, but to possess techniques like the sky-slaying sword art and the terrifying heavenly dragon, coupled with such formidable healing abilities, it was astounding. Each of these abilities, if presented individually, could leave even the ancient monsters of the past in awe. Yet all of them were concentrated in the body of an 8-year-old child. The terrifying sword wielded by Lin San last night confirmed that the age of great conflict had truly arrived. The current generation of exceptional talents was overwhelmingly powerful. "You are the real monster. Your entire family is monstrous," Qin Feng retorted with an eye roll, beginning to trace the path Lin San had taken the previous night. "Wait for me." Zhi Yuan hurriedly followed, unwilling to be alone. She needed to remain close to Qin Feng for the opportunity to cling to his coattails at any moment. Before long, the two evaded the searching disciples of the Weihu gang and arrived at a stone wall deep within the forest. There, they discovered a black vortex on the wall, resembling a black hole that could devour everything. Ruins. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, his heart racing with excitement. He had heard from the 10 ancestors that ruins were small worlds created by powerful beings, often containing their legacies and the treasures they used during their lifetimes. Even in the absence of legacies and treasures, such places could harbor heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a villain task. Seize the opportunity and treasure of the Chosen One. Reward: golden treasure, chest X1. No wonder they ignored me and went to find Lin San, Qin Feng mused. The Chosen One truly operates beyond reason, as if the heavens themselves are feeding them. In contrast, he, as the villain, could only rely on his own efforts to complete tasks. "What are we waiting for? Let's enter quickly," Zhi Yuan exclaimed with unusual excitement. As a heroine venturing into the martial world, how could she resist entering the ruins? "Now is not the time," Qin Feng replied, glancing at the time before finding a concealed spot to meditate. As a veteran bookworm of 10 years, he could confidently assert that joining the protagonist in a dungeon was far more challenging than overcoming a heavenly tribulation. Teammates were easily sacrificed while enemies were mere pawns. Once the halo activated, distinctions between friend and foe vanished. Let the bullets fly for a while. One cannot eat hot tofu in haste. What does that mean? Zhi Yuan hurriedly pursued him for clarification. Yet Qin Feng showed no intention of responding, entering a meditative state while the surrounding spiritual energy began to flow steadily into his body. The supreme bone that had been implanted within him showed no signs of rejection, and the mysterious runes swirling upon it began to circulate within him, nurturing a divine ability named the Celestial Tribulation Radiance. Is this the divine ability contained within the supreme bone? Qin Feng, still under the influence of the month-long comprehension halo he had exchanged, attempted to perceive the celestial tribulation radiance within the supreme bone. Boom! The void trembled as the vast power of heaven and earth surged toward Qin Feng. In the face of this force, all things appeared insignificant. He struggled to breathe, akin to a climber striving upwards, feeling multiplied pressure with each step, his footing faltering and his body swaying. Yet this struggle deepened his understanding of the power of heaven and earth, and the clarity within his heart grew ever sharper. While the celestial tribulation radiance of the supreme bone was remarkable, it could only serve as a supplementary means. Qin Feng chose not to expend excessive energy on the supreme bone, redirecting his focus to his invincible eye. Due to his limited cultivation level, many abilities of the eye remained dormant. Aside from the ability to see through the essence, he had only unlocked the capabilities of action decomposition and speed reduction. Do these prodigies have nothing else to do besides training? Zi Yuan sulked, propping her chin in her hand as she sat to the side. She wanted to enter the ruins for adventure, but lacked the courage, so she could only wait for Qin Feng to awaken and take her inside. Gurgle. Her stomach grumbled in protest, and Zi Yuan once again thought of Qin Feng's chicken. Within the ruins, Lin San cautiously advanced, sword in one hand and map in the other. He had initially intended to return to Tianxin City with Lin Xiner, but halfway through, he stumbled upon a torn map that fortuitously matched the one he possessed, leading him to the ruins located within the Qin family's territory. How serendipitous! Adhering to the principle that the first to arrive claims the spoils, he returned alone to seek the ruins depicted on the map. However, he encountered Qin Feng along the way. Considering the Qin family's influence in the east, he hesitated to enter the ruins, fearing that they would monopolize the discovery. Fortunately, Qin Feng had fled with Zi Yuan the previous night, affording him the time to explore the ruins. Ah! Distant screams echoed, rising and falling in succession. Lin San merely glanced back, knowing that the Weihu gang had already entered the ruins. Unlike the Qin family's overwhelming dominance in the east, the Weihu gang posed no threat to him. The traps within the ruins would be sufficient to keep them occupied. I must hasten my pace. It would be troublesome if the Qin family discovered me. Following the map's guidance, Lin San successfully evaded various traps, making his way directly to the treasure within the ruins. Outside the ruins, Qin Feng had been meditating for a considerable time, and the spiritual energy within him had reached a critical point. Boom! A muffled sound resonated from within him, accompanied by a wave of energy that swept outward. It's over. The meditation has concluded. Zi Yuan, who had been listless, suddenly perked up, eagerly anticipating the roasted chicken Qin Feng would prepare for her. Phew! I have reached the third level of the extraordinary realm. Qin Feng deeply exhaled, feeling the distinct changes in his body. Previously, his spiritual energy could only project 5 meters outward. After breaking through to the third level, he could extend it to 10 meters, and its power had notably increased. It was akin to a 40-year-old man who could only wet his shoes in the wind, transforming into an 18-year-old youth capable of urinating 10 zhong against the wind. Top! 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 A sudden flurry of footsteps erupted, and thousands of Weihu gang disciples surged from all directions. This is bad. We have been discovered, Zi Yuan exclaimed in panic, pulling Qin Feng to flee. No matter how formidable Qin Feng's potential, he could not withstand such overwhelming numbers. Chapter 25. A place of great misfortune, ladies and gentlemen. We bear no grudges from the past, nor do we harbor enmity in the present, to the extent of. Zi Yuan gazed at the thousands of disciples from the Weihu gang surrounding her, realizing that the odds of escaping were utterly non-existent. She could only strive to maintain a smile, indicating that they had not harmed any of the Weihu gang's members. All was the doing of Lin San. This was no longer of significance. Our target is Qin Feng. The disciples of the Weihu gang were exuberant, their eyes fixed on Qin Feng as if he were a paragon of beauty. Why are they targeting you? Zi Yuan, hidden behind Qin Feng, felt perplexed. It was trivial to kill the Weihu gang members, yet they had organized a 1,000-strong assault against Qin Feng. After contemplating, Qin Feng quipped, "It must be because of my good looks." Zi Yuan couldn't help but roll her eyes. She expected this youthful boy to be so self-absorbed. The leading captain spoke, "Young Master Qin, you are now surrounded, with no escape in sight. I advise you to surrender promptly, lest you fall victim to indiscriminate violence." "Are you certain that you have me surrounded?" Qin Feng faced the 1,000-strong assembly with complete composure, even feeling a strange thrill. Ever since he had refined the Chong Kong 9 swords with the aid of the 10 ancestors, he had exclusively wielded the Chong Kong divine sword in battle, neglecting the fact that it could also be divided into 9 swords for group combat. Is this child unwell? The 1,000 disciples of the Weihu gang couldn't suppress their laughter, thinking that this young master of the Qin family must be somewhat deranged. Does he really believe he has surrounded us? Could it be that he single-handedly encircled 1,000 of us? Since you refuse to surrender, then let us charge. With a command from the captain, the dark mass of 1,000 rushed toward Qin Feng. This is disastrous. Zi Yuan closed her eyes in despair, feeling an overwhelming sadness. Especially since her stomach was growling, it seemed she wouldn't even get to taste Qin Feng's chicken before meeting her demise. Buzzing. A cacophony of piercing sword sounds suddenly erupted. Qin Feng swiftly formed a hand seal, causing the Chong Kong divine sword before him to split into 9 miniature swords, floating around him in a mesmerizing dance. 9 swords unleash. Qin Feng formed another hand seal and pointed at the oncoming horde. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A torrent of slicing winds followed, the 9 swords streaking through the air like meteors, delivering swift and decisive strikes without any unnecessary flourish, mercilessly claiming heads. What is this? It didn't take long for the crowd to realize something was amiss, their fear escalating as they witnessed the continuous fall of their comrades. The 9 swords, being both diminutive and elusive, rendered any defense futile. In mere moments, they had claimed the lives of over 100, with none able to approach Qin Feng. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for slaying one, earning 100 villain points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for slaying one, earning 100 villain points. As the heads kept falling, the system notifications rang incessantly. Run, he is a devil. Finally, someone could no longer bear the encroaching dread, turning in terror to flee. Realizing that the ferocity of the Qin family's young master had nothing to do with his age. With the first to flee, others followed suit, a wave of panic spreading. No one was concerned about the Qin family's bounty anymore. They only wished to escape the clutches of this great demon. My heavens! Ziyuan gasped in astonishment, utterly stunned by the scene before her. Is this truly the legendary prodigy? Even surrounded by thousands, he is not a foe to be trifled with. Huff! Qin Feng exhaled deeply, summoning the 9 small swords back. Despite the ease with which he dispatched these minions, controlling the 9 swords required considerable energy. Even with the rapid replenishment from the celestial treasure gourd, he could not sustain it for long. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for a total of 232 slays, earning 200 villain points. Huff. Qin Feng exhaled again, striving to calm his racing heart. While the gains from slaughter were indeed substantial, the allure of killing could lead one down a treacherous path, tempting practitioners to succumb to darkness. Thus, they often exercised restraint to avoid such a fate. Of course, some would choose to embrace the darkness for the sake of power. Yet, he had connections and advantages. There was no need to paint himself in shadows, becoming neither human nor ghost. At that moment, figures appeared in the sky, gliding gracefully on flying swords. Cultivators of the entry path realm. Ziyuan gasped, unable to comprehend from whence these formidable beings had come. Those of the entry path realm were powerful entities beyond the spirit martial realm. Their very name suggested they had grasped the essence of the path, truly stepping into the realm of cultivation in pursuit of immortality. Found you, Qin Feng. The group of entry path cultivators gazed at Qin Feng with the same longing as a lecher beholding an unparalleled beauty. Why is it you again? Ziyuan hurriedly hid behind Qin Feng, acutely aware of their malevolent intent. There was no doubt. Lin San had been using my name to deceive others. Drawing from his 10 years of experience as a bookworm, Qin Feng was all too familiar with the shameless tactics of protagonists, who often resorted to defamation when faced with defeat, utilizing the names of villains to stir animosity. He would never admit to being a wanted criminal. Who would have thought that young Master Lin would be such a person? Ziyuan, having yet to encounter the treachery of the world, unwittingly believed the words of this great villain. We must leave. Qin Feng, seeing the entry path cultivators closing in, grasped Ziyuan's hand and dashed swiftly into the ruins, intending to provide Lin San with a challenge. No, to furnish the protagonist with a plethora of splendid swords. The ruins. The entry path cultivators' eyes lit up, showing no resistance to the allure of the ruins, hastily propelling their flying swords into the depths of the ancient site. As the world spun around them, Qin Feng and Ziyuan entered the ruins, finding themselves in a realm indistinguishable from the outside world, complete with mountains, rivers, forests, and a cycle of day and night. Is this a space created by a powerful being? Qin Feng was left in awe, unable to fathom what level of cultivation could conjure such a miniature world. We must hurry. They will catch up to us soon. Ziyuan was not overly surprised, pulling Qin Feng swiftly into the forest. Meanwhile, the pursuers, drawn by the bounty on the Qin family, soon arrived, easily extracting Qin Feng's whereabouts from the fleeing Weihu gang disciples and discovering the ruins. In an instant, news of the ruins spread, attracting countless treasure-seeking cultivators. I calculate that this is indeed a place of great misfortune. Qin Feng observed the throngs entering the ruins in search of treasure, and without a doubt, he surmised that the difficulty within this instance would be exceedingly high. Coupled with Lin San's protagonist aura, very few would survive to tell the tale. You can predict the future? Ziyuan inquired with curiosity. I cannot. Qin Feng shot Ziyuan a glance. This is indeed a place of great misfortune. Chapter 26. Do not be soft-hearted. Are you still pretending? Ziyuan could not help but roll her eyes at Qin Feng, her youthful demeanor already exuding an allure beyond her years. You don't understand. Qin Feng had absolute confidence in himself, knowing that in any dungeon entered by the protagonist, an influx of participants would inevitably lead to unforeseen dangers. Ultimately, only a handful would manage to escape, haunted by the experience and eager to recount the protagonist's audacious exploits. Suddenly, a cacophony of combat erupted nearby, indicating a fierce struggle for treasures. Given the prolonged closure of this ancient relic, it had yielded numerous rare treasures, which Qin Feng and Ziyuan had already discovered upon entering the forest. However, these were merely commonplace items, far from worthy of a conflict. Shall we take a look? Qin Feng inquired tentatively, to which Ziyuan eagerly nodded her head in agreement. To ensure they remained unrecognized, Qin Feng smeared some dirt on his face and clothes, adopting a weary appearance, far from that of a wealthy heir. Before long, the duo stealthily approached the scene. They beheld several factions engaged in a frenzied battle, with dozens of bodies strewn across the ground, the earth stained crimson with blood. Not far from them, a vine bore dozens of small, tomato-like fruits that shimmered with a red glow. Blood Bodhi, Ziyuan nearly exclaimed, only able to stifle her excitement by pinching Qin Feng's arm to temper her emotions. Her reaction was understandable. Blood Bodhi was exceedingly rare. If treasures were categorized into 4 tiers, then Blood Bodhi would undoubtedly rank as a celestial grade treasure. A particularly rare variant at that. Consuming it could not only heal injuries, but also enhance one's abilities, providing foundational benefits. Remarkably, it could be used without limitation, lacking the usual diminishing returns after the first ingestion, making it the dream treasure of any cultivator. However, once harvested, the vine would wither rapidly, making cultivation or transplantation impossible. Only those with extraordinary fortune might encounter it, contributing to its extreme rarity. How unreasonable, Qin Feng remarked, observing the red mark left on his arm, indicating he held no grudges, as he typically retaliated on the spot. It hurts, be gentle. Before Ziyuan could react, Qin Feng had pinched her thigh. With several factions engaged in battle ahead, she had to suppress her cries, casting a pitiful glance at Qin Feng as if to say she regretted her actions and would never dare again. I'll let you off this time. Qin Feng released his grip, acknowledging that it felt rather satisfying. Ahem, back to the matter at hand. The strength of the factions was formidable, comprising not only Spirit Martial Realm cultivators, but also those at the entry realm. Even with his recent breakthrough to the 3rd level of the Extraordinary Realm and all his trump cards, Supreme Bone, Invincible Heavy Pupil, he would still be no match for them. Unless he resorted to a maximum level experience scroll, it would be overkill to use it against such minor characters. What a detestable little brother, Ziyuan murmured, her eyes welling with tears from the pain. Yet in the next moment, she forgot her discomfort. Qin Feng's gaze was fixed on the Blood Bodhi as he stretched out his hand and, astonishingly, successfully grasped a fruit from afar. How did you do that? Ziyuan quickly rubbed her eyes, confirming she wasn't mistaken. When she turned to Qin Feng, her eyes sparkled with admiration. It's a secret. Qin Feng had no intention of explaining. After confirming that his method worked, he began to feverishly pluck the Blood Bodhi, visibly reducing the number of fruits on the vine. However, Ziyuan began to feel that something was amiss, an unsettling familiarity to his actions. As realization dawned, her face flushed crimson. For this scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the incident involving the disappearing undergarment that night. It dawned on her that the culprit was not Lin San, but rather the mischievous Qin Feng. What she had assumed to be the antics of an ignorant child now appeared to be the machinations of someone far more knowledgeable than herself. What a lecherous little brother. No wonder my aunt said men are no good. Zhuan blushed even more and muttered, recalling her aunt's next phrase about men having something good, though she was unsure what that meant. What are you saying? Qin Feng turned to her. Nothing, Ziyuan replied, her cheeks still flushed, casually adding, is it all right to take so many? Do not be soft-hearted. Qin Feng, adhering to the mindset of seizing every opportunity, intended to leave none for others. Wait, stop fighting. The combatants soon realized something was amiss, observing that the vine laden with blood bodhi had dwindled to just a few fruits, and Qin Feng showed no signs of stopping. Before their eyes, the fruits continued to vanish until the last one disappeared, causing the vine to wither. Who did this? The factions were incensed, their fury boiling over. After such prolonged conflict and the loss of many comrades, to emerge empty-handed was unacceptable. Who are you? A group spotted Qin Feng and Ziyuan attempting to flee, swiftly surrounding them. Two little brats from the extraordinary realm. The crowd expressed disappointment upon seeing their cultivation levels, doubting that two such individuals could clear the blood bodhi right from under their noses. Wait, one person scrutinized the dirt-smeared Qin Feng, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. What are you staring at? Do you know who my brother is? Qin Feng, unfazed, boasted arrogantly, I'll tell you, it might scare you to death. My brother is the renowned heir of the Sky Sword God, Lin San. We are half-brothers. Lin San? The crowd gasped, clearly recognizing the name. He was hailed as the foremost swordsman of the century, also the heir of the Sky Sword God, who had recently engaged in a battle with the distinguished young master of the Qin family, Qin Feng. An illustrious figure indeed, with the support of Tianxin City backing him. Too formidable. Half-brothers? Ziyuan rolled her eyes, realizing Qin Feng was truly capable of spinning tall tales. Seizing the moment to intimidate, Qin Feng added, by the way, this relic was opened by my brother 3 days ago. The blood bodhi was discarded by him. If you offend me, consider the consequences. The crowd exchanged glances, disregarding the last remark. They had heard from the disciples of the Weihu gang that it was indeed someone named Lin San who had opened the relic, thus lending credence to Qin Feng's claims. Could it be inferred that Lin San had found a peerless treasure within the relic, deeming even the blood bodhi unworthy of his attention? With a flurry of movement, the crowd scattered like birds and beasts, sweeping through the relic in search of Lin San. Chapter 27. I can tell at a glance that you are not human. What a troublesome younger brother, Ziyuan observed with exasperation, perplexed by what offense Lin San had committed. Soon enough, news of Lin San acquiring an unparalleled treasure spread throughout the ruins, prompting all cultivators to search for his whereabouts. Lin San fumed, cursing under his breath, wondering who had the audacity to speak the truth. Achoo! Qin Feng sneezed, suspecting someone was speaking ill of him behind his back. However, his attention was quickly captivated by the blood bodhi. He had obtained a total of 32. Upon consuming one, an immense surge of energy exploded within him. The restorative effects solidified his recently unstable foundation after breaking through to the 3rd level of the extraordinary realm. Truly, as a rare celestial-grade treasure, its potency was astounding. After Ziyuan consumed one, she too was astonished by its effects. Just then, a woman clad in ancient white garments appeared, casting a complicated gaze at the blood bodhi in Qin Feng's hand. Sister, do you require something? Ziyuan inquired curiously. Sister? Qin Feng abruptly pulled Ziyuan behind him, his expression cold as he declared, which, I can tell at a glance that you are not human. Not human? So, that means you are a demon. Ziyuan gasped, hurriedly hiding behind Qin Feng. Unlike the toothy tiger demon they had encountered previously, this shape-shifting demon was undoubtedly a formidable entity among its kind, its power almost too terrifying to describe. Indeed, she was a demon. Ever since Qin Feng mastered the Great Dragon technique, he had acquired the ability to discern between humans and demons with certainty, and he was confident that the woman before him was a transformed great demon. Do not misunderstand. Ierbo, no intentions. The white-clad woman was astonished that Qin Feng could discern her true nature so easily. Do you expect us to believe that? Qin Feng remained vigilant, fingers poised in the great dragon technique gesture. He had heard from 10 ancestors that in the ancient world, various factions coexisted, with the rivalry between humans and demons being the fiercest, certainly not a matter that could be resolved over a drink merely by claiming to have no malice. After a moment's hesitation, the white-clad woman spoke. In truth, I entered the ruins to seek heavenly materials for my newborn child. However, I am still weak after giving birth and cannot compete with others for the blood body. I do not require many. Merely 10 will suffice. Her eyes were filled with pleading as they fixed upon Qin Feng. As a shape-shifting great demon, revealing her recent childbirth was a perilous act. It was well known that great demons were treasures themselves. If outsiders learned of her weakness, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to capture her, either to skin her alive for materials or to refine her into elixirs. Encountering beast tamers would be even more disastrous, as she would be forced to wear a beast-controlling collar, losing her freedom. Thus, she was gambling, hoping that Qin Feng was not the sort of person who would exploit her vulnerability. In the depths of his heart, Qin Feng felt a flicker of recognition in the white-clad woman's pleading gaze, reminiscent of his mother. For 8 years, Jie Jie had cared for him with unwavering devotion, and now, as he chose this path, it was perhaps she who would be most wounded by his decisions. In the spirit of humanitarianism, I can offer you 10, Qin Feng stated, but as a mother, I believe you would not wish for your child to grow up with a sense of entitlement. Let us settle on 1 blood bodhi for 100,000 premium spirit stones. Xian nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, realizing just how cunning Qin Feng truly was. While he spoke of humanitarianism, his heart was filled with mercantile intent. I do not have spirit stones. The white-clad woman's expression revealed her genuine financial distress. No money? No problem. We can negotiate resources. Qin Feng grinned, producing a small notebook, confident that a shape-shifting great demon must possess something valuable. For instance, places rich in heavenly materials, locations of powerful relics, or secrets too scandalous to share. The white-clad woman still felt overwhelmed, finding no value in the resources Qin Feng proposed. My goodness, I have seen poverty before, but never have I encountered such a destitute great demon. Qin Feng was thoroughly impressed, unable to fathom how she had transformed into a great demon in the first place. At that moment, a cry of astonishment echoed from afar. We found Lin San and discovered an incredibly powerful treasure. So soon? Qin Feng's eyes lit up as he hurriedly pulled Ziyuan along. Before departing, he glanced back at the white-clad woman, noticing a look of confusion about the future and guilt as a mother in her eyes. Ultimately, he couldn't resist tossing her a small package. It wasn't merely his awakened ambition. Rather, a villain's intuition suggested there was profit to be made. What is this? The white-clad woman opened the small package, her face lighting up with delight as she discovered it was filled with blood bodhi. Unlike the 10 she had requested, Qin Feng had generously gifted her 15. The additional 5 would help her quickly regain her vitality. Thank you. The white-clad woman called out to Qin Feng's departing figure, turning with joy to swiftly exit the ruins. You just gave it to her like that? Ziyuan was somewhat perplexed. Consider it a chance to forge a good connection. Qin Feng offered no further explanation. Even if the shape-shifting great demon lacked wealth, her formidable strength remained. Rather than waiting for future opportunity to benefit from her, it was far better to assist her in her time of need. Perhaps one day, this act of kindness might save his life. Before long, Qin Feng, accompanied by the crowd, found Lin San. There he was, encircled by a throng of individuals. Not far behind him stood a stone platform surrounded by a barrier, upon which rested an exquisitely crafted jade box. It was evident that the treasure within was the most valuable item in the ruins and the ultimate goal of Lin San's expedition. It seemed impossible to retrieve it. Qin Feng attempted to use telekinesis to grasp the jade box, but his insufficient cultivation level prevented him from penetrating the barrier. Damn it! Watching the throng grow ever larger, Lin San's frustration was palpable. He had initially planned to easily gather the treasures within the ruins using the advantage of the map. Once he broke the barrier and secured the ultimate treasure, he could depart in triumph. However, someone had spread the word, mobilizing the entire ruins against him. Just as he was about to break the barrier, he was discovered, and now it was clear that he could no longer act alone. Even if he revealed all his trump cards, he could not contend with so many spirit martial and Dao entry cultivators. He could only resort to cunning. Lin San, this treasure is not meant for you. A group of Dao entry cultivators, realizing that no one from Tianqin City was present, hovered above on their flying swords, urging Lin San to depart. Then do as you please. Lin San said nothing further, silently retreating to the side. Wait a moment. When did the Chosen One become so amiable? Based on his decade of reading experience, when the Chosen One was robbed before their eyes and did not react with indignation, it typically signaled that someone was about to face dire consequences. Qin Feng furrowed his brows, sensing that the situation was far from simple, and quietly pulled Ziyuan back behind the crowd. Chapter 28. The Sixth Brother, Qin Feng, heir of the divine sword of the vast sky. The first sword of the century. Dozens of cultivators, having entered the realm, could not help but scoff, deeming the praise for Lin San to be grossly exaggerated. Were it not for the backing of Tianqin City, they were certain they would have stripped him bare. Everyone, to obtain the treasure, we must unite to break the barrier. One suggested, proposing they collaborate to dismantle the barrier, after which they could compete for the jade box within. Agreements echoed throughout the assembly, as the cultivators understood that if they did not act swiftly to breach the barrier, they would lose their chance to stronger adversaries descending upon them. Let us move. With a leader forming a hand gesture, a torrent of energy erupted from within. Seeing this, others followed suit. In an instant, countless energies cascaded from the sky like shooting stars, causing violent tremors in the void, ripples spreading endlessly. Boom! Their attacks struck the barrier with precision, producing a deafening roar. Contrary to their expectations of shattering, the barrier absorbed the energies, revealing a vibrant, kaleidoscopic pattern. Not good. The crowd's eyes widened in horror, feeling the energies coalescing and expanding. Without a moment's hesitation, they adopted defensive stances. Boom! Another earth-shattering roar resonated, as the energy amassed within the barrier was unleashed, accompanied by a terrifying energy storm that ravaged the entire ruin. Destruction ensued, particularly among those in the front row who had merely come to spectate. The stronger ones barely survived, while the weaker ones perished instantly. Terrified. Ziyuan clutched Qin Feng's hand tightly, her heart racing. Had it not been for Qin Feng pulling her back, her frail form would not have endured such violent turmoil. I knew he harbored ill intentions. Qin Feng could not help but glance at Lin San, who wore a smug smile. Damn it, damn it. Dozens of enraged cultivators in the sky shouted in frustration, realizing the barrier possessed a retaliatory effect. To force it open, they would need to exceed its energy threshold, a feat clearly beyond their capabilities. At that moment, jagged fissures suddenly appeared around the barrier, spreading like a web throughout the void. Clearly, these were trials left by the ruin's master. Should no one manage to unravel the barrier through skill, brute force would trigger the self-destruct sequence. The treasures could only be claimed by the talented, not by the inept. Not good, the ruin is collapsing. Panic-stricken, the crowd rushed towards the exit. Damn it! The cultivators, nearly at their wits' end, felt as though they had been left with nothing but a mess after a feast. But it was too late for regrets. To survive, they needed to escape swiftly. What were we waiting for? Let us move. Ziyuan urged Qin Feng, yet he showed no intent to leave. His gaze fixed intensely on Lin San. Qin Feng. Lin San was surprised to find Qin Feng there, causing him to doubt whether the sixth brother scheming against him was indeed Qin Feng. But time was of the essence. He had to unlock the barrier and seize the jade box. With swift precision, Lin San formed a hand gesture and forcefully poked the corner of the barrier. Boom! The barrier shattered like glass, emitting a blinding light accompanied by a divine aura that swept across the ruin. The barrier is open. The cultivators, who had been poised to flee, immediately turned back, racing towards the jade box on the stone platform. but they were too far to reach it in time. Lin San smirked, grasping the jade box, and pulled out a talisman inscribed with runes. Space Transmission Talisman. The cultivators cried out in alarm, unleashing their most powerful attacks to stop him. Yet, the distance was insurmountable. Lin San activated the talisman, surrounded by swirling runes, and waved goodbye with a triumphant smile. Now, Qin Feng's eyes fixated on the jade box. He exerted his power to grasp the treasure from afar. He did not seize the jade box from Lin San's hands, but rather plucked the treasure within, tossing it directly into his spatial realm without a second thought. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the villain task and receiving a golden treasure box 1. Ding! Congratulations, host, for disrupting the chosen one's fortune, earning 1 lottery chance. Ding! Congratulations, host, for snatching the chosen one's treasure, gaining 1,000,000 villain points. 1,000,000 villain points. Qin Feng felt a shiver of excitement. He could only imagine how impressive this treasure must be, considering the rewards alone amounted to 1,000,000 villain points. Exchanging it through the system would likely yield over 1,000,000,000 villain points. Boom! The cultivators' attacks finally reached their target, but it was in vain. Lin San had already fled using the space transmission talisman. Don't let him escape. Dozens of enraged cultivators shouted, irate that they had been outsmarted by a mere child. Let us hurry. With the treasure in hand, Qin Feng wasted no time, pulling Ziyuan towards the exit as the ground around them continued to collapse, yielding to an encroaching darkness that threatened to annihilate anything that fell. Help! Cries for mercy echoed through the ruins as countless individuals who could not escape were consumed. Once again, he was right. This place was indeed a harbinger of doom. Ziyuan gulped in terror, witnessing the depths of humanity's trials. Some sacrificed their companions for survival, while others chose to perish together with loved ones, and couples flew apart in dire straits. Boom! Just as Qin Feng and Ziyuan were about to reach the exit, the ground beneath them suddenly gave way, and they lost their balance, plummeting downwards. Ah! Ziyuan screamed, hiding in Qin Feng's embrace, too frightened to open her eyes. Damn it! Qin Feng cursed, employing his skills to the fullest, stepping on falling debris to ascend. Yet, with the ground collapsing around him, escape seemed impossible. Such a scene was too regrettable to waste on mere flirtation. Qin Feng forcefully threw Ziyuan towards the exit while he fell with a smile, ready to activate his full potential to survive. Qin Feng! Ziyuan's heart-wrenching cry echoed as she reached out for him, but the distance between them only widened, stirring a complex emotion within her for the young boy. With a whoosh, a white figure suddenly dashed into the ruins, pursuing the falling Qin Feng with great speed. Chapter 29. Purely out of necessity, it is her. The delight that danced across Ziyuan's face was unmistakable. The arrival of the shape-shifting demon was indeed timely. You truly are my half-sister, Qin Feng exclaimed, tears streaming down his cheeks, almost succumbing to the temptation of using the red-haired elder's experience scroll, which would mean a decade of restriction for him. With a swish, the woman in white needed no magical artifacts to soar gracefully through the air, swiftly seizing Qin Feng and dashing out of the ruins just as they began to crumble, vanishing into the ether. You scared me to death, you foul brother, Ziyuan cried, her eyes brimming with tears as she rushed to embrace him. Having shared so many trials, her willingness to sacrifice her own chance for survival in perilous moments transformed their bond irrevocably. Ding! The system registered the host's deception of the goddess's affection and the exploitation of his counterpart, granting him 1,000 villain points. Who exploited whom? Qin Feng vehemently condemned the system's nonsense. It was Ziyuan who had him firmly in her grasp, nearly suffocating him, with his head buried in her embrace. At that moment, he inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. Looking up, he noted the survival of only a few hundred souls. While some expressed gratitude for their survival, others regarded him with peculiar glances. Indeed, he was Qin Feng. Is that Qin Feng? Someone shouted, drawing the attention of the crowd. The likeness of Qin Feng had spread far and wide, and their true purpose for coming was to capture him, fortuitously coinciding with the opening of the ruins. Though Qin Feng appeared disheveled, upon closer inspection, He was unmistakably the one they sought. Want to capture me? Come on, Qin Feng taunted, standing confidently before the woman in white, relishing in the display of bravado. Everyone had witnessed her rescue of him, even if they called for reinforcements. It was unlikely they could summon such a formidable ally. Damn it, the survivors, unable to contain their frustration at Qin Feng's audacity, cursed under their breath. They had believed that surviving the calamity would allow them to apprehend him for a reward, only to find themselves facing a guardian of such strength. Enough of this. Let's move, Ziyuan urged, tugging at Qin Feng, signaling him to cease his antics. Why should we leave? He retorted, glancing back to see his sister. Her forehead slick with sweat, evidently weakened from the recent ordeal. It was no wonder she had remained silent, simply observing him flaunt his bravado. The survivors began to stir uneasily, sensing the change in the atmosphere. Third brother, I don't wish for this, but circumstances have forced my hand. Qin Feng silently apologized to Lin San, yet maintained his haughty demeanor. What are you staring at? I assure you, my sister need not lift a finger against you. I also have an elder brother, Lin San, who has already seized a treasure amidst the chaos. His power will only escalate. Lin San has acquired the treasure. After quickly weighing the situation, some turned to search for him without hesitation. While they were uncertain of his sister's combat prowess, they knew Lin San lacked a fighting sister. Witnessing some depart only added to the hesitation of the others. No one dared to be the first to face the wrath of Qin Feng, especially with a lucrative path laid before them. Let us depart, Qin Feng declared, turning to leave. After a moment of internal struggle, no one dared to obstruct him, watching helplessly as the trio exited. Just as the crowd prepared to disperse, a figure plummeted from the sky, blocking their path. With a thud, the figure landed, sending up a cloud of dust. It was him. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. They were old acquaintances. The scarred leader of the Weihu gang, once brimming with confidence, now bore the marks of defeat, his right hand lost, his left eye blind, and his body marred with wounds, a testament to his recent failures against Lin San and the ruins. Young Master Qin, you shall not escape today, the scarred man growled, his eyes fierce with desperation. He had entered the ruins with the expectation of treasure, only to find himself ensnared in traps laid by Lin San, leading to the demise of many comrades. Now, with his comrades fallen in the ruins, he turned to Qin Feng as his last gamble. Given your current state, you think to capture me? Qin Feng scoffed, dismissing the threat entirely. Had the Scar Man been in full form, he might have summoned Lin San for assistance. But as he stood now, injured and incapacitated, Qin Feng felt no need for aid. You will find that sufficient. The scarred man's eyes narrowed, a terrifying aura emanating from him, causing the air to tremble as a phantom tiger roared behind him. How powerful! The onlookers held their breath, glancing toward the woman in white, eager to ascertain her condition. Yet Qin Feng offered them no opportunity. A mysterious energy surged around him. What is this? The crowd shifted their focus to Qin Feng, the one of imperial potential. But Qin Feng stood motionless, eyes closed, as the scarred man swung a fist the size of a sandbag toward him. Just as the fist was about to connect, Qin Feng's eyes shot open, unleashing a radiant golden light from within. Heavenly calamity light. The brilliance sliced through the air like a sword forged from the finest steel, striking the scarred man with the swiftness of a bolt of lightning. Boom! A heavy thud echoed through the silence, as the charging scarred man seemed to freeze in time before collapsing to the ground like a mountain, sending dust billowing into the air. The crowd gasped, their astonishment erupting into a cacophony of disbelief. What was that light? What kind of martial technique was it? Country bumpkin. That is no mere martial skill. It is a divine ability. Divine ability? The kind possessed only by those with extraordinary constitutions? If I am not mistaken, that is the divine ability of the Supreme Bone. Terrifying. No wonder he could act against even his own brother. After witnessing the terrifying power of Qin Feng, none dared to impede his passage, watching as the trio departed. Meanwhile, Lin San fumed inwardly, cursing the unscrupulous schemer who had spread the word of his acquiring treasure from the barrier's opening. Chaptertant, impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Qin family. Any news regarding Qin Feng would be promptly delivered to the hands of the 10 ancestors and others. The news of him defeating the leader of the Tiger Gang in an instant left the 10 ancestors in utter astonishment, terrified by Qin Feng's overwhelming strength. They were aware of his exceptional talent, yet they never anticipated it to reach such heights, effortlessly surpassing a significant realm to annihilate a third-level spirit warrior. Such feats were unprecedented, and he truly embodied the potential of an emperor, despite his youth. In contrast to the joy radiating from the other ancestors, the founding ancestor wore a mask of concern. According to the returned reports, Qin Feng had tapped into the power of the Supreme Bone. Should he become enamored with this power that was not inherently his, the repercussions on his character could be profound. Surely not. The 10 ancestors pondered. I have met Qin Feng for many years. This child possesses a unique pride and has always believed himself to be the strongest. He would not be easily swayed by the allure of the Supreme Bone. Let's hope so, the founding ancestor thought, still troubled. After all, Qin Feng was merely an 8-year-old child, and his mindset could shift at any moment. Nonetheless, there was no turning back. They could only choose to place their faith in him. At that moment, Qin Feng and Ziyuan, following their elder sister, the Great Demon, arrived at a secluded patch of grass. The Great Demon gently parted the foliage, revealing a bamboo basket containing 3 newly born pure white rabbits. These rabbits differed from those in Qin Feng's memories. They resembled anthropomorphized cartoon characters, walking on 2 legs with round, adorable heads and large, expressive eyes. What adorable little rabbits! Ziyuan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she rushed forward to cradle one. They are my children. The Great Demon beamed with joy, her fatigue seemingly evaporating at the sight of the little ones. Children? Qin Feng was taken aback, realizing that the Great Demon was, in fact, a rabbit demon. He wondered if she could transform into a rabbit-eared maiden. If you like, you may adopt one, the Great Demon implored, selecting the plumpest rabbit and handing it to him. Qin Feng and Ziyuan were momentarily speechless. They had merely complimented the cuteness of the rabbits, and now they were being presented with one. Was it their ignorance of local customs or the rabbit's apparent fearlessness that led to this? Before they could refuse, the Great Demon had already taken her basket and soared away, casting a lingering glance back at the little one with reluctance before ultimately departing. As a mother, who would part with her child unless absolutely necessary? Only by giving one away could she ensure the survival of the other 2 along with herself. The little rabbit seemed to sense its abandonment, crying out towards its mother as she vanished from view. However, when Qin Feng placed a blood bodhi before it, the rabbit quickly forgot its maternal bonds and began to relish the treat. What is happening? Qin Feng thought, feeling utterly bewildered as he found himself thrust into the role of a caretaker. He had heard of people feeding stray cats or dogs, but never of nurturing a young demon rabbit. Ding! Detection of host acquiring a young demon beast. Quality: epic, binding successful. Though this rabbit lacked the destiny of a protagonist, its potential was on par with his second brother. Qin Feng's spirits lifted. Even if the Great Demon returned, he would not relinquish it. However, he soon regretted this decision, as the little creature was no ordinary demon beast, but an exceptionally rare variant among its kind. Unlike other younglings, it did not consume milk, but instead feasted on heavenly materials, requiring a blood bodhi merely to sustain it for a day. My goodness, what a glutton! Qin Feng lamented, noticing he had only 7 blood bodhi left, having consumed just one himself while the rest had been devoured by this little creature. He finally understood why its mother had given away and why she had been desperately seeking heavenly materials immediately after giving birth. From this day forth, you should be called Glutton. Qin Feng decided on a name, earning a disapproving glare from Ziyuan. Call it Bunny. That's unacceptable, Glutton. How about Precious? No, Gluton. Little White? Very well. The grand name shall be White Glutton. No matter what Ziyuan proposed, Qin Feng was resolute in naming it Glutton, even if the heavens themselves intervened. Suddenly, Qin Feng furrowed his brow, sensing an influx of individuals surrounding them. It was evident that they were drawn by the bounty on the Qin family. With the Great Demon now gone, the fade of intimidation would no longer hold. It would not be long before a fierce pursuit commenced. I must strengthen my power. Qin Feng urged Yuan as they swiftly evaded their pursuers, seeking refuge in a concealed cave where he activated his system. This time, he not only amassed millions of villain points, but also unearthed a golden treasure chest, granting him a chance to draw a reward, along with a precious item from the Jade Box. Let us open the golden treasure chest. Qin Feng commanded the system, eagerly anticipating its contents. Ding! Congratulations! Host has opened the golden treasure chest and acquired sword intent. A sudden chill enveloped him, and before Qin Feng's eyes appeared a fleeting silhouette. Bow, draw your sword. A crisp sound of a sword resonated within Qin Feng's mind, imbued with an aura of solitary pride and transcendent beauty that left one entranced. Qin Feng felt as though he were a moth drawn to a flame, yearning to break free from his cocoon and transform into a butterfly. In that instant, his entire being surged with power, sharp and fierce like a blade unsheathed, severing all that surrounded him. Sword intent. Ziyuan gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, her heart racing as she thought, Qin Feng is not of this world. If she remembered correctly, Lin San was hailed as the greatest swordsman of a century because he comprehended sword intent at the age of 12, shattering records that had stood since ancient times. Yet now, this record had been eclipsed merely 2 years later by an 8-year-old boy. Heavens! This generation of talent is unfathomably strong. Sword intent. Qin Feng's eyes flew open, his inky gaze igniting with a tangible brilliance. Now, enhanced with sword intent, his sky-splitting sword technique reached unprecedented heights. Yet, he found himself unsatisfied and called upon the system to exchange for a perfect match. Though he had mastered the sky-splitting sword technique, its effectiveness had yet to reach its pinnacle, preventing him from unleashing the most potent damage enhancement. Ding! Congratulations! Host has spent 1 million villain points to exchange for the perfect match card. Ding! Congratulations! Host has utilized the perfect match card. The sky-splitting sword technique has reached its pinnacle. Qin Feng's demeanor shifted as he entered a deeper understanding of the sky-splitting sword technique. Meanwhile, Lin San, having painstakingly evaded his pursuers, opened the Jade Box with a mixture of excitement and anticipation. Lin San's expression froze, convinced he must have been mistaken in his method of opening the box. Close it. Open it. Close it. Open it. After repeated checks, he found it utterly empty. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin San could not accept this reality, ruminating over which step had gone awry. Chapter 31. Do you really believe such nonsense? Within the cave, Qin Feng's enhancement had yet to conclude, as the calling system initiated a lottery. With a resounding clang, the lottery wheel reappeared, spinning languidly. Ding dong! Congratulations, host! You have drawn the invincible sword heart. Invincible sword heart, the ultimate form pursued by sword practitioners, devoid of distractions, drawing the sword with divine intuition, bestowing a tenfold damage enhancement to sword techniques. The edges of Qin Feng's garments began to flutter without wind, and his aura shifted dramatically, exuding a majestic presence akin to a snow lotus standing regally against the wind on a sheer cliff, emanating a palpable force that resonated deeply. What is happening? Ziyuan rubbed her eyes, inexplicably feeling that she could influence Qin Feng's sword-drawing speed. Sword intent, sword heart. Qin Feng realized that he had an unusual affinity with the sword, consecutively activating 2 buffs that stacked sword technique damage. Coupled with the perfect compatibility he had just acquired, it was unfathomable to imagine how terrifying his sky-splitting sword technique had become. I truly wish to test my sword against someone. Suppressing his eager impulses, Qin Feng waved his hand and retrieved a bamboo scroll from his spatial pouch. This was the treasure obtained from Lin Sanyu's box, completely devoid of any inscriptions, yet emanating an aura that instilled tranquility. Could this truly be the sage's bamboo scroll? Ziyuan, with a serious expression, took the scroll, meticulously examining it multiple times for confirmation. Indeed, it is the sage's bamboo scroll. It is said that the sage's bamboo scroll is a relic passed down from ancient sages, consisting of 3 volumes: Heaven, Earth, and Humanity. Those with fate may derive the supreme path from the scroll, while those without fate see naught but blankness. This scroll is indeed the sage's bamboo scroll. Qin Feng had heard of this from the 10 ancestors and knew its extreme desirability. Each appearance in the world incites a storm of bloodshed, and those who gain insights from it are invariably renowned, unparalleled powerhouses throughout history. Yet, after scrutinizing it for a considerable time, he gleaned nothing. This defies logic. Qin Feng was utterly perplexed. His comprehension halo had not yet expired after a month. And with his clever mind and 100-fold comprehension, how could he possibly fail to understand anything? Jie Yuan responded. The sage's bamboo scroll does not merely require high comprehension. It also demands destiny, akin to the Buddhist concept of having an affinity with the Buddha. Rubbish. Qin Feng regarded the sage's bamboo scroll with disdain, deeming anything he could not utilize as worthless. Ya. Little White seemed to sense something, wobbling over on its short legs, then lay down on the sage's bamboo scroll, wearing a satisfied expression. Using the sage's bamboo scroll as a mat, the little creature is quite creative. Qin Feng showed no intention of stopping it, allowing Little White to use the scroll as a resting place. Jie Yuan looked on in disbelief. Here was a sage's bamboo scroll for which others fought desperately, and he was allowing a rabbit to use it as a mat. Ding, ding. Outside the cave, the sounds of battle erupted, with voices faintly calling Lin San's name. What a coincidence! Qin Feng immediately perked up. He missed Lin San dearly. Ever since parting ways with him, he had been unable to eat or think of anything else, his mind occupied solely with Lin San's figure. Let's go and see. Qin Feng placed Little White and the sage's bamboo scroll into a bamboo basket and slung it over his shoulder, pulling Jie Yuan along as they ventured outside to ascertain the situation. Soon after, they arrived at the scene. Beneath the moonlight, Lin San was besieged by a group of extraordinary realm cultivators, who were demanding he relinquish the jade box obtained from the ruins. I have already stated countless times, the jade box is empty. Lin San, battered from numerous battles, bore countless wounds, yet with the strength of the protagonist's halo, he remained standing, fiercely countering his assailants. Do you truly believe such nonsense? One adversary scoffed, intensifying their attacks. Lin Gongzi is indeed speaking absurdities. Jie Yuan shook her head in disbelief, lamenting how Lin San was risking his life for a treasure. Qin Feng, with grave sincerity, declared, I believe Lin San speaks truthfully. The jade box is genuinely empty. You believe such nonsense? Jie Yuan could not help but roll her eyes, realizing how naive Qin Feng truly was. With a thunderous crash, the situation took a turn. Two figures breached the fray, one delivering a straight punch, the other a sweeping kick, sending Lin San hurtling away, crashing through 4 or 5 trees before finally halting. It was the Shiman brothers, Delang and Erlang. The surrounding extraordinary realm cultivators were disheartened. Having finally encountered Lin San, they were on the verge of victory, only to have 2 unexpected interlopers crash the scene. And both were at the 3rd level of the spirit martial realm. They could only watch helplessly as their prize flew away. Damn! Qin Feng could not help but curse as he saw Lin San land beside him. It's Qin Feng. The Shiman brothers' eyes lit up, feeling they had struck gold today. Having jointly launched Lin San away, they inadvertently uncovered Qin Feng, who had been lurking on the sidelines. I'm not familiar with him, just passing by. Would you believe that? Qin Feng weakly inquired. What do you think? The Shiman brothers, akin to lecherous men spotting a celestial beauty, rushed forward to encircle the two. Lin brother, let's join forces. Qin Feng earnestly suggested. I fear being betrayed. Lin San stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, convinced that the cunning old 6 plotting against him was Qin Feng. Qin Feng protested vehemently. This is an injustice. Lin brother, I have always regarded you as my brother from another mother. What benefit would I gain from betraying you? Lin San found himself unexpectedly swayed by Qin Feng's reasoning. No one was there to reward him for enduring this bullying. With a swift motion, the Shiman brothers propelled themselves forward, their figures darting towards the two. Having heard of the feats of these 2 prodigies, the brothers approached with utmost seriousness, unleashing their respective signature moves immediately. Damn, no sense of martial ethics. Qin Feng could not restrain another curse, his figure gliding away like a wild goose. If a battle is to ensue, then let it be. Lin San's eyes shimmered with madness as the long sword in his hand glinted with brilliant light. Suddenly, an overwhelming sword aura surged forth, wreaking havoc across the expanse of the forest, transforming falling leaves into mere dust. As dozens of sword waves cascaded toward the martial family's Erlang. Is this the sword from that night? Qin Feng felt a jolt of trepidation. He could distinctly sense the terror embodied within that strike. Swish, swish, swish. The piercing sword energy swept across the sky like a tempest, as if the very air were being torn asunder, obliterating all in its path, its momentum truly colossal. Not good. Erlang's complexion paled as he sensed an ominous energy surging around him. Boom! The two forces collided violently, unleashing a tempest of sword energy across the forest. Puff! Erlang spat blood, instantly losing his combat effectiveness. Is this the legacy of the sword god of the long sky, the #1 sword of the century? The surrounding extraordinary realm cultivators hastily attempted to shield themselves from the sword energy storm, clearly shaken by Lin San's overwhelming prowess. Lin San, panting heavily, cast a triumphant glance at Qin Feng, as if to say that his previous defeat at the Qin residence was due to his understanding of social niceties and sparing Qin Feng's pride. In response, Qin Feng retreated behind Lin San, provocatively addressing the Lang of the Shiman family. Come on, you little brat. If you dare, face my third brother. My third brother claims he can take on 10. Chapter 32. Uniting against the enemy, Lin San almost spat out a mouthful of blood from 1982, utterly astonished by Qin Feng's utter lack of shame. They had agreed to join forces to repel the enemy, yet he merely stood there, all words and no action. Did he truly believe his ultimate move had no cooldown? Even when the cooldown was up, each use demanded a sacrifice of 10 years from his lifespan. In essence, he was flaunting his power at the cost of his very existence, reserving it for moments of dire necessity. Damn it! The formidable Shimin family Estelang, oblivious to Lin San's inner turmoil, was consumed by rage upon witnessing his brother's injury and Qin Feng's provocation. His fury surged, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that rippled through the void. With a swift motion, Delang's fingers, sharp as eagle's talons, sliced through the air, emitting a piercing sound. Each strike aimed directly at Lin San's vital points, merciless and brutal, as veins bulged on his forearms, exuding an indescribable pressure that stilled the air within several meters. Cursing under his breath, Lin San swiftly raised his sword to defend himself. Clang! 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 The clash of sword against claw resonated, sparks flying incessantly. However, having just expended his ultimate technique, and with a significant disparity in their cultivation levels, Lin San could only withstand for a mere 3 seconds before. PFF. The eagle's claw flashed, and blood gushed forth. Lin San's face contorted in agony, streaks of crimson marring his skin. Was it over? The onlookers held their breath, uncertain if Lin San had any hidden cards left to play. Qin Feng, what are you waiting for? Act swiftly. Lin San staggered backward, sustaining more and more wounds. Do you expect help from Qin Feng? Da Long, either lost in his own arrogance or simply oblivious, scoffed. He s nothing without the Qin family. Just a fool relying on his brother's supreme bone to flaunt his prowess. It seemed that unless Qin Feng displayed some real power, Delang felt disrespected. Suddenly, the corners of Qin Feng's robe began to flutter as if stirred by an invisible wind, and his aura transformed dramatically, exuding a regal dominance akin to a snow lotus standing proudly against the mountain winds, imbued with a heart-stirring strength. As his robe billowed, an unmatched sword intent surged forth from his being, and the Long Kong divine sword in his grasp erupted in a dazzling brilliance, roaring forth like a gallant river of stars. This is sword intent. The crowd gasped in disbelief, unable to comprehend their eyes. An 8-year-old child has grasped sword intent. Heavens! This was 4 years earlier than Lin San's awakening at 32. Could there be any hope left for ordinary cultivators? Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Qin Feng's buffs had not yet culminated. A fierce, unstoppable sword momentum erupted from within him, rampaging through the forest like a multitude of blades slicing through the air. The sword heart. This was invincible sword heart. Some recognized it, gasping in incredulity. Sword intent can be sought, but the sword heart is elusive. Countless individuals have dedicated their lives to mastering the sword without grasping its intent, and even more have understood sword intent without ever achieving the invincible sword heart. If understanding sword intent could elevate one to the status of a renowned swordsman, then manifesting the invincible sword heart could crown one as a legendary sword deity. Throughout the annals of history, only a select few have been deemed sword deities, each a paragon of unrivaled prowess. The most recent being the Long Kong sword deity from a millennium ago. Since his fall, the world has known no sword deity. To think, they were witnessing the splendor of a sword deity today, embodied in an 8-year-old child. Sword intent, sword heart. How could this be? Lin Sam was utterly dumbfounded, his mind a blank canvas. As the heir of the Long Kong sword deity, he had understood sword intent at 12, hailed as the foremost swordsman a century hence. Yet, before this 8-year-old, all his accolades paled in comparison. Run! The Shimin brothers were thoroughly panicked, turning to flee from this prodigy. As a disciple of Confucianism, I must impart this wisdom. Since you have come, you must make peace. Qin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile as his hand rested on the sword hilt. Clang! The crisp sound of unsheathing the sword reverberated, like a galaxy bursting forth from the vast expanse of clouds, imbued with boundless sword intent descending upon the forest. What sword style is this? DeLang's pupils constricted in alarm, unwilling to let his guard down, his fingers sharp as eagle claws slicing through the air. Clang! The powerful clash of metal resonated, sparks illuminating the scene as leaves scattered in the tempestuous wind, a blinding flash of sword light darting past. Drip! Amidst this overwhelming momentum, a drop of blood fell from the Long Kong divine sword. When the leaves settled, a cascade of blood splattered from the Shimin brothers, who collapsed into a pool of crimson. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying 2 foes and earning 200 villain points. Since you've arrived, let's lay you to rest here. Qin Feng glanced indifferently at the fallen, retrieving their storage bags, which contained not only throwing daggers and other weapons, but also a tome titled the Octuzi Manual. With a critical gaze, he stowed the items away, shouldering his bamboo basket and leading the still dazed Ziyuan away. Gulp! The onlookers swallowed hard, none daring to pursue Qin Feng any further. This was a prodigy who had grasped the invincible sword heart. Offending him was akin to incurring the wrath of a future sword deity, a consequence no force could bear. Soon, news of Qin Feng's astonishing feat spread, igniting a fervor throughout the realm. Excellent, excellent, excellent. The ancestor of the Qin family, upon receiving the news, burst into raucous laughter from his bed. Initially, he had feared that Qin Feng's use of the supreme bone would compromise his invincible heart, but he never anticipated such a delightful surprise. The invincible sword heart, the hallmark of a sword deity, a symbol of unmatched prowess in the present age. Now, it only waited Qin Hao. The elders of the Qin family were no longer concerned for Qin Feng, but rather whether Qin Hao could emerge from the shadows and establish his supremacy. In the Daxiao Imperial Palace, the emperor was in the midst of issuing an edict to expand his harem, feeling rather youthful. However, before he could indulge in the joy of selecting concubines, a throng of ministers urgently summoned him for a meeting. Initially, he found their frantic demeanor unbecoming, but upon hearing that Qin Feng had slain a 3rd-tier spirit martial cultivator with a single sword, awakening both the sword heart and sword intent, he could no longer remain composed. After all, Qin Feng was a member of the Qin family. His return to the clan was no longer a mere possibility. Grasping the invincible sword heart, even the gravest of transgressions could be concealed. With the supreme bone and the invincible sword heart, the potential of a sovereign was concentrated within one individual, an unimaginable prospect for the old ministers. Currently, the Qin family's decree to hunt down Qin Feng had yet to be rescinded. They could now justifiably execute him. The emperor's expression fluctuated dramatically, ultimately issuing a command to eliminate Qin Feng at all costs. Chapter 33. A convergence of influential figures beside a small stream. Lin San gazed with a complex expression at Qin Feng, who was frolicking with Ziyuan. He never anticipated that an 8-year-old child could surpass him in the swordsmanship realm. Mastering the terrifying technique of the heaven-slaying sword art, which combined sword intent and sword heart. It was worth noting that his own ultimate move was derived from the legendary Sky Sword God, while Qin Feng had created his own heaven-slaying sword art at such a tender age. How could he not succumb to self-doubt? Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have successfully undermined the confidence of the Chosen One, instilling self-doubt and earning 100,000 villain points. What? 100,000 points? Qin Feng immediately perked up, turning with a beaming smile to Lin San. Brother Lin, your sword skills are so impressive. Could you teach me the fundamental techniques? Fondamental sword technique. Lin San instantly erupted, bellowing, Qin Feng, enough. You've already grasped the invincible sword heart, yet you ask me to teach you basic sword moves? Is this some form of humiliation for me? Sister Ziyuan, he's being mean to me. Qin Feng pouted, tears brimming in his eyes as he dove into Ziyuan's embrace, feeling utterly wronged. I truly don't know any basic sword moves. I only know how to draw my sword. Drawing the sword? The heaven-slaying sword art. Lin San's eyelid twitched involuntarily, and his heart echoed with a wild outcry. Good grief! How could someone who only knew how to draw a sword, and lacked even basic techniques, comprehend the legendary invincible sword heart? Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have successfully undermined the confidence of the Chosen One, instilling self-doubt and earning 100,000 villain points. Why are you being so harsh? He's still just a child. Ziyuan glared at Lin San, her eyes filled with disdain. It was one thing to lack gentlemanly conduct. It was another to deny the possession of a treasure and cause the demise of many while being brash enough to bully her future husband, whom she intended to nurture personally. Did he truly believe that his backing from the Heavenly Heart City allowed him to act with impunity? Others may fear him due to his connection, but she had never regarded him with such reverence. I didn't mean it that way. Lin San felt he had spoken too harshly and lamented. I simply didn't expect him to comprehend the invincible sword heart while knowing nothing of the basic sword moves. It's truly hard to believe. Qin Feng approached with comforting words. Brother Lin, you need not wear that expression. You are the foremost swordsman of a century. I believe you will certainly grasp the invincible sword heart. Look, I just comprehended it after passing gas last night. So that is why you had that expression last night. It was merely to cover up your flatulence. Ziyuan's face was filled with disdain, and she began to playfully tussle with Qin Feng again, completely disregarding Lin San's feelings. Their display of affection while teasing the single man was unbearable. Why must they come to console him? And why mention the first swordsman of century? Did he even deserve such a title? To compare the comprehension of the invincible sword heart to a mere fart was an affront. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have successfully undermined the confidence of the Chosen One, instilling self-doubt and earning 100,000 villain points. By the way, Brother Lin, Qin Feng turned again. I first comprehended the sword intent before the invincible sword heart. It's actually quite simple. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have successfully undermined the confidence of the Chosen One, instilling self-doubt and earning 100,000 villain points. Lin San picked up his sword and silently turned to leave. He needed to distance himself from this troublesome child. If he remained any longer, he feared his heart might not withstand the strain. Brother Lin, where are you going? Qin Feng hurriedly ran to the shore, donned his shoes, and chased after him. This was absurd. He had earned 400,000 villain points with just a few words. There was no way he would let him go that easily. He must cling to him like a stubborn adhesive. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated across the sky, as dark clouds surged like a tidal wave, filling the vast expanse with a terrifying pressure that caused the void to tremble violently. Under the command of the great Xia Emperor, the Marquis of Changri, Changkun, had arrived, tasked with taking Qin Feng's head. A towering figure rode a mysterious beast, floating in the air, accompanied by a battalion of well-trained ironclad guards. exuding an overwhelming aura that made even deities and demons retreat. Marquis of Changri, Chang Kuan, the nearby cultivators, who were pursuing Qin Feng, gasped in shock at the sight. They were well acquainted with Chang Kuan, the leader of the Imperial City Guard, a formidable protector of the great Xia Emperor, whose prowess needed no embellishment. Now, the entire Imperial City Guard had mobilized, led by Chang Kuan himself, solely to subdue an extraordinary child of merely 8 years with a cultivation level of the 3rd stage. One extravagant display. Qin Feng realized that today, as events would not conclude peacefully, and prepared to summon the fully leveled red-haired old monster. Another thunderous roar erupted in the heavens, as yet another contingent descended from the clouds, their terrifying pressure unabashedly sweeping across the land. The powerful aura overwhelmed the Imperial City Guard. I am of the Qin family. There is no need for the royal family to intervene. The Qin family, as the local tyrants of the East, were well aware of the Imperial City Guard's intentions. The 10 ancestors had personally arrived, accompanied by the 13 protectors, determined to ensure Qin Feng's safety. Chang Kuan remained unfazed, declaring, "The Emperor does not wish to intervene directly, but Qin Feng has committed heinous acts, harming his brethren. Fearing that your Qin family may hesitate, I have come to take action myself." "Who says my Qin family cannot act?" One of the ancestors replied, his gaze sharp. "Today, I shall take him back and enforce the family law." "Enforce the family law?" Chang Kuan scoffed, unmasking his ridicule. "If your Qin family genuinely had such intentions, Qin Feng would not have lived to see this day. I suspect you are either nurturing a viper or harboring unspeakable secrets. Say what you will." The ancestor wasted no more words and reached for Qin Feng. "You shall not." Chang Kuan's gaze sharpened as he brandished a battle spear, urging his beast to dive forward. Boom! The two forces collided heavily, unleashing a tempest of energy that shook the heavens and the earth, fissures spreading across the ground. "Run!" The nearby crowd fled in terror, caught in the crossfire of a clash between titans. "I knew all along that your Qin family would not comply. Fortunately, I was prepared." Chang Kuan smirked coldly as he produced a piercing arrow and shot it into the sky. Boom! The arrow exploded in midair, revealing the character Kuan. Boom! An overwhelming pressure descended, and banners representing various factions unfurled, including the East Factory, West Factory, and Jinui, along with numerous prominent families, amounting to at least tens of thousands. What? The ancestor's expression changed drastically as he realized the magnitude of the gathering. It was clear that if Qin Feng did not perish today, war would ensue. "Qin Feng, today I shall ensure your demise, and no one can save you," Chang Kuan declared, brandishing his spear, pronouncing the death sentence upon Qin Feng. "Tapte 34 y cumfas y pusas a gambling natura." Oh my! The crowd around me trembled in fear, having never witnessed such a grand spectacle. To eliminate a single Qin Feng, the Emperor of the Great Xia had mobilized such immense forces, revealing his profound apprehension towards this scion of the Qin family. Endowed with imperial potential. What a formidable display! The clouds overhead churned ominously, and a chilling laughter echoed from afar. On the distant horizon, a dark mass of over 100,000 people advanced relentlessly. With each step, the earth quaked beneath them. Leading this formidable array was a black banner emblazoned with the character Qin, emanating an aura of ruthless intent. Simultaneously, 5 figures appeared beside the 10 ancestors of the Qin family, namely the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th ancestors. This scene left Lin San utterly shocked. He had thought the commotion he caused was considerable, yet in comparison to the uproar surrounding Qin Feng, it was mere child's play. Tension filled the air, as both sides stood poised on the brink of warfare. Chang Kuan sneered. "It appears your Qin family is intent on protecting Qin Feng at all costs. Qin Feng had violated clan rules and must be brought back to face punishment." The highest-ranking figure present, the 5th ancestor, responded coolly, dismissing Chang Kuan's royal city guard with indifference. As for the eastern and western factories and the Jinui, they were but trifles. These institutions, established by the great Xia royal family, were of no concern to any prominent clan within this dynasty ruled by aristocracy. Only the clans present were worthy of their trepidation. Such beasts who harm their own kin are beyond redemption. They should be executed without hesitation. One clan member boldly declared. Their motives and plans regarding the Qin family were shrouded in mystery, yet they unanimously agreed that now was the opportune moment to eliminate Qin Feng. Should they let this chance slip away, it would be far more challenging in the future. However, to act directly was a daunting prospect. The reputation of the foremost clan was not to be trifled with. Thus, they incited the royal family to lead the charge, while they rallied behind them. Harming one's kin, Jie Jie furrowed her brows, utterly disbelieving this claim. During her time spent with Qin Feng, she had heard whispers of his alleged transgressions. Yet she was far more inclined to trust her own eyes. In her perspective, Qin Feng had selflessly aided a stranger, offering 15 blood bodhi to assist her. And in moments of peril, he had chosen to spare her life. When the great demoness entrusted her child to his care, he had not uttered a word of complaint, instead providing meticulous attention to the little one. Every instance reaffirmed her belief that Qin Feng was a pure-hearted and benevolent soul. She was convinced he had been wronged and resolved to find a way to rescue him, determined to prevent him from falling into the clutches of the great Xia royal family and the Qin clan. You need not concern yourselves with this. The fifth ancestor displayed an unexpected assertiveness, preparing to forcibly extract Qin Feng from the situation. If Qin Feng were to survive today, a clash between the factions was inevitable. A flicker of cold light flashed in Chang Kuen's eyes as a terrifying energy surged around him, causing the surrounding air to tremble. The war spear in his grasp radiated a blinding cold light. Fight! 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 The thousands of royal city guards behind him echoed in unison, channeling a palpable aura of murderous intent that enveloped the arena, instilling a sense of chilling dread. Perhaps influenced by Chang Kuen and his followers. The experts from the eastern and western factories, along with the Jinui, also entered a state of readiness, poised to charge at a moment's notice. Conversely, the elites from the various clans exchanged glances, each recognizing a mutual understanding of their intent to bide their time. They would let the royal forces take the lead. Should they succeed in eliminating Qin Feng, it would be a collective celebration, followed by a banquet at the Qin residence. If they failed, then they would step in themselves, joining forces for the feast. The elders of the Qin family narrowed their eyes, preparing for an all-out confrontation. Initially, they had intended to follow Qin Feng's strategy, temporarily concealing their two prodigies until they amassed absolute strength to reveal their hand. However, they had not anticipated such a level of apprehension from the emperor of the Great Xia, who, in his fear of Qin Feng, had mobilized such a multitude of powerful beings, compelling the Qin family to respond. No way, no way. As both sides prepared for battle, Qin Feng felt a profound sense of frustration. After 8 years of being the obedient child, he had finally escaped the confines of home to seek freedom, only to find himself on the brink of war. Would this not lead him back to the red-haired old monster, forcing him to revert to being a good child for another decade? Then let the battle commence. Chang Kuen urged his beast into a fierce charge toward Qin Feng. Kill! 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 The deafening sounds of slaughter reverberated through the heavens and earth as both armies surged forward, driven by a savage fervor. In the midst of it all, Lin San and the others trembled, inwardly cursing their misfortune. While it was true that Qin Feng was a source of trouble, they were innocent bystanders in this chaos. I dare any of you to harm Qin Feng, Jie Jie declared resolutely, positioning herself protectively in front of him, clutching a purple command token tightly in her hand. The battlefield froze in shock as both factions gasped, abruptly halting their attacks. The command token was a gift bestowed by a powerful being upon their descendants, analogous to a gold medal granted by an emperor, signifying imperial authority. The distinction lay in that while the gold medal relied solely on the emperor's power, the shattering of a command token would summon the powerful being who gifted it, tearing through the fabric of reality to arrive. I acknowledge my gamble, but I never anticipated it would pay off. Qin Feng thought to himself, feeling fortunate, as it seemed his future was secured. Yet, it was merely a command token. Chang Kuen remained obstinate, dismissing Jie Yuan's threat. Command tokens could only be crafted by truly mighty beings. Yet this did not imply that the Great Xia lacked such formidable experts. Their current sovereign, the reclusive former emperor, and the first and second ancestors of the Qin family were all of that caliber, and indeed among the finest. Is that so? Zi Yuan would not relent, and she hurled the command token to the ground. With a resounding crack, it shattered. What the hell? Chang Kun exclaimed, his surprise evident as he realized the opponent was not playing by the rules. Although they were adversaries, it was customary to engage in dialogue. Was it not a bit hasty to resort to violence so quickly? A deep, resonant roar suddenly pierced the air as a colossal claw emerged from the void, unleashing a storm of fury. Ancient patterns manifested upon it, intertwining to form the laws of heaven and earth, radiating a dazzling light as if torn from the fabric of time itself. Boom! The earth-shattering roar echoed throughout the realm. The overwhelming force capable of submerging the very cosmos and crushing all existence. As the true form of the colossal claw manifested, every onlooker held their breath in awe. A giant tortoise, an embodiment of the legendary beast Xuanwu, loomed over the entire world. Perched upon its head was an ethereal beauty, garbed in red, her eyes enchanting, lips slightly parted, exuding an irresistible allure with every smile. Chapter 35. The Fateful Duel in the Yin Empire, the Moon Goddess. Chang Kun and others' pupils constricted in shock, unable to believe that the visitor was indeed her. The Moon Goddess ranks among the top 5 experts of the Yin Empire, and with the ancestral divine beast Xuanwu by her side, even the emperor of the empire must treat her with utmost respect. Moreover, she is one of the 4 great beauties of the ancient era, pursued by countless suitors, including many formidable masters. This exemplifies the pinnacle of strength in the ancient world. Lin San was astounded by the Moon Goddess's terrifying power and realized the long journey that lay ahead of him. With a single stroke, she exerted pressure over hundreds of thousands, including many masters of the Qin family. The elders of the Qin family exchanged incredulous glances, bewildered by how Qin Feng had befriended such a girl who could summon the Moon Goddess. This was fortuitous for them, as it provided a legitimate reason to send Qin Feng to study in the Yin Empire. How lively it is, observing the vast crowd below. The Moon Goddess slightly parted her red lips, and her sultry voice sent shivers through all the male beings present. Moon Goddess, this is the territory of the Great Xia. You have no right to act recklessly. Chang Kun's voice boomed, jolting all the men back to their senses, their hearts racing at the thought of her legendary beauty. I am quite frightened. The Moon Goddess feigned a delicate demeanor, raising her slender hand to flick lightly at Chang Kun. Chang Kun instantly spewed blood, crashing heavily to the ground, barely clinging to life. The crowd gasped in shock at the Moon Goddess's display of power. With a mere flick of her hand, even the leader of the Great Xia's imperial city could not withstand her casual strike. Lord Marquis, the members of the imperial city rushed to his aid. There's no saving him. The prominent families nearby murmured, already contemplating the banquet at the imperial city. Zi Yuan, where do you think you're going? The Moon Goddess glanced down and saw Zi Yuan attempting to sneak away with Qin Feng. With another delicate gesture, the two of them floated into the air. It's over. Zi Yuan realized she could not escape, fidgeting with her garments and calling out, "Aunt." What aunt? That's clearly an older sister. Qin Feng couldn't help but scrutinize the Moon Goddess, internally lamenting his lack of ambition. He resolved to take a long view and fish for a goddess. You're aware that I am your aunt. The Moon Goddess tapped Zi Yuan's forehead, fuming. You left home without a word and even came to the Great Xia to avoid me. What if something happened to you? How will I explain it to my sister and brother-in-law? I am sorry, aunt. Please stop, Zi Yuan pleaded, pulling Qin Feng over to divert attention, exclaiming, I've gained a lot this time. This is Qin Feng. Not only has he comprehended sword intent, but he has also grasped the invincible sword heart. Qin Feng. The Moon Goddess's hand froze mid-air, her interest piqued. The Yin Empire had already received news about the Qin family's prodigy, and the recent order to hunt Qin Feng, due to his extraction of a supreme bone from his brother, had also reached her ears. They initially thought he was finished, having lost his invincible heart, but now he had grasped an even more terrifying invincible sword heart. Qin Feng earnestly declared, Moon Goddess, do you believe in love at first sight? Such a young boy already understands love at first sight? The Moon Goddess covered her mouth, unable to restrain her laughter. I see you're merely infatuated. How do you know? Qin Feng replied with utmost seriousness. Indeed, I am infatuated. I have decided to marry you when I grow up. What aspirations? The elders of the Qin family cheered internally, urging Qin Feng to win over the Moon Goddess. Ideally, they could secure the ancestral divine beast Xuanwu as a dowry. If not, they would consider him as a son-in-law for the Qin family. Giggling, the Moon Goddess could no longer contain her amusement, her laughter blooming like flowers. As one of the four great beauties of the ancient era, she had been pursued by countless admirers, but this public confession from an 8-year-old was a first. The Moon Goddess laughed. All the male beings present were utterly captivated, feeling as though they had no regrets left in life. Oomph. Zi Yuan pouted angrily nearby, wishing she could kick Qin Feng away. She had worried endlessly about this insufferable brother and even used her precious life token. Yet he was now fixated on her aunt. The Moon Goddess inquired, Little brother, I find your confidence quite remarkable for someone so small. Qin Feng replied earnestly, A man's confidence does not stem from height, but from a shameless heart and the ability to wield a staff that descends from the heavens. What a little rogue, but I like it. The Moon Goddess's lips curled into a knowing smile, her interest in Qin Feng growing. At that moment, a hoary voice echoed from the horizon, Ancestor, the Moon Goddess has graced us with her presence, but I hope you will consider my Qin family and hand him over. What if I refuse? The Moon Goddess's beautiful eyes narrowed, clearly unwilling to release him. Setting aside Qin Feng's questionable character, his talent alone warranted any force to welcome him with open arms. And the Inu Empire was no exception. Then don't blame me for not being a gracious host. The ancestor of the Qin family appeared on the scene, devoid of any grand entrance, resembling a frail old man, yet no one dared to underestimate him. As one of the founders of the Great Xia Empire and its strongest figure, had it not been for the Qin family's insufficient foundation, the royal lineage would undoubtedly have belonged to them. Eager to witness the might of the Great Xia's foremost expert, the Moon Goddess's eyes sparkled, her garments billowing without wind. Roar! The Xuanwu's deep roar shattered the air, a terrifying pressure enveloping the surroundings, draining the color from the faces of the hundreds of thousands below, who felt as though death was imminent. At that moment, a youthful voice rang out, Ancestor, wait! The crowd turned in curiosity to see a pale little figure, accompanied by Qin Tian, arriving at the battlefield. This was Qin Hao, another key figure in the recent tragic events. Ancestor, I wish to fight this battle myself. Despite his young age, Qin Hao's gaze was sharp as he looked up at his elder brother, believing he could defeat him even without the supreme bone. Are you certain? The ancestor's voice was soft, yet his heart was filled with joy, akin to a 200-pound man elated. Not only had he successfully sent Qin Feng abroad for study, but he had also ignited Qin Hao's fighting spirit, thus averting a war and laying a solid foundation for future power struggles. I am certain. Qin Hao nodded vigorously, declaring, I will show my brother what true strength is. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for triggering the fateful duel. Based on the psychological trauma left on his brother, a task grade will be assigned, with the potential to earn mythic epic rewards. System, I find you quite audacious. Qin Feng initially intended to refuse, but was lured by the enticing rewards. The strongest power? Qin Feng instantly immersed himself in the role, displaying a maniacal grin reminiscent of the Uchiha clan, exclaiming, The strongest power is the power I possess. At the pinnacle of immortality, I, Qin Feng, bring heaven to the world. His frenzied laughter reverberated through the heavens and earth. Qin Feng cast aside his pretense and laid everything bare. The sword intent stunned the crowd. The heavenly calamity transformed their expressions, and the invincible sword heart elicited gasps. But when they beheld the madness in Qin Feng's eyes, they were utterly captivated. Chapter 36. Foolish Idudu. Do you feel despair? The ancient dual pupils. The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief, their hearts in turmoil. Goodness, is there no respite for us? Born with the potential of an emperor, breaking through the extraordinary realm at 8, comprehending sword intent, and solidifying the heart of the sword. He possesses the potential to overshadow the contemporary prodigies. Yet, astonishingly, this is not even his full strength. With the supreme bone coupled with ancient dual pupils, merely contemplating it evokes sheer terror. Heaven, what kind of monstrosity is this? Even the moon goddess was rendered speechless, fervently wishing to employ any means necessary to bring this young child back to the Qin Moon dynasty. The elders of the Qin family were utterly stunned, questioning whether they were still dreaming. 8 years. Qin Feng had been the Qin family for a full 8 years. They had no idea that he possessed a unique constitution, one that included the rare ancient dual pupils. At this revelation, the Qin family elders turned their gazes simultaneously toward Qin Tian, observing his equally shocked expression, and immediately resolved to impose severe punishment for his negligence. Goodness, it is excusable for the ancestors to be unaware, but how could his own father be so oblivious? Absolument impossible. Below, Lin San shook his head in disbelief, struggling to accept that Qin Feng still had hidden cards up his sleeve. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have diminished the confidence of the Chosen One, instilling self-doubt and earning 100,000 villain points. Quite intriguing. Qin Feng glanced down at Lin San, unexpectedly pleased with this unexpected gain. How could this be possible? Below, Qin Hao trembled, feeling the psychological shadow cast by his brother. It felt as if a giant were pressing down on him, leaving him gasping for breath, entirely at his brother's mercy, feeling diminutive and insignificant. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have demonstrated your strength, exacerbating your brother's psychological shadow, reaching 90 of the task progress. Only 10 remains to completion. Only 10. The mythical epic level rewards are on par with the experience scroll of the red-haired old monster. Qin Feng would never relinquish it so easily. Channeling the spiritual energy within, golden runes surged around him. Only by cultivating a divine-level technique to perfection could one manifest such golden runes. The divine-level perfected technique. The crowd's eyes widened once more, teetering on the brink of madness. They had long heard that the eldest son of the Qin family had begun comprehending accompanying techniques while still in the womb. But never did they expect it to be the most formidable divine-level technique. They would fight tooth and nail for a heavenly tier technique. While he had comprehended divine-level accompanying techniques even before birth, the destination they could never reach in their lifetimes was merely his starting point. How could the disparity between individuals be so vast? Qin Hao was taken aback again, trembling even more violently. Although he had also comprehended accompanying techniques while in the womb, his current level was merely sacred, requiring further development to advance to divine. In contrast, his brother emerged with a divine-level technique, and the chasm had widened far too much. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Task completion has reached 95. Damn, he has left me with no cards to play. Qin Feng could not help but curse internally, determined to unleash a golden sword imprint. Only by mastering the divine-level perfected sword technique could one condense such a golden sword imprint, signifying that his swordsmanship was also divine level. The arena fell into silence, leaving everyone at a loss for words. Goodness, is this truly an 8-year-old child? While others sought a divine-level technique in vain. He had created 2 divine-level techniques of his own, augmented by various buffs. Not only could he suppress his contemporaries, but he could even dominate across the ages without a hint of difficulty. Oh, foolish Dudu, do you feel despair now? A wicked smile curved on Qin Feng's lips as he almost burst into maniacal laughter. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have planted an indelible psychological shadow in your brother's mind. Task progress has reached 100. You have earned a mythical epic treasure chest, which requires victory in the fateful duel to claim the reward. How could this be? Qin Hao gazed at Qin Feng in terror, instinctively retreating a few steps. So powerful enough to extinguish any spark of resistance and render victory utterly unattainable. With a clap, Qin Tian placed his hand on Qin Hao's shoulder, saying nothing but offering a smile that conveyed belief in his abilities. I can do this. I will surely triumph over you. Qin Hao, filled with the warmth of paternal love, felt his cheeks flush as he declared to the world. His voice small, yet imbued with unwavering determination. However, the crowd shook their heads, utterly unconvinced of Qin Hao's chances. Not only had his supreme bone been excavated, but even without that handicap, the hope of overcoming a monster like Qin Feng seemed exceedingly bleak. The elders of the Qin family, however, expressed great satisfaction, finally igniting this child's fighting spirit. Their collective effort to accompany him in this performance had not been in vain. Especially Qin Feng's performance was exceptional. Anyone unaware might genuinely believe he was an irredeemable villain. Qin Feng. Zi Yuan gazed at him in disbelief, feeling an unfamiliar sense of estrangement. She had known Qin Feng as talented yet pure-hearted, but now he seemed willing to resort to any means necessary for power, even against his own brother. What kind of person is he? This sparked intense curiosity within her, compelling her to delve deeper into Qin Feng's true nature. Thunderous roars. Another wave of terrifying pressure descended, tearing through the void as two elderly men clad in dragon robes emerged. None other than the current emperor and the supreme emperor of the Great Xia dynasty. These two ancient figures have arrived as well. The moon goddess raised an eyebrow, realizing she was encountering trouble. If it were only the ancestor of the Qin family, she could easily take Qin Feng away. But with the two imperial lords of the royal family joining, even with the divine Bi Xuanwu, she would be forced to kneel in submission. Qin Elder, does this young descendant of yours intend to betray the Great Xia? The Supreme Emperor cast a heavy accusation, instantly intensifying the atmosphere. The ancestor of the Qin family replied nonchalantly, Qin Feng has harmed our kin and is no longer one of us. Whatever he intends to do has no bearing on the Qin family. Very well, that is precisely what I wish to hear. The Supreme Emperor wasted no time, launching a punch at lightning speed, the sound echoing like mountains and tsunamis, striking through the void and crashing down as if to shatter the very fabric of reality. Thunderous roars. The earth-shattering sound resonated as the surrounding void appeared to collapse, ripples of spatial distortion rapidly spreading. I shall join as well. The Emperor of the Great Xia entered the fray, determined to capture Qin Feng at all costs. You two ancient figures, just wait. The moon goddess, her teeth clenched in frustration, could only strategically retreat. Meanwhile, the instigator, Qin Feng, took the opportunity to cling to the moon goddess's long leg, pleading, Sister Moon Goddess, save me. Chapter 37. The music resounds, the dance continues this fellow. Ziyuan could not help but roll her eyes, her mind swirling with sarcastic remarks. Just moments ago, he had been proclaiming himself the pinnacle of immortality, dominating the world, and now he was crying out for his aunt to save him, utterly devoid of any dignity. Boom! Another thunderous roar erupted. There stood the Supreme Emperor and the current monarch of the Great Xia, surrounded by an endless radiance, resembling ancient deities, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon the moon goddess. Roar! The deep growl of the divine beast, Xuanwu, suddenly resonated, as it carried the moon goddess and her companions, tearing through the fabric of space and swiftly departing. The heavens and earth trembled as they cleared a path, the divine might towering above, surveying all living beings with disdain. Everyone, why do you hesitate to act? The Supreme Emperor and the reigning monarch of Great Xia were anxious, fully aware of the dire consequences should Qin Feng escape. The Great Xia dynasty was already in decline. Allowing Qin Feng to return to the Qin family would pose a threat to their thrones and grant the Yin dynasty a formidable adversary. Thus, they could not afford to let Qin Feng see the dawn of another day. Yet, the major families remained reluctant to engage, each calculating their own interests. Qin Feng was a ruthless character who would even harm his own brother for power. If they could eliminate him today, it would be advantageous. But if he were to escape, they would surely face the repercussions. Moreover, the rise and fall of dynasties had little bearing on their families. A mere change of master would not disrupt their revelries. With this thought, the prominent families finally entered the fray, their movements swift as tigers, yet their attacks barely registering any damage. They had mastered the art of feigned effort. They fulfilled the royal command while simultaneously extending a favor to Qin Feng. Those cunning old foxes. The elders of the Qin family saw through the ruse but chose to remain silent, as heads of their families. They had indulged in similar tactics in the past. What do these old geezers mean? The moon goddess cast a glance at the elders of the Qin family, noting their utter lack of intent to act. However, this alleviated some of her pressure. Facing 3 elders would be daunting, but escaping from 2 was manageable. Damn it! Despite the desperate attempts of the 2 emperors to obstruct her, their efforts were futile against the moon goddess, primarily due to Xuanwu's formidable defenses, which had withstood relentless assaults. With a group of lackluster companions, it would have been a miracle if they could impede her. Ultimately, they could only watch as Xuanwu tore through the void, vanishing elegantly from sight. Let's go. The expression of the great Xia emperor darkened considerably as he departed with the royal city guards and the eastern and western departments. He yearned to issue an immediate declaration of war against the Qin family. Yet he understood that the likelihood of such a conflict was minimal. Setting aside the lack of justification, even if he concocted a baseless accusation, the prominent families might not lend their support. Previously, they could use the emergence of 2 prodigies from the Qin family as a pretext for dividing their interests. But now the second son was incapacitated, and the eldest had gone abroad. The prospect of sharing any spoils was non-existent. It would be strange if they were willing to serve him. We shall depart as well. The ancestor glanced back longingly at the direction in which Qin Feng had disappeared. From now on, he would have to forge his own path in the Yin dynasty. Even if they wished to assist, they were powerless to do so. Brother, I will surely surpass you. Qin Hao's small face was exceptionally serious, already prepared for relentless training. Qin brother, I will not be outdone by you. Lin San's eyes shimmered with an unprecedented determination. He resolved to surpass this monstrous man upon their next encounter. Yin dynasty. In the palace of the moon goddess, she returned astride Xuanwu, ripping through the void, accompanied by Qin Feng and Ziyuan. We welcome you, moon goddess. Divine maiden. The entire moon goddess palace was filled with women who knelt and paid their respects to the moon goddess and Ziyuan. Divine maiden? Qin Feng could not help but turn to Ziyuan, who proudly raised her head, as if to declare, indeed, I am the divine maiden of the moon goddess palace. The next moon goddess. It's over. The moon goddess palace is destined for decline. Qin Feng recalled Ziyuan's combat style, akin to a child gleefully beating up a villain, and he could hardly fathom what the palace would become under her stewardship. What did you say? Ziyuan was infuriated, vowing to teach this little brat a lesson today, and the 2 began to chase each other around the moon goddess palace. The female disciples of the moon goddess palace were utterly astonished. The moon goddess had brought back a young boy. Since the establishment of the moon goddess palace, there had been a strict prohibition against men entering, let alone one personally brought in by the moon goddess, regardless of his youth. Enough of this. The moon goddess intervened to stop the playful scuffle, revealing a breathtaking smile as she said, Qin Feng, how would you like to join my moon goddess palace? Of course. Qin Feng nodded repeatedly, stating, according to the rules of the martial world, you saved me. I should indeed marry you. This fellow, Ziyuan, gritted her teeth in frustration, not expecting this little brat to actually have designs on her aunt. Giggle. The moon goddess couldn't help but laugh heartily. You are quite the amusing little fellow. I hereby officially appoint you as the son of the moon goddess palace. Your Excellency, the moon goddess. The people of the moon goddess palace quickly interjected, reminding her that the rules prohibited male disciples. I know what I am doing. The moon goddess's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Qin Feng. Anyone who had witnessed Qin Feng's extraordinary talent would break the rules for him. Even the moon goddess palace was no exception. What do you intend to do? Qin Feng felt a shiver of apprehension under the moon goddess's gaze, suspecting she might be deceiving him into joining the moon goddess palace for some malicious purpose. Great Xia Imperial Palace. Upon returning, the great Xia Emperor was seething with rage. Since the reforms of the Yin dynasty a century ago, its rapid development had become a significant threat to the great Xia dynasty, and now, with the emergence of Qin Feng, a prodigious talent unprecedented in history, his thoughts were consumed with dread, robbing him of sleep. The ministers below began to discuss. The fact that the moon goddess managed to escape with Qin Feng is primarily the Qin family's responsibility. The Qin family was clinging to familial ties, hoping for Qin Feng's eventual return. The Qin family is a scourge. They must not be spared. Such sentiments are easy to express, but the Qin family is not so easily eliminated. An elderly minister, risking his life, sought an audience, urging the emperor to recruit talents from the common folk to cultivate prodigies from humble backgrounds, thereby strengthening Great Xia. Recruiting talents from the common folk is easier said than done. It would undermine the foundation of the prominent families, and they would never agree. The harm done by the prominent families runs deep. Only through radical measures can Great Xia hope to survive. Your Majesty, the common people have long suffered under the yoke of the prominent families. The Great Xia Emperor, observing the loyal ministers before him, recognized the truth in their words. However, the prominent families were not so easily dealt with. They followed him because he could deliver their interests. Should he deprive them of their gains, they would unhesitatingly overthrow him and support a new regime. Just then, a young eunuch rushed in to report, "Your Majesty, Princess Nanfeng has sent word, saying she has encountered an intriguing young man with a method to dismantle the prominent families." Chapter 38, Men. There are men Moon God Palace. Ever since Qin Feng officially joined, all the young ladies have gone wild. A man. They have a man in the Moon God Palace. Why do I feel they are more excited than I am? Qin Feng felt as though he had entered a den of spiders, and every night before sleeping, he would repeatedly check if the door was locked. With a playful leap, Xiao Bai jumped on a Qin Feng's shoulder, nuzzling against him like a kitten. The meaning was unmistakable. It was time to eat. Even the landlord's family couldn't withstand such an appetite. With a sigh, Qin Feng took out a small pouch, which contained only a single blood bodhi. Once consumed, he would have to spend his own money to buy more or venture into the wild forest to search for them. However, the wilderness was the territory of fierce beasts. Even if there were heavenly materials and earthly treasures, formidable beasts guarded them, making the endeavor incredibly challenging. Suddenly, the system chimed in. The host can exchange for spirit pet food from the system. Spirit pet carrot. Exclusive feed for rabbit-type spirit pets. Long-term use can enhance various attributes. Exchange price 10 villain points. 10 points for one. Qin Feng exclaimed in his mind, deeming it an extortionate price. His little glutton's appetite demanded at least 4 or 5 carrots daily, which amounted to 40 or 50 points a day for the 500 points in 10 days, and over 10,000 points in a year. He had never been this generous to his own parents. Now, times had changed, and until he encountered the next victim, the chosen one, he needed to conserve his villain points. Qin Feng opened the system, currently possessing 500 villain points, since he had not reached 1 million. He could not exchange for the Great Perfection card to elevate his other divine martial arts to the same level. However, spending 30,000 points each month for a 100-fold comprehension aura was still feasible and would suffice for a year or two. Hopefully, during this time, he would meet the chosen one. Seizing the last blood bodhi from Xiao Bai's mouth, he tossed it a carrot exchange from the system for 10 villain points. I rabbit, no, don't eat this. Xiao Bai protested, speaking human words in frustration. True, the carrot was edible, but it was clearly not on the same level as the blood bodhi. Akin to dog food compared to a succulent rib, a child as pickiness is usually cultivated. Qin Feng brandished the long sky divine sword at Xiao Bai's neck, causing the little creature to hastily devour the carrot, finishing it in just a few bites, even consuming the leaves. Excellent. Satisfied, Qin Feng sheathed the long sky divine sword and swallowed the last blood bodhi in one gulp. Boom! Qin Feng's body trembled violently as he hurriedly sat cross-legged on the bed, entering a state of cultivation. The energy derived from the blood bodhi surged through his body like a torrent, integrating fiercely into his flesh and blood. Xiao Bai let out a pitiful cry, waving its paw to retrieve the sage bamboo slip. It was a naturally possessed independent space, and it cuddled the slip while sleeping beside Qin Feng. City of Heavenly Heart. Lin San had endured numerous trials and finally returned safely, bringing with him the complete form of Qin Feng. Sword intent, sword heart, supreme bone, ancient heavy pupil, and even self-created divine techniques and sword arts. After hearing this, City Lord Lin Hao lamented in regret. If only he had chosen Qin Feng as his son-in-law, considering his current predicament of being cornered by the Qin family, he would have been embraced by him. Alas, it was too late. Qin Feng had already been taken back by the moon god to the Yin Moon dynasty. Moreover, his originally favored son-in-law, Qin Hao, had been reduced to a waste after having his supreme bone extracted. Rumor had it that the family head position of the Qin family had also been stripped away, leaving the family in dire straits. How could I marry off my daughter now when it was for profit? Lin Hao felt an excruciating headache, wanting to retract the engagement but fearing the repercussions. The Qin family was the foremost family of the ancient era. Retracting an engagement would be akin to slapping their face, a matter of great consequence for a family of their stature, potentially leading to war. Yet, the thought of marrying his daughter to a waste was equally unbearable. Time flew by. 7 years passed. During this time, prodigies continuously emerged, and the competition became increasingly fierce, showcasing talents that were terrifyingly powerful. The records set by Qin Feng, such as breaking through to the extraordinary realm at the age of 8 and comprehending sword intent, were successively surpassed by many prodigies. However, since being appointed as the son of the moon god Palace 7 years ago, Qin Feng had kept a low profile, rarely appearing in public, with no news of his battles circulating. Nonetheless, the sword intent, sword heart, supreme bone, an ancient heavy pupil he displayed in the Great Xia dynasty had astounded the ancient world, earning him the title of the #1 prodigy of the ancient era. Even after 7 years of absence, his reputation remained unshaken. At this moment, behind the moon god palace, a massive waterfall cascaded like a silver river. A young man with clear eyes and slanted sword-like brows, remarkably handsome, sat cross-legged beneath the waterfall, his bare torso adorned with a golden dragon tattoo as he cultivated, allowing the crashing water to pound upon him, sending echoes reverberating. This young man was 15-year-old Qin Feng, whose cultivation had risen to the 9th level of the extraordinary realm. It was not the allure of the moon god Palace's beauties that weakened his will, but rather a determination to solidify his foundation. Yes, it was solely for the purpose of fortifying his roots. Although his cultivation had not seen significant improvement, his other abilities had been profoundly developed. The heavenly calamity light had grown stronger, and aside from the basic abilities of slowing down speed, dissecting movements, and seeing through the essence, he had also comprehended the divine light of yin and yang. With numerous killing techniques at his disposal, slaying those at the pathfinding realm was effortless. The only regret was that in these 7 years he had not encountered a single chosen one, and despite his efforts to save villain points, he had nearly exhausted them all. Now, he could only interact with the young ladies of the Moon God Palace to earn meager villain points to make ends meet, making him increasingly nostalgic for Lin San, almost suffering from lovesickness. In the past 7 years, I have been harmed by indulgence, and my cultivation has fallen so much. From today onward, I shall abstain from alcohol. Qin Feng secretly resolved to quit drinking. Although he had not consumed much, he was certain it was the cause. Don't crowd, let me see. Not far away, a group of young ladies from the Moon God Palace were secretly watching, and upon seeing Qin Feng's abs, they let out excited squeals. The only man in the Moon God Palace had finally grown up. Buy tickets, with a ticket, you can watch the man for 5 minutes. A childish voice piped up, and upon closer inspection, it was a cute little white rabbit walking on 2 legs. Shall buy. The pet Qin Feng had raised for 7 years. Ever since Qin Feng began feeding it carrots 7 years ago, it had learned to raise rabbits itself, to enjoy authentic heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Initially, it faced challenges, as such treasures were not easily obtained. However, under Qin Feng's guidance over the years, it soon discovered a lucrative opportunity. Men were a scarce commodity in the Moon God Palace. Hence, every time Qin Feng came to cultivate beneath the waterfall, it would sell tickets. 1 spirit stone for 5 minutes, maintaining fairness in pricing. Naturally, Qin Feng did not often showcase his physique on a waterfall, so Xiaobai would frequently auction off previously worn underwear to supplement household expenses. Chapter 39. The Emperor's Disciple. Our little rabbit truly embodies the virtues of thrift and diligence. Delightfully, Little White counts the spirit stones she has earned. pulling out the original flavor of undergarments she pilfered last night. With a successful auction, she could procure some rare treasures of heaven and earth. The bitter tea of youth. Qin Feng has a starting bid of 20 spirit stones. I bid 25 spirit stones. The maidens of the Moon God Palace take their pursuit seriously. The mere appearance of the undergarments sends a wave of gasps throughout the crowd. Suddenly, a sharp gust of wind slices through the vast forest and beneath the waterfall. Qin Feng's eyes snap open, radiating an intense aura as invisible sword energy surges around him. With a thunderous clash, the unseen sword energy tears through the waterfall, colliding with an incoming force, sending water splattering everywhere. Two enchanting figures emerge beside the waterfall, the Moon Goddess and Jie Jie. Unlike her youthful self from 7 years ago, Jie Jie now exudes an irresistible charm with every smile and frown. It is said she has cultivated formidable techniques alongside the Moon Goddess, ones that only women can master. Indeed, your understanding of sword intent and heart has deepened, the Moon Goddess remarks, her gaze toward Qin Feng filled with satisfaction. It was not in vain that she broke palace rules to make him the scion of the Moon God Palace. This young man will undoubtedly strengthen their lineage in the future. Why? How could I not aspire to marry the Moon Goddess? Qin Feng quips, raising an eyebrow and showcasing his physique before her. With a huff, Jie Jie steps forward and kicks Qin Feng into the waterfall, fuming all this time. You've been pining after my aunt, and now you ignore me, a beauty standing right beside you? Quite the beauty indeed. Qin Feng surfaces and inspects Jie Jie, wondering what she has been consuming these years. She could easily draw a foul for charging with the ball. Rogue. Jie Jie's cheeks flush with indignation as she playfully tussles with Qin Feng. Enough of your antics. The Moon Goddess, accustomed to Qin Feng's teasing, speaks calmly. Qin Feng. In a few days, the decade-long death elimination tournament of the Yin Moon Dynasty will commence. Are you interested in participating? The death elimination tournament? Qin Feng's brow furrows. He has heard of this competition. Since the reforms of the Yin Moon Dynasty a century ago, it has become pivotal for their rise, akin to a Gaokao examination. Various factions send their finest talents to compete, and those who succeed receive focused cultivation from the dynasty itself, complete with exceptional resources. The only difference from the Gaokao is that while one can retake the exam, the death elimination tournament, as its name suggests, is unforgiving. Many remain forever in the arena. Qin Feng is not overly concerned about life and death. What he truly cares about is the chance to encounter the beloved chosen one. Just then, shouts of jubilation reach him from nearby, as if celebrating the acquisition of a pair of undergarments for 100 spirit stones. Rice bucket. Qin Feng alights gracefully behind Little White. Upon hearing this name, Little White erupts in fury, exclaiming, I'm called Qin Xiaobai. Qin Xiaobai. If anyone dares to call me Rice Bucket again, I shall bite them to death. Very well, Rice Bucket. Qin Feng nods in acknowledgement, yet he has no intention of changing his habit. He wonders why his undergarments had vanished before he could wash them, only to find they had been publicly auctioned by this rabbit. It's a Moon Goddess. A group of maidens scatter as if confronted by a teacher. Little White, your behavior is unacceptable. Jie Jie chastises her angrily. I didn't want this either. But I am hungry. Little White feigns innocence, lamenting her plight. Once, she had a steady supply of carrots, but lately, that too has dwindled. If she does not sell something soon, she may starve to death. Sighing helplessly, Qin Feng contemplates his own struggles. He wishes he could provide for the rabbit, but he lacks the resources. Life has been difficult for him, and if he cannot find a victim, a chosen one soon, he might have to resort to becoming a notorious thief. Though the earnings would be less, it might suffice for survival. At that moment, a maiden approaches with news. Your Excellency, a talented individual seeks to challenge you outside. Here we go again. Qin Feng feels exasperation rising. Since being hailed as the foremost prodigy of the ancient era, challengers have flocked to the Moon God Palace. However, none of them possess the qualities he seeks in a chosen one, leaving him utterly uninterested. The challenger is no ordinary person. He is a disciple of the emperor from the great Xia dynasty. Disciple of the emperor? Qin Feng furrows his brow, familiar with the term. If memory serves him right, During the Tang dynasty, the imperial examination system and the emperor's disciples dismantled the dominance of the aristocracy, significantly enhancing centralized power. What could the current emperor of Great Xia be plotting? Is he attempting to weaken the aristocracy? Quickly, Qin Feng locates the relevant records. 7 years ago, the emperor of Great Xia proclaimed his intention to take disciples, declaring that all selected talents would become his disciples. The announcement stirred the entire realm, as the prospect of being the emperor's disciple felt like unparalleled glory. Even the great families found it hard to resist. Thus began a fervent selection process for the emperor's disciples, with the talented offspring of noble families prevailing, while a multitude of talented commoners also emerged. The emperor kept his promise, accepting the outstanding from noble families, while those from humble backgrounds were not neglected, becoming prospective disciples. This cunning old man is indeed targeting the aristocracy. Qin Feng quickly discerns the emperor's intentions. The title of emperor's disciple appears prestigious, but in reality, is merely a tool for the emperor. The common-born talents, lacking support, will inevitably rely on the emperor, becoming his sword against the nobility. Those from noble families, having gained the title of disciples, must obey, for dissent would be seen as treachery. Morally, the emperor has already triumphed. Simultaneously, he is intrigued by whom might be advising the emperor. Based on his decade of experience as a bookworm, it is highly likely this person is the chosen one he has been seeking for 7 years. Thunderous sounds erupt from the main hall, accompanied by the curses of the emperor's disciple. Qin Feng, if you dare to be a traitor, come out. I know you're in there. Don't hide in silence. Chapter 40. The sudden rift outside the moon god palace. A group of ladies clad in white emerged, their faces flushed with anger, encircling a robust man. This man was Zhu Tu, a disciple of the heavenly sun, who had come to challenge Qin Feng. As Qin Feng delayed his appearance to accept the challenge, Zhu Tu brazenly began to smash the doors of the moon god palace and hurled insults at their divine son. He seemed to forget that this was the Yin dynasty, not the Xia dynasty, where he believed he could act with impunity. Outrageous. The ladies of the moon god palace wore icy expressions, drawing their swords, which gleamed ominously as they pointed them at Zhu Tu. What? Is Qin Feng afraid to face us, attempting to overwhelm us with numbers? Zhu Tu remained defiant, disregarding the threat they posed. As a member of the Xia envoy, he believed himself to be impervious to danger. Killing him would be tantamount to declaring war on the Xia dynasty. The Xia envoy is formidable, but I shall teach him a lesson. Zuin, clearly incensed, rolled up her sleeves, ready to engage in battle. Wait. Qin Feng raised his hand to stop her, pondering aloud. Is it possible that he is merely a pawn in someone else's game? A pawn, and not one to be easily fooled. Furrowed her brow. Are you suggesting that someone is setting a trap for you? It is not for me, but for the noble families of the Xia. Qin Feng mused, scratching his chin, growing increasingly convinced of this possibility. With the Xia emperor promoting the sons of noble families, he intended to elevate the commoners to replace their rule eventually. The challenge lay in how to handle these noble heirs. Perhaps by sending them as an envoy to observe the life and death elimination matches in the Yin dynasty. Any mishaps could be blamed on them, igniting a conflict between the noble families and the Yin dynasty, allowing the Xia royal family to reap the benefits. A trap for the noble families of Xia. Ziyuan's head was filled with questions, struggling to grasp Qin Feng's implications. Let's find out. With a gentle leap, Qin Feng floated out of the moon god palace, determined to draw out the puppet master, perhaps the fabled chosen one he sought. Qin Feng. Is Qin Feng. A crowd had gathered outside the moon god palace, erupting in excitement upon his appearance. 7 years had passed since he showcased his complete form, and all were eager to witness the prowess of the ancient first prodigy. Alas, since becoming the divine son of the moon god palace, he had never accepted any challenges. Today he had arrived, striding with a captivating grace. Greetings, divine son. The white-clad ladies bowed respectfully, their eyes betraying a mixture of admiration and awe. Qin Feng had shed the innocence of youth, inheriting his mother's striking beauty, undeniably a handsome young man. Coupled with his unparalleled talent and status as the only male in the moon god palace, he was the object of admiration among all female disciples. Qin Feng. You have finally emerged. Zhu Tu exclaimed with fervor, nearly emitting an animalistic grunt as he unleashed a powerful surge of energy, transforming into a fierce black boar. Brandishing a hefty cleaver, with a thunderous crash, the cleaver struck the ground, shattering the floor beneath. Qin Feng, disdainful, remarked, "I expected a formidable opponent. Yet you are merely a trifling spirit warrior of the fourth realm. And what of it?" Zhu Tu retorted indignantly. "I am a disciple of the heavenly sun. Even as a spirit warrior of the fourth realm, I surpass those of the ninth." The surrounding crowd nodded in agreement, acknowledging Zhu Tu's claims. However, when comparing him to Qin Feng, the gap in prowess was undeniable. 7 years prior, Qin Feng had achieved the third level of transcendence. With his extraordinary talent, one could only speculate how far he had advanced since then. Have you entered the Tao, or transcended to the celestial sect? Enough of this banter. What is your cultivation level? Zhu Tu asked nervously, prepared to concede if Qin Feng had indeed surpassed the Tao. Transcendence at the 9th level, Qin Feng declared proudly, revealing his strength. The crowd fell into a stunned silence, disbelief washing over their faces. Heavens! The fabled first prodigy of the ancient times. The one who suppresses all. How could he merely be at the 9th level of transcendence? It typically took over a year to advance a minor level. What had he been doing all these years? Surely he had not been lost in the flower gardens of the Moon God Palace. Zhu Tu was left bewildered, unable to fathom Qin Feng's arrogance in dismissing him as a mere spirit warrior of the fourth realm. How shall we proceed? A duel or a group assault? Qin Feng inquired. Of course a duel. Zhu Tu responded, somewhat confused. Understood. Qin Feng gestured to the ladies, signaling them to engage Zhu Tu in a one-on-one confrontation. The onlookers were left speechless, shocked at how the ancient first prodigy had diverged from their expectations. The ladies wasted no time, their swords flashing with dark, watery ripples as they lunged at Zhu Tu, indifferent to notions of fairness. Qin Feng, you shameless rogue, what happened to our duel? Zhu Tu shouted in outrage. Indeed, you are to face us all alone. Qin Feng replied innocently, displaying his teeth in a playful grin. The crowd could only shake their heads in disbelief, realizing Qin Feng had shed all pretense of being the noble first prodigy. With a resounding crash, Zhu Tu found himself overwhelmed, swiftly fell to the ground. I refuse to accept this. Zhu Tu bellowed, fury etched upon his features. Your acceptance is of no concern to me. Qin Feng rolled his eyes, finding Zhu Tu's obstinacy tiresome. Then, he produced an abacus larger than a small child, calculating the damages incurred by Zhu Tu's actions against the Moon God Palace, totaling a staggering 1 million premium spirit stones. Zhu Tu, incredulous, exclaimed, 1 million? Premium spirit stones? That amount combined wouldn't even equate to 1 spirit stone. Precisely, Qin Feng replied with an air of sincerity. I am simply seeking a compensation of 999 premium spirit stones. The crowd fell into another stunned silence. Good heavens! Such an honest reply. They were momentarily at a loss for words. This is robbery. I have no money. Zhu Tu protested vehemently, still clinging to his defiance. Lack of funds is no obstacle. Qin Feng replied with a playful grin. You may repay with your flesh. Chapter 41. The charm of the slightly plump, the expressions of those surrounding turned peculiar, uncertain if their interpretations of sacrifice aligned with the reality. In swift succession, Qin Feng stripped Zhu Tu of his garments, binding him to a horse-drawn carriage for public display. A placard dangling from his neck detailing Zhu Tu's credentials as a disciple of the emperor and the heir of the illustrious Zhu family. Qin Feng, your indignities will not go unpunished. The Zhu family will seek retribution, as will his majesty. Zhu Tu had never endured such disgrace, thrashing vehemently in an attempt to confront Qin Feng. Yet, Qin Feng dismissed his threats with indifference, parading the cart through the streets amidst the sound of drums and gongs. Come Wan, come Ol, witness the authentic, robust man from the Great Xia. Not 998, not 888, only 98 spirit stones for a chance to take him home for. A breeding session. The crowd, having never witnessed such a spectacle, flocked to witness the robust man from Great Xia. Ah, a disciple of the emperor, a true prodigy. A scion from a noble family. How extraordinary. I have a friend yearning for a healthy child. Yet fortune has eluded her. 98 is a reasonable price. Certainly worth the investment. If it's a boy, he could inherit the family fortune. With the passage of time, the throng grew more substantial. In this realm where mortals and immortals coexisted, many were unable to cultivate. To enhance their family's lineage, affluent individuals sought the blessings of talented cultivators, hoping to forge bonds with their daughters, provided the daughters were sufficiently comely. Now, with Qin Feng openly pricing his services, even those without attractive daughters found themselves tempted. Divine One, might I present my daughter? One wealthy patron, trembling, revealed his daughter, who weighed over 200 pounds yet was deemed beautiful. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Any person of conscience would find this unacceptable. This is beyond excessive. Qin Feng, unable to bear the sight, swiftly countered. The price must increase. Absolutely. The wealthy man nodded fervently, willing to pay any amount. After a lifetime of toil, what was wealth if one lacked the power to command respect? He had learned the hard truth. Only strength could safeguard one's riches. Release me. Let me go. Zhu Tu struggled fiercely, declaring he would rather die than submit. Observing Zhu Tu's fierce resistance, Qin Feng advised, do not wear such a grim visage. This is a carefully selected, slightly plump maiden for you. Remember, slightly plump is the epitome of allure. Slightly plump. The crowd's eyes twitched. Many wished to question his conscience. In pursuit of this transaction, he audaciously referred to a 200-pound woman as slightly plump. Qin Feng, you shall not prevail. Zhu Tu summoned his spiritual power, rendering the ordinary unable to approach. The wealthy man, disheartened, recognized that celestial fates cannot be coerced. Fear not. I am a man of integrity in business. Qin Feng reassured the patron with a smile, producing a small jade vial inscribed with the words Mother Pig Goes Wild. This concoction, derived from his study of peculiar arts, was designed to expedite the cultivation process. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, recoiling in fear. By the heavens! Is it truly the legendary aphrodisiac, Mother Pig Goes Wild? It is said that even a mere touch can render a pig enchanting in a man's eyes. Simultaneously, the crowd's gaze towards Qin Feng transformed entirely. He was no longer merely an ancient prodigy, but rather the most notorious libertine, carrying such a potion. Qin Feng feigned innocence. What expression is this? It is only reasonable to carry some defensive measures while traversing the world. Reasonable, my foot. What respectable person would carry such items? The crowd rolled their eyes, utterly unconvinced by Qin Feng's excuses, recognizing him as someone to be avoided. Powerful, gifted, and with a prominent background, yet utterly shameless. Thank you for your generosity, Divine One. The once beautiful maiden, now exhilarated, took the potion and Zhu Tu home. Qin Feng, dear brother, I implore you, spare me. I will compensate you with 1,000,000 exquisite spirit stones. I was wrong. Zhu Tu, stripped of his former arrogance, begged for forgiveness. Yet, Qin Feng paid him no mind, awaiting the emergence of the shadowy figure behind this scheme. If he were to kill Zhu Tu, he would unwittingly fall into their trap, eliminating a rival while inciting the Zhu family's wrath towards himself. Conversely, if he chose to humiliate Zhu Tu instead, the hidden puppet master would be compelled to intervene, for they were both emissaries to the Moon dynasty. It was inconceivable that a companion would remain unassisted in the face of such humiliation. Am I truly mistaken about the absence of the Chosen One? Qin Feng surveyed the vicinity, but received no system notifications. Please no, do not approach. Zhu Tu's anguished cries echoed from the courtyard, prompting a 3-minute silence of respect from the crowd. The esteemed disciple of the great Xia, a scion of nobility, reduced to humiliation at the hands of a mere mortal. This psychological trauma would likely remain unresolved for eternity. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully humiliated another's dignity, earning 1,000 villain points. Qin Feng immediately perked up, akin to a rogue unlocking a new skill. Clang! The clear sound of a gong resonated as a luxurious convoy approached. Elaborate carriages accompanied by servants and guards, all indicative of a formidable background. Leading the procession were a group of enraged men and women, garbed in the same attire as Zhu Tu, reserved solely for the disciples of the emperor. The princess of the south wind has arrived. As the carriage halted, the guards proclaimed the name of the most cherished daughter of the great Xia emperor, the princess of the south wind, who represented the great Xia and the envoy to the Yin Moon dynasty. Princess of the south wind. Qin Feng's gaze fixated on the opulent carriage, sensing the presence of more than one individual within, discernible through their heavy breathing, indicating the presence of a youth. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have discovered the chosen one. Of epic caliber. Qin Feng's eyes gleamed with anticipation, his heart racing. 7 years had passed. Fate had finally orchestrated their meeting. Whether there were forces conspiring against him now seemed trivial. What mattered was that he could begin to plot against this chosen one. A cold feminine voice emanated from within the carriage. Qin Feng, as a traitor of the great Xia, how dare you so shamelessly humiliate our esteemed disciple? What punishment do you deserve? Chapter 42. Kneel down, the princess of the great Xia. What an impressive display of authority. Qin Feng could not help but scoff. Am I truly so ignorant that I question the son of the moon god in the territory of the Yin dynasty? Or has the great Xia already conquered it? As soon as the words left his lips, the gazes of those around him turned icy, realizing that the great Xia princess had indeed overstepped her bounds. To utter such words in their territory was nothing short of a blatant disregard for the Yin dynasty. Impudent! Princess Nan Feng, enraged, commanded, "Seize Qin Feng and execute him." Yes. The princess's guards swiftly drew their long blades, and the young elites of the entourage brandished their weapons as well. Who dares to kill on my territory? What audacity! Qin Feng, somewhat admiring of the protagonist's loyalty to his allies, did not wait for him to speak. From every direction, dozens of maidens from the moon god palace emerged, surrounding the adversaries. This is going to be entertaining. The onlookers brightened at the prospect, hastily retreating to maintain a safe distance. Alas, a sigh emanated from within a carriage. A man clad in exquisite garments emerged, clasping his fists in greeting. You must be the renowned first prodigy, Brother Qin Feng. I apologize for the princess's earlier indiscretion. I, Feng Chong, shall express our regrets on her behalf. It was him. Qin Feng instantly recognized this man as the fated child. Drawing from his decade-long experience as a bookworm, he discerned that this individual was unlike the typical servant-type protagonist or the passionate, motivational hero. He was a favored minister of the emperor, either to marry the princess or to cultivate her into an empress-type protagonist. This only reinforced Qin Feng's belief that this man was the mastermind orchestrating events behind the scenes against him. Qin Feng showed no inclination to grant him any respect, launching into an outburst. I had thought the great Xia princess was a paragon of virtue, yet it seems she is merely a promiscuous wretch hiding a man in her carriage. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd as they nearly choked on their breaths, astonished that Qin Feng dared to utter such words in public, especially in front of the great Xia princess. Say that again. Princess Nan Feng, unaccustomed to such affront, stormed out of the carriage. Dressed in resplendent attire, she exuded grace and beauty, with brows like emerald feathers, skin like snow, and teeth like pearls. Truly a breathtaking beauty. Good heavens! It had been years since Qin Feng had encountered a woman of such caliber. He could not help but marvel at the protagonist's discerning eye. With utmost sincerity, Qin Feng replied, I declare you a wretched creature. Impudent. Princess Nan Feng was now utterly enraged, drawing her personal sword and lunging at Qin Feng. But before her blade could reach him, a maiden from the moon god palace deflected it, while several other swords were poised at her throat, as if ready to strike at a moment's command from Qin Feng. If you dare, kill me. Princess Nan Feng's gaze was filled with disdain, utterly unconvinced that Qin Feng would dare to harm her. After all, she represented the great Xia dynasty on this mission to the Yin dynasty. Should Qin Feng attempt to kill her, it would instigate a conflict between the two nations, and even his status as the son of the moon god would be of no consequence. Such an unprecedented demand I have never encountered. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Qin Feng's eyes, and a fierce sword aura enveloped him. This is bad. Feng Chang's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly summoned his spiritual energy to shield Princess Nanfeng. Boom! The intangible sword energy sent Feng Chang flying, causing him to stagger several steps before he could regain his footing. He is serious? Princess Nanfeng trembled, finally sensing Qin Feng's murderous intent. Had Feng Chang not shielded her, she might have already been pierced by his invisible sword energy. But how could this be? She was a princess of the Great Xia, the representative of the envoy. How could Qin Feng possibly have the audacity to kill her? He is a man who does not play by the rules. Feng Chang's expression grew grave as he was compelled to take Qin Feng seriously. He had always believed he could manipulate the ancient people at will. Indeed, he was from a planet called Red Star, living in a modern civilization, and through a twist of fate, he had traversed into this ancient world. Although it was a fantastical realm, he had navigated it with the advanced theoretical knowledge from his time, becoming the chief advisor to Princess Nanfeng and even proposing methods for the Great Xia Emperor to defeat the aristocratic families. He had assumed everything would proceed according to his plans. But who could have anticipated encountering Qin Feng, a man who disregarded all conventions? He had intended to provoke Zhu Tu into a challenge, hoping to use them as a tool for his own ends. Yet Qin Feng had turned Zhu Tu into a commodity, forcing them to resolve the matter themselves. Apologizing on behalf of Princess Nanfeng was the logical course of action. Yet Qin Feng had launched into a tirade, unflinchingly threatening to slay the princess of the Great Xia on the streets. Should he be seen as audaciously arrogant or as someone who has seen through it all? There truly exists someone unafraid of death. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened, his right hand slowly resting on the hilt of his sword, displeased by Feng Chang's interference. What? Feng Chang's body stiffened, an inexplicable panic rising within him. At that moment, he felt akin to the Monkey King in the palm of Buddha, unable to escape no matter how he struggled. Enough! An aged voice thundered in the ears of the assembly. An elder appeared, rapidly approaching, his gaze fixed on Qin Feng with an unmistakable command. Clearly, this man was the hidden master within the envoy. You old fool, who do you think you are? Qin Feng continued to show no respect, his eyes widening as he commanded, kneel. Impudent. The elder's rage peaked, unleashing a terrifying energy from within. Boom! A clap of thunder resounded from the heavens, dispersing the elder's gathered energy, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure descending, forcing him to cough blood and kneel before Qin Feng. It seemed he could no longer protect Princess Nanfeng and would have to retreat to recuperate at home. The moon god. It is the moon god. The onlookers, akin to fervent devotees, hastily knelt in reverence towards the moon god palace. The elder, unwilling to concede, shouted, Moon god, is this how you treat your guests in the Inu dynasty? The moon god's cold voice resonated in the void. Then what about your destruction of the gates of my moon god palace? Is it the etiquette of the Great Xia dynasty? The elder was instantly silenced, unsure of how to respond. Feng Chang hastily interjected, My lord moon god, Zhu Tu's actions were his own and do not represent our envoy. I am willing to apologize on his behalf and bear all repercussions. If apologies were sufficient, what need would there be for any authority? Qin Feng interjected, further stoking the flames. What do you desire? Princess Nanfeng, suppressing her fury, recognized the precariousness of her situation. Kneel. Qin Feng's gaze bore into Princess Nanfeng, his voice soft yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Chapter 43. Either kneel or die. How dare you demand that I, a princess, kneel? Princess Nanfeng seethed with indignation, utterly astonished by Qin Feng's audacity. As a dignified princess of the Great Xia, she found it inconceivable to bow before the Qin family, especially when Qin Feng was a traitor. Even though he held the esteemed title of the son of the Moon God Palace, he was unworthy of her submission. Either kneel or die. The depths of Qin Feng's clear and profound gaze were filled with an icy resolve as his right hand slowly found its way to the hilt of his Long Kong divine sword, indicating that he was far from jesting with Princess Nanfeng. Should she dare to utter another word, he would not hesitate to unleash the heavenly sword technique. Under the enhancement of the invincible sword heart, his mind had already dismissed all thoughts of women, except for the beautiful and wealthy ones willing to shower him with riches. An immediate silence enveloped the crowd, as they felt the overwhelming aura exuding from the ancient prodigy, a stark contrast to his previously unreliable demeanor. At this moment, Qin Feng embodied the tyrant S mode. Those who followed him would prosper, while those who opposed him would perish. The spectators eagerly anticipated witnessing the full extent of Qin Feng's powers. With his extraordinary cultivation at the 9th level, he was leagues ahead of his contemporaries, and it seemed he had no other avenue to victory except to demonstrate his complete form. Gulp. Princess Nanfeng swallowed hard, acutely aware of the terrifying pressure Qin Feng exerted. However, the pride of the great Xia princess and the dignity of her dynasty prevented her from easily acquiescing to his demands. Yet, with Qin Feng's ultimatum laid bare, and the moon god showing no inclination to mediate, it implied tacit approval of his actions. Feng Chong stepped forward, his voice firm, even if we were at fault. Demanding Princess Nanfeng to kneel and apologize is utterly excessive. She represents the dignity of the great Xia. Do you not fear inciting war between our factions with such humiliation? Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the atmosphere. With a powerful grip, Qin Feng unsheathed his sword, the Longkong Divine Sword, long sealed for 7 years, burst forth like a dragon, crackling with thunderous energy and radiating cold light, causing the onlookers to shudder in fear. Oh no! Feng Chang's pupils constricted as he realized the extent of Qin Feng's tyranny. Ignoring their diplomatic protests, he was prepared to draw his sword and initiate combat without hesitation. Faced with such a formidable opponent who had grasped the invincible sword heart, Feng Chang dared not underestimate him and immediately summoned his strongest defensive technique, conjuring a golden bell around his body. This ancient Buddhist skill, if fully mastered, would culminate in an indestructible golden form. He believed it could withstand the onslaught of a 9th-level transcendent attack. Buddhism? I am Confucian. Qin Feng smirked slightly as the sword light surged toward the golden bell shield. Boom! The golden shield shattered instantly under the force, as if struck by a tremendous blow, sending Feng Chang crashing to the ground. The sword returned to its sheath, and the chilling aura dissipated. The street fell silent. The rustling of garments in the wind, the only sound. What had just transpired? Before anyone could comprehend, Qin Feng had already concluded the encounter. How could this be? Feng Chang gaped in disbelief, unable to accept that Qin Feng had merely drawn half his sword to obliterate his proud Buddhist defense. Feng Chang, are you all right? Princess Nanfeng rushed forward, her concern evident. Upon confirming he was unharmed, she sighed in relief. There was indeed a secret liaison between these two. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, knowing how to deal with Feng Chang now. Ding! Congratulations, host, for severely injuring the Chosen One and earning 5,000 villain points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for uncovering the Chosen One's plan and earning 5,000 villain points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for thwarting the Chosen One's pretense and earning 5,000 villain points. Finally, a considerable influx of villain points. Qin Feng was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. It had been 7 years since he had seen such a bounty. Stay low-key. Stay low-key. His image as a male deity must not be tarnished. Though internally exhilarated, he maintained an air of aloofness. The maidens of the Moon God Palace gazed at him with hearts aflutter, wishing to proclaim to the world that this was their esteemed son, whom they had watched grow. You have gone too far, Qin Feng. We are the great Xia envoy. The other prodigies within the envoy were equally incensed, shocked by Qin Feng's sheer dominance. Either kneel or die, Qin Feng reiterated, his hand resting once again on the sword hilt. Everyone sensed the escalating bloodlust emanating from him. Should anyone dare utter a dissenting word, it would not merely be a half-drawn sword, but the true heavenly sword technique unleashed. The ancient prodigy lived up to his reputation. The onlookers trembled with excitement, astonished by the ferocity of Qin Feng at the 9th level of transcendence. They could not help but fervently chant that the great Xia envoy must stand with dignity, unwilling to believe that Qin Feng would truly dare to draw his sword. The princess's noble form cannot kneel before you. I shall kneel for her. Feng Chang, exuding loyalty, knelt before Qin Feng, his eyes reflecting the indomitable spirit of modernity that refuses to bow to heaven or earth. There was no choice. He realized that Qin Feng would not relent today, and being in the territory of the Yin Moon dynasty. Even his hidden cards could not match the silent backing of the moon god. Feng Chang. Princess Nanfeng was moved to tears, her hatred for Qin Feng escalating immeasurably. Ding! Congratulations, host, for forcing the Chosen One to kneel, earning 100,000 villain points. To be adaptable is to be wise, not a hot-blooded Chosen One, but a cunning strategist. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, becoming increasingly wary of Feng Chang. It was not the hot-blooded Chosen One that one should fear, but rather the protagonist who would stab you in the back. Just as Qin Feng contemplated further mischief, a voice of ancient authority resonated. This farce must end. Princess Nanfeng, manage your envoy members. If anyone else fails to understand the rules, do not blame me for being ungracious. Me. The mere utterance of this phrase sent shockwaves through the crowd. It was the Six Paths Emperor of the Yin Moon dynasty, the one who had led the dynasty to glory in merely a century. Salutations to the Emperor. The entire assembly knelt in fervent worship, their eyes gleaming with fanaticism. The Six Paths Emperor. Qin Feng had heard of this figure long before, but had never had the opportunity to meet him. However, strong as he may be, obstructing his business was a grave error. With that thought, Qin Feng pulled out a small notebook and made a note. On a certain day, the Six Paths Emperor interfered with his business, necessitating a compensation of 1,000,000 premium spirit stones. We shall depart. Princess Nanfeng shot a furious glance at Qin Feng before boarding her carriage, taking her entourage back to the envoy's lodge. Meanwhile, several disciples of the great Xia rushed into the courtyard to rescue their companion, Zhu Tu, who emerged disheveled, his gaze vacant, embodying the expression of one who had suffered a significant blow and lost all will to live. Oh my, how cruel! The bystanders shook their heads in sorrow, unable to fathom the scene that had transpired. Chapter 44. Annulment of Engagement. Damn Qin Feng, I shall ensure your utter destruction. Upon returning to the foreign envoy's lodge, Princess Nanfeng was so enraged that she smashed anything within reach. Throughout her life, she had never experienced such humiliation. It was a grave misjudgment on my part to underestimate Qin Feng. I never anticipated his audacity. Feng Chang, standing beside her, was also seething with anger. Yet he struggled to contain his emotions as he analyzed the reasons for their failure. He had believed that if Qin Feng dared to dig out his own brother's supreme bone, he would undoubtedly slay the provocateur Zhu Tu without hesitation. If a few more noble scions could perish in the process, it would be even better, allowing him to return and promote several humble talents, thus using others to achieve his goals and incite hatred towards Qin Feng among the nobility. However, what he never expected was that Qin Feng would act with such reckless abandon, daring to kill even the princess of the Daxiao envoy in broad daylight, an outcome beyond his wildest imagination. What should we do now? Once princess, Nanfeng regained her composure. She inquired about their next steps. Ever since Qin Feng revealed his full form 7 years ago, her father had been unable to sleep, fearing that Qin Feng would grow strong enough to aid the Yinyu dynasty in obliterating the Daxia dynasty. Thus, her mission to the Yinyu dynasty entailed not only weakening the noble families, but also seizing the opportunity to eliminate Qin Feng, thereby enhancing her standing in her father's eyes. Yet, Qin Feng rarely left the Moon God Palace, and he was always under the protection of those young maidens, with the Moon God keeping a vigilant eye on him. Killing him within the Yinyu dynasty seemed as difficult as scaling the heavens. After a moment of silence, Feng Chang remarked, I have heard that Qin Feng will participate in the life and death elimination tournament. No way. Princess Nanfeng immediately rejected the idea without a second thought. The tournament indeed provided a legitimate opportunity to kill Qin Feng, and the Six Paths Emperor would likely consent to the participation of the Heavenly Sun-S disciples, given the chance to weaken Daxia. However, she had personally felt Qin Feng's overwhelming strength today, which was terrifying enough to leave one breathless. Moreover, the participants included not only Qin Feng, but countless other cultivators, each required to fight for their lives. Let us discuss the tournament later. Feng Chang shifted the topic, saying, before coming to the Inu dynasty, I devised a contingency plan to sow discord between the Qin family and Tianqin city. Are you suggesting? A knowing smile graced Princess Nanfeng's face as she appeared to grasp his meaning. Besides using the Heavenly Sun's disciples to manipulate the noble families, Feng Chang had also been working to create rifts among them. After 7 years of scheming, fractures had indeed begun to appear amongst the noble families. Meanwhile, in Tianqin city, the young Princess Lin Xiner arrived with a group of skilled warriors, specifically to annul her engagement to Qin Hao. 7 years ago, her father Lin Hao had promised her to Qin Hao solely because of his possession of a supreme bone, his father being the head of the Qin family, his mother a saintess from the Taibai Immortal Mountain, and his brother endowed with the potential of an emperor. Yet now his supreme bone had been excavated, his father's position stripped, and his brother had defected to the Inu dynasty. Over the past 7 years, Qin Hao's cultivation had proven to be mediocre at best. In stark contrast, she, as the young princess of Tianqin city, had become a disciple of the Heavenly Sun. How could she possibly resign herself to marrying a waste like Qin Hao? Ultimately, under Feng Chang's long-term, subtle persuasion that women must seize their own happiness and pursue love for themselves, she decided to bring a group of royal experts to the Qin family to annul the engagement without informing her father Lin Hao. Upon her declaration of annulment, Qin Tian's face darkened instantly, struggling to contain his immense power. For noble families, reputation was paramount, and to have the bride herself come to annul the engagement was a blatant slap to the face of the Qin family. If word of this spread, how could they ever hold their heads high in the noble circles again? Moreover, his son Qin Hao was not truly worthless. He had merely endured hardship and made sacrifices for the greater strength of the Qin family. Indeed, annulment. Lin Xiner remained undeterred. Previously, Tianqin city might have hesitated due to the Qin family's might, but now, as a disciple of the Heavenly Sun with the backing of the royal family, she felt no fear. Preposterous! Qin Tian shouted, slamming the table and rising, an overwhelming aura radiating from him. Alarmed, a group of royal experts quickly shielded Lin Xiner. However, Qin Tian's strength was too formidable. Even united, they struggled to withstand him. What should we do now? A look of panic crossed Lin Xiner's face, clearly unprepared for such a situation. Just then, a youthful yet resolute voice rang out. Father, may I have the authority to decide my own marriage? All eyes turned towards the entrance of the great hall, where stood a tall youth with sharp eyebrows and a strong physique, already exhibiting the traits of a formidable beast. His gaze held an unwavering determination unimaginable to ordinary people. He was Qin Hao, now 12 years old. Evidently, he had matured significantly over the past 7 years. Facing the annulment with a calm demeanor. Hao, what brings you here? Qin Tian retracted his oppressive aura, revealing a pained expression. Both of his sons were unfortunate souls. The elder had ventured alone into foreign lands bearing the family's shame, while the younger endured unimaginable physical suffering in his relentless training, now facing the humiliation of the annulment. As a father, he felt utterly powerless. Qin Hao fixed his gaze on Lin Xiner, speaking in a calm tone. I remember my brother once told me, 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. I may be considered a waste now, but that does not imply I will not rise again. Is that so? Lin Xiner, momentarily taken aback by his earlier display, feigned composure, saying, very well, let us compete in the imperial capital 3 years hence. If you lose, we shall publicly annul the engagement. Why complicate matters for the annulment? Qin Hao approached the table and swiftly penned a letter of divorce. You dare to annul our engagement? Lin Xiner gasped in disbelief, her eyes wide with shock, doubting her senses. Given Qin Hao's current lack of support, how could he dare to sever ties with her? The princess of Tianqin city? Did he not realize that his only value to the Qin family stemmed from his engagement to her? 3 years from now, we shall meet in the imperial capital. Qin Hao's gaze was fierce, unafraid of any challenge. Qin Tian's eyes welled with tears of joy, recognizing that his son's indomitable spirit had awakened. The path to reclaiming his supreme status was now clear. He couldn't help but think of his elder son, Qin Feng, wondering if he was being bullied while alone in the world. Meanwhile, in the Moon God Palace, the music played on and the dances continued. Qin Feng felt no pressure regarding the upcoming exams, happily teaching the young maidens the traditional dances. At that moment, a maiden approached with news about his brother's annulment. What? Annulment? Qin Feng nearly spat out his drink, feeling the absurdity of the situation. Hadn't he already extracted his brother's supreme bone? How could there be an annulment now? Was this some sort of stacking of misfortunes? Moreover, when had he ever uttered the saying about 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West? What he had actually said was that 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West, the deceased, are of utmost importance. Chapter 45. A proper gentleman does not resort to poison. Only to aphrodisiacs the goddess was incensed. Upon witnessing Qin Feng's gaze fixated on the dancing maidens, Ziyuan's face contorted with anger. Even Little White, the rabbit, after receiving 2 carrots from Qin Feng, merrily joined the maidens in their dance, clutching the carrots, wagging its little tail, and flapping its ears, such as the reflection of a master in their pet. Could it be that this child has developed an affection for Qin Feng? The moon goddess appeared nearby, casting a concerned glance at Ziyuan. Previously, she had dismissed Ziyuan's fondness for this younger brother, but now it was clear that her feelings ran deeper. She had never doubted Qin Feng's talent, firmly believing he could bring unparalleled glory to the Moon Goddess Palace. However, she questioned his character. A person who would go so far as to excavate his own brother's supreme bone for the sake of power could hardly be deemed a suitable match. At this moment, within the palace of the Six Paths Emperor of the Yin Moon Dynasty, Princess Nanfeng sought an audience with the emperor, expressing her desire to participate in the deadly elimination competition. Initially, after witnessing Qin Feng's formidable prowess, she had no intention of entering such a perilous contest. However, upon reflection, if she were to champion the cause of the great Xia dynasty by leading the charge into the competition, the prominent young scions of noble families would undoubtedly follow her into the fray. Should a few meet their demise, it would serve as a means to fulfill her objectives. If she triumphed, it would cleanse the humiliation and bolster her standing in her father's eyes, as well as among the civil and military officials, paving the way for her future ascension to the throne. Win or lose, she stood to gain, so why not seize the opportunity? The news of the great Xia's envoy's intent to participate in the deadly elimination competition did not surprise the Six Paths Emperor. The purpose of sending the emperor's disciples as envoys was to showcase their strength, a form of flexing their muscles, with participation in the competition being the most direct method of doing so. Without hesitation, the emperor nodded in agreement to their participation. As the leader of the Yin Moon Dynasty, he had absolute confidence in his own prodigies and was unafraid of any challenge. Relishing the prospect of eliminating a few disciples of the great Xia dynasty, it was precisely to his liking. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Both parties exchanged smiles, enjoying a delightfully amicable collaboration. Meanwhile, the young scions of the great Xia dynasty remained blissfully unaware that they had been manipulated, eagerly preparing to bestow a beating upon Qin Feng. Soon enough, the registration for the deadly elimination competition commenced. Due to the notably high mortality rate, participation was voluntary, with no coercion involved. Yet, even after registering, participants were not guaranteed entry into the competition. They first had to undergo a preliminary selection to prove their capabilities. The Yin Moon Dynasty sought genuine prodigies, not merely impetuous cannon fodder. Given the annual influx of contestants, the dynasty had divided the competition into thousands of battle zones, each selecting 10 representatives to compete, ultimately narrowing down from over 100,000 to 1,000 for focused training. Those exceptionally gifted might even be honored with the title of Saint Son of the Yin Moon Dynasty, akin to a prince of the great Xia, with the potential to inherit the title of emperor. "Sanson, how does that title seem less noble than my own?" Qin Feng murmured, only to be pulled by Ziyuan to register. Despite his exalted status as the son of the Moon Goddess Palace, he had no privileges and needed to participate in the preliminary selection to qualify. Ziyuan, with a proud tilt of her head, asserted, "Of course, in the Yin Moon Dynasty, the Moon Goddess is revered as a guardian deity, and the goddess is destined to be the moon goddess's successor. The saint's son is merely a prince. How could he possibly be compared to the son and daughter of the moon goddess palace? Qin Feng was utterly baffled. If his identity as the son was so esteemed, why would he enter the deadly elimination competition for the title of saint's son? Was he not diminishing his own status? Such a foolish notion. Ziyuan stole a glance at Qin Feng, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. In the future, you shall be the emperor, and I will be the moon goddess. It will be much easier for our family to converse behind closed doors. Understand, exclaimed Little White, perched on Qin Feng's shoulder. This is what they call collusion and mutual protection. What a ridiculous phrase. Ziyuan rolled her eyes in exasperation. The once pink atmosphere shattered. At that moment, a wave of gasps erupted from the registration desk, all eyes turning toward Qin Feng. Look, it's Qin Feng from the moon goddess palace. Is he participating too? I recall he's only 15, far too young. The age limit for the deadly elimination competition was 25, and such a disparity was alarming. Rumor had it that this year alone, there were thousands at the entry-level realm. His 9th-tier cultivation was hardly sufficient, while age and cultivation were not in his favor. It did not imply weakness. Had they forgotten the terror he had unleashed days prior? Amidst his renowned reputation, few dared to challenge him. As many attendees witnessed Qin Feng's registration, they flocked to other battle zones to sign up. The weight of his name and presence was so formidable that few wished to encounter such a being in the selection rounds. Yet, some remained undeterred, eager to face Qin Feng directly. After all participants in the deadly elimination competition were under 25, and their youthful bravado led them to believe they could defy fate. Suddenly, a resounding clang of a bronze gong echoed through the air, heralding the arrival of Princess Nanfeng in her opulent carriage, accompanied by several disciples from her entourage. Though the infamous Zhu Tu was notably absent. What brings them here? Ziyuan questioned suspiciously. We're here to register. Princess Nanfeng, clad not in her luxurious attire, but in practical martial arts garb, declared. We're here to restore our honor. The young scions echoed, their eyes filled with a desire for vengeance. Especially as they recalled Zhu Tu's disgrace, their animosity toward Qin Feng surged. Their fates were intertwined. Qin Feng couldn't help but scoff inwardly, realizing these young scions were still naive, easily swayed by Princess Nanfeng's persuasive words. Did they not comprehend that she could withdraw from the contest at any moment? However, upon seeing Feng Chong also participating, he felt an invigorating surge of energy. With another resounding clang of the gong, silence fell over the crowd as the registration concluded and the preliminary selection officially commenced. A stern-looking man clad in black floated above, gesturing towards the earth below with a decisive flourish. Boom! The ground trembled violently as hundreds of arenas gradually emerged from the earth. The selection had begun. Countless cultivators flocked from all directions to witness the spectacle, some hovering on flying swords, others perched on rooftops and trees, while some utilized spells to project the event across vast distances akin to a live broadcast. Before long, thousands of candidates entered the arena area, preparing to draw lots for their respective stages. Is this all? The black-clad man furrowed his brow, his gaze fixated on Qin Feng, standing in the arena. Historically, the selection rounds had attracted tens of thousands, but the presence of Qin Feng and the disciples from the Great Xia had significantly diminished the turnout, resulting in less than 1/10 of the usual numbers. In the grand realm of the Great Xia, the disciples of the celestial sovereign are undoubtedly the scions of illustrious families, their prowess beyond question. Even those who remain have merely wagered their fortunes, hoping to evade encounters with Qin Feng and the sovereign's disciples. Upon such an encounter, they resolutely choose to concede. I concede. Qin Feng found himself utterly speechless. This was already the 8th opponent. While others engaged in a back-and-forth duel, he had effortlessly triumphed in 8 consecutive matches without making a single move, thus securing his place in the top 16. It seemed as if the heavens had heeded Qin Feng's silent prayers, for in the 9th bout, he faced a youth named Wang Peng. This young man, hailing from the celestial sovereign's fold, did not opt for surrender like his predecessors. Instead, he charged at Qin Feng with an iron rod in hand. Truly, he was a disciple of the sovereign, and the might of that iron rod was formidable. Qin Feng could distinctly sense the power behind strike, and with a ghostly swiftness, he evaded the blow while deftly launching a few concealed silver needles at his opponent. Despicable. Wang Peng's eyes were filled with disdain, taken aback by Qin Feng's use of hidden weapons. With no time to evade, he hastily raised his arm to block, resulting in several needles embedding themselves in his flesh. Though they inflicted little harm. You have lost, Qin Feng stated calmly. Lost. You poisoned me. Wang Peng's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly removed the needles to inspect the damage. I am a gentleman of integrity. How could I possibly resort to poison? Qin Feng replied with utmost seriousness. Wang Peng exhaled in relief. As long as there was no poison, all was well. Yet, Qin Feng's subsequent remark incited a torrent of outrage within him. I did administer an aphrodisiac. Even a sow would go wild. Chapter 46. He is truly despicable. The audience erupted in laughter, utterly astonished by Qin Feng's actions. Here was the renowned first prodigy of the ancient era, who could easily defeat his opponent through sheer strength, yet resorted to such underhanded tactics. Where's the morality? Where's the dignity? Where's the honor? They cast critical gazes, vehemently denouncing his use of such dubious concoctions. What? Even the sow is mad. Wang Peng's face turned pale with fear as memories of his comrade Zhu Tu, rescued in a daze, clothes in disarray, and devoid of hope, flooded his mind. Referee, I protest. Wang Peng quickly raised his hand to complain, accusing Qin Feng of employing foul methods during the match. The man in black, floating above, frowned and remarked, Qin Feng of the Moon God Palace, the life-and-death elimination match is a lawless arena where survival is paramount. Any means could be used to achieve victory. However, this is a selection match that emphasizes fairness and justice. Understood. I shall assist him in detoxifying. Qin Feng nodded obediently, pushing off the ground with great force, his figure darting forward like a leopard. Whoosh! The sharp sound of slicing air startled Wang Peng, who found himself face to face with Qin Feng, who unleashed a devastating kick before he could react. With a resounding thud, chaos ensued. Wang Peng's eyes widened in shock as searing pain enveloped his entire being. And from that day forth, he would be known as Wang Peng. The man in black involuntarily twitched at the corner of his eye, internally screaming like a groundhog. What on earth is this detox method? This is a complete cure. Yet, knowing that Qin Feng had the moon goddess silently supporting him as a referee, he could only turn a blind eye, pretending not to witness the spectacle, especially since the victim was not one of their Inu dynasty. Wang Peng's wretched cries echoed throughout the arena, sending chills down the spines of all male spectators. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for severing progeny, earning 1,000 villain points. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement, as though he had discovered a new world. Unlike the 100 villain points gained from killing, shattering an egg could yield 1,000 villain points. Reflecting on the missed opportunities of the past, he felt a pang of regret. A tenfold gain. Princess Nanfeng, disregarding her image, bellowed furiously. Qin Feng, you shameless scoundrel. How dare you launch a sneak attack? Who is the shameless one here? Who is launching sneak attacks? Qin Feng immediately retorted. I already stated that I would assist him in detoxification. If you don't believe me, try feeding him a kilogram of madso and see if he reacts. If he does, then I concede. Helping you ungratefully insults me. Truly, you lack upbringing. The audience was left speechless, gaining a fresh perspective on shamelessness. If he still reacted, that would be a loss for you. He has already been completely cured. It would be a peculiar affair if he still had any reaction. Simultaneously, they admonished themselves to never stand against Qin Feng. Others might be wealthy yet unkind, but he is genuinely despicable. Huffing, Princess Nanfeng took a few deep breaths, fearing she might be driven to madness by Qin Feng. The man in black cast a glance at the now Wang Peng, his expression unreadable, announcing, Wang Peng, disciple of the great Xia Emperor, is unable to continue. Qin Feng of the Moon God Palace emerges victorious. As soon as he finished speaking, the arena erupted in murmurs. Is this truly the legendary first prodigy of the ancient era? After waiting so long, they had anticipated a fierce battle, Yet this was utterly unexpected. The use of aphrodisiacs in combat has broadened my horizons. The subsequent detoxification phase was nothing short of brilliant, completely unforeseen. I now understand how he earned the title of First Prodigy. As news of Qin Feng's outrageous deeds spread, people began to question whether he truly deserved the title of the First Prodigy of the ancient era. What the sword intent, the invincible sword heart, the heavenly tribulation, the ancient dual pupils, or the two unique arts he supposedly created. They saw only how he shattered the limits of human shamelessness. Soon, the top 16 matches concluded, leading into the quarterfinals. Whether due to a lack of participants in this battle zone or the undeniable prowess of the great Xia's disciples, aside from Wang Peng, who had been altered into Wang Peng, everyone else advanced to the top 16, including the princess Nanfeng herself. Qin Feng, just you wait. The disciples of the emperor glared at Qin Feng with a fierce longing to devour him whole. In response, Qin Feng nonchalantly regarded them, his gaze slowly descending, abruptly halting at their vulnerable spots, a wicked smile creeping onto his lips. Gulp. The disciples of the emperor shuddered, feeling an unexpected chill beneath them, prompting thoughts of hastily conceding and distancing themselves from this devil. At that moment, the man in black hovered in the air, his expression impassive, announcing, in the first match, Qin Feng of the Moon God Palace faces Princess Nanfeng of the Great Xia Dynasty. It is him. It is her. Both were taken aback, unable to resist glancing at one another. The princess's eyes betrayed a hint of panic. Despite her burning desire to eliminate Qin Feng, she dared not engage him in battle, contemplating conceding at any moment. Qin Feng's gaze towards Princess Nanfeng brimmed with mockery, believing that competing against this princess would surely yield a bounty of villain points. Be careful, Feng Chong expressed his concern, advising Princess Nanfeng not to be reckless. I know. Princess Nanfeng nodded obediently, having realized after witnessing Qin Feng's arrogance and terror that she was undeniably no match for him, especially given his utter lack of shame. Go, Princess Nanfeng! The audience below cheered for her, and even though they knew she was the princess of the Great Xia, not a single soul cheered for Qin Feng, making him acutely aware of what it meant for beauty to be synonymous with justice. The match commenced. The man in black, seeing both sides ready, immediately initiated the duel. With a whoosh, Princess Nanfeng dashed towards Qin Feng with the speed of a cheetah, her dagger glinting menacingly as she aimed for his chest. Aware that she was certainly no match for him, she resolved to give her all from the very start. Such speed. Qin Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he saw Princess Nanfeng closing in on him in an instant. Even though he had aspired to be the fastest man of the ancient era since childhood, he was taken aback by the princess's swiftness, which exceeded his own by leaps and bounds. Should I use the dual pupils? Just as this thought arose, he dismissed it. His dual pupil ability was yet to be revealed, and was a trump card he could not use unless life and death were at stake. I must endure. In an instant, Qin Feng made his decision, extending his arm to shield his chest. Thud! The dagger pierced through, blood splattering everywhere. What? The audience gasped collectively, utterly astonished by the sight before them. Princess Nanfeng had struck first, injuring the first prodigy of the ancient era, marking the first time since his debut that Qin Feng had been wounded. The first prodigy of the ancient era is nothing extraordinary. In Chapter 47, the spirit of the rogue, the audience erupted in a chorus of condemnation. Yet their gazes were laced with anticipation. Curiosity abounded regarding how Qin Feng had managed to snatch the undergarment from Princess Nanfeng, and her expression clearly indicated it was indeed hers. Truly, this rascal. A faint blush crept across Zi Yuan's delicate face as she recalled her first encounter with Qin Feng 7 years prior, when her own red undergarment had vanished in a similar fashion. However, the thought of Qin Feng employing this tactic on another woman ignited a fire of indignation within her, leading her to seize Xiao Bai and wring him repeatedly. Oh dear, I am innocent. Xiao Bai's round face was contorted as he struggled to extract a small notebook, where he penned, on a certain day, I, the rabbit, was tormented in Qin Feng's stead and demand compensation of 10 carats. Qin Feng, you shameless scoundrel. Feng Chong bellowed from the sidelines, vehemently opposing any defilement of his cherished princess. The man in black merely cast a nonchalant glance, remarking, while his methods may be unscrupulous, they are not technically against the rules. Impossible. How can this not be a violation? The scholars of the Daxia Empire voiced their protests, casting serious doubts on the impartiality of the referee. Ding! Congratulations to the host for tarnishing the image of the goddess in the heart of the chosen one, earning 10,000 villain points. Noticing Feng Chang's anxious demeanor below the stage, Qin Feng realized he had struck a nerve. Princess concede. Feng Chang, unable to bear the sight of the noble princess being bullied, recognized that Nan Feng was no match for Qin Feng and that conceding was her best option. I understand. The princess's face flushed with indignation, her desire to end the contest palpable. Yet before she could voice her surrender, Qin Feng's shameless voice interrupted. Which do you think will happen first, your concession or my removing your garments? What do you intend to do? Panic flashed across Princess Nan Feng's face as she perceived Qin Feng's smile, reminiscent of a fiend. His stealthy removal of her undergarment indicated he could disrobe her in mere seconds, meaning that if she uttered the words of surrender, she would stand exposed before all. Such a fate was utterly unacceptable for a princess of the Daxia dynasty. As the words left her lips, the crowd erupted. No way. Qin Feng is too brazen. I refuse to believe he would dare. Indeed, Princess Nan Feng, have faith in yourself. Qin Feng would never go that far. You are a princess of Daxia. What is Qin Feng compared to you? He is merely boasting. I would believe he could kill, but that he would undress you? Unthinkable. If he dares to do so, I, Wang Gang, swear that I will turn my surname around. A friend of mine asked, where did Qin Feng learn such skills? The male spectators were in a frenzy, fervently urging Princess Nan Feng not to yield to such malevolence. Qin Feng, you dare. Feng Chang, now thoroughly agitated, roared, ready to confront Qin Feng. However, the man in black above fixed his gaze, unleashing a terrifying pressure that rendered Feng Chang immobile, forbidding any interference in the contest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for tarnishing the image of the goddess in the heart of the chosen one, causing discord and earning 100,000 villain points. Discord? Ha! Scoundrel! Qin Feng's disdain was palpable, believing himself to be the quintessential gentleman, capable of loving a lowly from the East Wu while possessing the prowess of a formidable strategist from the Wei State. Feng Chang let out a thunderous roar, golden light radiating from his being, coalescing into a majestic form above him, accompanied by the resounding tones of a sacred chant. Is that all you've got? Do you truly think I fear you? Qin Feng observed the incensed Feng Chang, drawing out his long Kong divine sword from his spatial storage, his pupils shifting into an ancient dual-colored gaze, the manifestation of his ancestral power. The audience gasped in excitement upon witnessing Qin Feng's transformation. Since the tale of his supremacy 7 years ago, everyone had yearned to witness his full might. However, when he returned to the public eye, he had not showcased the terrifying prowess of the ancient prodigy, but rather the rise of the notorious rogue. Now, he was prepared to engage seriously, and they were about to witness the legendary ancestral dual gaze. Chapter 48. The infatuation with another's wife, a deafening roar erupted as Feng Chang unleashed an overwhelming wave of energy, immobile as a mountain yet as swift as lightning. Propelling himself forward, with the golden Buddha behind him exuding an aura of unstoppable force towards Qin Feng. Incredible! The spectators gasped in awe, recognizing the potency of this strike. It seemed that it was time for me to upgrade my agility. Utilizing the deceleration ability granted by his unique eyes, Qin Feng effortlessly tracked the rapidly moving Feng Chang. However, the latter's speed was formidable, making complete evasion challenge. Without hesitation, he summoned the system to exchange for the third volume of Phantom Evasion. In truth, he had long desired to enhance his agility, but had not encountered a chosen one or had opportunities for combat, leading him to temporarily shelve his dream of becoming the fastest man of antiquity. Now, with wealth at his disposal, it was time for a significant upgrade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 100,000 villain points to successfully exchange for the third volume of Phantom Evasion. Before Qin Feng's eyes appeared an image of unparalleled agility, akin to an otherworldly being. Whoosh! Feng Chang's speed was astonishing, and in an instant he stood directly in front of Qin Feng. The terrifying gust of wind caused Qin Feng's garments to flutter violently, yet his expression remained calm, lips pressed together, his form flickering like a shadow, leaving behind multiple afterimages as he retreated several paces, his flowing white attire reminiscent of a celestial being gracing the earth. What a mesmerizing technique! The crowd gasped again, recognizing the extraordinary nature of Qin Feng's movements. However, at that moment, Feng Chang's eyes had turned bloodshot. Upon realizing he could not lock on a Qin Feng, he unleashed a barrage of devastating attacks, knowing that no matter how swift he could not escape the area of firepower. Boom! The golden Buddha behind Feng Chang erupted with terrifying energy, bombarding the area where Qin Feng stood with relentless ferocity. Countless torrents of energy enveloped Qin Feng, creating a dense net that rendered evasion seemingly impossible. Qin Feng. Ziyuan's heart raced, her palms damp with sweat. Truly, he was the chosen one. Without displaying a modicum of strength, he would not prevail against him. Like a tempest, Qin Feng surged upward from the flames, his ghostly movements astounding, successfully evading the onslaught. This time, I shall see where you can hide. Seeing Qin Feng leap into the air, Feng Chang seized the opportunity to follow suit. Who told you I would hide? Qin Feng's gaze blazed like lightning, emanating an overwhelming pressure, his long hair billowing in the fierce wind. A powerful aura radiated from him as his fair right hand rested lightly on the hilt of his sword. Invincible sword technique. Could this be the fusion of man and sword? All eyes in the arena were drawn to Qin Feng, perceiving him as an extraordinary sword in that moment. Clang! The long sky divine sword leapt from its sheath like a roaming dragon, its crisp ringing echoing across the heavens and earth. A brilliant, blinding sword light surged forth, trailing a torrent of terrifying sword energy, imbued with chilling intent and coldness, as if to sweep aside the clouds across the vast sky. It was utterly unstoppable, unassailable. What a magnificent sword! The hearts of the spectators raced, pounding furiously as if to leap from their throats, their eyes wide with astonishment at the overwhelming power of the heaven-slaying sword technique. Boom! The sword, like a dragon, unleashed a rainbow of sword energy. The golden Buddha seemed to be crushed by an invisible force, dissolving into nothingness amidst the sword light, as waves of intense energy surged forth. The deafening sound of slicing air sending shivers down spines. Puff! Feng Chang coughed up a mouthful of blood, a deep sword wound appearing on his chest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for severely wounding the chosen one, earning 20,000 villain points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leaving a psychological scar on the chosen one, earning 100,000 villain points. Excellent. Qin Feng could not help but praise, "You are the first to survive my heaven-slaying sword technique." As soon as the words left his mouth, the arena erupted in excitement. This was the legendary sword technique created by Qin Feng, the heaven-slaying sword technique. It had long been rumored to be fearsome, but none anticipated its terrifying magnitude. They had said Qin Feng was too young to participate in the life-or-death elimination matches. Such claims now seemed absurd. Indeed, with Feng Chang at the 5th level of spiritual martial arts, a peerless talent, he was still defeated by the extraordinary Qin Feng at the 9th level. This young man was truly formidable. Had they been of equal rank, Feng Chang, the heir of the heavenly sun, would undoubtedly have perished. Agreed. The crowd looked at Feng Chang with a mix of pity and admiration. It was not that he lacked strength, nor that he was incapable. Rather, he was simply unfortunate to exist in the same era as the monstrous Qin Feng. Feng Chang, are you all right? Princess Nan Feng rushed forward, producing healing ointments to tend to his wounds. However, Feng Chang's demeanor had noticeably shifted. His gaze towards Princess Nan Feng no longer exuding the boundless affection of before, replaced instead by a hint of estrangement, as if he was deliberately avoiding something. He understood that this was not the princess's fault, yet he could not shake off the turmoil in his heart. Since arriving in this world, He had regarded Princess Nan Feng as his personal treasure, investing his deepest emotions in her. She was, in his heart, the embodiment of his purest longing. Yet now, he had never even held her hand, and here he was, overshadowed by Qin Feng, leaving him with a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. It's fine. Princess Nan Feng forced a smile, assuring him of her well-being, yet her eyes betrayed a flicker of disappointment, acknowledging that Feng Chong still harbored resentment over recent events. Ding! Congratulations to the host for disrupting the Chosen One's idealized vision, earning 100,000 villain points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a quest. Inherit the Chancellor's will. Covet another's wife. Qin Feng resolutely rejected the notion, asserting that he was not that kind of person. The system continued. Quest requirement. Successfully break apart the couple. Reward. Divine Treasure Chest X1. I shall give it a try. Qin Feng approached, inquiring Princess Nan Feng. Did you just stick out your tongue? As soon as the words left his lips, a profound silence enveloped the arena. All eyes turned towards the two, igniting the flames of gossip among the onlookers. You shameless wretch. Princess Nan Feng's cheeks flushed crimson with anger, wishing to bite Qin Feng to death. How would you know if I have teeth or not? Qin Feng feigned innocence. After kissing for so long, I suspect you could count how many teeth I possess. What the hell? How utterly shameless. They had never encountered someone so audacious. The crowd's gaze shifted to Feng Chong, eagerly awaiting his reaction. However, contrary to expectations, Feng Chong did not lose his composure and attack Qin Feng. Instead, he cast a deep glance at him before turning away and leaving the scene. A barking dog does not bite. Qin Feng watched Feng Chang's retreating figure, aware that he still possessed hidden cards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for sowing discord between the two parties. Task completion. 5. Chapter 49. On a dark and windy night. Teasing a married woman a mere 5? Qin Feng was evidently dissatisfied with the progress of the task. It was clear that Feng Chong was not as calm as he appeared. At that moment, the man in black, floating in the air, maintained a stoic expression and stated mildly, Princess Nan Feng of the Great Xia faces off against Qin Feng of the Moon God Palace. Qin Feng emerges victorious, and the competition proceeds. However, after witnessing the battle between Qin Feng and Feng Chong, the audience found the other matches rather uninteresting. The two were simply not on the same level. Proceed with the competition. The disciples of the Great Xia exchanged glances, hesitating about whether to continue. Their reason for participating was simple: to defeat Qin Feng and redeem the honor of their noble families. Little did they know how terrifyingly powerful the extraordinary ninth layer Qin Feng was. In truth, Qin Feng's prowess was not surprising. As disciples of noble families, they were not to be underestimated. It was merely Qin Feng's shamelessness, devoid of any limits, that instilled fear in their hearts, worrying they might end up like Zhu Tu and Wang Peng. After a brief discussion, the disciples of the Great Xia collectively conceded. Regaining their friend's dignity was secondary. Preserving their own pride was paramount. The atmosphere was filled with disdainful murmurs directed at the group of disciples. Let us go. Princess Nan Feng was infuriated, nearly overwhelmed with rage against Qin Feng. She had initially hoped to enhance her influence through the elimination matches while dealing with a few noble family prodigies. But instead, Qin Feng not only stole her first kiss, but also created a rift in her relationship with Feng Chong. It was a complete loss. My lady, are we leaving just like that? Qin Feng wore a mischievous smile, licking his lips. In front of Princess Nan Feng, he took out a pink handkerchief to wipe his mouth. The spectators around could no longer tolerate his audacity, wishing to slap him across the face. Qin Feng. Princess Nan Feng suppressed her rage as she departed, vowing that he would pay dearly for this affront. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for sowing discord between both parties. The task is now 10 complete. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, not expecting that discord could arise so unilaterally. Unlike the girls he knew in his past life, who adhered strictly to the virtues of 3 obediences and 4 virtues, the girls here also learned these principles, although they lacked martial prowess. Ziyuan hoofed indignantly, clutching Little White as she returned to the Moon God Palace. Had the goddess grown jealous? The onlookers exchanged knowing glances, clearly sensing Zhi Yuan's anger. According to the rumors, it was because of Zhi Yuan that Qin Feng chose to join the Moon God Palace. They had grown up together as childhood friends. So it was not strange for the goddess to feel emotional. Today's youth, in light of Qin Feng's terrifying talent, the public was more intrigued by his gossip. With a childhood friend like the goddess Zhi Yuan and having publicly kissed Princess Nanfeng of the Great Xia, who knew with whom he would be linked next, they believed Qin Feng was certainly not a man who could endure solitude. At that moment, the man in black in the sky felt an overwhelming headache. Because of Qin Feng, Feng Chong had stormed off, Zhi Yuan had left in anger, and the disciples of the Great Xia had collectively retreated in fear, rendering the selection process a farce. It seemed he would have to start over. After pondering for a while, the man in black reserved a spot for Feng Chong. He felt that the battle between Qin Feng and Feng Chong was far from over. The resentment over the dishonor of a wife must surely find resolution, and the elimination match appeared to be an apt venue. As for Zhi Yuan, her participation was unnecessary. If anything unexpected occurred, it would be difficult to explain to the moon god. On this dark and windy night, while teasing a married woman, Qin Feng felt as though he were a thirsty old bull who had not quenched his thirst for 7 years, suddenly encountering the chosen one, eager to indulge. This must be the envoy's lodge. Following the guidance of experts, Qin Feng arrived at the place where the Great Xia delegation resided, channeling his spiritual energy to leap over the several-meter-high wall effortlessly, gliding through the lodge like a celestial being. What are we doing here at night instead of sleeping? Little White yawned while perched on his shoulder, unable to resist pulling out a small notebook to note. On this date, Qin Feng disturbed my sleep. He owes me 3 carats. Of course, he was here to make money. Qin Feng curiously surveyed his surroundings and found Princess Nanfeng's courtyard to be quite serene. Make money. Little White instantly perked up, indicating familiarity with this line of business. Without waiting for Qin Feng to say anything, it vanished into the night with a swish. White rice bucket, where are you going? Qin Feng hurriedly chased after it. Soon, Little White arrived at a lit attic where Princess Nanfeng was opening the window, resting her chin in her hand, gazing pensively at the moon intermittently obscured by clouds. Rabbit, rabbit, startled by the sudden appearance of the creature. Princess Nanfeng's eyes lit up as she instantly took a liking to the fluffy little thing. Little White blinked innocently and asked, Miss, are you lacking love? Do you need a man? Lacking love? Needing a man? Princess Nanfeng was taken aback by such directness, her mind involuntarily conjuring Feng Chang's image. Could it be that this little creature was sent by Feng Chang? The more she thought about it, the more convinced she became. Feng Chang was indeed a mysterious figure, often producing things she had never seen before, so sending a talking rabbit to convey affection seemed quite normal. Blushing, Princess Nanfeng nodded. Yes, I am lacking love. I need a man. Where there is demand, there is a market. My rabbit thrives in this business. Little White produced a golden abacus, playing with it while saying, to be honest, we rabbits have been waiting for this deal for 7 years. Clearly, he is a big pig trotters, yet insists on pretending to be a pure and virtuous man. Princess Nanfeng could not help but nod. Although she did not fully grasp what the rabbit was saying, she realized she had known Feng Chang for 7 years. If not for Feng Chang's insistence on playing ambiguous games, her first kiss would not have fallen to that scoundrel Qin Feng. Little White continued, now that you're poor and can't even afford to raise a rabbit, you've finally come to terms with it. It's a perfect match. As for the quality of service, you need not worry. He claims to be very poor, which is quite literal. As for the rest, I shan't elaborate further. As the intermediary rabbit, I shall charge you 10,000 prime spirit stones. Princess Nanfeng was left utterly bewildered. She watched as the little rabbit babbled on, its tiny hands tapping the abacus, then extending a paw towards her, demanding 10,000 prime spirit stones. What does this mean? Too expensive? Little White helplessly waved its paw, producing a beautifully crafted jade bottle. As the rabbit raised by Qin Feng, it seemed reasonable to carry a bottle of Mad Sao essence. Right? This would enhance pleasure. Surely, you could pay now? Little White pushed the exquisite jade bottle towards Princess Nanfeng, urging her to quickly hand over the 10,000 prime spirit stones, so it could arrange for Qin Feng to come and earn money to support the rabbit. Huh? Oh. Princess Nanfeng remained perplexed and, in a daze, handed over the 10,000 prime spirit stones. However, once she paid and curiously opened the jade bottle to take a whiff, she felt an inexplicable heat envelop her body. Chapter 50. The Darkening Transformation. What is happening? A faint blush crept across Princess Nanfeng's face, her heart racing uncontrollably. With a swift motion, Qin Feng pursued the white rabbit and arrived at the attic. Qin Feng. The princess's expression shifted dramatically as she hastily drew her sword, pointing it at him. Yet, she was perplexed. Previously, the mere sight of Qin Feng would ignite her desire to eliminate him. But now, the impulse had twisted into an uncontrollable yearning to embrace him. No, what am I thinking? Startled by this thought, Princess Nanfeng shook her head vigorously to regain her composure. At last, I have caught you. Qin Feng leaped into the room, grasping the rabbit's ears, having been terrified moments before. This was his beloved pet for 7 years, and losing it would be a tremendous loss. Just in time, my rabbit has successfully negotiated a deal. Now, it's your turn to shine. Xiao Bai eagerly presented a spirit stone to Qin Feng, reveling in the success of their first major transaction. Turn to shine? Qin Feng wore a bewildered expression, unclear of the meaning behind her words. Your master is Qin Feng? Princess Nanfeng seemed to recall something, discarding the small vial in her hand and hastily distancing herself from him. What else could it be? Xiao Bai replied innocently. You. Princess Nanfeng was taken aback, her spirit nearly evaporating as she summoned her inner energy to suppress her emotions. She never imagined that this rabbit was raised by Qin Feng and had been so easily deceived. 1,000 premium spirit stones is trivial, but if I cannot control myself, it would be better to perish. Unfortunately, with her level of cultivation, she could not withstand the overwhelming emotions. Within mere seconds, she seemed to transform into a different person. Qin Feng. The princess's eyes sparkled with affection, akin to a princess of a daughter country encountering her beloved brother. Hey, calm down. Qin Feng tried to gently push her away, asserting that he was not the type to indulge in such frivolities. At that moment, Feng Chang arrived beneath the princess's loft, holding a bouquet of red roses. After a day of contemplation, he had come to realize that it was merely an accident. Life, to flow smoothly, must occasionally accommodate unexpected events. He also resolved to participate in the life and death elimination tournament, determined to exact vengeance on Qin Feng, the scoundrel, to cleanse the humiliation he had endured. However, just as Feng Chang wore a relaxed smile, preparing to reconcile with Princess Nanfeng, and thus with himself, he was rendered motionless by the scene before him. There, under the luminous moonlight, Princess Nanfeng and Qin Feng were nestled together like a young couple, perfectly matched. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Feng Chang's smile froze, disbelief flooding his mind. Feng Chang. Qin Feng looked down at him, a surge of mischief bubbling within. He drew the princess closer into his embrace, her soft, curvaceous form, with a waist as delicate as a willow, elicited an expression of irresistible allure from her. He leaned in closer, whispering in her ear, "Did you truly mean it when you said you liked me?" "Of course I did." The princess's eyes brimmed with love, ensnared in the moment. Feng Chang felt as though his mind had been struck by a heavy hammer, his body losing balance as he staggered back several steps. How could this be? They had only met twice. How could it compare to their 7 years of shared history? Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed 50 of the Chancellor's Ambition quest. Ding! Congratulations, host, for taking action against the Chosen One's White Moonlight, earning 200,000 villain points. Holy moly! A direct 50 increase and an additional 200,000 villain points. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he continued to inquire, "Between Feng Chang and me, who do you dislike the most?" Feng Chang. Upon hearing the name, the princess momentarily froze as if doused in cold water, a flicker of rationality returning to her gaze. Yet, Qin Feng's question, combined with her utterance of Feng Chang's name, transformed into a declaration of dislike in Feng Chang's ears. Boom! Feng Chang felt as though thunder had struck his mind. The roses he held fell to the ground as he felt his very soul vacate his body, leaving him a mere shell. Ultimately, I have misallocated my affections. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the Chancellor's ambition quest, earning a divine-level treasure chest 1. Ding! Congratulations, host, for causing the Chosen One to lose faith in love, earning 500. 000 villain points. 500. 000. What a tremendous windfall. Qin Feng's eyes gleamed with golden light, his excitement bubbling over. Feng Chong, like a soulless entity, departed, having lost all of his former vigor. Especially upon hearing Qin Feng's jubilant exclamations from the attic, he threw back his head in impotent rage. Why? Why does their 7-year bond pale in comparison to mere encounters with Qin Feng? Qin Feng, I shall dismember you. Feng Chong bellowed, his hair disheveled and his demeanor terrifying. His aura transformed instantly into something malevolent, the energy within him swelling exponentially. The golden form he had previously manifested morphed into darkness. To cultivate virtue is arduous, yet succumbing to darkness is effortless. A millennium of cultivation pales in comparison to a single night of becoming a fiend. Ding! Congratulations, host, for compelling the Chosen One to embrace darkness, earning a chance to draw. Is this what it means to embrace darkness? Qin Feng felt utterly bewildered, his mind echoing a resounding what the hell. Previously, protagonists would only turn to darkness after being ground under life's heel. Now, simply falling in love leads to a transformation, with the potential for world destruction. Who is truly the villain here? Nonetheless, the darkened Feng Chong was undeniably terrifying, a palpable malevolence, palpable even from a distance. Tenfold darkening power. Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. As a decade-long bookworm, he understood the terror of such a transformation. The next time he encountered Feng Chong, he would have to be on guard with every ounce of his being. Qin Feng, you despicable scoundrel. Upon hearing Feng Chang's name, Princess Nanfeng finally broke free from the drug's effects, pushing Qin Feng away with all her might, desperately suppressing her emotions to avoid losing herself. What does this have to do with me? Qin Feng felt utterly innocent, clutching the rabbit's ears with a sense of grievance. You were the one who wanted to barter with the rabbit, and I was the real victim here. What does this mean? Is the deal off? Xiao Bai let out a desperate wail, staunchly refusing to refund. Leave me alone. Princess Nanfeng gritted her teeth in anger, wishing only for Qin Feng to distance himself from her. As if anyone would cherish you. Qin Feng recalled an impressive elder from the Dachao envoy, realizing that, with the task accomplished, he should promptly return to upgrade his capabilities before coming back to teach Princess Nanfeng a lesson. I, the rabbit, shall not return the money. But I am a rabbit of principle. Business is not about kindness, but about adhering to rules. I can assist you in detoxifying. Xiao Bai reluctantly produced a carrot, placing it on the table before vanishing into the night alongside Qin Feng. A carrot could detoxify. Princess Nanfeng's expression twisted as she picked up the carrot, contemplating a bite to test its effects. Chapter 51. From birdshot to cannon in the Moon Goddess Palace, Zi Yuan sat at the entrance, her demeanor brimming with indignation. The earlier encounter on the arena with Qin Feng and Princess Nanfeng had already vexed her, and now, to her dismay, he had sneaked out again at night with Xiao Bai. It was all too evident where he had gone, certainly to seek out that wretched Princess Nanfeng. She could not fathom why, despite possessing beauty, figure, status, and position, she could not rival the allure of that wildflower. This divine maiden would not forgive him this time. Zi Yuan, fuming, awaited Qin Feng to approach her first. Oh, what brings you here? Upon his return, Qin Feng was struck by how much Zi Yuan had matured. If 7 years ago she had been a bud ready to bloom, now she was a resplendent flower. Her figure supple and voluptuous, her waist slender like a delicate willow, her skin fair, and her legs long and graceful. While people pursued poetry and distant dreams, they often overlooked the beauty that lay before them. Feeling Qin Feng's gaze linger on her, Zi Yuan's cheeks flushed, her anger dissipating. Yet, recalling Qin Feng's late-night escapade, she retorted, "Where have you been at this hour?" Qin Feng, confronted by her royal demeanor, dared not confess that he had been wandering the night, teasing another's wife with a rabbit in tow. I want to buy you a late-night snack. He produced a meat sandwich devoid of salt. Really? Zi Yuan's eyes narrowed with skepticism as she took a bite. No salt. Just as her confusion mounted, Qin Feng retrieved a bouquet of purple roses from the system, his eyes brimming with affection as he proclaimed, "Love requires no salt." In that moment, Zi Yuan's face turned crimson, her heart racing like a train, stirred by Qin Feng's playful words. How annoying. Embarrassed, she turned to flee, taking the roses with her. The saltless sandwich, however, tasted unexpectedly delightful. Xiaobai, observing Zi Yuan's retreating figure, contemplated the notion of selling Qin Feng for a fortune. Should I intervene? The moon goddess hovered above, witnessing the unfolding scene. Torn between the desire to protect Zi Yuan's happiness and her uncertainty about Qin Feng's true nature. Having witnessed him unearth his brother's supreme bone, she sensed a hint of ruthlessness within him. Yet, during their 7 years at the Moon Goddess Palace, he had not engaged in any outrageous behavior. Aside from the occasional teasing of disciples, that rabbit, however, was a frequent troublemaker. Recently, Qin Feng had become audacious, daring to auction a disciple of the great Xia openly and compelling Princess Nan Feng to kneel in public, all while treating her with levity during their contests. Let young people handle their own affairs, the Moon Goddess resolved, believing it might not be a bad thing for Zi Yuan to experience the pangs of love. Meanwhile, Qin Feng returned to his chamber, ready to transition from birdshot to cannon. His villain points had amassed to 1,047 million, allowing him to exchange for a card of supreme perfection, along with a divine treasure chest and a lottery opportunity earned after Feng Chang's corruption. Let me exchange for the supreme perfection card. Qin Feng summoned the system, invoking the power of the great might heavenly dragon. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully exchanged for the supreme perfection card. Ding! Congratulations, host. The great might heavenly dragon has reached the realm of supreme perfection. A melodious dragon's roar resonated within him, and the golden dragon tattoo on his body became vividly alive, coiling around him like a true dragon. That dragon, Xiaobai perked up, sensing an inexplicable fear. It was aware of the golden dragon, yet in the 7 years spent with Qin Feng, it had never witnessed him harness its power, leaving it uncertain of what the dragon signified. Each time it saw the golden dragon, a feeling of dread washed over it, as though facing a nemesis. Perhaps I should just go to sleep. Xiaobai spread out a sage bamboo scroll beside Qin Feng, yawning as it lay down to rest. It didn't comprehend the significance of scroll, but had always used it as a mat, often dreaming of becoming a student rabbit, listening to an old man reciting obscure texts. Next up was the divine treasure chest. Qin Feng called upon the system to open it. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the divine treasure chest and obtained a sword intent upgrade card. A sword intent upgrade card? Qin Feng paused, puzzled. The system clarified. Sword intent exists in levels. The understanding of swordsmanship determines the damage inflicted. I see. Level 2 sword intent is more powerful than level 1. Qin Feng nodded, eager to utilize it without further delay. Ding! Congratulations, host. Sword intent has been upgraded to level 2. Dominate the 8 desolates. Sweep the 6 harmonies. A thunderous proclamation echoed in his mind, and a figure materialized before him, performing the familiar sword-drawing technique. However, it now carried the might to sweep through the realms, instilling awe and trepidation in all who beheld it. Xiaobai, who had just dozed off, was jolted awake, witnessing Qin Feng radiating an unparalleled brilliance akin to an extraordinary sword. Sword intent. Intrigued, Xiaobai climbed onto Qin Feng's lap, attempting to grasp his swordsmanship, aspiring to become an unparalleled sword rabbit. Time slipped away. Qin Feng gradually absorbed the sword energy surrounding him, awakening as his sword intent ascended to level 2. If he were to face Feng Chang from earlier, he felt confident he could cleave through his defenses, even claim his life. Alas, Feng Chang had succumbed to darkness. Reflecting on Feng Chang's corruption, Qin Feng wondered if his upgraded sword intent could prevail. However, direct confrontation was not his style. He preferred to strike from the shadows. Suddenly, He noticed a weight on his thigh. Looking down, he saw Xiao Bai peacefully asleep, bubbles of snot rising and falling with its breath. Qin Feng, feeling indifferent, summoned the system to initiate a lottery. With a flourish, a spinning wheel appeared before him, gradually coming to life. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn. Chapter 52, Collecting the 7 Chosen Ones. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for drawing the divine physique, the celestial overlord body. Célestial overlord body, a divine combat oriented physique. Its possessor boasts extraordinary strength, known as the indestructible golden body, growing more valiant and powerful with each battle. Upon reaching full maturity, one could wield the astonishing might to slay saints and immortals. What a remarkable special physique. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he playfully smacked Little White's rear. During his 7 years in the Moon God Palace, he had maintained a low profile not only to solidify his foundation, but also because the entire ancient realm was aware of his complete form. While he might easily crush others, encountering a chosen one, a being of unfathomable capability, without any trump cards would indeed be perilous. Now, with the celestial overlord body, he had an added layer of security. Munch! Little White licked its lips, showing no intention of waking. After feeling a pat on its bottom, it skillfully shifted to another position and continued its slumber. Boom! A thunderous sound resonated in Qin Feng's mind, as if his consciousness had transcended back to an ancient battlefield. The sounds of slaughter filled the air, deafening, blood scorching and splattering everywhere. The earth trembled as dark silhouettes surged across the battlefield, their gathered might altering the very colors of heaven and earth. Before him stood a towering figure, wielding a battle spear, treading upon the blood-soaked ground, charging into an endless horde of enemies with the most ferocious demeanor. It was expected to be a battle without suspense. Yet, this lone warrior, undeterred and invigorated by bloodshed, fought tirelessly, reveling in the madness of slaughter. Holy cow! Qin Feng could not restrain himself from exclaiming, his consciousness returning to reality. The celestial overlord body was indeed a combat physique, seemingly crafted solely for battle, regardless of the number of foes. One man sufficed. Is this what the celestial overlord body entails? It is utterly terrifying. Qin Feng couldn't help but clench his fists, feeling an unmistakable surge of power within. His body had become even more formidable. If Princess Nanfeng were to stab him with a dagger now, she might not even pierce his skin. Coupled with the terrifying healing capabilities of the 33 Heavens creation technique he practiced, to kill him, one would need to gather 7 chosen ones. Missing even one would render it impossible to inflict a fatal wound. Clang! At that moment, a chime echoed. If memory served him right, it marked the commencement of the decade-long life and death elimination tournament. From over 100 million young cultivators, 10,000 would be selected to compete. This 10,000 could be deemed a rare breed among the countless aspirants. However, to the Yin dynasty, this was evidently insufficient. They sought to refine this 10,000 into 1,000 by nurturing them through the art of breeding, transforming them into true prodigies, the backbone of the Yin dynasty's future. The path to ascendancy within the Yin dynasty lay open. As long as one possessed the ability, they could rise to the pinnacle. Has it begun? Qin Feng was deeply intrigued by this life and death tournament, having heard that the mortality rate could soar to 50%, meaning, out of the 100,000 participants, only 50,000 would emerge alive. Yet, even if he were not selected by the Yin dynasty in the end, those 50,000 would be coveted by various major factions. At that moment, as the bell for the life and death tournament tolled, projections appeared across the cities of the Yin dynasty, casting the live event across the realm, akin to a live broadcast. Before the tournament commenced, a comprehensive power ranking chart emerged, evaluated by several martial arts masters, placing Qin Feng beyond the 30,000 mark. What? Qin Feng is ranked beyond 30,000? Gasps filled the crowd, disbelief etched on their faces. Although Qin Feng had not showcased any remarkable achievements over the past 7 years and did not hold an advantage in age or cultivation, surely the first prodigy of the ancient realm should not be ranked so low. In response to the skepticism, A projection in the cities featured a young lady accompanied by an elderly man with white hair, known as Master Ma Daigua, a renowned martial arts expert of the Yin dynasty. The young lady, with a sweet voice, addressed the crowd to address the questions raised. We have invited the esteemed martial arts master, Master Ma Daigua, to analyze why Qin Feng is ranked beyond 30,000. Greetings, everyone. I am the founder of the Hunyuan Force, Ma Daigua. After introducing himself with a wave, he began to elucidate. The conclusion regarding Qin Feng's ranking, derived from our repeated analyses as martial arts experts, can be summed up in 4 words: diverse yet inexpert. Diverse yet inexpert? The young lady expressed her confusion. Indeed, Master Ma continued, it is well known that any single ability Qin Feng possesses could drive countless strong individuals to madness. However, the very multitude of abilities converging within one individual has resulted in a dispersal of his focus, evidenced by his 7 years spent only breaking through to the 9th level of the extraordinary realm. I see. The audience nodded in realization, feeling enlightened. Master Ma, channeling his inner sage, analyzed further. From the battle between Qin Feng and Feng Chong, it is apparent that his sword intent has not surpassed the 2nd tier. A prodigy who comprehended sword intent and the invincible sword heart at the tender age of 8 has spent 7 years without achieving 2nd tier sword intent. Clearly a result of scattered focus. The audience nodded in agreement, finding his reasoning sound. Master Ma elaborated. In this life and death tournament, Qin Feng holds neither age nor cultivation advantages, and with his diverse yet inexpert capabilities, alongside the fact that there are already over 1,000 individuals at the entry realm, and 2,000 to 3,000 at the 7th and 8th levels of the spirit and martial realms, it is reasonable for Qin Feng to be ranked beyond 30,000. Unable to contain herself, the young lady inquired, do you believe Qin Feng might emerge like a dark horse, eventually achieving victory in the life and death tournament? Absolutely not. Master Ma declared confidently. With Qin Feng's current low cultivation, youth, and diverse yet inexpert abilities, his combat power is limited. How could he possibly stand out among so many experts? The audience nodded in agreement, acknowledging the expertise of the expert. With a serious demeanor, Master Ma advised, I implore all of you to understand that the path of martial arts lies in precision, not in quantity. For instance, my self-created Hunyuan Force and 5-linked whip are sufficient to traverse the world. We have learned much. The audience nodded repeatedly, feeling as if they had gained 10 years of wisdom. At this moment, in the battle zone where Qin Feng was situated, 8 out of 10 selected competition members had arrived, and Qin Feng, accompanied by Little White, arrived fashionably late. Qin Feng, Princess Nan Feng glared at him through gritted teeth, wishing she could devour him alive, and that rabbit was no good either. She had been told that carrots could detoxify, but they had proven utterly useless, leaving her to call upon 2 maidservants to make it through. Chapter 53. We are all adults. What happened last night? Qin Feng. It's Qin Feng. The audience erupted in astonishment. After the commentary from the country of Ma Dai, no one had expected Qin Feng to attend the life and death elimination match, believing it highly improbable he would show up. Yet here he was. What was going on? Qin Feng, perplexed, touched his face, unable to comprehend the way everyone was looking at him. Had he perhaps become more handsome? Is this rabbit your spirit pet? A man in black approached Qin Feng, scrutinizing the small white rabbit perched on his shoulder. According to the rules of the elimination match, there were no restrictions on participating with spirit pets, provided their level did not exceed a certain threshold. Otherwise, it would be deemed cheating. Indeed, Qin Feng nodded. A rabbit? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to understand this ancient prodigy. It was one thing to resort to underhanded tactics for victory, but bringing a rabbit to a life and death elimination match seemed to indicate a resignation to failure. Extraordinary ninefold, eligible to compete. The man in black discerned the rabbit's cultivation level, recognizing it was also at the extraordinary ninefold stage, just like Qin Feng. However, unlike others, he did not underestimate this adorable creature, for he perceived it as a unique variant among demon beasts, possessing terrifying potential and capabilities, coupled with its deceptively cute appearance. Anyone who dared to belittle this rabbit would likely face dire consequences. 9 have arrived, 1 is still missing. The man in black scanned the crowd, aware they were still awaiting Feng Chong. Would Feng Chong arrive? Princess Nan Feng anxiously surveyed the surroundings, seeking Feng Chong as figure. After holding her ground with the help of her 2 maidens last night, she had intended to find Feng Chong to express her grievances, only to discover he had already left and no one knew his whereabouts. Was he still upset? Princess Nan Feng felt utterly disheartened, blaming Qin Feng for it all. Boom! A figure descended from the sky, landing heavily before the crowd. Feng Chong. Gasps of disbelief echoed through the assembly. They could scarcely believe their eyes. Feng Chong appeared disheveled, sporting a smoky-eye makeup, exuding an aura of sheer malevolence that starkly contrasted with his previous sunny disposition. He had succumbed to madness. Princess Nan Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, her mind swirling as she struggled to remain upright. She could hardly fathom that Feng Chong had chosen to embrace madness simply because Qin Feng had kissed her. His temperament seemed exceedingly fragile. Millennia of cultivation, not as formidable as a single night of madness. The crowd sighed, lamenting Feng Chang's fate. While embracing madness could grant immense power in a short time, it was equally easy to lose oneself, ultimately becoming a true demon, a ruthless killer, and a public enemy in the ancient world. Has he fallen into madness? The man in black furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. According to the rules of the elimination match, a competitor who had succumbed to madness could still participate. Yet Feng Chong was a disciple of the Emperor of the Great Xia and had received special permission for the 6 Paths Emperor to enter. Was it truly wise to allow him to wreak havoc? However, considering Feng Chang's terrifying talent, if he were to perish in the elimination match, it would eliminate a formidable rival for the Yin dynasty's future. Why does it feel like a cheap, ancient soap opera? Qin Feng mused, observing Feng Chong with increasing disdain. Qin Feng, I shall tear you to pieces. Feng Chang's gaze was calm, yet imbued with a chilling, murderous intent. In response, Qin Feng turned to face Princess Nan Feng, his demeanor grave as he remarked, "We are all adults. Let us consider last night as if it never occurred." You. Princess Nan Feng appeared exceptionally furious, yet her eyes flickered with something else. The crowd erupted, demanding Qin Feng elaborate. They were eager to uncover the details of what transpired between him and Princess Nan Feng the previous night, especially what warranted the assertion that they were all adults. Qin Feng. Feng Chong was nearly driven to madness by Qin Feng's words, his malevolent aura intensifying. Do you think I fear you? Qin Feng retorted boldly, undeterred by whether Feng Chong was mad or divine. There is nothing that could not be resolved with 100 bottles of Mother Pig Goes Wild. He had prepared over 1,000 pounds for this life and death elimination match. All are present. The life and death elimination match begins. The man in black, sensing the rising tension between the two, hastily announced the commencement of the match, forming a hand seal and forcefully pointing to the void. Boom! A black hole suddenly opened in the void, a powerful suction pulling the 10 participants inside. When Qin Feng regained his bearings and opened his eyes, he found himself and the little white rabbit in a dimension resembling ruins, engulfed by a vast forest, with the distant roars of demon beasts echoing around them. According to the rules of the elimination match, hunting demon beasts of different levels would yield varying points. The higher the demon beast level, the more points one could earn. If a participant were to slay another competitor, they would acquire their accumulated points. The match would last 3 days, with the top 1,000 scorers emerging victorious. So this is the battlefield of life and death. The little white rabbit perched on Qin Feng's shoulder surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of Feng Chong and the other 9 participants. They must have been randomly teleported to the battlefield. It sensed the presence of numerous formidable demon beasts nearby, realizing that with their extraordinary 9-fold cultivation, they were hardly qualified to be cannon fodder in this arena. The battlefield of life and death truly lived up to its reputation. Qin Feng glanced down, observing countless bones scattered about, human and demon alike, permeating the air with an ominous chill. Boom! A distant explosion was followed by the sounds of fierce combat. Someone had already engaged in battle. Qin Feng frowned, turning to retreat in the opposite direction. With 100,000 examinees entering the arena and a multitude of demon beasts lurking nearby, joining the fray would yield minimal rewards and could plunge him into chaos. It was best to avoid conflict in the early stages and conserve strength for later harvesting. As the 100,000 examinees continued to enter the battlefield, various skirmishes were projected for all to witness, eliciting excitement. The leaderboard was a fierce contest, with participants vying for supremacy. Yet, the so-called ancient prodigy, Qin Feng, remained conspicuously inactive. After an entire day, his score still stood at 0, leading many to believe the critiques from the country of Ma Dai were accurate. Qin Feng truly could not stir up a storm. Occasionally, a fleeting glimpse of Qin Feng appeared on camera, depicting him fishing by the river with a rabbit, completely unengaged in a life-and-death elimination match, resembling more of a leisurely outing. The following day, Qin Feng calculated the time and deemed it appropriate. "Are we to battle now?" The little white rabbit exclaimed excitedly, hastily retrieving the long sky divine sword for Qin Feng. "What have I taught you since childhood?" Confucius said. "A gentleman does not rely on weapons." Qin Feng felt exasperated. A true gentleman would disdain using weapons to kill. After a whole day of intense combat, that group of prodigies must be parched with anticipation. If they were to drop a few pounds of mother pig goes wild into the water source, they could sit back and await the points to flow in. Chapter 54. Never have I encountered such unabashed individuals and their outrageous tactics. Xiao Bai's eyes sparkled with excitement, realizing the long journey ahead of him. With a resounding thud, Qin Feng retrieved a jar from his spatial storage and cast it into the river, containing at least a dozen pounds of mother pig's madness. At that moment, the live stream focused on Qin Feng, sending all viewers into a frenzy. Unbelievable. He actually carries so much with him. This isn't just the first prodigy of the ancient times. He is the most despicable person imaginable. It was no wonder he had lingered at the water source yesterday. He was plotting this very scheme. One must admit, the plan was executed flawlessly. However, not everyone could survive the chaotic melee of the previous day. Those who did were no amateurs. Experienced hunters might have evaded such traps, but most were merely in their 20s, lacking in substantial experience. As the scene unfolded, the exam candidates, eager for the points that had come to them, rushed forward with their weapons to engage in battle against the beasts that approached the river for a drink. They had grossly underestimated the ferocity of the creatures, who retaliated with wild aggression, intent on swiftly dealing with their adversaries to resume their own business. In no time, the area surrounding the water source erupted into battles of various magnitudes. Wow, the fighting is intense. Qin Feng could distinctly feel the ferocity of the struggle, surpassing even the chaos of the first day. It is indeed fierce. Xiao Bai nibbled on a fresh carrot, nodding in agreement as cries of despair echoed through the forest. He could also spot some disheveled exam candidates at the riverbank, parched from the previous day's turmoil and the recent onslaught of the beasts. Upon seeing water, they rushed forward to drink with abandon. Wait, why does something feel off? After quenching their thirst, the candidates exchanged glances, noticing that their companions appeared strikingly handsome. It must be an illusion, they exclaimed, startled, quickly averting their gazes. However, as a few enchanting figures appeared by the river, they could no longer suppress their urge to rush forward. What do you intend to do? A few ladies raised their brows, sensing the ill intentions of the newcomers. Don't be alarmed. We merely wish to make friends. The men's eyes glowed with a sinister light, accompanied by their unsettling laughter. Not good, retreat. The ladies were well aware of their intentions, yet they found themselves encircled. Just as despair loomed over them, a voice filled with righteousness echoed from above. You ruffians. Release those girls. Qin Feng, clad in white like a celestial being, descended as the beacon of justice. The ladies regarded him as their savior, instinctively hiding behind him. Get lost. The men, now completely enraged, paid no heed to Qin Feng. Suddenly, a sharp gust of wind surged forth, its force bringing them back to their senses. Without hesitation, they attempted to retreat, but Qin Feng's invisible sword energy was swifter than their retreat, slicing through the air with a flash of blood. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully shattering the eternal governance. earning 1,000 villain points. With each system notification accompanied by a sound of shattering, the groans of the wounded men filled the air. Xiao Bai seized the opportunity to collect their storage bags. Money. His eyes glimmered with avarice, reveling in the prospect of wealth. After reaping his rewards, Qin Feng proclaimed with righteous indignation, "In light of heaven's benevolence, I shall show mercy this time. Consider it a warning for your future conduct." How gallant! The ladies' eyes sparkled with admiration, wishing to offer their hearts to him. The onlookers outside were left speechless, never having witnessed such unabashed audacity. Were it not for their knowledge of Qin Feng's role as the instigator, they might have believed him to be a heroic savior. "Thank you." One man clasped his fists in gratitude towards Qin Feng, acknowledging that without his timely intervention, he might have committed a grave error. The spectators were utterly bewildered, internally exclaiming, "What a fool! This is a classic case of being sold out while counting the money." Ultimately, due to their severe injuries, the men had to forfeit the life and death elimination round, allowing Qin Feng to claim all the points they had accumulated, catapulting his ranking skyward. In the palace of the Yin Moon dynasty, the Six-Path Emperor sat majestically at the center, surrounded by powerful dignitaries, including the Moon Goddess and the Southern Wind Princess, who had been invited to observe the life and death elimination round on behalf of the Great Xia delegation. The Six-Path Emperor inquired, "Southern Wind Princess, what are your thoughts on our life and death elimination round?" "How brutal!" The princess felt her heart race. Within a single day, 20,000 participants had perished. The gruesome scenes challenging her nerves and prompting concern for Feng Chong. "Brutal?" The Six-Path Emperor chuckled, offering no further comments. Perhaps it was cruel for the noble families of the Great Xia, but for the oppressed common folk, it was a chance to realize their dreams. This young man possesses quite the ambition." The projection shifted to Qin Feng, causing the dignitaries to exchange knowing glances with the Moon Goddess. What disgrace! The Moon Goddess felt as if she were sitting on pins and needles, wishing to disappear into the ground. She had never anticipated that Qin Feng would defeat his enemies in such a manner. Even if he was shameless, could he not consider the reputation of the Moon Palace? Meanwhile, similar scenes unfolded along other parts of the riverbank, as Qin Feng buzzed around like a diligent bee, darting wherever there was an egg to be found. Qin Feng declared earnestly, "There are 3 things to do here. Collect eggs, and still collect eggs." Xiao Bai chimed in with equal seriousness. "I, the rabbit, have only 3 purposes here: to make money, and to make money." This duo soon became notorious across the battlefield. The candidates gradually realized the water source had been compromised, and connecting the dots with Qin Feng's earlier antics, they concluded he had tainted the water with Mother Pig's madness. How despicable! The candidates seethed with rage, wishing to tear Qin Feng to shreds. What he had done was not the work of the first prodigy of the ancient times, but rather the actions of an utterly shameless rogue. Simultaneously, they faced a grim dilemma: what to do without water. Their cultivation had yet to reach the level of fasting, and continuous battles without water would prove disastrous. Yet now, the water source was tainted, severely diminishing their combat effectiveness. Water for sale, highest bidder wins. Qin Feng set up a stall by the river, pricing a bottle of water at a base rate of 1,000 top-tier spirit stones. How outrageous! The candidates could no longer bear it. Setting aside personal grievances to unite against this despicable rogue, Qin Feng. What the heck? Being handsome really makes one target. Qin Feng hurriedly packed up his stall and fled, tossing a bottle of Mother Pig's madness behind him, calling out, "Until next time, my friends." At that moment, the darkened Feng Chong arrived at the riverbank. Chapter 55. A thought becomes Buddha, a thought becomes demon. Quick, hide. The crowd, upon witnessing the powder scattered by Qin Feng, instinctively recognized its nature and retreated in fright, fearing for their reputations. Qin Feng, the darkened Feng Chong, arrived by the riverbank, his gaze turning menacing upon seeing Qin Feng. He was unaware of the shameless acts Qin Feng had committed by the river, only knowing that his descent into darkness and participation in the life and death elimination match was solely to rend Qin Feng into pieces. Without a moment's hesitation, the corrupted Feng Chong surged forward. What bravery! The spectators marveled, internally exclaiming in admiration. How'd he catch up so quickly? Qin Feng had no intention of dueling Feng Chong just yet. He skillfully glided through the forest, intent on conserving his strength for a more frenzied harvest on the morrow, prioritizing the creation of animosity. Qin Feng, don't run. Feng Chang's face contorted with rage as he pursued Qin Feng relentlessly. Don't run. Remaining stationary is for turtles. Qin Feng scoffed, his mouth curling in disdain. With a body as light as drifting snow, he lightly tapped his toes on the branches and soared thousands of meters away, clad in white, resembling a celestial being traversing the skies. What remarkable agility! The audience outside couldn't help but exclaim, realizing that this ancient prodigy possessed remarkable talents. Despite being among the weakest in age and cultivation in the elimination match, his innate gifts were undeniable, especially in his complete state, which had once astonished the entire ancient realm. Had it not been for the moon goddess's formidable prowess, single-handedly suppressing various powers, the factions of Yin Moon Empire might have gone to war over Qin Feng. Simultaneously, attention shifted to Feng Chong, who, in his vigorous pursuit of Qin Feng, had likely absorbed some of the chaotic energy. What is that? Feng Chong soon sensed something amiss in his body. He was familiar with Qin Feng's underhanded methods. Having encountered them during their initial meeting, had he not succumbed to darkness, he might have been able to forcibly suppress it with his Buddhist practices. However, now that he was corrupted, his heart had altered, making it increasingly difficult to control his inner demons. After experiencing the effects of the chaotic energy, a sudden realization dawned upon him. He suspected that Qin Feng had drugged the princess. The more he considered this possibility, the more it comforted him. He began to chant the purifying heart mantra, and a great Buddha appeared behind him. Yet, this Buddha was unlike any typically depicted. It was half a majestic golden figure and half a sinister black demon. A thought becomes Buddha, a thought becomes demon. The Six Paths Emperor and others exclaimed in alarm, realizing that this individual could not be left unchecked. If Feng Chong were merely corrupted, it would be manageable. But he was now grasping the profound essence of both Buddha and demon. Should he succeed in this comprehension, it would be akin to Qin Feng achieving an invincible sword heart, granting him the power to dominate the contemporary era. Unlike Qin Feng's haphazard amalgamation, Feng Chang's dedicated study of Buddhism would surely lead him to surpass Qin Feng, posing a significant threat to the Yin Moon Empire. Oh no! Princess Nanfeng recognized the peril and hurried to seek the protection of the elderly guardian accompanying her. Fear not, my injuries have nearly healed. I shall fight to the death. The elder's expression was grave, aware of Feng Chang's implications for the great Xia. Please. Princess Nanfeng clutched a life token tightly in her hand, prepared to summon her father and grandfather if necessary. At that moment, projections in various cities were entirely replaced by images of Feng Chong. Would they witness the emergence of a Buddha or the birth of a demon? As discussions erupted among the populace, Qin Feng's figure suddenly appeared in the projections. Upon noticing that Feng Chong had yet to catch up, he realized that the drug's effects were taking hold. Thus, his mischievous tendencies began to stir. Having encountered the Chosen One, it seemed improper not to engage in some antics. However, upon retracing his steps, he was unexpectedly greeted by an astonishing turn of events. He was being cleansed of his corruption. It is widely acknowledged that while darkness is overwhelmingly powerful, redemption renders one significantly weaker. If he did not act now, when would he? Ding! Congratulations. Host has triggered a task. Disrupt the Chosen One's enlightenment of the Great Path. Task reward. 1 sword intent upgrade card. A sword intent upgrade card. Qin Feng's eyes immediately lit up. He was utterly defenseless against such an enticing reward. Qin Feng. Panic flickered in Feng Chang's eyes as he realized Qin Feng had returned along the same path. At this critical juncture of his breakthrough, any interruption from Qin Feng could lead to his own downfall, resulting in severe injuries. In that moment, Feng Chong could no longer afford to conceal any trump cards. A golden jade stone flew from his body, enveloping him in a radiant golden light. It's the relic of the Buddha. The spectators gasped, acknowledging Feng Chang's extraordinary fortune. The relic, a top-tier treasure formed after the passing of a great Buddha, not only rendered him immune to malevolent forces, but also enhanced the power of his Buddhist practices, offering formidable defense. Given the radiance now emanating from the relic, even Qin Feng, and arguably all the contestants in the life and death arena combined, might struggle to breach it. Size escaped the Six Paths, Emperor, and others, recognizing that some matters cannot be forced. They had initially hoped Qin Feng's return would extinguish Feng Chong in his infancy, only to discover that his fortune was far too great, safeguarded by the relic. However, the crowd had clearly underestimated Qin Feng's audacity. He showed no surprise at the sudden appearance of the relic. With a grin, he pulled out a book titled by Jie and began to read aloud with great enthusiasm. This despicable fellow Feng Chong, at such a fiery age and still under the influence of the drug, found it impossible to tolerate such distractions. The heart demon he had barely subdued flared back to life, threatening to spiral out of control. The audience's expressions turned peculiar, unable to discern whether this was a genuine life-and-death elimination match or an absurd reading competition. In the palace of the Six Paths Emperor, various leaders exchanged odd glances at the moon goddess, as if asking, "Did you teach Qin Feng all this?" I didn't tea. The moon goddess hurriedly denied, insisting she was not that kind of person. Simultaneously, she felt an intense loathing for Qin Feng, lamenting the tarnishing of her illustrious image cultivated over the years, now thoroughly compromised by this brat. Suddenly, a faint sound of wind slicing through the air made Qin Feng's hair stand on end. An ambush. His first instinct was to evade, and his body instinctively darted away like lightning. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a figure in the dim rainforest drawing a bow, releasing a crimson feathered arrow that soared toward his chest like a rainbow. Bang! The slender arrow pierced through Qin Feng's afterimage, continuing to pierce several large trees before finally halting, far more formidable than a Barrett sniper rifle. What the hell? Qin Feng began to curse inwardly, gaining a newfound understanding of the unreasonable nature of the Chosen One. Just as he was about to corner his opponent, inexplicably, someone emerged to disrupt and delay him. Damn it, how did he evade that? A lean man atop a tree cursed softly, quickly knocking 3 more crimson arrows and shooting them forth. I don't care who you are. Feng Chong is mine today. Not even Jesus can save him, I swear. Frustrated by the arrows, Qin Feng felt compelled to demonstrate his strength. Otherwise, his opponent was showing him a distinct lack of respect. Chapter 56. Faster, stronger, and more ferocious swish. Swish, swish. 3 feathered arrows, sleek as the wind, soared across the sky, targeting the vital points of Qin Feng. Curse it, Qin Feng muttered under his breath as he swiftly dodged, executing the phantom's evasion to perfection, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the forest. Despite his agility, the chilling sensation behind him intensified, as if countless venomous serpents were fixated on him, instilling a sense of inevitable doom. Oh dear, I do not wish to be shot. Little White clung tightly to Qin Feng, determined not to fall off during his rapid movements. It is by Ri. The spectators erupted in excitement, instantly recognizing the archer. Bai Ri, whose name means White Sun, was a seed contestant in this deadly elimination match. Not only had he achieved fame at a young age, but he also possessed extraordinary talent, having reached the first level of the Dao entrance realm. Currently ranked 153rd in points, his victory seemed all but assured. This by Ri. The Six Paths Emperor and others rubbed their temples, knowing that Feng Chong had a significant opportunity and was destined to survive. Curse it! Did I throw your child into a well or something that you keep shooting at me? Qin Feng was acutely aware of the vast disparity in their cultivation levels and decisively activated the ancient heavy pupil, causing the world around him to slow down. The ancient heavy pupil. The audience outside was ecstatic, finally witnessing Qin Feng's serious combat. Would they be fortunate enough to see his complete form? Buzz. The bowstring quivered. Bai Ri, wielding his longbow like a seasoned hunter, began to sever all escape routes as he drew back the bowstring. Draw the sword. The moment Bai Ri pulled back the bow, a dark and fluid sword light erupted from Qin Feng's sheath. Unlike the previous sword drawing technique, this time it was infused with secondary sword intent and the enhancement of the celestial body. Faster, stronger, and more ferocious. In the blink of an eye, before Bai Ri could react, Qin Feng's figure zipped past him, his long sky divine sword slicing through the air before returning to its sheath. How is this possible? Bai Ri's eyes widened in disbelief, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. With a resounding crack, Bai Ri's longbow shattered. The sword technique so precise that it left only a smear of crimson below. At that moment, the audience fell silent, stunned by Qin Feng's sword-drawing technique. Good heavens! Was it necessary to be this fast? They had anticipated a fierce battle. Yet before it even began, Qin Feng had already concluded it. How could this be possible? The Six Paths Emperor and other dignitaries stood in shock, hardly able to believe their eyes. Even if Qin Feng's talent was unprecedented, defeating a first-level Dao entrance cultivator with a single sword stroke from the 9th level of the extraordinary realm was simply outrageous. There was an entire realm separating them. No need to be anxious, just basic operations. The moon goddess proudly raised her head, her confidence shining through. She had personally experienced Qin Feng's ferocity. The only surprise was when he had broken through to the secondary level of sword intent. Bai Ri let out a mournful wail, collapsing to the ground and rolling in disbelief. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for shattering the eternal peace, earning 1,000 villain points. Another 1,000 villain points credited. Qin Feng glanced at the system, noting his villain points had surged from 47,000 to 121,000, signifying that 74 brothers could now focus wholeheartedly on their cultivation. Free from worry, I am truly reaping boundless merits. Qin Feng commended himself, then began reciting the story of Bai Jie in front of Feng Chang. The audience was utterly speechless, incapable of articulating their astonishment at this ancient prodigy, possessing the ability to annihilate all, yet choosing not to act. At this moment, due to the projection content failing to pass review, it switched to an interview with Ma Daigua. The young lady couldn't help but ask Master Ma, "You previously mentioned that Qin Feng was eclectic and lacked finesse, and that he wouldn't shine in this deadly elimination match. Yet now, Qin Feng, at the 9th level of the extraordinary realm, has defeated a first-level Dao entrance opponent with a single sword. What do you make of this situation?" Ma Daigua felt slightly awkward and puzzled, stating, "From that sword just now, it is evident that Qin Feng's sword intent has surpassed the secondary level. However, even with this breakthrough, there is no reason he should be able to defeat Bai Ri so easily." The young lady probed, "Are you suggesting that there is other power contained within Qin Feng's sword? Could it be some special physique?" "Impossible, absolutely impossible," Ma Daigua asserted confidently. "It is well known that Qin Feng possesses the ancient heavy pupil. How could he also have a special physique? I suspect he has consumed some temporary strength-enhancing elixir. So that's it." The audience suddenly understood, feeling as if they had read a decade's worth of books. Ma Daigua continued, "Qin Feng's breakthrough to the secondary level of sword intent indicates that he has devoted his primary focus to swordsmanship over the past 7 years. Thus, his supreme bone and ancient heavy pupil might not be overly strong. From his ability to defeat Bai Ri, ranked 153rd, it appears his limit is around the 100th rank. Beyond that, he holds no advantage." The audience nodded in agreement, convinced by the expert's insights. As the scene shifted, with the unapproved content concluded, the situation in the arena began to change. Feng Chang, having heard Qin Feng's reading of the short essay, could no longer suppress the demonic energy within him. The golden bodies of Buddha and demon behind him were covered in cracks, on the verge of shattering completely. "Damn you, Qin Feng!" Princess Nanfeng was as anxious as a fly in a hot pan, repeatedly requesting the Six Paths Emperor, only to be denied. She understood that Feng Chang had instilled a sense of threat in the Six Paths Emperor, who would not allow Feng Chang to leave the battlefield alive unless he was utterly incapacitated. With a resounding crash, the golden bodies of Buddha and demon shattered entirely, transforming into countless specks of starlight that vanished into the void. Feng Chang spat out a mouthful of old blood, his breath plummeting to sub-zero levels. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the task, earning a sword intent upgrade card. Ding dong, Congratulations to the host for severely wounding the Chosen One, earning 500,000 villain points. Is that it? Qin Feng felt a twinge of disappointment, having anticipated another chance to draw a prize. However, his gaze soon fell upon the Buddha's relic. Possessing treasures at home is not your fault, but tempting me with them is indeed your mistake. As Feng Chang's attempt to comprehend the Tao failed, the Buddha light emanating from the relic dissipated. With a flick of his hand, the Buddha's relic fell into his grasp. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for seizing the opportunity of the Chosen One, earning a chance to draw a prize. Now that feels much better. Qin Feng finally revealed a satisfied smile, transforming into a white shadow and vanishing from the spot. It was not that he did not wish to take advantage of the moment to eliminate Feng Chang. Rather, the Chosen One was simply too unreasonable. He feared that if he failed to kill him, he might lose the Buddha's relic in the process. It was better to retreat while he still could. Qin Feng, return the Buddha's relic to me. Feng Chang scrambled up, panic-stricken, eager to pursue. That relic was his foundation for survival in the ancient world. However, having failed in his comprehension and being severely injured, he could only watch helplessly as Qin Feng took away his Buddha's relic. At the same time, he could not fathom why he was consistently countered by Qin Feng, suffering defeat through various underhanded tactics, never even given the chance to fight with full strength. Oh no! Feng Chang's expression changed drastically as he realized the effects of the elixir within him were once again taking hold, glancing at the moaning Bai Ri, whose features were so striking. Chapter 57. Don't come over here in the vastness of the Lin Hai. Qin Feng seized the Buddha's relic and made his escape. However, he underestimated the unreasonable nature of these chosen ones. Just a few steps outside, he was intercepted by a young man clad in black. This individual wielded a long black sword, his gaze exuding an extraordinary determination, his mind as tranquil as a still lake, and his slender physique akin to a sharp sword emanating brilliance. He was the 53rd on the leaderboard, the young master of Mingjian Villa, Yijian. The audience outside erupted in excitement, astonished that Qin Feng was about to confront Yijian. Mingjian Villa was a formidable force within the Yinyu dynasty, renowned for its legendary title of one sword per millennium during an era devoid of sword gods. Undeniably, Mingjian Villa possessed the credentials to be deemed extraordinary, standing as a hallowed ground for sword practitioners across the realm. Particularly, this generation's young master, Yijian, was hailed as a prodigy in swordsmanship, having broken through to the first level of Dao at the tender age of 18, comprehending the third level of sword intent, and possessing the fabled heavenly sword body. The prospect of a clash with Qin Feng, the future sword god, promised to ignite a spectacular confrontation. I need your assistance in sharpening my sword, Yijian proclaimed, devoid of unnecessary pleasantries, unswayed by Qin Feng's desire to engage. He unsheathed his long sword, embodying the essence of the king of swords, resembling a blade piercing the heavens. The crisp sound of the sword resonating through the forest. How formidable! Qin Feng's pupils constricted as he sensed the immense power emanating from his opponent. With a first-level Dao cultivation, third-level sword intent, and the heavenly sword body, Yijian was undoubtedly the most formidable genius Qin Feng had encountered since his own journey began. Yet, it puzzled him that such a terrifying talent was not a chosen one, as he had not received any system notification. Whoosh! A fierce wave of energy surged forth, accompanied by the melodious sound of the sword ringing out. Yijian's long sword erupted in a dazzling brilliance, hurtling towards Qin Feng with astonishing speed, creating a series of sharp gusts of wind. Qin Feng swayed as if carried by a gentle breeze, his movements fluid and unpredictable. Such an ethereal agility. Yijian's eyes glimmered with surprise as he stomped the ground, his aura intensifying dramatically. He swept his long sword, resembling a roaring dragon, instantly obliterating the phantoms surrounding him. Seeing Yijian's relentless pursuit, Qin Feng gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, transforming into a blade drawn from its sheath, radiating an unyielding brilliance. Evanstasing sword technique. The crisp sound of the sword echoed through the forest as an intense sword energy swept outward. Clang! The two swords clashed with a resounding impact. the sharp noise reverberating in the air. The audience gasped in awe, witnessing the two combatants refusing to yield an inch. Enveloped by an invisible storm of sword energy that carved distinct scars into the ground. Impossible! Exclaimed the likes of the Six Paths Emperor, taken aback by Qin Feng's terrifying prowess. Indeed, they were intimidated by him. Onlookers reveled in the spectacle, while the experts recognized the underlying intricacies of the battle. Unlike Jie Jie, who possessed the first-level Dao cultivation, third-level sword intent, and a special physique, Qin Feng managed to hold his ground, suggesting he had additional hidden strengths. How could this be? Jie Jie's expression remained stoic, yet a tempest surged within him. His cultivation was a full realm above Qin Feng's, his comprehension of sword intent superior, augmented by the heavenly sword body, yet he still could not defeat Qin Feng with a single strike. Is the unyielding sword heart truly this terrifying? Just as Qin Feng began to feel the strain, the small white creature on his shoulder sprang into action, extending its tiny paw to jab at Jie Jie's eyes without hesitation. To be a successful hunter, one must learn to conceal oneself, remain as still as stone, lock onto the target, gather strength, and strike with the swiftness of the wind. Ah, strike! The audience erupted in exclamations, realizing that Qin Feng's pet rabbit mirrored his disregard for decorum. Jie Jie, in pain, instinctively retreated, nearly blinded by the assault. However, he did not react as dramatically as one might expect. Instead, he drew upon his recent battle with Qin Feng to unleash a torrent of fierce sword energy. Embodying a majestic snow lotus standing proud against the wind, exuding an awe-inspiring power. What is this? Qin Feng felt a deep sense of shock, recognizing the scene all too well. When he first acquired the unyielding sword heart, it felt precisely like this. This indicated that Jie Jie had begun to grasp the essence of the unyielding sword heart during their confrontation. Are you joking? System, reveal yourself. Such a monstrous talent. And you tell me he is not a chosen one? The system responded. He indeed lacks the fate of a chosen one, but possesses the destiny of a formidable antagonist. An antagonist? A fellow traveler. Qin Feng stood frozen, his mind racing with disbelief. He had encountered 3 epic protagonists thus far, yet he had never faced a major antagonist. With the mindset that fellow travelers are often rivals, he harbored no intentions of collaboration, only a desire to eliminate Jie Jie to prevent him from aiding the protagonists in the future, thereby complicating his own role as an antagonist. Is this the essence of the unyielding sword heart? Jie Jie had touched upon its depths, his gaze toward Qin Feng shimmering with renewed fervor. He sought to use Qin Feng as a sharpening stone, aiming to fully comprehend the legendary unyielding sword heart. Whoosh! Jie Jie unleashed a flurry of blurred figures, wildly swinging his long sword, unleashing a torrent of relentless sword energy upon Qin Feng. This is bad. Qin Feng decisively activated his, engaging in fierce combat with Jie Jie. Clang! 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 The sound of metal clashing echoed through the forest, the unseen sword energy splattering in all directions. Yet apart from the heaven-slashing sword technique, Qin Feng possessed no other techniques, relying solely on his slow-motion perception to counter Jie Jie's relentless onslaught, steadily retreating under the pressure. Qin Feng is on the verge of defeat. The audience sighed, recognizing that his defeat was imminent. His heaven-slashing sword technique was indeed breathtaking, yet without the ability to vanquish his opponent in one fell swoop. It signified a dire lack of follow-up, unless he resorted to utilizing the supreme bone, and, as this thought crossed their minds, the audience's attention remained riveted on the screen, bracing to witness the might of the supreme bone and ancient. However, it seemed that Qin Feng had no intention of employing them. Instead, he swiftly retreated, increasing the distance between them, and gradually sheathed his long sword, the Sky God Sword. Are you about to use the supreme bone and? Jie Jie immediately grew vigilant, refusing to underestimate his opponent. You are not worthy, Qin Feng replied coolly. Not worthy? The Six Paths Emperor and others fixed their gaze upon Qin Feng, eager to discern his next move. Just as the crowd awaited in anticipation, they witnessed Qin Feng produce a dozen bottles of Mother Pig is crazy. accompanied by echoes of a heart-wrenching cry in the distance. Don't come over here. Chapter 58. Supreme Bone versus Heavenly Sword-Bodied Damn Qin Feng. Princess Nan Feng was seething with rage, ready to summon her father. The elder tasked with protecting the envoy hastily intervened, saying, "Your Highness, you must not. This is the life and death elimination match of the Inu dynasty," and Feng Chong willingly participated. "If you seek the Emperor's help now, what will the ancient powers think of our great Xia dynasty? They will say we are incapable of handling our own affairs." But, Princess Nan Feng was on the verge of tears, unable to bear witnessing the struggles of her beloved. The elder, puzzled, muttered, "Why hasn't Feng Chong forfeited yet? Have he lost his senses, or is he genuinely enjoying this?" With a heart heavy as lead, Princess Nan Feng covered her mouth and ran away, tears streaming down her face. Within the majestic palace of the Six Paths Emperor, the prominent figures turned their gazes towards the moon goddess, as if to say, "This is all your Qin Feng's doing. Don't look at me, I don't know him." The moon goddess no longer exuded her previous arrogance, wearing an expression that suggested she was unfamiliar with Qin Feng. On the battlefield of life and death, Jie Jie lost his composure in an instant and hurriedly took a few steps back. News of Qin Feng's outrageous use of wild boars during the life and death battle had spread, with 70 candidates falling victim to his cunning tricks, and his methods of solving problems were as simple as they were brutal. Crushed into oblivion, it could be said that Qin Feng wielding a sword was not terrifying, but the smile on his face was the true source of fear. How shameless! The audience outside was utterly speechless. Just as they had begun to forget Qin Feng's unscrupulousness after 2 battles, he turned around and discarded all semblance of decency once more. Whoosh! An invisible storm enveloped Qin Feng, swirling the wild boars from several jade vials, while the fallen leaves danced in the wind. Leaves fluttered. This was a signature technique he learned from the 10 ancestors, which, after 7 years of exploration and refinement, had evolved into a dazzling palm technique. Its power may not have been the strongest, nor its damage the highest, but its lewdness was universally recognized. With a single palm strike, it was a display of exuberance. Jie Jie's expression turned grave. He regretted seeking out Qin Feng. He could distinctly sense that the area affected by this palm strike was vast, and he had to avoid not only the chaotic boar powder, but also the leaves that transformed into cutting blades. Any mistake could grant Qin Feng the opportunity to seize his manhood's source of joy. "Go!" Qin Feng waved his hand lightly, unleashing a powerful gust. Swish! 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 The leaves instantly morphed into terrifying weapons, slicing through the air with the precision of a chainsaw, enveloped by a thick mist that obscured a radius of several hundred meters. Holding his breath, Jie Jie did not flinch. The black longsword in his hand traced a perfect arc, unleashing a fierce storm of sword energy that obliterated the incoming leaves and split the dispersing powder. Now, as Jie Jie cleaved through with his sword energy, a path connecting him to Qin Feng manifested. Qin Feng quickly assumed the stance for the celestial sword technique, calling upon the system to use the sword intent upgrade card he had received for completing a task. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your sword intent has been upgraded from level 2 to level 3. Embracing all waters, uniting as one. In a moment of dazed clarity, Qin Feng perceived a fleeting glimpse of ethereal sword light, breathtaking and unmatched, soaring towards the moon and dispersing the myriad clouds. There must be limits to childishness. Jie Jie was deeply dissatisfied with Qin Feng's actions, viewing them as a humiliation. For a swordsman to repeatedly use the same technique against him, particularly one he had successfully blocked, was the utmost insult, even if concealed behind the exuberant palm technique. Clang! The high, crisp sound of the sword being drawn resonated, shaking the hearts of all present. No, this was not the previous celestial sword technique. Qin Feng's snow-white figure flickered like lightning, his alabaster hand gripping the hilt of the celestial sword, rising gracefully, the dazzling sword light illuminating the forest. Drawing the sword, striking, and sheathing it, all in one fluid motion. Level 3 sword intent. Jie Jie's eyes widened in disbelief as he felt the chilling breeze akin to that of a mountain spring wash over him. Not daring to be careless, he unleashed a torrent of formidable, invisible sword energy. Ding! The clash of metal resonated through the woods as the two figures blurred past each other at incredible speed. At that moment, the scene seemed frozen in time. Qin Feng's sword had returned to its sheath, and Jie Jie stood motionless, only faintly hearing the sound of nearby sobs. Who won? The audience outside held their breath, eyes glued to the light curtain, awaiting the outcome. They had assumed Qin Feng's level 2 sword intent was his limit, yet he had unexpectedly mastered level 3 sword intent. Truly terrifying and befitting the title of the ancient era's greatest prodigy. Puff! Qin Feng could not suppress a mouthful of blood, and fresh wounds appeared on his body. The invisible sword energy Jie Jie had unleashed was no ordinary force. It was the heavenly sword energy inherent to his heavenly sword body, possessing immense lethality. And Qin Feng had been injured while breaking through using the celestial sword technique. However, according to the law of sword fighting, the one who bleeds first suffers the greater injury. Puff! Jie Jie kneeled on one knee, unable to control the surge of blood that erupted from his mouth. A gaping wound appearing on his body, blood gushing forth as if it were free. Qin Feng won. The audience outside was in disbelief, their hearts unsettled. Even though Qin Feng was hailed as the greatest prodigy of the ancient era, his cultivation at the 9th level of the extraordinary realm was hardly impressive. Yet, he had still managed to defeat Jie Jie, who ranked 53rd in the point standings. It should be noted that Jie Jie was among the top 10 experts on the power ranking in this life-and-death elimination match. This young man is remarkable. The Six Paths Emperor and other dignitaries were left speechless, utterly astonished by Qin Feng's unexpected prowess. Who would have thought that a mere 9th-level extraordinary being could rise to become the most dazzling figure of the event, effortlessly defeating renowned experts one after another? Stay low-key, just basic operations. The moon goddess regained her haughty demeanor, as if to say, I am the closest to Qin Feng. Yet, she secretly plotted to confront him for hiding his breakthrough to level 3 sword intent from her. I raised you with great care. Who are you trying to guard against? The dignitaries were rendered speechless, realizing that the moon goddess seemed to lack any semblance of decency. Qin Feng's exploits were likely connected to her influence. This child is no ordinary being. The Six Paths Emperor squinted, observing Qin Feng, noticing that his wounds were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Furthermore, the injuries he sustained from clashing with the heavenly sword energy should not have been so minor. I have not yet been defeated. Jie Jie, dragging his injured body, rose again, and the invisible sword energy around him began to coalesce into a towering, 20-meter-tall, transparent sword. His heavenly sword, a gift from his heavenly sword body. With a swing, Jie Jie commanded the forces of heaven and earth to retreat. Oh no, this is never-ending. Qin Feng did not relent. A golden light flickering at his chest, revealing the flowing runes. Supreme Bone. It is indeed Supreme Bone. The audience outside erupted in excitement, realizing that even more thrilling events were yet to come. Supreme Bone versus Heavenly Sword Body. Wait. Just as everyone anticipated the clash, Qin Feng suddenly called for a halt, stating he needed to go to the right side for a counterattack. The right side? Everyone appeared utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the significance of the contest and the concept of feng shui. Naive, one sword, disinterested in quarreling with Qin Feng over such trivial matters, willingly relinquished the feng shui position on his right. Celestial sword, heavenly calamity light. Boom! The two forces collided, unleashing a torrent of energy that uprooted trees and enveloped the surroundings in a terrifying energy storm spanning several hundred meters. Is this the prowess of the younger generation? Spectators outside could not suppress their gulping, startled by the overwhelming power exhibited by today's youth. It had long been rumored that this generation was exceptionally formidable, yet none anticipated such astonishing strength. Even before the battle commenced, the Supreme Bone faced off against the Celestial Sword Body, exhibiting such terrifying destructive capability. I wonder how you will endure this. Qin Feng let out a furious roar as the Celestial Titan body began to empower him. How is this possible? One sword felt as though he were on the brink of madness, utterly perplexed by the enigma that Qin Feng presented. His supreme bone was inherited from his brother, while his celestial sword body was innate, and his cultivation level surpassed that of Qin Feng by a considerable margin. Yet he found himself being overwhelmed. What could possibly be going awry? Chapter 59. Who do you think you are with a thunderous crash? Jie Jie was hurled away by the celestial force before he could even comprehend the situation. As the energy storm subsided, the surroundings fell into a state of eerie calm. Albeit in utter disarray, Jie Jie, battered and gasping for breath, struggled to rise, clearly beyond the capacity to continue fighting. In stark contrast, Qin Feng appeared invigorated, exuding an aura of resilience that suggested he was ready for further combat. Had he consumed fake wine? Whether it was the spectators outside or Jie Jie himself, they stared at Qin Feng in disbelief. It was inconceivable that he remained unscathed after such a fierce battle. He seemed more than prepared for another round of challenges. Was this the legendary Tsangtian dominance? Qin Feng realized that the Tsangtian dominance was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Not only did it prevent fatigue during combat, but it also made his physical form increasingly robust over time, ultimately evolving into an indestructible body. It seemed unnecessary for the Rabbit clan to intervene. After a series of antics, Xiao Bai finally settled on a Qin Feng's shoulder to nibble on a carrot. Indeed, the Six Paths Emperor couldn't suppress a chuckle. He had finally uncovered Qin Feng's little secret. The injuries Jie Jie had sustained from enduring the Heavenly Sword's aura were utterly perplexing. The Heavenly Sword's innate aura was notoriously ruthless. Mere contact could be fatal, or at the very least, result in severe injuries. Yet, Qin Feng seemed completely unharmed, bearing only superficial wounds. He was now vibrant and brimming with energy. The existence of the Tsangtian dominance could offer no alternative explanation. Tsangtian dominance. The dignitaries within the palace were left speechless, their minds echoing with incredulity. To possess an ancient heavy pupil, comprehend an invincible sword heart, and now to have the Tsangtian dominance. How could one individual be so favored by fate? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The moon goddess shook her head vehemently, refusing to believe that Qin Feng possessed the Tsangtian dominance. Having resided in the moon goddess palace since the age of 8, she was well aware of everything regarding Qin Feng. If he had the Tsangtian dominance, how could she possibly remain ignorant of it? The Six Paths Emperor spoke up. It is only the second day. Tomorrow's final day will undoubtedly be more chaotic. The Tsangtian dominance cannot remain concealed in such an environment. The dignitaries exchanged glances, awaiting the decisive confrontation on the morrow. Just then, figures began appearing from all directions, their gazes toward Qin Feng and Jie Jie filled with avarice. Brother Qin, we have plenty of time ahead. Jie Jie, aware of their intentions to profit from their struggle, uttered a parting remark and hastily departed, dragging his injured body away. Who do you think you are? You think you can fight me and simply walk away? Qin Feng propelled himself forward like a cheetah. With a swift rush, the sharp sound of wind startled Jie Jie, who turned to see Qin Feng materialize before him, prepared to execute a decisive blow. What? Jie Jie's face contorted in fear, realizing that Qin Feng had not forgotten about his brother even in this moment. With a resounding impact, chaos ensued. Jie Jie's eyes widened in shock as he felt excruciating pain enveloping him. He had not managed to evade this strike. Those lurking nearby, he raced through the forest, his attire disheveled, tears streaming down his cheeks. There is no turning back. He cannot return, even knowing that Princess Nanfeng was poisoned that night. They can never go back to the past. Chapter 60. Eternal Friendship, Alas. The spectators outside sighed and shook their heads, expressing deep sympathy for Feng Chang's plight. Despite possessing formidable strength, he chose a path of mischief instead of earnest endeavors. It was not the sight of Qin Feng wielding a sword that instilled fear. It was the unsettling smile he wore that sent shivers down their spines. Run, quickly. If you don't flee now, it will be too late. At the same time, their curiosity was piqued. What further misdeeds would Qin Feng commit next? Why had it come to this? Princess Nanfeng, despite her mental preparations, found it hard to accept the grim news. How could the graceful and erudite Feng Chang, who could command storms with mere words, be so utterly debased? No, it appeared he was the one bringing ruin upon others. This man was truly a misnomer. The elder tasked with protecting the delegation sighed heavily. Since Feng Chang became Princess Nanfeng's advisor 7 years ago, he had indeed breathed new life into the waning dynasty of the Great Xia, igniting hopes of reclaiming power from the noble families. Throughout that time, he remained unflappable, as if everything lay within his control, earning the trust of the royal family. His intellect was unmatched, often captivating the princesses with his timeless verses. Yet, during this expedition to the Yin dynasty, he found himself entirely on the defensive, thwarted repeatedly by Qin Feng. If the first two incidents could be dismissed as mere coincidence, then the subsequent occurrences were irrefutably deliberate. From the moment Feng Chang orchestrated the provocation of Qin Feng through Zhu, it seemed Qin Feng had already discerned his intentions, systematically cornering Feng Chang until he was left with no escape. Even in his darkest moments, Qin Feng's influence held him in check, ultimately leading to the tarnishing of Feng Chang's reputation. Oh, the sins of it all! You scheme against me, and I against you. Retribution is merely delayed, and it manifests in the form of Qin Feng. The question of Feng Chang's authenticity weighed heavily on Princess Nanfeng. She harbored feelings of admiration for him, but ambition coursed through her veins. She aspired to ascend the throne as the first empress of the Great Xia, proving to the world that women could wield power just as effectively as men. Yet, it was painfully evident that Feng Chang was no match for Qin Feng. Did she truly want to place all her bets on him? Just then, Feng Chang, who had seemed utterly dejected, rose once more. Despite the dual assaults on his body and spirit, he refused to yield to fate. He sought vengeance. He yearned to trample Qin Feng underfoot, demonstrating the terrifying prowess of a time traveler. With an icy glare, he limped away, the tear-streaked remnants of a painful past visible upon his face, a past known to all. Qin Feng. Princess Nanfeng's gaze turned frigid, her small fists clenched tightly. She swore to rend Qin Feng into pieces for his relentless humiliation and for the torment inflicted upon the man she cherished. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have ruthlessly tormented the Chosen One, earning 300,000 villain points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have left the Chosen One with permanent psychological scars, awarding you a chance to draw from the lottery. Ruthless? An inappropriate image inexplicably flashed through Qin Feng's mind, causing him to shudder and dispel the thought. Nevertheless, he welcomed the opportunity for another draw. With this, he would have two chances. Qin Feng located a secluded cave, designated for contestants to rest, where he could escape the prying eyes of the live broadcast. He eagerly summoned the system to commence the lottery. Whoosh! The grand spinning wheel materialized before him, slowly beginning to rotate. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the divine sword technique, Great River Sword Art. In an instant, Qin Feng envisioned a raging river composed of countless sword energies, sweeping through the air with unmatched grandeur. One extraordinary technique. Qin Feng exhaled deeply, awed by the Great River Sword Art. Currently, aside from his sky-slaying sword technique, he possessed no other sword skills, leading to an awkward predicament should he fail to defeat an opponent with a single strike. The arrival of the Great River Sword Art alleviated this embarrassment perfectly. Having just obtained 300,000 villain points, he was now at a total of 1,026,000 points, sufficient to exchange for a card that would maximize the Great River Sword Art's potential. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have spent 1,000,000 villain points and successfully exchanged for the Perfect Harmony card. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully utilized the Perfect Harmony card, elevating the Great River Sword Art to its fullest form. Buzz! Countless sword energies surged around Qin Feng, roaring like a mighty river. The little rabbit, Xiao Bai, who had been nibbling on a carrot, perked up, sensing the sword energy released by Qin Feng. It was one step closer to becoming an unparalleled sword rabbit. Time passed, and Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of fierce determination evident in his dark gaze, having fully comprehended the essence of the Great River Sword Art. Indeed, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction and called for the system to continue the lottery. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn the divine mark, unyielding will. Unyielding will, a divine mark that grants immunity to any mental attacks in the world. What a treasure! The brief description prompted Qin Feng to merge it immediately. In the realm of ancient cultivation, mental attacks were akin to soul attacks, insidious and invisible, capable of ensnaring one in a state of bondage. It was said that powerful mental assailants could imprint their will upon a soul, rendering their victim a slave. With the unyielding will, Qin Feng was now free from such underhanded assaults. Next in line was the Buddha's relic. Qin Feng retrieved the relic, and golden light instantly illuminated the dim cave. The dragon-shaped tattoos on his body began to stir, as if reacting to some extraordinary treasure. The great heavenly dragon was a Buddhist martial art. What effect would merging it with the Buddha's relic yield? Qin Feng was keenly curious and wasted no time in beginning the refinement process. Boom! As he absorbed the Buddha's relic, an overwhelming, almost frenzied energy erupted forth. Qin Feng's body trembled violently. He felt his blood and chi surging as if engulfed in a fierce inferno that scorched his bones and flesh. In that moment, an excruciating pain overwhelmed Qin Feng's senses. He swore he had never encountered such agony before. Qin Feng, what is happening to you? Xiao Bai sensed something was amiss, frantically offering the sacred bamboo tablet to Qin Feng, hoping it would help him withstand the relentless energy of the Buddha's relic. Meanwhile, outside the cave, a group of individuals gat Chapter 61. Who agrees, who disagrees in the cave? Qin Feng held the relic of the Buddha in one hand and a bamboo scroll of the sage in the other. One was a sacred object of Buddhism, while the other belonged to Taoism. Had it not been for the impossibility of live broadcasting in the cave, the entire ancient world would have erupted in fervor. Thanks to Xiao Bai placing the sage's bamboo scroll into Qin Feng's hand, the Buddha's relic suddenly quieted, no longer exhibiting its previous ferocity. It seemed as though it had been subdued by the sage's scroll, hesitant to act recklessly. Indeed, all things in the world are interdependent and mutually restraining. Qin Feng seized this opportunity to adeptly channel the 33 Heavens transformation technique, directing the energy emanating from the Buddha's relic into his limbs and bones. Roar! The golden dragon patterns on Qin Feng's body resonated with the dragon's chant, voraciously absorbing the energy from the Buddha's relic. With this authentic Buddhist power at his disposal, the might of the great celestial dragon would ascend to new heights. Bang! 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 A series of muffled sounds echoed from within Qin Feng's body as he began to tremble uncontrollably. An indescribable agony spread through his entire being, akin to the sensation of his bones shattering and flesh tearing apart. Yet, thanks to the extraordinary self-healing ability of the 33 Heavens transformation technique, the fractured bones and torn flesh began to mend, rendering his physical form increasingly robust with every reconstruction. This sensation was wondrous, yet the more exquisite it became, the greater the pain endured. It seemed he was on the verge of breaking through the spirit martial realm. Sensing the surging energy within, Qin Feng resolved to push through to the next level. Unlike the external projection of spiritual power in the transcendent realm, the spirit martial realm required the manifestation of spiritual energy. Depending on the martial arts practiced, the forms manifested varied. Some transformed into wolves, others into tigers, and some, like Feng Chang, into massive Buddhas. Currently, his sky-slaying sword technique lacked a form, while the great river sword technique took the shape of a great river, and the great celestial dragon manifested as a dragon soaring through the heavens. Due to the complete compatibility of his martial techniques, he would not waste time on spiritual manifestation. Breaking through the spirit martial realm would allow him to wield his martial techniques directly. This was why it was said that self-created martial techniques were the strongest. That which suits oneself is the best. Is everything all right? Upon seeing Qin Feng's expression gradually calm, Xiao Bai sighed in relief, nearly becoming a forsaken stray rabbit. Thud! 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 Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed outside the cave, causing Xiao Bai's heart to race once more. This is bad. Someone is coming. Observing Qin Feng in the midst of his cultivation, Xiao Bai resolutely positioned herself at the cave entrance. Is Qin Feng's rabbit? Outside the cave stood over 100 men, all at least at the 5th level of the spirit martial realm. They too had heard of Qin Feng's victory over Yijian and knew that the most exceptional talent of the ancient world was not merely a title. Yet, they could not resist the allure of the points in Qin Feng's possession. Compared to other prodigies, Qin Feng seemed the most vulnerable. He was at a disadvantage in both age and cultivation, and after a fierce battle with Yijian, he had severed hundreds of connections. They believed he must be nearly exhausted. My rabbit master is negotiating a multi-billion deal inside. I suggest you leave quickly. Xiao Bai appeared calm, but anxiety swirled within her, uncertain if she could deter them. Negotiating a deal? Is that true? A multi-billion deal? With a person like Qin Feng, who carries a sow around, what kind of major business could he be conducting? One could guess with a mere glance what he was doing inside. Among the crowd, envy mingled with hesitation. There was no denying it. Qin Feng's fearsome reputation preceded him. He had made over 200 brothers refer to each other as sisters in a single day. They could easily imagine the consequences of interrupting Qin Feng's negotiations. Can we trust Qin Feng's rabbit? I suspect he is merely healing. Someone immediately voiced their doubt. However, before he could finish, Xiao Bai suddenly vanished from sight. Swish! The sharp sound of wind startled everyone, and Xiao Bai materialized before the doubter, giving him no time to react before delivering a kick. Bang! A painful loss of connection. The man's eyes widened in shock as excruciating pain coursed through him, collapsing to the ground, curled up like a shrimp, accompanied by a heart-wrenching wail. Ah! Is spatial power. This rabbit possesses spatial abilities. The crowd recoiled in terror, their gazes towards Xiao Bai filled with apprehension. Spatial power is an exceptionally rare ability, allowing one to appear and vanish at will. Only the most formidable beings among humans can cultivate such powers. However, certain demonic beasts are born with these abilities, often referred to as aberrant species among demonic beasts. No one expected that Qin Feng's adorable little rabbit would turn out to be an aberrant species, naturally endowed with spatial power. I have spoken. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Xiao Bai established her dominance, extending a paw to retrieve a carrot from her space, nibbling on it with an air of superiority. At that moment, the scene outside shifted to focus on Xiao Bai, capturing her in a grand close-up. ISNT this Qin Feng's rabbit. This rabbit is so cool. Yet why do I find it utterly endearing? Just as reckless as Qin Feng. It is no wonder he keeps such a rabbit by his side. An aberrant demonic beast. No wonder Qin Feng is brought along. The crowd exchanged glances, suspecting Xiao Bai was merely bluffing. If Qin Feng were genuinely negotiating a deal, there would be some noise, and he wouldn't remain silent. The more Xiao Bai exhibited such behavior, the more they believed it was a delay tactic. Why can't there be more trust between humans and rabbits? Seeing that her ruse failed, Xiao Bai knew she had to fight with all her might. Whoosh! Xiao Bai chose to strike first, employing her spatial power once more. Move, strike fiercely, shatter. All in one fluid motion. Why is this rabbit as shameless as Qin Feng? Be confident and remove the why. Fear spread across the faces of those surrounding her, terrified they might become the next victim. However, despite Xiao Bai's imposing display and adept use of spatial power, those who dared enter the life-and-death elimination battle were not without skill. Soon, someone discovered Xiao Bai's weakness, charging towards the cave where Qin Feng resided. This is bad. Xiao Bai quickly rushed to defend, falling for the opponent's ploy. Now as the chance. The opponent precisely calculated Xiao Bai's appearance time and location, unleashing a flurry of blows as she materialized, entering the battlefield of life and death. It was either survival or demise. There was no mercy to be found. Ah! Xiao Bai cried out in pain, her white fur stained crimson with blood. The onlookers felt their hearts wrench, praying for the little creature's survival. Bang! Xiao Bai was sent flying, crashing to the ground, motionless, her fate uncertain. Next, it would be Qin Feng. The opponents could hardly contain their excitement. Once they entered and killed Qin Feng, everything would be secure. However, at that moment, a certain author forcefully granted Xiao Bai a moment of valor. To prove she was not a useless rabbit, She trembled and rose again. Even with her last breath, she stood unsteadily before the cave, her feeble voice imbued with unwavering determination. As long as I am here, none of you shall enter the cave. Chapter 62. Heaven does not give birth to me. Qin Xiaobai. The sword path is eternal as the long night. This little creature, observing Xiaobai's indomitable gaze, the moon goddess was profoundly astonished. While others might be oblivious to the true nature of this rabbit, she had witnessed its gradual growth firsthand. It could be said that it was a rabbit devoid of morals, whose foremost ambition in life was to sell Qin Feng to the young lady in exchange for riches. She had long been curious about the purpose of Qin Feng raising such a morally bankrupt rabbit, fearing that it might betray him in critical moments. Now, she finally comprehended that a lack of morals did not equate to a lack of loyalty. This rabbit was truly capable of acts of bravery, willing to stand up for its master when it mattered most. Similarly, the audience outside was deeply moved by Xiaobai's steadfastness. Even though it was aware of the impending doom, it was determined to buy time for its master. Its petite figure at that moment appeared immensely grand. With your stature, do you truly believe you can protect Qin Feng? The onlookers jeered mercilessly, anticipating the moment they would slay Qin Feng and celebrate with Xiaobai as their trophy. Is it amusing? Xiaobai weakly raised its little head, and suddenly, an intense glimmer of sword intent erupted from its eyes. What was happening? The expressions of the surrounding crowd shifted dramatically as they sensed the transformation within Xiaobai. If the earlier version of Xiaobai was merely an adorable rabbit, the current one resembled a sword poised to be unsheathed. Comme fort, Xiaobai declared with an imposing aura, trembling as it slowly lifted its small paw. Buzz! A clear sound of a sword ringing resonated from the cave, and a beam of sword light shot forth like a meteor. As Qin Feng's beloved rabbit, it had not only learned his mischievous ways, but also his swordsmanship. Furthermore, Qin Feng had never held back from imparting his understanding of the sword path, actively teaching Xiaobai how to become an unparalleled sword rabbit. With the aid of the saintly bamboo scroll and other means to enlighten its intellect, over time, Xiaobai comprehended its unique sword path, capable of effortlessly summoning Qin Feng's Long Sky Divine Sword. Before long, the Long Sky Divine Sword emerged from the cave, transforming into 9 small swords that floated around Xiaobai. It was the 9 swords of Long Sky. The expressions of the crowd changed drastically. They realized that a significant event was unfolding. They were somewhat familiar with Qin Feng's 9 swords of Long Sky, which he had acquired through shameless means from the Emperor of the Great Xia, and it had since become his signature weapon. They also knew that Qin Feng typically wielded the 9 swords in unison, but to disassemble them meant he would transform into a formidable force. Now, with this rabbit conjuring the Long Sky Divine Sword into 9 small swords, they couldn't fathom that Qin Feng's pet could possess any semblance of restraint. With heaven not giving birth to me, Qin Xiaobai, the sword path is eternal as the long night. Xiaobai recalled a phrase Qin Feng had once uttered, akin to a scion transforming after a fierce battle. The sword aura around it began to surge with ferocity, as the 9 small swords seemed to receive a command, rushing forth like shooting stars towards their adversaries. Goodness, I'm being stirred by a mere rabbit. The atmosphere among the spectators ignited, filled with thoughts of with heaven not giving birth to me. Qin Xiaobai. The sword path is eternal as the long night. What grandiosity, what audacity! No wonder this rabbit, raised by Qin Feng, not only learned his mischief, but also embraced his ferocity. The moon goddess suddenly appeared dazed, her thoughts drifting back 7 years. She recalled the first time she met Qin Feng when he proclaimed, at the pinnacle of immortality, I stand peerless in the world. With me, Qin Feng, heaven exists. Yet, the words that followed, Sister Moon Goddess, save me, nearly unsettled her resolve. Danger! The attackers surrounding Xiaobai paled when they saw the 9 swords approaching at breakneck speed, hastily evading. However, they had clearly underestimated Xiaobai's combat prowess. Despite sharing the same extraordinary realm as Qin Feng, Xiaobai possessed an epic-level talent, easily challenging foes beyond its level. Even against opponents at the 9th level of the spirit martial realm, It could hold its ground for several exchanges. Swish, swish, swish. The rapid sounds of shattered eggs echoed, accompanied by cries of agony. Truly, this was a rabbit raised by Qin Feng. The spectators could not help but swallow hard, instinctively protecting their companions. Who exactly is Qin Feng? The moon goddess realized that after 7 years, she still could not fathom him. He displayed ruthless tenacity in seeking out his brother's supreme bone, an unwavering defiance in the face of family elders, brazen ambition towards the great Xiao princess, and a boundless array of shameless tactics. Yet, this very Qin Feng, who resorted to any means necessary, had been able to live peacefully in the moon goddess palace for 7 years, concealing his true power while nurturing an extraordinary sword rabbit like Xiao Bai. With a resounding crash, the 9 swords of Long Sky were sent flying by a formidable force, and the chaotic scene was swiftly brought under control. A man clad in black armor descended from the heavens, wielding a battle spear with an aura of dominance that sent the 9 swords soaring. He emanated the unique energy fluctuations of an entry-level cultivator. It was Qian Jun. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd as they realized their companion was safe. While Qian Jun may not have been a prodigy, his entry-level cultivation granted him the ability to contest for qualification, and subduing this rogue rabbit should pose little challenge. Entry-level realm. Xiao Bai's eyelids flickered, and it instinctively sensed the gravity of the situation. While it could indeed challenge foes beyond its level without fear, it understood that not all rabbits were like Qin Feng, who possessed an array of monstrous capabilities, able to kill at will against entry-level opponents. Within the cave, Qin Feng sensed the battle outside and hastened to break through the spirit martial realm, unwilling to be disturbed like Feng Chang in the cycle of heaven's retribution. At that moment, the Buddha's relic in his hand had fused with his being, leading to a transformative metamorphosis. His vitality surged like a mighty river, bones and flesh gradually exuding a divine radiance, enveloped in a layer of sacred light. The celestial overlord body had begun its initial activation, further enhancing his physical strength. Now was the time. Qin Feng's eyes snapped open, revealing an inky darkness that shimmered with a tangible brilliance, while an awe-inspiring wave of energy began to surge around him, with a river of sword aura flowing behind. The deafening sound of crashing waves startled the onlookers outside. It was Qin Feng. A look of terror spread across their faces, akin to the sensation of a ferocious beast about to break free. They may not have understood the source of the overwhelming sound, but they could distinctly sense that Qin Feng had broken through the spirit martial realm. With his extraordinary prowess, Qin Feng could already defeat an entry-level opponent. Now, having made his breakthrough, he would not be underestimated on the battlefield of life and death. Why wait? Rush in and eliminate Qin Feng, or we'll all become sisters by the time he emerges. Someone shouted, their eyes bloodshot with desperation. With nothing to lose, they were all in, determined to slay the rogue Qin Feng today. The crowd's eyes blazed with fervor, embodying the mindset of gamblers. They had risked their lives to enter this life-and-death elimination tournament, casting aside their fears, knowing that killing Qin Feng would lead to their victory. Wait! Qian Jun's commanding voice resonated as he stepped forward, exuding an aura of invincibility. How formidable! Xiao Bai's expression turned grave, bracing itself for a fight to the death. Lord Qian Jun is truly magnificent. The morale of the onlookers soared, as they felt a newfound sense of purpose. With a resounding thud, Qian Jun knelt at the entrance of the cave, bowing deeply. I am Qian Jun, and my admiration for the great Qin Feng flows like an unending river, akin to the Yellow River in flood. If today, Lord Qin Feng does not accept me as a brother, I shall surely perish at this cave's entrance. Chapter 63. A daughter-in-law is better from another family. Silence enveloped the venue, a profound stillness prevailing. As everyone removed their trousers to join in the rebellion, without a moment's hesitation, chose to kneel in servitude. Alas, it seems the trust was misplaced. Xiao Bai stood agape, a profound astonishment flooding his mind. Having followed Qin Feng for many years, he believed he had grasped the essence of servility. Yet he soon realized that beyond every mountain lies another mountain. And in the realm of disgrace, there are always those who surpass. This group of fools, The army, undeterred by the gazes of others, prostrated before the cave's entrance. It was not a lack of shame that compelled them to worship Qin Feng, but rather an overwhelming terror ignited by the thunderous roar that emanated moments ago. If his suspicions were correct, it was an extraordinarily terrifying sword technique, one that resonated perfectly with Qin Feng's prowess. It is widely acknowledged that to achieve perfection in techniques above the saint level, one must innovate. Remarkably, Qin Feng had devised the terrifying sky-slashing sword technique at the mere age of 8. The thought of what formidable sword technique he could now create, given his current mastery, was unfathomable. To bow before the strong is his virtue. At this moment, the tumultuous waves began to recede, and tranquility returned to the cave. Panic swept across the faces of the crowd as they realized that Qin Feng was about to emerge. Casting a glance at Xiaobai and then at Qianjun, they understood that it was now impossible to eliminate Qin Feng. Their only option was to retreat. "You dare strike my rabbit and leave without consequence?" Qin Feng's icy voice reverberated from within the cave, causing the Longkong 9 swords to tremble violently, radiating an intimidating aura of sword energy, exponentially more potent than before. "Run!" A terrified shout pierced the air, prompting a frantic escape in all directions. However, the Longkong 9 swords had already soared into the sky, transforming into 9 streaks of light that cleaved through the void. Unlike the previous usage by Qin Feng, after breaking through to the first level of the spirit martial realm, the control range of the 9 swords could extend over 1,000 meters. Ding! Congratulations to the host for shattering the eternal governance, earning 1,000 villain points. With the agonizing cries echoing, the system alerts continued to chime in. Oh, how utterly disgraceful! The spectators outside could hardly bear to watch, struggling for words to describe Qin Feng. Was he cruel? He was the only participant in the life and death elimination round who managed to rank within the top 100 without taking a life, a feat unseen in any previous tournament. Yet, could one claim he was not cruel? Nearly 300 males have been transformed into sisters due to him, an unprecedented occurrence in the annals of such contests. How terrifying! Beads of sweat formed on Qianjun's forehead as the sound of whistling swords filled his ears. He had endeavored to overestimate Qin Feng's terror, only to realize he had still fallen short. The Longkong 9 swords in Qin Feng's hands were on an entirely different level than in Xiaobai's. Only those of exceptional talent could hope to withstand his 9 swords. Thank goodness I knelt quickly. Qianjun wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling an immense sense of relief. At that moment, an exquisitely cold voice resonated. Halt! A stunning maiden clad in white floated in midair on a flying sword. Upon witnessing such a brutal scene, her delicate brow furrowed, and she swiftly performed a hand gesture to ensnare the rapidly moving 9 swords. It was Fair Yulan. The men below, as if seeing a savior, hastily fell to their knees, pleading for her assistance. Is that really Yulan? The male spectators outside were captivated, recognizing her as a peerless beauty. In the entire Inmoon Empire, she was a household name. The daughter of the Blue Demon and one of the 4 great beauties of ancient times, with her father's identity shrouded in mystery. A century prior, one of the 4 great beauties, the Blue Demon, had vanished, only to return pregnant, subsequently giving birth to her daughter, Yulan. It was rumored that Yulan possessed the rare Xian-Yin physique, displaying extraordinary talent from a young age, making her an unrivaled beauty. Upon seeing her today, it was evident that her reputation was well-deserved. If memory served correctly, her cultivation had reached the 2nd level of the Dao realm, making her a frontrunner in this life-and-death elimination tournament. At this moment, Qin Feng stood frozen in the cave, the system's notifications ringing in his ears. Ding! Epic chosen daughter detected. A chosen daughter? The heroine? Qin Feng's expression shifted to one of bewilderment, struggling to comprehend. Since awakening his system, he had encountered 3 chosen ones alongside his second brother, including the alluring Zi Yuan and Princess Nanfeng. He had always assumed these beauties were the heroines, only to discover they were mere supporting characters, with the true heroine being someone else entirely. Who could she be married to? Qin Feng murmured to himself, clearly intrigued. Yulan's brows knitted slightly as she coldly remarked, To kill is merely to touch the ground. Why must you humiliate others so? If I am not mistaken, such underhanded tactics can only belong to the first prodigy of ancient times, Qin Feng. Are you he? Swish, swish, swish. The Long Kong nine swords broke free from their restraints and darted into the cave. Before long, Qin Feng emerged from the cave clad in white, resembling a refined gentleman, wielding the Long Kong divine sword. Observers couldn't help but exclaim, a person as noble as jade, unmatched in the world. However, recalling his methods, they couldn't help but scoff, what a scoundrel. You are Qin Feng? Yulan's brows furrowed slightly, unable to reconcile this beautiful youth with the notorious figure she had heard of. Lady, you must have mistaken me. Qin Feng replied with a genteel demeanor. I am but a humble disciple, surpassing the blue from which I came. Surpassing the blue? Yulan? The crowd began to murmur, recognizing the audacity of his words. You are formidable. Yulan remained unfazed by Qin Feng's teasing, acutely aware of his overwhelming power. Despite having just broken through to the spirit martial realm, his aura indicated he was far superior to others of the same level. It was evident that during his 7 years in the Moon God Palace, although his cultivation had not seen a significant breakthrough, his foundation had been honed to an extraordinary degree, suggesting a promising path ahead. In what regard do you refer? Qin Feng began to appraise Yulan, unable to deny that a daughter-in-law from another family was indeed preferable. The crowd's disdain was palpable, their gazes filled with contempt, fully aware of Qin Feng's lascivious intentions. Chapter 64. The Jianghu is not just about fighting and killing indeed, as rumored, it is despicable. Yulan's delicate face flushed slightly as she felt uncomfortable under Qin Feng's penetrating gaze. Although she was aware that her beauty attracted many men, she could not endure the intensity of Qin Feng's fiery eyes, which seemed as though they could consume her at any moment. Oh my, rabbit mother, you have finally emerged. Little Bai, exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, his eyelids growing heavier until he could no longer resist the pull of sleep. Despite possessing epic-level talents, he was still merely a rabbit of extraordinary ninth-tier cultivation. Faced with so many spirit martial realm practitioners, and even masters of the Tao realm, he had been holding on solely by sheer will. Now, seeing Qin Feng, he finally could not hold on any longer. Rest well. Qin Feng gently picked up Little Bai from the ground. Unlike the domesticated rabbits of his past, the current Little Bai was covered in blood. His once pristine, white fur now tarnished, looking far worse than a stray rabbit. Yet, Qin Feng showed no disdain, cradling Little Bai in his arms, undeterred by the blood staining his white robes. Boss! Qian Jun hurried over, eager to ingratiate himself, playing the sycophant to perfection. Despicable. The audience's eyes were filled with contempt, shocked to see such a side of Qian Jun. Despite having the cultivation of the first level of the Tao, adorned in splendid armor and wielding a formidable war spear, he humiliated himself before Qin Feng without a shred of dignity. He did it so smoothly, so naturally. Qian Jun was utterly unconcerned, finding their naivety laughable. They believed that participating in the life-and-death elimination match would allow them to change their fates, unaware that they were merely cannon fodder to highlight the true prodigies. He saw this matter quite clearly. Rather than face the various pressures of reality in the future, it was more sensible to attach himself to Qin Feng's leg early on. The Jianghu is not merely about fighting and killing. It is about the intricacies of human relationships. As the son of the Moon God Palace, coupled with his unparalleled talent, Qin Feng was destined for greatness. The only way to alter his fate was to cling to him now. A sycophant, Qin Feng regarded Qian Jun with minimal resistance. It was entirely normal for the strong to gather followers. One could not possibly handle every minor issue alone. Could they? Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for subjugating a sycophant, thus obtaining the Immortal Slave Seal. Immortal Slave Seal, unranked. When branded upon a loyal follower, it allows them to share half of the host's battle power. Should they harbor any treacherous thoughts, they will be consumed by hellfire. Note, special physique. Comprehension level does not count towards enhancement. What a marvelous treasure. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement, his heart racing at the thought. Even if his celestial body, indomitable sword heart, and triple sword intent could not enhance him. The aura of an emperor's endowment offered a tenfold boost. This meant Qianjun could enjoy a fivefold increase in battle power. Not to mention someone like Qianjun. Even the prodigies would find it hard to resist such an alluring temptation. The only price was eternal loyalty, and it was hard to find a reason to betray someone like him, a bona fide gentleman. Qin Feng glanced at Qianjun and softly asked, "Are you truly intent on following me?" "Yes." Qianjun nodded seriously, leaving no room for jest. With his talents, he could indeed compete for a spot in the ranks. But even if he succeeded, he would ultimately end up at the bottom, destined to serve others. If he was fated to serve, why not choose a master with potential? Very well. Qin Feng gathered a mysterious golden rune at his fingertip, and before Qianjun could react, he slapped it onto his forehead. The golden rune flickered momentarily before vanishing. Boom! The energy within Qianjun erupted, shaking the ground with cracks as his aura surged 4 to 5 times stronger in an instant. What is that? The onlookers, including those outside the arena, and even the Six Paths Emperor, were thrown into disarray. Just by marking Qianjun's forehead, his battle power had increased more than fivefold. If this were to happen to a renowned expert, they would not be surprised. Yet, Qin Feng had just broken through to the first level of the spirit martial realm. A whole realm below Qianjun. Is this a curse of good fortune? How could this be? Qianjun stood frozen, his heart churning with tumultuous excitement. He could distinctly feel the surging power within him, undeniably 5 times stronger. Although he had not yet experienced the joy of the Emperor's endowment, he had undoubtedly stepped into the ranks of prodigies. No way. He was resolutely devoted to this boss. Even if Jesus himself appeared, it would be futile. Qin Feng paid no mind to the astonishment around him, looking up at Yulan, who hovered in the air on a flying sword, contemplating whether to bestow an immortal slave seal upon her for considerable rewards. However, the prerequisite for the seal's effectiveness was the voluntary relinquishment of resistance. Forcing it would yield no results. Is this truly the #1 prodigy of the ancient world? Yulan's expression was grave as she sensed the immense pressure from the ancient prodigy. Gulp! The audience collectively swallowed hard, feeling a tense stillness akin to the calm before a storm. Legends have long told that during times of great strife, prodigies would emerge like bamboo shoots after a rainstorm, each carrying immense fortune. By defeating others, they could seize a fragment of that fortune, and the ultimate victor would harness the world's luck to strive for the legendary pinnacle. Since Qin Feng boldly declared 7 years ago that at the peak of immortality, as long as there is me, Qin Feng, there is heaven, he had earned the title of the #1 prodigy of the ancient world, making him the prime target for challenges from all other prodigies. Now, as the universe remains unsettled, we are all dark horses. Originally, Yulan intended to challenge Qin Feng while he was still in his infancy, but witnessing his recent displays forced her to reconsider. She had learned about the duel between Qin Feng and Yi Jian from others, the sky-slaying sword technique. Under the enhancement of the indomitable sword heart and triple sword intent was already terrifying enough. Yet the Supreme Bone's celestial calamity light was even more fearsome, directly defeating Yi Jian's heavenly sword body. It was said that this was not even Qin Feng's full power. His dual pupils had only exhibited their basic abilities in combat. Yet even those fundamental abilities had showcased their terrifying nature. She wondered whether he had developed any additional powers in his dual pupils over the past 7 years. It seemed improbable. Yulan furrowed her brows slightly, feeling it was unlikely. At only 15 years old, his mastery of the indomitable sword heart and triple sword intent was unprecedented, and with the formidable celestial calamity light, he certainly could not have found time to develop new abilities in his dual pupils. Thus, the confrontation between Qin Feng and Yi Jian represented his complete battle prowess. Otherwise, he would not have risked breaking through in such a perilous environment. The more Yulan thought about it, the more convinced she became that defeating Qin Feng was within her grasp. On the opposite side, Qin Feng was merely feigning interest, his true intentions lying elsewhere. Chapter 65. The Dragon Slayer. As both sides locked eyes, the atmosphere grew tense. Suddenly, a resounding roar shattered the silence, echoing across the battlefield of life and death. Who dares to challenge the dragon? Shock rippled through the crowd, all heads turning in unison towards a single direction. In this arena, participants must hunt beasts to earn points. And among these creatures were two dragons, one majestic and the other smaller, a lesser dragon. Since the inception of this battlefield, they had remained imprisoned within this realm. Slaying them would not only yield substantial points, but also precious treasures such as dragon pearls. Yet, for a century, no one had succeeded in overcoming them. Even during the last life-and-death elimination contest, no one managed to defeat them. It is noteworthy that that previous contest was dubbed an epic showdown, leading to the simultaneous sealing of two holy sons by the Sixth Tao Emperor, underscoring its significance. Despite the emergence of two holy sons from that contest, they ultimately fell before the lesser dragon, let alone provoke the mightiest of the two. Who possesses such audacity? Qin Feng glanced towards the direction of the smaller dragon, faintly hearing a cacophony of roars, as if a chaotic battle ensued. Yulan furrowed her brows, murmuring to herself before resolutely taking to the skies on her flying sword towards the dragon's lair. It dawned on her that it was not the right moment to confront Qin Feng. Today marked merely the second day of the elimination contest. Engaging in a mutually destructive battle with Qin Feng would only serve to benefit others. She decided to investigate the smaller dragon's territory first, hoping to claim a kill, particularly the dragon pearl, an exceedingly rare treasure that could significantly enhance her power. Many shared Yulan's sentiments, halting their skirmishes to converge towards the dragon's location. Quick, let us go. However, Qin Feng had no intention of joining the fray, leading Qianjun in the opposite direction. Understood, boss. Qianjun, fully aware of his role as a subordinate, followed silently behind Qin Feng. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd, grateful that Qin Feng had seemingly forgotten about them. But in the next moment, 9 beams of sword light surged forth, eliciting a chorus of anguished cries. Ding dong! Congratulations, host! You have shattered a total of 121 eggs, earning 121,000 villain points. He had not forgotten after all. The spectators outside trembled, silently reminding themselves to never cross Qin Feng. He bore no grudges. He retaliated instantly. Meanwhile, at the lair of the lesser dragon, before a cave, Feng Chong observed with a calm demeanor as a group of candidates frantically assaulted a dragon measuring 40 to 50 meters in length. Unlike a coordinated effort against a boss, these candidates appeared dazed, akin to soulless beings, charging recklessly despite sustaining injuries from the dragon, willing to self-destruct in its presence. What was happening? The surrounding candidates felt a growing sense of dread. Come on, everyone, join in. Feng Chong's lips curled into a sinister smile as a malevolent giant Buddha materialized behind him. As the Buddha began to speak, an eerie chant resonated through the air. It was the demonic sound of the Buddha. Some immediately covered their ears, retreating in terror. This was a formidable mental assault. Those with wavering wills would be ensnared, reduced to thoughtless husks. They grossly underestimated the terror of Feng Chong's transformation. As many succumbed to the Buddha's voice, their gazes growing vacant, teetering on the brink of complete control. Only Yulan, blessed with the halo of a chosen one, managed to resist the encroaching influence. Who is this person? Yulan struggled to comprehend the presence of such a malevolent figure in the elimination contest. She witnessed Feng Chong seize a subjugated man, viciously biting into his neck and voraciously draining his life force to heal his own wounds. The scene was grotesquely bloody. After a brief shudder, the man lay still, utterly lifeless. This individual had fully succumbed to darkness. The onlookers outside felt a chill run down their spines, horrified by Feng Chong's methods. Although he had not made a notable impression during the contest and had been repeatedly outmaneuvered by Qin Feng, the memory of his grasping the profound truth of the Buddha and demon remained vivid, marking him as in Chapter 66. The unconventional Qin Lao Lu, the Dragon Slayer, the esteemed figures, including the Six Paths Emperor, gasped in astonishment, deeming Qin Feng utterly presumptuous. It is one thing to have just broken through to the first level of spirit martial arts. Even a 9th-level Taoist would think twice before provoking a great dragon. This is a true dragon clan, possessing innate advantages far exceeding those of the human race. Historically, it has been the dragon clan that challenges the human race across levels. While rarely does a human dare to do the same against a dragon. The notion of a first-level spirit martial arts practitioner challenging a fifth-level Taoist is virtually unheard of. Could he possibly have a hidden card up his sleeve? Don't look at me. I know nothing. The moon goddess raised her hands in innocence, genuinely unfamiliar with Qin Feng at this moment. Having lived with him for 7 years, she had believed he was merely solidifying his foundation during this time. A notion she wholeheartedly endorsed, convinced that cultivators should strive not for immediate gains, but for future potential. Her intent in allowing Qin Feng to participate in the life-and-death elimination tournament was simply to broaden his horizons, never anticipating that he would instead impart a lesson to her. As if his foundation consolidation wasn't astonishing enough, he had secretly elevated his sword intent to the 3rd level. Furthermore, there was the mention of the celestial tyrant body by the Six Paths Emperor. If true, this lad would indeed be a complete charlatan and a freak of nature. Uncertainty clouded the Six Paths Emperor's gaze as he observed Qin Feng's projection. He genuinely admired the talent displayed by Qin Feng, yet rules are rules. Unless Qin Feng voluntarily withdrew, he could not release him. Meanwhile, at the lair of the Flood Dragon, explosions echoed incessantly. Art is explosion. A manic grin spread across Feng Chang's face as he witnessed the Flood Dragon being bombarded by human-shaped explosives, its scales shedding continuously, with blood raining down like a deluge. Yet, even this did not satisfy Feng Chang, who exploited the Buddha's demonic voice to enslave more spectators drawn to the spectacle. This man is utterly ruthless. The audience outside seethed with anger, exhibiting zero tolerance for the demon practitioners. They had ceased to be human, having lost all reverence for life in their eyes. Human lives were less than that of ants, especially since he was a disciple of the emperor of the Great Xia, enslaving the subjects of the Yin Moon dynasty. Feng Chang. Princess Nanfeng's face reflected shock, unable to fathom how he had transformed into such a person. The figure she had admired, a paragon of intellect and elegance, now stood in stark contrast to the selfish, self-serving individual he had become, willing to employ any means to achieve his ends. The elder tasked with protecting the envoy spoke slowly. To succumb to demonic influences is to unleash the suppressed desires within one's heart. This means that Feng Chang's previous refinement was merely a fa ade. At his core lies a petty and selfish individual. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Princess Nanfeng shook her head vigorously, refusing to believe Feng Chang could be such a person. In her eyes, he was the epitome of perfection, his broad vision astonishing. Capable of effortlessly resolving even the most difficult situations, and his creations were unprecedented. He should embody the spirit of selflessness. How could he be a selfish wretch? Sighing, the elder expressed his resignation, choosing not to elaborate further. On the other side, Qin Feng, having completed his warm-up, entrusted Xiao Bai to Qian Jun and swiftly dashed into the cave with remarkable speed. Is he really going in? Qian Jun was left dumbfounded, his mind a blank slate. Though he had seen many who feared nothing, witnessing someone like Qin Feng, who seemed intent on courting death, was a first. I found it. The moment Qin Feng entered the cave, he decisively activated his heavy pupils, clearly perceiving the massive dragon head within. At that moment, the great dragon was blissfully asleep, seemingly unaware that anyone would dare challenge it. Even though it had vaguely heard the flood dragon's cries, it paid no heed, as every time the life and death arena opened, there were always a few hot-blooded youths who considered themselves invincible, only to end up as a meal for that little mudfish. The great dragon's eyelids fluttered slightly, as if sensing an intruder. Drawing his sword, almost as soon as the great dragon opened its eyes, the dark, fluid sword light was drawn from its sheath. Clang! The resounding sound of the sword being drawn pierced the air, jolting the great dragon's senses. Not good. There's danger. Someone is trying to ambush it. Yet before the great dragon could react, Qin Feng's figure, clad in white like freshly fallen snow, flashed with the speed of lightning, elegantly rising as if a startled swan. The stunning sword light illuminating the cave, drawing the sword, striking, sheathing the sword. Each movement flowed seamlessly. With a resounding bang, a spray of crimson erupted forth, and the great dragon felt as though its vision had vanished, a searing pain radiating from its left eye throughout its body. Roar! The agony compelled the great dragon to unleash a piercing roar that echoed through the heavens, and the blinding of its left eye sent it into a frenzy, causing debris to rain down within the cave, while sinister fissures began to spread. Not good, the cave is collapsing. With an almost ethereal grace, Qin Feng swiftly exited the cave. Boss! Qian Jun could not help but exclaim in relief upon seeing Qin Feng emerge unscathed. But the very next moment, his heart sank again. Boom! The cave collapsed entirely, the cliff crumbling. A massive dragon, black as night and nearly 100 meters long, soared from the ruins. Upon closer inspection, one would notice its left eye had turned into a gaping wound, roaring in fury as if vowing to tear apart the one who had inflicted this upon it. Oh dear, you're making a racket. Xiaobai hurriedly pulled down its long ears to block out the noise that nearly deafened it. Goodness, Qin Feng is truly slaying a dragon. The audience outside was utterly astonished, their hearts racing with disbelief. They realized that Qin Feng was indeed formidable. A first-level spirit martial arts practitioner daring to challenge a great dragon and successfully blinding one of its eyes was an unprecedented event in the history of the life-and-death arena. Shut up! Qin Feng afforded the dragon no respite, leaping onto its massive head, and before the dragon could utter a word of vengeance, he audaciously unleashed the heavenly catastrophe. A golden light flickered from his chest, revealing swirling runes. Boom! Caught off guard, the dragon was struck in the face, another splash of crimson blooming in the air. This time, the great dragon was thoroughly enraged, not anticipating such an unscrupulous attack right from the outset, directly damaging its visage. Had it not been said that one should not strike a dragon's face? However, before the dragon could retaliate, Qin Feng's pupils shimmered with purple light. Suddenly, the skies darkened, revealing a multitude of colossal heavy pupils. The audience outside erupted into a frenzy, their minds racing with disbelief. Why was this so different from what they had been told by their teachers? They had been led to believe that Qin Feng had exhausted his energy in developing his heavy pupil abilities. So what was this? Simultaneously, they recognized that in comparison to Qin Feng, they were merely living like dogs. At just 15 years old, he had comprehended the indomitable sword heart, attained third-level sword intent, cultivated the supreme bone and heavy pupils, and even created 2 divine-level techniques, while they, at the same age, could only clutch on 48 techniques with foolish grins. Chapter 67. The frantic output of Qin Laolu. How terrifying! Qian Jun, due to the close proximity, could distinctly sense the terror of those eyes in the sky, as if the heavens were gazing down upon mere ants on the earth. Frightened, he quickly embraced Xiaobai and retreated to maintain a safe distance. Now, the divine light of yin and yang. Qin Feng's eyes shimmered with a captivating purple light, leaving the great dragon no time to react. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Pairs of double pupils in the sky unleashed beams of light that struck the great dragon like lasers. Roar! The great dragon emitted a painful roar, its once impenetrable scales rendered vulnerable, pierced through by the divine light of yin and yang, blood gushing forth like a fountain. However, the great dragon was formidable. Its 5-fold Tao cultivation was not to be underestimated. Even though Qin Feng's divine light was fearsome, it could not inflict fatal harm, only stoking the flames of its rage further. Roar! The great dragon let out a thunderous roar, its remaining eye glaring furiously at Qin Feng, as if to say, "You are finished, it's my turn to perform now." Yet, Qin Feng displayed no sign of panic, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh no, he is cunning. The great dragon felt a pang of anxiety from Qin Feng's smile. Before it could react, a sudden chill crept up from behind. The Chong Kong divine sword had unexpectedly split into 9 blades, transforming into streaks of sword light that shot toward its exhaust port. Roar! The great dragon's eyes widened in horror, experiencing what it meant for a single flower to contain an entire world. Goodness, how shameless! The spectators outside could hardly bear to watch, gaining a fresh understanding of Qin Feng's lack of limits. He did not care whether the cat was black or white. As long as he could defeat the great dragon, he would resort to any underhanded means. Roar! A sorrowful dragon's lament echoed from afar, soon fading into silence. The flood dragon had been slain. The scene shifted to Feng Chong, who, amid the frenzy of human bombs, rushed forward with a charming smile. Disregarding the flood dragon's desperate pleas, ruthlessly plunging his iron hand into its body to extract a pale, yellow dragon pearl. The flood dragon's dragon pearl. The audience outside was immediately agitated, their eyes fixated on the dragon pearl in Feng Chang's hand. Even a flood dragon pearl was a rare treasure in the world, let alone the other parts of the flood dragon, which were also invaluable, especially as Feng Chang score shot to first place in an instant. A disciple of the Xia, overshadowing all in the Yin dynasty, was truly a disgrace of epic proportions. Now, it remained to be seen if Qin Feng could surpass Feng Chang. The audience outside felt their hearts racing, as Qin Feng transformed from the shame of the Yin dynasty into its sole hope. Truly, the first dynasty of ancient times, the Xia was brimming with talent. The Six Paths Emperor's expression grew serious. It was clear that now was not the time to confront the Xia royal family. Feng Chang had overwhelmed all the talents of the Yin dynasty, but Qin Feng was equally a figure of the Xia dynasty. He needed to recognize the Xia, but not underestimate himself. It appeared the flood dragon had been dispatched. Upon hearing the flood dragon's demise, Qin Feng realized he must hasten his dragon-slaying pace, or risk attracting other candidates to share the spoils. This moment would determine life or death. Qin Feng's expression turned grave as he tore off his shirt, revealing a glimmering dragon tattoo. Unlike others, his dragon tattoo seemed alive, writhing on his body, emitting the sound of dragon roars. What is this? The spectators outside were astonished, their faces reflecting disbelief. Simultaneously, they could hardly fathom that Qin Feng had a trump card at such a moment, a card that ranked behind the double pupils. Buddhist technique. The Six Paths Emperor and other prominent figures could hardly contain their shock. With their cultivation, they discerned it was indeed a Buddhist skill, perfected to an extraordinary degree. What are you looking at? I truly don't understand. The moon goddess wore an innocent expression. She had seen Qin Feng's golden dragon tattoo before, but had no idea it was his own creation of Buddhist skill. And what do you know? The great figures were infuriated, itching to rush forward and confront the moon goddess. While others revered Qin Feng as a peerless genius, she, on the other hand, seemed oblivious. No, after the elimination round, they must rescue Qin Feng from her, lest such a fine gem be squandered. Great Dragon of Heaven, Great Luo Incantation, Prajna Buddhas, Pajna Bamakong. A dragon soars in the heavens. After forming a series of dazzling hand seals, Qin Feng's dragon tattoo soared from his body, transforming into a golden giant dragon rivaling the black dragon. Roar! The two dragons, one golden and one black, roared at each other before entangling in combat. Boom! The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was thoroughly disrupted. Radiant light cascaded down like a celestial river, powerful figures coalescing within it. An overwhelming pressure of dragon might spreading across the scene. The great dragon, having endured Qin Feng's heavenly sword technique, the heavenly tribulation light, and the divine light of yin and yang, was now further weakened by the 9 swords ravaging its flower world. Its combat prowess diminished significantly. In contrast, the great dragon of heaven, already possessing damage enhancement against beasts, had its power bolstered after absorbing the relic of the Buddha, firmly suppressing the great dragon. This is extraordinary. The audience outside was utterly unsettled, scarcely believing their eyes. Qin Feng was truly suppressing the 5-fold Tao great dragon with a mere first level of spiritual martial arts. And not just slightly suppressing it, but thoroughly rendering it incapable of raising its head. Throughout ancient history, no one had ever accomplished such a feat, my heavens. Qianjun stared in disbelief at the sky where the two dragons clashed, unable to comprehend the astounding power of his newly sworn master. It was as if a small cow was riding a flying sword. Truly something to be awed. I will see if you can still survive. Qin Feng felt himself nearly drained from continually unleashing powerful moves, controlling the Chong Kong Nine swords to wreak havoc within the great dragon's body. Roar! The great dragon's eyes widened as it donned a mask of agony, its massive body losing control and plummeting from the sky. Now, Qin Feng hurriedly formed a hand seal, directing the great dragon of heaven to strike down upon the great dragon. Success or failure rested upon this moment. If he succeeded, it would be dragon meat and beer tonight. If he failed, he would blame Feng Chong. Boom! 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 The great dragon of heaven dove down, crashing into the earth, unleashing a tempest of energy, countless roars echoing in the void like tumultuous waves, rolling endlessly. Roar! The great dragon emitted a final, plaintive roar, as if accusing Qin Feng of his shamelessness. Simultaneously, it exerted its last ounce of strength, angrily sweeping its tail towards Qin Feng. What? Qin Feng's pupils constricted sharply. He had no energy left to evade. With a resounding thud, Qin Feng was struck by the dragon's tail, his ribs shattering instantaneously, and his internal organs suffering varying degrees of damage. Were it not for the great dragon being reduced to a critical state, coupled with his cultivation of the 33 days of creation and the celestial dominance body, he might have met a swift end. Thus, the old adage held true: you may ambush me countless times, but a single strike from me is enough. Chapter 68. I, Qin Feng. Never waste a grain of foo, boss. Qian Jun rushed forward to catch Qin Feng. Boom! The colossal body of the dragon plummeted from the sky, and a tear escaped its eye in its final moments. It had initially thought Qin Feng was merely a shameless brute, but it soon realized this brute disregarded the unwritten rules of the martial world altogether. Without granting it a moment to react, Qin Feng unleashed a barrage of devastating strikes, leaving the dragon no chance to showcase even 1% of its power before meeting its demise. It could not accept this defeat. It's over. I'm Fine. Hurry and go. Qin Feng, barely clinging to life, forced himself to step forward and stored the dragon in his spatial realm, urging Qian Jun to depart swiftly. The news of the dragon's death would soon spread, and escaping would become impossible if they lingered. Understood, boss. Qian Jun, gripping his spear, hastily led Qin Feng away from the scene. Meanwhile, the audience outside fell into a stunned silence, frozen in disbelief. They had thought Feng Chang's slaughter of the flood dragon was shocking enough, yet who could have anticipated that merely minutes later, Qin Feng, a mere first-level spiritual warrior, would slay the dragon on the battlefield of life and death? The strength displayed in this era of great contention was truly astonishing. On the other side, Feng Chang was overjoyed, carefully examining the dragon pearl, his mind already envisioning the moment he would defeat Qin Feng and force-feed him several 100 pounds of swine, relishing in the thought of amplifying his suffering 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. Yet, just as he reveled in the dragon pearl, a mournful dragon's lament echoed from afar, unmistakably the sound of a true dragon meeting its end. Impossible! Who could have slain the great dragon? Feng Chang's face was a mask of disbelief. The allure of the dragon pearl suddenly lost on him. As realization dawned, he hastily produced a jade tablet and infused it with spiritual energy, revealing a projection of the rankings. To his astonishment, his coveted first place had been usurped by none other than Qin Feng's name. Feng Chang, unsteady of heart, spat out a mouthful of blood. He could not comprehend how Qin Feng had managed to slay the dragon, nor could he fathom why, whenever he felt assured of victory, this wretched person would appear out of nowhere to thwart him. It was as if Qin Feng were his destined nemesis. Where there was one, the other could not be found. Yet, even if Qin Feng could slay dragons, he must surely be gravely injured now. Feng Chang could not believe that Qin Feng had emerged unscathed. He was certain that the latter was wounded and that if he found him, not only could he exact revenge, but the dragon pearl would also belong to him. From that moment forth, Feng Chang descended into madness. He began to use the Buddha's devilish voice to enslave the candidates, leading them in a grand march towards the dragon's location. What a terrifying fiend! Yulan, hiding in a corner, collapsed to the ground only after Feng Chang had departed. Had she not cultivated an extraordinary willpower from a young age, she might have succumbed to Feng Chang's insidious influence. Simultaneously, she felt immense relief for not provoking the monstrous Qin Feng, who had proven ferocious enough to slay the dragon. Truly terrifying indeed. At this moment, Qin Feng was healing in a cave. Although he had not been struck down by the dragon's tail, complete recovery would likely require an entire night. A night? Qian Jun was left speechless, internally exclaiming that Qin Feng was a freak. Such severe injuries would have claimed the lives of countless others. Yet he merely needed one night to heal. Had anyone told him such a thing before, he would have scoffed in disbelief. But after witnessing Qin Feng's dragon-slaying prowess, he knew he must adapt to this reality. There was nothing that this boss could not achieve, no matter how improbable. One night was still required. Qin Feng was evidently dissatisfied with this outcome. Had he not broken through to the realm of spiritual warriors, he could have healed in no more than half an hour. Unfortunately, his breakthrough had altered the density of his physical form. The 33 Heavens transformation technique had not been updated in time, resulting in a significant decrease in his self-healing capabilities. Qian Jun stood there, utterly astonished, his mind echoing with disbelief. How could this be human? To take an entire night to recover to his former self, and yet he still found it to be slow. Such an ability, if revealed, would undoubtedly incite envy in countless others. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully thwarting the Chosen One's arrogance, earning 50,000 villain points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for striking the Chosen One, nearly destabilizing his resolve, earning 100,000 villain points. Why are there only points from Feng Chang? What about Yulan? Qin Feng scratched his chin, suspecting that Yulan had developed feelings for him. Little Bai yawned, indicating that dreams contained everything. Forget it. I am a man she cannot have. Qin Feng shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. He opened the system to check his 297,000 villain points, contemplating spending 30,000 to exchange for a month-long 100-fold comprehension aura to elevate the 33 Heavens transformation technique to the 4th level. Suddenly, the system spoke. The host can exchange for a 10,000-fold comprehension aura. 10,000-fold comprehension aura enhances comprehension by 10,000 times, maintaining the effect for 12 hours. Exchange price, 100,000 villain points. 10,000-fold comprehension. Qin Feng's interest was piqued, and he decisively chose to exchange. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 100,000 villain points to acquire the 10,000-fold comprehension aura. Boom! Qin Feng felt as though a thunderous explosion had erupted in his mind, granting him a sensation of soaring towards the divine, as if the entire world lay beneath his feet. What a marvelous feeling! Qin Feng became entranced by this sensation, his mind racing to derive the 4th level of the 33 Heavens transformation technique, and even had the energy to theorize about the dual energies of the reincarnation I and the heavenly bone S celestial tribulation light. He also managed to juggle the Great River Sword technique, sky-slaying sword art, and the Great Might heavenly dragon. At this moment outside, the audience awaited Teacher Ma from the Ma Dai kingdom to provide an explanation. Yet Teacher Ma had succumbed to self-imposed isolation due to Qin Feng's actions, refusing to emerge for anyone. Damn, this is utterly unreasonable. It's as if they are bullying an old man. As the sun began to rise, the candidates enslaved by Feng Chang continued to search for Qin Feng's whereabouts. Even those who had not been enslaved were filled with trepidation, fearing they too might fall under Feng Chang's devilish influence, causing them to hide in fear, nervously reacting to every rustling sound around them. It was Yulan. Yulan too was forced to hide, realizing she could not conceal herself. Estimating that Feng Chang had enslaved nearly 10,000 candidates after 2 days of bloodshed, one could only imagine the formidable power of those 10,000 candidates. Whoosh! Yulan heard a faint sound of friction before she could react. An arrow struck her from behind. Oh no, the arrow is poisoned. Her vision began to blur as she struggled to find a cave, but upon entering, she was met with Qian Jun, spear in hand, lunging toward her. My life is over. Yulan closed her eyes in despair, never expecting to fall here. Yet just before losing consciousness, She heard Qin Feng's familiar voice. Wait, Qin Feng, never waste a grain of food. Chapter 69. Call me father, yes. Qianjun hastily ceased his actions and discreetly exited the cave. But wait, could such a plot truly befall a villain like me? Qin Feng, overwhelmed by the realization that the time had come to an end, picked up a small twig from the ground and poked it in disbelief. The chosen one had presented herself so readily. As a villain of exceptional professionalism, Qin Feng felt compelled to activate his unique vision for further verification. To his astonishment, he found himself in a predicament. Within Yulan's body lay a terrifying seal, and merely glancing at it sent waves of oppressive dread coursing through him. Ding dong! Congratulations. Host, you have triggered a selective quest. 1. Speak boldly while pulling up your trousers. Reward: a divine staff technique. 2. Slay the chosen one with a single stroke. Reward: a legendary dragon-slaying sword. 3. Assist the chosen one in detoxification. Reward: immunity to all poisons. System, I must say, you are quite audacious. Qin Feng rolled his eyes, acknowledging his lack of options. He longed to speak boldly and to slay the chosen one. Yet the horrifying entity sealed within her was far beyond his capability to confront. Moreover, the rewards offered were of little use to him. As a swordsman, what would he do with a staff technique or a dragon-slaying sword? The only reward of value was the immunity to poisons. Wait, if memory serves me correctly, Yulan's mother is the Blue Demon, one of the 4 great beauties of the ancient age, a being of equal renown to the moon goddess. Having saved her daughter, surely I must receive some acknowledgement. In light of the fact that you may one day call me father, I shall assist you in detoxification. Gently, Qin Feng laid Yulan upon a stone platform within the cave. According to the rules of the martial world, detoxifying a male does not require disrobing. But for a female, it is mandatory. Rules are rules. They cannot be altered for his sake. To conserve bandwidth, 1,000 words are omitted here. Fortunately, during my 7 years in the Moon Goddess Palace, I acquired some medical knowledge. Although Qin Feng had only grasped the basics of medicine, it sufficed for the task at hand. He retrieved several silver needles from his spatial storage, their delicate texture almost causing him to falter in concentration. He had to repeatedly chant pineapple, pineapple, honey in his mind to maintain his composure. Before long, Yulan's poison was neutralized. To prove his success, he inscribed the words Qin Feng was here on her lower back. Should I change it to May the boss travel safely? Just as Qin Feng was mulling over this, Yulan's body began to tremble violently. Her porcelain skin flushed a deep crimson, and though her eyes remained closed, her long lashes quivered, signaling that she had awakened. Do not misunderstand. I am merely employing painless acupuncture for detoxification. Qin Feng instantly adopted a demeanor of utmost propriety, leaving no room for criticism. Detoxification, indeed. She was wounded by an arrow in the shoulder, and here I am, unfastening her bodice and pricking her lower back. What does that even mean? Yulan remained silent, her face flushed, embodying a feeling akin to being caught in a misdeed. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for taking advantage of the chosen one and earning 100,000 villain points. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for completing the selective quest and gaining immunity to all poisons. Is that truly worth 100,000 villain points? Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity, as if he had stumbled upon a method to amass points. However, before he could take further action, the sounds of battle erupted from outside the cave, forcing him to abandon his task and investigate. What on earth? Qin Feng reluctantly set aside his needles and ventured out to discern the commotion. Once he departed, Yulan hastily opened her eyes and donned her clothing, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. She had never anticipated being so exposed before Qin Feng, having only met him twice prior. Ah, the shame. Yulan covered her crimson face, grateful that no one else was present. Otherwise, she would have been too mortified to face anyone again, resorting to hiding in a crevice for the rest of her days. Smack! Xiao Bai, nearby, smacked its lips, rolled onto its back, and resumed its peaceful slumber. Outside the cave, Qianjun was engaged in combat with a burly man, who towered over him like a black whirlwind, wielding a pair of massive hammers. Stop! I am here to find Qin Feng. The muscular man evaded Qian Jun's attacks, showing no intent to engage further. Over my dead body, if you wish to harm the boss. A fierce glint appeared in Qian Jun's eyes as his war spear glimmered with golden light. Damn it, do you think I fear you? The burly man, now angered, raised his hammers in preparation for battle. Enough. Qin Feng interjected, sensing a strange familiarity about the man. Qin Xiao, I have finally found you. The burly man, upon recognizing Qin Feng, dropped his hammers and clung to Qin Feng's leg, weeping as though he were a lost child finally reunited with home. Qin Feng's expression shifted, as it had been a long time since he had heard that title. In his days at the Qin family, he had been addressed as Qin Xiao, young master, or the like, and he now recalled who this man was. He was Qin Wan, the son of the leader of the 13 guardians of the Qin family, second only to the family head. It meant this man was sent by the Qin family. Had something occurred, prompting concern for his safety? Qin Xiao, I have finally found you. Please accept me. In the future, I shall follow your lead. Wherever you direct me, I shall not stray. Qin Wan, with tears in his eyes, gazed up at Qin Feng, causing a tumultuous churn in Qin Feng's stomach. Brother, with that burly appearance, spare us the theatrics. All right, I shall accept you. Qin Feng, feeling rather disgusted by the display, hastily formed a mark of servitude upon Wan's forehead, hoping he would distance himself. As Wan showed no resistance, he readily accepted the mark, thereby enhancing his combat prowess fivefold. Wan's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished at the transformation before him. He understood that this young master was the hope of the entire Qin family, but could not fathom the extent of his power, capable of bestowing fivefold strength with a mere gesture. Ding dong. The mark of servitude has reached its limit. The host may unlock further potential by enhancing their cultivation. It has a limit. Qin Feng felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had hoped to recruit many subordinates. Now, it seemed he would have to tread the path of elite warriors instead. Fortunately, these two were not weak. Qin Feng assessed Qian Jun and Wan, reminiscent of the legendary figures Su Chu and Dian Wei. This meant that with these two guardians by his side, he could boldly inherit the Chancellor's will. Thud, thud, thud. A rapid series of footsteps echoed, and shadows emerged from the darkness, their vacant gazes fixed intently on Qin Feng. This is not good. Boss, we must flee. Wan's expression changed dramatically, realizing that Feng Chong had arrived. What could he possibly want? Qin Feng had comprehended the 4th level of the 33 Heavens creation technique, and his injuries were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. With his supreme bone, unique vision, sky-slaying sword technique, and river sword technique, he had no reason to fear Feng Chong, the chosen one. Upon reaching this thought, Qin Feng could not suppress the signature laugh of a villain. He turned and re-entered the cave, pondering that if Yulan did not call him daddy, he would compel her to do so. What has gotten into the boss? Qian Jun and Wan Ma exchanged glances, left with no choice but to patiently remain outside the cave. Chapter 70. For Justice, for World Peace, thunderous roars echoed. With decisive action, Qian Jun and Wan Ma unleashed a frenzied assault upon a multitude of enslaved candidates. What an exhilarating experience. Wan Ma was so elated that he let out jubilant cries. As the son of the leader of the 13 guardians of the Qin family, he had displayed extraordinary talent from a young age, complemented by innate strength. Now, with the quintuple enhancement granted by Qin Feng, he was experiencing an entirely new realm of power. It was akin to a young calf soaring through the skies on a flying sword. Absolutely astonishing. He swung a massive hammer with both hands, each strike sending tremors through the earth, accompanied by several anguished cries. In contrast to Qian Jun and Wan Ma's violent aesthetic, Qian Jun adopted a more forceful and assertive approach, his battle spear sweeping through the air as he ruthlessly reaped heads from the opposition. While a fierce battle raged outside the cave, an equally intense conflict unfolded within. Yulan, unable to conceal her shyness, suddenly struck out with a palm at the approaching Qin Feng. Not to be outdone, Qin Feng deftly maneuvered, executing a skillful counter that seemed to pluck an object from thin air. "Oh, you've changed your outfit," Qin Feng exclaimed, noticing the red garment in his hand, different from the one he had seen earlier while healing her. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have taken advantage of the chosen one, earning 100,000 villain points. You, shameless. Yulan, having never encountered such a rogue, felt her face flush with anger, leaving her speechless. Frustrated, she intensified her attacks. Qin Feng pretended to be grievously wounded, collapsing to the ground as if he would not rise without millions in compensation. Hey, don't play dead. I barely used any strength in that last move. Yulan exclaimed, poking him with a twig. Feigning weakness, Qin Feng lamented, I sustained severe injuries while slaying dragons today, and my energy was depleted while helping you detoxify. After taking your punch, I fear I may not see the sun rise tomorrow. Don't scare me. Yulan panicked and rushed to help him up. Whether Qin Feng's claims about detoxifying were genuine, she couldn't ascertain. But it was undeniable that he had indeed slain a dragon, a feat remarkable for someone at the first level of martial arts. It was inconceivable that he would be unscathed. Were you hurt? She asked urgently. As she had suspected, Yulan demonstrated the compassionate heart of the chosen one, evident from her earlier act of saving others. Qin Feng, however, thought it a shame to waste such a precious asset like a chosen one. Feeling compelled to take full advantage of the situation, with a tender gaze, he leaned closer to Yulan and asked, Do you believe in love at first sight? Yulan's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red as she feigned composure. What are you talking about? Just tell me where you're hurt so I can help you heal. There's no need to waste your effort. I know my own condition. Qin Feng seized the opportunity to grasp Yulan's delicate hand, his eyes brimming with sincerity. I used to doubt love at first sight, but the moment I laid eyes on you, I changed my perspective. My heart has surrendered to you, and it beats solely for you. Even if I were to perish at your hands, I would do so willingly. Yulan's face reddened further, her heart racing uncontrollably. She could not fathom why she felt this way. Having heard many similar declarations due to her exquisite beauty, she had always maintained her composure. Yet, today, she found herself unable to remain calm. Was it because he had saved her? Qin Feng placed a finger against Yulan's soft lips, his voice weak yet filled with longing. Don't speak. Kiss me. Kiss you? Yulan was taken aback by such an outrageous request. However, as she saw the despair in Qin Feng's eyes, she recalled how he had healed her and felt guilty for having harmed him. Perhaps she could grant his dying wish. Unfamiliar with the dark complexities of the world, Yulan suppressed her shyness, repeatedly reassuring herself that she had seen and experienced everything. It was merely a kiss. It wouldn't lead to pregnancy. Right now, she was performing a good deed, using love to redeem a scoundrel. Not far off, Xiaobai excitedly gnawed on a carrot, eyes glued to the pear. Yulan's face was flushed, her eyes closed like flowing water as she leaned in closer to Qin Feng's forehead. Her long eyelashes trembled, betraying her inner turmoil. Yet, Qin Feng was not satisfied with a mere forehead kiss. He craved the kind of kiss that would send shivers down the spine, and, seizing the moment, he struck unexpectedly. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have taken advantage of the chosen one, earning 100,000 villain points. Yulan's eyes widened in shock as she realized she had been tricked. He had actually stuck out his tongue. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have taken advantage of the chosen one, earning 100,000 villain points. Yulan, infuriated, pushed Qin Feng away, her face burning, unable to utter a coherent word. You what? You initiated it. I'm the victim here. You took advantage of me. Qin Feng, playing the villain, stood up, dusted himself off, and walked away. Yulan was so enraged that she felt as if she might start her menstrual cycle, never having encountered such shameless in Chapter 71. Do you wish to dance as well? It is Qin Feng. The audience outside erupted into fervent cheers upon the appearance of Qin Feng, completely oblivious to how he had become the shame of the Yin dynasty, confiscating nearly 300 implements of crime. Qin Feng. Upon seeing him, Feng Chang's eyes instantly turned red. Ever since encountering the despicable Qin Lao Lu, he had been subject to all kinds of treachery and schemes, unable to unleash his true potential. Ultimately, he had suffered a catastrophic downfall, losing his most beloved woman. Now, it was no longer about interests. He harbored but a singular thought: to slay this scoundrel, Qin Lao Lu. With a resounding crash, Feng Chong propelled himself off the ground, transforming into a shadow, racing toward Qin Feng. Such speed, Qin Feng decisively activated his heavy pupils, slowing Feng Chang's velocity and dissecting his forthcoming movements. Alas, it was too late to evade. He could only cross his arms defensively across his chest. With a thud, Feng Chang's kick collided against Qin Feng's arms. Yet the tremendous impact did not budge Qin Feng in the slightest. What? Feng Chang's face was one of disbelief, questioning his sanity. He had just broken through to the 7th level of Spirit Martial and had the darkened enhancement, having absorbed the Dragon Pearl of the Flood Dragon. How could he possibly be weaker than Qin Feng, who had just attained the 1st level of Spirit Martial? This must be the celestial body of dominance. The 6 Paths Emperor fixed his gaze intently on Qin Feng, realizing that only the celestial body of dominance could possess such formidable physicality. Indeed, Qin Feng could distinctly sense Feng Chang's newfound strength, seizing the opportunity to grasp his foot and hurl him to the ground with the ferocity of the Hulk slamming Loki, delivering a barrage of wild strikes. With a thud, the earth was rent asunder, creating a vast crater in which Feng Chong lay peacefully. What a mere student of the Emperor, utterly pathetic. After the onslaught, Qin Feng did not miss the chance to mock, leaping into the air to deliver a strike of divine justice. With a thundering crash, Qin Feng descended like a missile from the heavens. But Feng Chong evaded just in time, leveraging his speed to engage Qin Feng in a dance of combat. How could this be? Feng Chong grew increasingly perplexed, his mind swirling with questions. Was this truly the 1st level of Spirit Martial? Had he not just gone dragon slaying yesterday? Why was he unscathed after such a feat? Not only was Feng Chong bewildered, but the audience was equally confounded. They had witnessed Qin Feng being struck by the dragon's tail only the day prior, and now he seemed fully rejuvenated overnight. What profound technique had he gleaned in the womb? The 6 Paths Emperor remained fixated on Qin Feng, suspecting that his rapid recovery stemmed from an extraordinary cultivation method. This could not continue. Qin Feng had no time to indulge their inquiries. Faced with the speed advantage of Feng Chong, he was forced into a defensive posture, unable to lock on his target to unleash the celestial sword technique. He could only elevate his phantom escape. Casting a glance at the remaining 497,000 villain points, Qin Feng summoned the system to exchange for the 4th volume of Phantom Escape. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 400,000 villain points to successfully exchange for the 4th volume of Phantom Escape. Instantly, a figure materialized before Qin Feng, his movements flickering and shifting positions, rendering him indecipherable. Whoosh! Feng Chong reappeared before Qin Feng with blinding speed. The fierce winds whipped at Qin Feng's garments, yet his expression remained unperturbed. His lips pressed together as 7 or 8 phantoms of Qin Feng emerged around him, making it impossible to discern the genuine article. Shadow shifting. The audience outside gasped in astonishment, exclaiming that Qin Feng was a true prodigy. After acquiring such a plethora of offensive techniques, he still found time to refine his movement skills to the level of shadow shifting. This was dire. Feng Chang's brow furrowed as he beheld Qin Feng assume a sword-drawing stance. Having witnessed the celestial sword technique, he dared not underestimate it. He must muster all his strength to withstand it. Buzz! Feng Chang's internal spirit surged forth, coalescing into a fearsome black, demonic statue. With a furious push, he charged toward Qin Feng with the momentum of a landslide. Before his darkening, he would have employed the Golden Bell Shield for defense. Yet now he understood that the best defense was a good offense. Even knowing he might suffer injury or lose his life, his madness could not be restrained. A clash of strength would reveal who was mightier. Qin Feng's gaze was as sharp as lightning, radiating an overwhelming aura. The fierce winds sent his hair into a wild frenzy, and a powerful presence emanated from him as his fair right hand drew forth the long sky divine sword. Celestial sword technique. So formidable. The audience outside held their breath, their eyes glued to the spectacle. Clang! The long sky divine sword sprang forth like a dragon. its clear ringing echoing through the heavens. A dazzling, blinding sword light surged forth with terrifying force, dragging along a torrent of lethal sword energy imbued with a chilling intent, as if sweeping through the clouds. Unstoppable and unparalleled. Boom! The clash of sword light and demonic force reverberated, creating a tempest that swept through the woods. The deafening sound sending shivers down spines. Could this truly be a battle of the spirit martial realm? The thousands of soldiers trembled as if cowering in the embrace of a mighty beast, realizing that even they, as entry-level practitioners, could not inflict such damage. The young master is indeed terrifying. Wan Ma swallowed hard, reflecting on how, in just 7 short years, Qin Feng had grown to such heights without relying on the Qin family. Yet, as the thought crossed his mind, excitement surged within him. Being chosen to follow Qin Feng meant he was privy to a portion of the Qin family's top secret plans. The quicker the brothers grew, the closer the Qin family drew to dominating the ancient wilderness. In a flash, their figures intertwined. Qin Feng's sword returned to its sheath, and he bore several wounds, while Feng Chang's black demonic form was riddled with cracks, yet it showed no signs of shattering, clearly having withstood the celestial sword technique. What a spectacle! Simply magnificent. The audience erupted into fervent cheers, their spirits ignited. It was a battle between 2 unparalleled prodigies. Qin Feng's ability to effortlessly slay entry-level practitioners was once again thwarted, this time by Feng Chang of the 7th level of Spirit Martial. Yet, a tinge of regret lingered in their hearts. Had Feng Chang comprehended the true essence of Buddha and demon yesterday, that very strike might have seen Qin Feng overwhelmed. Having exhausted his sword technique, now you are doomed. Feng Chang could no longer conceal his exhilaration, knowing that Qin Feng possessed but a single sword technique. Without a hint of hesitation, he swiftly turned to charge at Qin Feng, determined to deny him the opportunity to utilize his supreme bone and heavy eye abilities, commanding the enslaved candidates to launch a collective assault against Qin Feng. No chivalry in martial arts is not solely your domain. Qin Feng, you dare! Qian Jun and Wan Ma's eyes burned with fury as they, weary yet resolute, rushed forth to protect their master. Kill! The battle cries resonated with ferocity as the enslaved candidates charged toward Qin Feng, intent on the fray. It seems you two wish to take the stage. Qin Feng, unhurried, turned to face them, the corners of his garments beginning to flutter without wind, transforming him into a drawn sword, radiating an unyielding brilliance. As the surrounding swords hummed in resonance, as if the very swords of the world were crowning him. Chapter 72. I will return. What? Feng Chang's pupils constricted sharply, an unprecedented sense of crisis flooding his heart. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself backward with great force, activating the most formidable defensive technique of the Buddhist sect, the Golden Bell Shield, for safety. Boom! The air around Qin Feng trembled, the sound of swords resonating endlessly. A vast, ocean-like wave of sword energy surged through the forest, accompanied by a piercing wind that enveloped the surroundings, as countless sword energies converged into a raging river, seemingly capable of devouring all in existence. The multitude of swords quivered in unison, their melodies incessant, as if the waters of the great river descended from the heavens. What? A river formed of sword energy? Feng Chang's eyes bulged, his mind screaming in disbelief. He was the transmigrator of the Red Star. He was the protagonist of the ancient era. How could he possibly be dominated by Qin Feng? Heaven above. The audience outside was awash with shock, taken aback by the grandeur of the river's sword technique. What on earth is happening? The battle had escalated to such heights. He had already slain the great dragon. Yet he still had hidden cards to play. He could not possibly be only 15 years old, nor could he be merely at the first level of spirit martial cultivation. The various dignitaries, including the Six Paths monarch, wore expressions of remarkable calmness, having run out of words to express their astonishment, their gazes fixated on the moon goddess, hoping for a plausible explanation. The display of Qin Feng's river sword technique clearly indicated he had attained a level of consummate mastery, suggesting he had comprehended this technique before the Great River. as Qin Feng's guardian in the Yin Moon dynasty. The moon goddess could not possibly be unaware of the river sword technique. She weakly remarked, "Would you believe me if I said there's just a small waterfall behind the moon goddess palace?" I believe you, my dear, as Qin Feng's guardian. How could she have spent 7 years without knowing what skills he possessed? What had she been preoccupied with during those 7 years? Was she truly a guardian, or merely a caretaker? If she continued to oversee Qin Feng's education, they would feel guilty, as if wasting a perfect gem. The dignitaries cast her a knowing glance, urging her to voluntarily surrender Qin Feng. At this moment, thanks to Feng Chang's protagonist Halo, he managed to evade annihilation and activated his defensive mode. However, those students enslaved by Feng Chang were not so fortunate, consumed directly by the torrent of sword energy. After the river sword technique, the surroundings were littered with severed limbs and dismembered bodies. Huff! Feng Chang gasped in terror, a psychological shadow cast over him by Qin Feng. It was terrifying. Not only had he toyed with him like a ball, but he could also kick him around as if he were one. Before him, it seemed there was no power to resist, akin to the Monkey King in the hands of Buddha, appearing so insignificant, capable of being extinguished with a mere flick. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for leaving a psychological shadow in the heart of the Chosen One, earning 100,000 villain points. Only 100,000. Qin Feng was dissatisfied and began to launch an offensive. Block him! Feng Chang shouted in fear while hastily retreating. Kill! Many of the enslaved students, still alive, rose again and charged toward Qin Feng. Noisy, Qin Feng's heavy pupils began to emit a purple light, and massive eyes reappeared in the sky. Yin Yang Qi divine light. This is the heavy pupil. Feng Chang gazed at the colossal eyes filling the sky, feeling his scalp tingle and his body involuntarily tremble. His fear of Qin Feng escalating to new heights. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for deepening the psychological shadow in the heart of the Chosen One, earning 100,000 villain points. Whoosh! 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 The pairs of heavy pupils in the sky shot beams of light like lasers, cleansing the individuals on the ground. Is this his secret to slaying dragons? Yulan stood outside the cave, witnessing the entire duel, the grandeur of the river sword technique astonishing her, while the terror of the heavy pupils instilled fear in her heart. Heavenly Mother, protect us. The two, Qin Jun and Wanma, trembled as they clung to each other, praying that Qin Feng would aim carefully and not mistakenly harm his allies. Qin Feng, you force my hand. Even if I must sell my soul to the devil, I shall kill you today. Feng Chang, cornered with no escape, howled with a twisted expression, an overwhelming demonic aura beginning to surge around him, as if something dreadful was about to awaken. Oh my, this has escalated. Qin Feng finally recalled that Feng Chang was a chosen one and hurriedly withdrew the heavy pupil divine ability, shouting, "Is there anyone in charge? I report that Feng Chang is using someone to fight for him." Crash! The audience outside collectively fell to the ground, gaining a new understanding of Qin Feng's audacity. His unreasonable actions had become the norm, and now, merely summoning a dark energy was considered employing an agent to fight. Boom! The earth-shattering roar echoed across the battlefield of life and death, a terrifying pressure rolling in like a tidal wave, swiftly enveloping the entire arena. A towering figure appeared before Qin Feng and the others, his gaze towards Feng Chang laden with gravity. If not for Qin Feng's earlier reminder, he might not have noticed from behind the light screen. The Six Paths Monarch. The audience outside gasped in unison, instantly recognizing him. But why was the Six Paths Monarch present on the battlefield of life and death? Could it be that Feng Chang truly employed an agent to fight? Once a brash young man of the Yin Moon dynasty, Feng Chang's voice turned hoarse, a surge of ancient energy emanating from him. The Six Paths Monarch replied coolly, "I did not expect the elder to still be alive, but this is a battle between juniors. It seems inappropriate for you to intervene, does it not? And what if I insist on intervening?" Feng Chang narrowed his eyes. "Then I am afraid it would be unfortunate for you." The Six Paths Monarch was not one to adhere to martial ethics, and a terrifying pressure instantaneously bore down on Feng Chang. "Gaga gaga, you think you can kill me with that?" Feng Chong let out a hoarse, eerie laugh, transforming into a shadow that tore through the void to escape. Now you wish to flee? It's too late. The Six Paths monarch unleashed a terrifying surge of energy, tearing through the void in pursuit. No way. The audience outside gaped in disbelief, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. The Six Paths monarch referred to that dark energy as elder, while that dark energy called the Six Paths monarch a mere youth. What the hell? Feng Chong truly did employ an agent to fight. Boom! The sky over the battlefield of life and death dimmed, as if heralding the apocalypse. First a slight tremor, followed by violent shaking, then a few quakes before gradually settling into calmness, as the Six Paths monarch emerged from the void, visibly fatigued. Then two furious voices echoed. Damn you, Six Paths! You dare strip away my millennia of cultivation. You shall pay for this. Damn you, Qin Feng! I will definitely return. Just like that, he escaped. Qin Feng once more experienced the unreasonable nature of the Chosen One, questioning whether he had secretly procured an even more formidable external aid. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for weakening the Chosen One's fortune, earning a chance for a lottery draw. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for inflicting serious injury upon the Chosen One, earning 300,000 villain points. Qin Feng silently took out a small notebook, jotting down on this date. The Six Paths monarch weakened my opponent, hindering my ability to hone my skills. I demand compensation of 10 million premium spirit stones. The Six Paths emperor cast a fleeting glance before vanishing into thin air, utterly disinclined to engage in conversation with such an unashamed being. Chapter 73. Peering into the secrets of heaven after Feng Chong departed, the enslaved candidates regained their senses. Upon witnessing the severed limbs and remnants scattered around, they were immediately reminded of the events that transpired during their subjugation by Feng Chong. Truly, it was divine providence. The crowd, drenched in cold sweat, felt an overwhelming sense of relief at their fortunate escape. During their enslavement under Feng Chang's Buddha-like enchantment, they had successfully evaded the human bomb and the might of Qin Feng's great river sword technique, ultimately avoiding the ominous dual energies of yin and yang emitted from Qin Feng's eyes. However, they could never have anticipated that, having evaded both Feng Chong and Qin Feng, they would ultimately fall victim to a rabbit. Form an orderly queue. Xiao Bai approached with an air of indifference, exclaiming with mock ferocity, I, the handsome and unparalleled rabbit, the embodiment of justice and wisdom, beloved by all, am here. I am known as the most handsome of antiquity, and it is I, Qin Feng, who has saved your lives. Males shall line up to pay a protection fee, while females must be prepared to pledge their loyalty. Priority will be given to beautiful ladies who have previously been wed. A rabbit? All eyes turned to Xiao Bai. The news that Qin Feng had taken in a shameless rabbit had already spread across the battlefield. Yet, the creature's extraordinary prowess at the 9th tier of cultivation left no one feeling threatened. With a thunderous crash, the assembled forces stood behind Xiao Bai, raising their hammers in unison. One dissenting voice protested, Is this not a bit too tyrannical? With a swift kick, Xiao Bai silenced the dissenting voice, asserting, This is how we conduct our affairs. Gulp. The crowd swallowed nervously, their hearts pounding in terror. Unlike those elite champions, their goal was not to secure a spot among the final 1,000, but rather to band together for warmth, striving to survive the deadly elimination round and earn the opportunity to join other factions within the Yin Moon dynasty. In simpler terms, they aimed to gain admission to a second-rate university. Now, faced with this rogue rabbit, it seemed they had no choice but to comply. What a domineering rabbit! The spectators outside were utterly astonished, realizing they were witnessing a creature that was both adorable and ferocious. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was preoccupied, staring blankly in the direction Feng Chong had departed. Feng Chong had simply walked away. A long-lost sense of loneliness surged within him. He pondered whether his next moment of excitement would require another 7 years of waiting. Ah yes, there was also the chosen daughter. Qin Feng felt invigorated, as if a refreshing breeze had swept over him. However, upon entering the cave, he discovered that Yulan had already fled. It seemed that the world had no sense of honor. According to the rules of their realm, She should have pledged her loyalty instead of running away. Next time he encountered her, he would certainly have her marked with the words exclusively for Qin Feng. Qin Feng's heart brimmed with indignation, feeling utterly disrespected as a learned gentleman. Confucius once said, "To hear the way in the morning is worth dying in the evening." At that moment, Yulan was making her final push in the deadly elimination round. Though she could not provoke the perverse Qin Feng, she still sought to earn points through other means. What on earth? Yulan furrowed her brows slightly, reaching to touch her lower back. Ever since Qin Feng had cured her of poison, she had experienced a slight pain in that area, likely due to his lack of skill. She resolved to inspect herself in the mirror upon returning home, hoping to avoid any unsightly scars. In the palace of the Six-Path Emperor, various influential figures had lost interest in the elimination round. The terror of Qin Feng had spread throughout the battlefield, and no one dared to provoke him. The ensuing conflicts had become rather dull. The Six-Path Emperor spoke. "I have decided to appoint Qin Feng as the third saint of the Yin dynasty." Agreed. No one opposed among the influential figures. Given Qin Feng's unparalleled talent, he was indeed worthy of the title, and he would eventually compete for the position of Emperor of the Yin dynasty. However, their current interest lay not in his elevation as a saint, but rather in claiming him as their own disciple. Qin Feng practiced the sword, and the esteemed swordsmanship of the Yin dynasty was unparalleled. Must you be so arrogant? My strongest technique is the Buddhist golden dragon, and I have studied Buddhism. It is I who should instruct him. Nonsense. Clearly, he possesses the supreme bone. My ancestors once had a supreme bone, and I should be the one to teach him. The reincarnation I is invincible. My great-aunt's second cousin's third grandmother's fourth uncle's fifth aunt's sixth son's seventh concubine has had a reincarnation I, tracing back 108 generations. The moon goddess sat nearby, thoroughly entertained, occasionally fanning the flames to incite conflict among them. In truth, their eagerness to take Qin Feng as a disciple was not rooted in a genuine desire to teach him. They lacked the ability to impart knowledge. They merely sought to invest in Qin Feng, recognizing his potential. With 3 saints and only 1 emperor's position, each faction would support their chosen saint, hoping to assist them in ascending to the throne and sharing in the glory. Fortunately, I had the foresight to invest in Qin Feng 7 years ago. The moon goddess was quite pleased with her investment, vowing to support Qin Feng from behind the scenes as he aimed to become the next emperor of the Yin dynasty. Enough. The Six-Path Emperor, weary of their power struggles, spoke coldly. "I have already chosen a master for Qin Feng. There is no need for your futile efforts." Understood. The influential figures, sensing the emperor's anger, dared not breathe a word. The Six-Path Emperor continued, "I shall send an envoy to the Qin family to persuade them to reconcile with Qin Feng." Reconcile? After a moment of contemplation, the influential figures thought to themselves how cunning the emperor was. Given Qin Feng's displayed talent, the Qin family must be regretting their decision to expel him. An attempt to reconcile might prompt them to relent. Should they manage to draw the Qin family back with Qin Feng's identity as a saint, it would signify the loss of the entire eastern region for the Great Xia. Even if the Qin family remained obstinate, their overtures could sow discord between the Great Xia royal family and the Qin family, greatly benefiting the Yin dynasty. At this moment, Qin Feng remained blissfully unaware of these machinations. He was preparing to summon the system for a lottery draw. As an avid enthusiast of lotteries, he would never let an opportunity pass him by. With a flourish, the familiar lottery wheel appeared before him once more. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a Heaven's secret card. A Heaven's secret card? Qin Feng was puzzled, hastily checking the details. Heaven's secret card, upon use. It allows one to peer into the secrets of the heavens, seeking a great opportunity of creation. Note, such opportunities are rare, and the card should be used cautiously. It is best to start peering from the perspective of the chosen one to easily discover the creation opportunities. Isn't this akin to a treasure map? Qin Feng could not help but roll his eyes, contemplating whom to target first. His younger brother? Too insignificant. He posed no threat at present. Lin San? Their relationship was amicable. They had yet to reach an irreconcilable point. Yulan, the more she resisted, the more exhilarated he became. It could only be you. Feng Chong. Recalling the terrifying dark energy within Feng Chong, Qin Feng resolutely activated the Heaven's secret card. With a resounding boom, Qin Feng's expression began to blur, as if traversing through time and space. Moments later, Qin Feng awoke with an odd expression. He had not only witnessed Feng Chong uncovering a significant opportunity, but also discovered a small secret about himself. His protagonist's fate was, astonishingly, intertwined with 6 emperors. If this destiny were to befall a woman, her life would be tragically miserable, reduced to a mere plaything contended over by men. However, if it were to manifest in a man, and provided there were no external interferences, he would lead a life of affluence and prestige, destined to receive the favor of 6 emperors throughout his lifetime. To simplify, there are 6 opportunities available, unrestricted by gender, and in due course, one could defy fate and ascend to the throne of a great emperor. Remarkable. Qin Feng marveled at this revelation. He had always believed that Bai Ri was a victim, only to discover that he was quietly amassing wealth. Chapter 74. A great transformation of heaven and earth. Why is there such a vast disparity among those who possess extraordinary abilities? Qin Feng reflected on his own imperial potential, which had already achieved a terrifying tenfold enhancement. Yet, in comparison to Feng Chong, he felt woefully inadequate. While he struggled to attain the title of emperor, Feng Chong had effortlessly secured 6 such positions. Is there still any justice in this world? Perhaps this is simply fate. With a resigned sigh, Qin Feng recognized the futility of envying others. He must forge his own path. As a dedicated disciple of Confucianism, he vowed to keep Feng Chang's secret about being favored by 6 emperors under wraps. Yet he was more than willing to accept the great fortune he had gleaned from Feng Chang's insights. Through the use of the Heavenly Machine card, he had successfully gleaned that the Kunlun secret realm would soon be opened, a mystical place said to be from ancient times, accessible only to cultivators under the age of 30, and rich with invaluable treasures and the legacies of formidable ancient beings. He had also witnessed that Feng Chong would enter this same Kunlun secret realm in a month's time, where he would discover the purest treasure nurtured by heaven and earth, the spring of purity. After its cleansing, one would attain the most pristine Tao heart, enabling him to cultivate a magical heart that existed only in theory. Thus, he would embody both the devil and the heart of the Tao, dominating the prodigious talents in the Kunlun secret realm. What a narrative that even novels dare not portray. Qin Feng couldn't help but scoff. Just as I have shed my Buddhist nature, a month later he encounters the Tao heart. This is a blatant mockery, treating us antagonists as mere experience points. In that moment, the thought of the Kunlun secret realm and the spring of purity became an obsession for Qin Feng. He was determined to secure it, regardless of the cost. However, given his current cultivation at the first level of spirit martial, it was evident that he would be ill-equipped to seize the spring of purity amidst the elite talents under 30 from the ancient world. Unlike the life and death elimination matches in the Inu dynasty, where the competitors were merely at the sword level, he would be facing rivals of a much higher caliber. Even with the strength to slay formidable foes, he would struggle against the numerous prodigies. At best, he could hope to survive, unable to act freely within the realm. He would need to break through to the Tao entry level to navigate the Kunlun secret realm with any semblance of autonomy. A month was far too short. Realizing time was of the essence, Qin Feng pondered the limitations of his progress. Even if he devoted every waking hour to cultivation, he might only ascend 2 minor levels in a month, risking instability in his foundation, a precarious trade-off indeed. Suddenly, the system interjected. The host can exchange for a foundation pill of spirit martial, which can instantly solidify your foundation and save considerable time in stabilizing your cultivation. Spirit Martial Foundation Pill solidifies the foundation of Spirit Martial with no limits on use, no restrictions, and no side effects. Exchange price, 500,000 villain points. How can you charge me 500,000 for a product with no drawbacks? Qin Feng exclaimed inwardly, aghast, calculating that he would need 9 pills to secure his foundation. He realized he would require 5 million villain points. With only 597,000 points in his account, he could barely afford one, leaving him 3.9 million points short. He had never accumulated such a substantial amount since acquiring the system. The system coolly remarked, "A system is a system. It possesses no conscience." Touch. Qin Feng grumbled. His teeth clenched in frustration, yet he decided to exchange for a single pill to test its efficacy. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 500,000 villain points and successfully exchanging for a Spirit Marshal Foundation pill. In his hand appeared a dark, glossy pill, exuding a rich fragrance. Upon ingestion, a warm energy began to radiate from his abdomen, just as advertised, with no limits and no side effects. He felt his internal energy flow freely, becoming dense and contained within moments. Is this what it feels like to have an advantage? Qin Feng was utterly astonished, realizing that the effects of this small pill were equivalent to the 7 years he had spent honing his foundation in the extraordinary realm. It was clear that he could no longer afford to wait idly at home. He must actively seek out the chosen ones. Suddenly, a bell tolled, signaling the end of the 3-day elimination match. Finally, it was over. Qin Feng exhaled deeply, his form becoming indistinct as he vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he found himself in a large square teeming with people, at least 10,000 strong. "Mother, your son has succeeded. I made it out alive." The number of survivors this year was dismally low, barely surpassing 20,000. Typically, the mortality rate was 50%, but this year it had reached an alarming 80%. It was all because of Feng Chong, the disciple of the great Xia Emperor. The emperor should never have allowed him to compete. After all, he represented the great Xia envoy. How could one refuse? Rumor had it that Feng Chong had even hired substitutes to fight for him. The surviving candidates were ecstatic, akin to students celebrating the end of their exams. Qin Feng. Suddenly, a voice filled with venom reached his ears. He turned to see his rival, the young master of the Mingjian Mountain Manor, Jie Jie. "Oh, Brother Jian." Qin Feng temporarily forgot their grievances and approached Jie Jie with enthusiasm. "Get away." Jie Jie's fury was palpable. He had not forgotten the one who had ruined his chances. "This is rather unkind." Qin Feng began to argue. "We were participants in the elimination match. Conflict was inevitable. Now that the match is over, what harm is there in being friends? More friends, more paths. How dare you say more friends, more paths?" The crowd around them was dumbfounded, unable to comprehend Qin Feng's audacity, given his actions during the elimination match. Seeing that Jie Jie remained irate, Qin Feng pondered a moment before suggesting, "How about this? I'll share a monumental secret as compensation. But you must promise not to tell anyone." "A monumental secret?" The crowd perked up, eager to hear what he had to say. Qin Feng glanced around, lowered his voice, and said, "I possess a method to swiftly attain the position of emperor." "The position of emperor?" The crowd, including Jie Jie, collectively held their breath. Qin Feng continued in a hushed tone. "The secret to achieving the emperor's title is encapsulated in 4 words. Come day long." "You're mocking me." Jie Jie erupted in anger. "Who is mocking you?" Qin Feng pulled Jie Jie aside and crouched down, whispering, "Listen carefully, you must not tell anyone else. Feng Chang's fate is intertwined with the 6 emperors. With Come Day Long, one could defy fate and achieve the emperor's title. Originally, there were 6 spots, but now only 5 remain." Upon finishing, Qin Feng looked up only to find himself surrounded by a throng of eager listeners. Chapter 75. The long road ahead. How could I have been so foolish as to believe the deceitful words of that wretched individual? The expression on Jie Jie's face darkened. He couldn't fathom that he had fallen for such trickery, especially when it involved 6 esteemed emperors. Qin Feng lamented his predicament, declaring his innocence, for he spoke nothing but the truth. Feng Chong was indeed entangled with the 6 emperors, and the notion of a long road ahead signified the potential to defy fate and ascend to the rank of an emperor. Yet, when given the opportunity, Jie Jie proved to be utterly ineffectual. The surrounding crowd expressed their disdain, clearly unconvinced by Qin Feng's assertions. "I speak only the truth. I am not deceiving anyone." Qin Feng cried out desperately, but his words fell on deaf ears. How had Feng Chong offended their leader so gravely? Even after the deathmatch had concluded, they were relentless in making him endure further tragedies. Qin Jun and Wan Ma stood to the side, silently mourning for Feng Chong. Was the most vital aspect of human relationships. It is trust. Qin Feng felt tears welling up. He never anticipated that in this day and age, honesty would be met with skepticism. Qin Feng. Princess Nanfeng glared at him with a furious expression. If looks could kill, he would have been obliterated on the spot. All of this was due to that detestable person who had turned her diplomatic mission to the Inu dynasty into a farce. Instead of exacerbating the conflict between Qin Feng and the elite families, she had been humiliated at every turn, losing her greatest ally in Feng Chong. She could already envision the scorn of her former allies upon her return to the great Xia dynasty. Silence. A commanding voice resonated throughout the plaza, and the 6 emperors along with other dignitaries hovered above, instantly silencing the once boisterous crowd. The 6 emperors announced, "I hereby declare that the top 1,000 in the ranking will enter the Tianhong Academy for further study." Claps erupted from those who had not made the cut. Though their envy was palpable, the Tianhong Academy was the foremost institution in the Inu dynasty, housing millions of volumes of martial arts, techniques, and mystical methods, along with a formidable faculty and enticing benefits. Most significantly, graduating from Tianhong Academy would guarantee a position among the upper echelons of the Inu dynasty, an opportunity beyond compare. The 6 emperors continued. The first place in this ranking, Qin Feng, shall be bestowed the title of the 3rd holy son of the Inu dynasty, allowed to establish his own manor, recruit his own subordinates, and granted a peak spiritual mountain. What? The 3rd holy son? The crowd erupted in astonishment, the atmosphere spiraling into chaos. The deathmatch was held once every decade, and the title of Holy Son was not something to be taken lightly. It was reserved for those exceptional individuals who stood above the rest. The ability to form his own faction and gather followers indicated Qin Feng's ascent into the ranks of the dynasty's elite. The peak spiritual mountain was a coveted sanctuary for cultivators, and should Qin Feng choose to open it to the public, countless practitioners would flock to him. All of this belonged to Qin Feng, a mere 15-year-old boy. No doubt, Qin Jun was the most elated. That single bow had not only preserved his life, but also brought him fortune and glory. Wan Ma gazed at Qin Feng with admiration, realizing the extent of his prowess. He had known that his young master was formidable, but to ascend to the title of Holy Son without relying on the Qin family's support spoke volumes of the trials and tribulations Qin Feng had endured. The title of Holy Son? The peak spiritual mountain? Qin Feng, however, was indifferent, his gaze scanning for Yulan. With none of the chosen ones by his side, he sought to extract 400,000 villain points from her before the Kunlun's secret realm opened. A sudden shiver coursed through Yulan as if she were being observed. Was it merely her imagination? She glanced around, her eyes landing on Qin Feng, who was smiling at her, causing her cheeks to flush as memories of their intimate moments in the cave resurfaced. Flustered, she quickly averted her gaze. Yet, curiosity about Qin Feng began to stir within her. Why, being the sun herself, did she need to bask in the light of another? As Qin Feng cast his predatory gaze towards Yulan, many others did the same towards him. The footage from the deathmatch had revealed not only the terrifying prowess of the ancient prodigy, but also the treasures he possessed, such as the Buddha's relic and the dragon pearl obtained from slaying a dragon. Such artifacts were irresistible to cultivators, and despite knowing the formidable capabilities of Qin Feng, the allure of risk was ever present. Even a minuscule chance of success ignited their desire to take action. Soon enough, the 6 emperors concluded their speech and departed. The surviving candidates erupted into cheers, ready to embrace their newfound freedom. Just as Qin Feng prepared to approach Yulan for a conversation about life and aspirations, a commotion erupted nearby. Turning his head, he saw Princess Nanfeng's group being obstructed by a throng of parents of enslaved candidates, demanding the surrender of Feng Chong, the alleged perpetrator. They could accept their children perishing in the deathmatch, but the notion of being turned into human bombs by Feng Chong, leading to their children's obliteration, was intolerable. I do not know where Feng Chong is. Princess Nanfeng replied curtly. Even if she had known, She would not divulge such information. Feng Chang's escape from the six emperors spoke volumes. Despite not being as monstrous as Qin Feng, he was still an extraordinary prodigy, and she could never relinquish someone of such caliber. I know nothing. The crowd could no longer contain their fury, rushing forward to confront her. Impudence. The disciples of the imperial family fumed. As distinguished heirs of the great Xia, they had never endured such indignities, and tensions escalated into a brawl. Oh, now this is entertaining. Qin Feng, ever the enthusiast for chaos, scampered towards the fray, finally understanding why Princess Nanfeng was not the leading lady. Without the long road ahead, how could one hope to defy fate? Meanwhile, Yulan chose not to engage in the chaos. Back at her residence, she shed her garments, revealing her fair and delicate skin, preparing for a soothing bath. However, upon catching sight of the tattoo on her slender waist that read, Qin Feng was here, her demeanor shifted instantly, and a high-pitched scream of indignation echoed throughout the palace of the Blue Demon. Damn Qin Feng, I shall not let you escape my wrath. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have successfully humiliated the Chosen One, earning 100,000 villain points. As Qin Feng observed the unfolding drama, he could only silently wish Yulan well, hoping she would become even more graceful in the days to come. Chapter 76. I request your assistance in my training. The square echoed with relentless wails as parents were struck down one after another. As a disciple of the Son of Heaven from the great Xia, and a prodigy of a noble family, their combat prowess far surpassed that of these parents, easily toppling them to the ground. However, such behavior incited the ire of others present. This was the territory of the Yin Empire, and the audacity of the great Xia's disciples to act so brazenly was intolerable. Was there no law? Was there no justice? Someone shouted, and the chaos erupted into a full-blown conflict. Unbelievable. Absolutely outrageous. Princess Nanfeng's chest heaved with fury, barely able to contain her rage. Enduring the humiliations from that scoundrel Qin Feng was one thing, but now these commoners dared to disregard her, as if the princess of Great Xia were made of clay. Princess, be careful. An elder tasked with protecting the envoy swiftly moved to shield Princess Nanfeng. Cease this immediately. A resounding voice boomed across the square, instantly quelling the tumult. Everyone turned to see a group clad in black armor approaching, each exuding a formidable aura, not of the spirit martial realm or the entry realm, but of the celestial sect. It was the Qian Guard. The faces of the onlookers changed, and they quickly made way for this group. The Qian Guard was responsible for the security of the imperial city of the Yin Empire, with the lowest ranks being at the celestial sect level. Although their positions might not be high, they represented the authority of the Six Paths Emperor, and in the Yin Empire, no one dared to disrespect them. Princess Nanfeng showed no deference to the Qian Guard, snorting coldly as she prepared to return to the envoy's quarters. The leader of the Qian Guard raised a hand to block her path, coldly stating, Princess Nanfeng, this is the Yin Empire, not your great Xia. These disciples of the Son of Heaven have harmed our citizens and must come with us. What did you say? You want us to go with you? The disciples of the Son of Heaven could not help but laugh, deeming this individual somewhat deranged. They were the distinguished disciples of great Xia, prodigies of noble lineage. And to think that a mere captain of the Qian Guard would dare to apprehend them was sheer folly. Take them all away. The leader of the Qian Guard was evidently not jesting. With a command, the guards swiftly surged toward the disciples. Though they were indeed disciples of the Son of Heaven, their cultivation was merely at the spirit martial or entry level, making them no match for the celestial sect Qian Guards. Within moments, they were all subdued. How dare you? The disciples were incensed, clamoring to report to the Six Paths Emperor. However, the Qian Guard paid them no heed, simply escorting them away amidst cheers from the crowd. This is too much. This is intolerable. Princess Nanfeng's chest heaved violently, and she resolved to seek an audience with the Six Paths Emperor. Your Highness, it may be futile, the elder cautioned. If the Six Paths Emperor truly intended to intervene, these individuals would not have been allowed to attack the envoy, nor would the Qian Guard have acted against the disciples. Are you suggesting that the Six Paths Emperor is behind this? Princess Nanfeng quickly regained her composure, suddenly understanding the situation. If she were to encounter an adversary like Feng Chong, she too would seek to eradicate him. It was not merely these individuals seeking Feng Chong's whereabouts. It was the Six Paths Emperor who desired to know. The elder continued, Your Highness, with Feng Chong's whereabouts currently unknown, there is no purpose in remaining in the Inu Empire, and we may encounter further danger. It is best to return to Great Xia. But Princess Nanfeng's expression was conflicted. She felt she could not simply return empty-handed. She had come to the Inu Empire on a mission, and now to return without having accomplished anything, and having lost Feng Chong would surely offend the noble families. Even if her father were inclined to favor her, he might have no choice but to cast her into the cold palace. Rescue them? The elder felt a headache coming on. In this unfamiliar land, without power or influence, how could they persuade the Six Paths Emperor to release them? Princess Nanfeng's brows furrowed slightly as she spotted a familiar figure. Qin Feng, now recently appointed as the third holy son of the Inu Empire, might just be able to sway the Six Paths Emperor's decision. Your Highness, no. The elder urgently protested. Seeking help from that scoundrel Qin Feng was akin to courting disaster. With no other options available, Princess Nanfeng resolved to attempt it. At that moment, after the spectacle had concluded, Qin Feng, accompanied by Xiao Bai and two companions, made his way to his exquisite spiritual peak. Along the way, he took the opportunity to impart some wisdom. You saw what happened to those disciples of the Son of Heaven, right? This is the consequence of poor choices. You must never emulate them. Instead, learn from me and strive to be a virtuous gentleman. Understood? Yes, my goal is to become a proper Confucian rabbit. Xiao Bai nodded fervently, absorbing every word from Qin Feng. Confucius said, Learning without thought is labor lost. Thought without learning is perilous. Thus, Xiao Bai diligently studied Qin Feng's swordsmanship along with his less honorable ways. A virtuous gentleman? Qian Jun and Wan Ma exchanged glances, unable to suppress their reactions as they turned to the square. Oppose Qin Feng as the Holy Son. Overthrow that scoundrel Qin Feng. Severe punishment for Qin Feng. Return our dignity. A protest of 300 to 400 individuals filled the square, shouting in unison. Though they had survived the deadly elimination rounds, they had lost the means of their manhood and now could only compete for positions within the palace. Not long after, Qin Feng and his companions arrived at the exquisite spiritual peak, marked by a steel-reading emerald bamboo peak, alive with vibrant greenery. It was replete with various spiritual herbs, while fish in a brook leaped joyfully. Upon entering, one could feel an exceptionally rich spiritual energy cascading like raindrops, making cultivation here immensely beneficial. Emerald Bamboo Peak, splendid. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction, leaping into a bamboo grove. Surrounding him was an array of formations gathering spiritual energy, denser than before, accompanied by a bamboo house beside a babbling brook. I love this place. Xiao Bai joyfully leaped from Qin Feng's shoulder, racing about the emerald bamboo peak. Every creature within the vicinity was approached with a playful smack to assert dominance. Even the mice in their holes and the fish in the stream. Find yourself a place to cultivate as well. Qin Feng had no intention of neglecting his two companions, urging them to seek out their own space on the mountain. Understood. Qian Jun eagerly agreed, while Wan Ma maintained a calm demeanor. Before long, Princess Nanfeng arrived at Emerald Bamboo Peak. A scoundrel may not be fearsome, but the true horror lies in needing something from that scoundrel. In order to return to Great Xia with a satisfactory report to the noble families, she steeled herself to enter the bamboo house and seek Qin Feng's assistance. Is this how you approach someone for help? Qin Feng disdainfully raised an eyebrow. Not even a hint of humility, yet she had the audacity to seek his assistance. In truth, he was somewhat surprised by Princess Nanfeng's arrival, but it was not an unwelcome surprise, as he utilized the celestial card to glean the secrets of the heavens. He also witnessed the students of the Xia Emperor being captured. However, contrary to what one might expect, they were not permanently imprisoned by the Lord of the Six Paths. Instead, after approximately half a month, they were all released. The reason for this was that Feng Chong did not lie low. Rather, he brazenly wreaked havoc, committing acts of murder and arson, with knowledge of Feng Chang's whereabouts. The continued confinement of these students lost its purpose, leading to their eventual release. Now, with the Southern Wind Princess presenting herself willingly, he felt it imperative to seize the opportunity to extract a prize from her, lest he tarnish the illustrious reputation of his villainous persona. "What do you truly desire?" the Southern Wind Princess inquired, her tone softening somewhat. "I require your assistance in my cultivation," he replied, letting out a sinister laugh that was distinctly characteristic of a villain. It became apparent that the Southern Wind Princess was quite audacious, daring to approach him at his bamboo peak without even a single attendant. Did she truly believe that Qin Feng was to be trifled with? As the sun slowly descended, the sky darkened gradually. A blush crept onto the Southern Wind Princess's cheeks as she emerged from the bamboo cottage, her hair disheveled. Qin Feng, this matter is far from over," she exclaimed. Her face flushed as she spat in frustration, having been compelled to exert so much effort in vain. Fortunately, the scoundrel Qin Feng had acquiesced, promising that within no more than half a month he would release them. Aside from demanding a non-negotiable deposit, the final sum of 5 million prime spirit stones was indeed a price reflecting his conscience. Chapter 77. No more white moonlight, only black pearls ding dong. Congratulations to the host for taking advantage of the absence of the Chosen One to bully his beloved white moonlight, earning 100,000 villain points. Qin Feng suddenly felt invigorated. He had not anticipated that old Feng's absence would yield such an opportunity. From this moment forth, there would be no more white moonlight, only black pearls. First, he must seize the time to cultivate, and later, he would offer warmth. Qin Feng had already consumed a foundational pill, solidifying his first level of spirit martial arts. With the Kunlun secret realm a month away, he must hasten his breakthrough to the Dao realm. He then sat cross-legged on his bamboo bed, deftly operating the 33 Heavens transformation technique. The spiritual energy within him surged like a river, his aura gradually escalating. At that moment, Qianjun and Wanma had located a place for cultivation. They had carved out a cave on a stone wall not far from the bamboo forest, very close to Qin Feng's small bamboo house. With a slight disturbance, they could rush over to offer support. "Isn't that Princess Nanfeng of the Great Xia? What brings her to Cooling Peak?" Wanma was momentarily taken aback, observing Princess Nanfeng descending the mountain with a flushed face, filled with embarrassment and anger. Qianjun analyzed. Her face is so red it could bleed, indicating she has encountered something difficult to express. Yet, there is an unmistakable anger etched upon her features, suggesting this matter has displeased her. The direction she is heading from is our leader's small bamboo house. If she is upset, it implies our leader has delighted in something. Wanma had heard of the entanglement between Qin Feng and Princess Nanfeng, but he was puzzled as to what Qin Feng had done to incite her displeasure. Qianjun continued, "It is highly likely she has developed feelings for our leader and, after a failed confession, is now embarrassed and furious." Sigh. Wanma couldn't help but lament, truly, meeting the young master can lead to a lifetime of misfortune, while not meeting him can lead to a lifetime of regret. In the Great Xia, at the Qin residence, Qin Hao was diligently cultivating in his room, an old man's phantom floating beside him. With a thunderous roar, Qin Hao abruptly opened his eyes and bellowed, unleashing a fierce aura that sent everything in the room soaring. "Very good," the old man observed Qin Hao, who had completed his training, with a deeply satisfied smile. After 7 years of relentless instruction, Qin Hao had broken through to the 7th level of transcendence. His physique comparable to ancient ferocious beasts, his strength was nothing short of astounding, capable of slaying spirit martial practitioners in full combat. 7th level of transcendence. Qin Hao felt the surging energy within him, a smirk creeping onto his lips. "I have heard that my brother is at the 9th level of transcendence. I am finally catching up. With my current strength, even if he possesses the supreme bone and the heavy eyes, I can still contend with him." Indeed, the old man nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Qin Hao was the most formidable prodigy he had ever encountered. At merely 12 years of age, he had achieved the 7th level of transcendence and honed his physique through almost monstrous means. It was not something even a seasoned monk could endure. in full eruption. He could stand against Qin Feng, Lin Xiner, the 3-year agreement. Qin Hao's eyes brimmed with unyielding determination. He would prove his rise to the world in the 3-year agreement. The battle of fate was his defiant cry to destiny. Just then, a rapid bell chimed, signaling the Qin family to enter a state of alert. What is happening? Qin Hao swiftly opened the door and rushed out, witnessing a group of people descending from the sky, brandishing the banner of the Yin dynasty. By the decree of the Six Paths Emperor, we have come to congratulate the former head of the Qin family, Qin Tian, the leader exclaimed cheerfully, clapping his hands as a group of individuals carried 10 large chests and placed them before Qin Tian. Upon opening them, dazzling treasures sparkled within. What a grand gesture! The surrounding Qin family members gasped in astonishment, nearly blinded by the brilliance. The 10 chests were filled with rare treasures. Merely one could drive cultivators to madness. Congratulations. Qin Tian raised an eyebrow. I'm not familiar with the Six Paths Emperor. Why would he congratulate me? The other party replied with great bravado, of course. It is to congratulate the head of the Qin family on the birth of an exceptional son. Qin Feng single-handedly dominated a life-and-death elimination round in our Yin dynasty, slaying a true dragon at the 5th level of the Tao with merely the 1st level of spirit martial arts, earning the title of the 3rd holy son of our Yin dynasty, personally bestowed by the Six Paths Emperor. Gasp! The surrounding Qin family disciples inhaled sharply, their minds racing with disbelief. They had long heard of Qin Feng's extraordinary prowess, but never did they expect him to achieve such heights, slaying a Tao-level true dragon at the 1st level of spirit martial arts. Dragons possessed innate advantages over humans beyond measure. It had always been the dragons that challenged humans. When had it ever been the other way around? The disparity in levels was staggering, rendering it utterly astonishing. Qin Hao faltered upon hearing this, his resolve shaken. He had just been reveling in his progress, believing he could contend with his brother, only to discover that his brother had reached such incredible heights, engaging in battles at the Tao level and defeating a 5th level true dragon. This child's talent truly transcends the ages. The phantom old man was equally taken aback, his heart unsettled. He had thought Qin Hao was an unparalleled prodigy, but compared to his brother, he seemed but a mere novice. Not only had he never witnessed a 1st level spirit martial arts practitioner slay a 5th level Tao true dragon, but he doubted he could find another instance in ancient history spanning hundreds of thousands of years. Grandfather! Qin Hao quickly steadied his heart, looking towards the old man as phantom, pleading not to treat him as merely human, but to employ even more extraordinary methods in his training. The old man felt deeply moved, sensing Qin Hao's unwavering spirit. My dear son has slain a dragon? Qin Tian was overwhelmed with excitement. Having suppressed his feelings for 7 years, yearning to shout, my son Qin Feng possesses the potential of an emperor. However, recalling the family's hidden agenda, he had to suppress his elation and feign an expression of immense anger. Leave. I do not have such a beastly son. In a fit of rage, Qin Tian sent the chests of treasures tumbling. Without allowing the others to gather the treasures, he chased them all out of the Qin residence, declaring in fury that the Qin family would never forgive the beast that was Qin Feng. The individuals from the Yin dynasty did not care whether Qin Feng was a beast. They were only concerned with collecting the treasures and returning. But Qin Tian gave them no chance, his furious aura preventing them from approaching. His demeanor suggested that if they did not depart, he would resort to violence. Get out! Qin Tian's roar echoed through the heavens, his terrifying aura suffocating those nearby. Let us go, let us go! Seeing the situation spiral out of control, the others abandoned the treasures and fled the Qin residence in haste. What are you looking at? Get out! Qin Tian bellowed at the surrounding Qin family disciples, his furious roar scattering them like frightened birds. Though Qin Tian had not held the title of head for years, his cultivation level was apparent, and no one dared to provoke him. Once he confirmed that no one remained, Qin Tian hastily collected the treasures into his private vault. Chapter 78. The legendary shower at the verdant bamboo peak within a humble bamboo cottage. Qin Feng successfully advanced to the second level of spirit martial after a night of rigorous cultivation. Had it not been for the insufficient points to exchange for a foundational pill, he could have effortlessly broken through to the realm of Tao. The Chosen One not only possesses an exceptional spouse, but also treasures of extraordinary value. Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim in wonder as he caressed his abdomen. Ever since he merged with the Buddhist relic, it had been continuously releasing an exceptionally pure energy. Aside from a portion absorbed by the great might heavenly dragon to enhance its Buddhist light, the remainder was siphoned by him to facilitate his breakthroughs. Yet, he remained unable to gain the relic's recognition to manifest a powerful protective barrier, as Fengshang had done. This felt like an overt conspiracy against him, the villain, and an unabashed one at that. Frustration welled up within Qin Feng, yet he found himself at a loss regarding the Buddhist relic. Surely, he couldn't simply discard it. But there was still a dragon to deal with. Rising from his seat, he stepped outside the bamboo cottage and summoned the black dragon from his spatial realm. Though lifeless, the dragon's majesty lingered. Its sudden appearance sent the small creatures of bamboo peak into a frenzy. Birds scattered, and woodland creatures scurried into their burrows, while the night-wandering little white creature returned from some hidden nook, startled. Such grandeur! The little white creature gasped, feeling minuscule before the colossal dragon. Boss! Qian Jun and Wan Ma emerged from their lairs, equally astonished at the sight of the fallen dragon. Despite its mere fifth-level Tao cultivation and a length of barely 100 meters, it was undeniably a true dragon. The most valuable aspect of it was undoubtedly its dragon pearl. With a swift motion, Qin Feng pierced through the dragon's skull and extracted a golden dragon pearl, about the size of an infant's fist, shimmering with radiant golden light and exuding formidable dragon might. What overwhelming dragon might! Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement, envisioning the great, might heavenly dragon growing even stronger post-absorption. Not only would it possess the Buddhist light, but would also wield overwhelming dragon might, enhancing its suppression over the demon race. What to do with the rest? Qin Feng gazed at the immense dragon, momentarily unsure of his next steps. He knew that dragon skin and bones could be fashioned into divine weaponry. Dragon blood could fortify his physique and enchant weapons, and dragon tendons could be crafted into whips, among other uses. However, knowing their applications without the requisite skills would be futile. Seeing his confusion, Qian Jun quickly approached with a flattering demeanor. Boss, the Tianhong Academy is the foremost institution of the Yin dynasty, teeming with formidable talents who could easily handle a dragon. Tianhong Academy. Qin Feng's expression shifted to one of realization. He had completely forgotten about it. Just then, a melodious, ethereal voice echoed. Sister thought you didn't return last night because you were abducted, but it turns out you came to Bamboo Peak. Now that you have your own Bamboo Peak, do you disdain my Moon Goddess Palace? Greetings, Moon Goddess, Divine Maiden. Qian Jun and Wan Ma promptly bowed as the Moon Goddess descended gracefully from the sky, accompanied by Zi Yuan. Not all. Qin Feng protested, feeling wronged. I have always vowed to repay the Moon Goddess's life-saving grace. I moved to Bamboo Peak because I'm still 3 years short of adulthood. Once I come of age, you can carry me away in a grand procession. How about Bamboo Peak as my dowry? Giggles erupted from the Moon Goddess, who found Qin Feng increasingly amusing. Since their first encounter in his childhood, he had persistently expressed his desire to marry her, remaining steadfast in his affections even after 7 years. It was a testament to her undeniable charm. No woman would ever disdain her allure. Ugh, this infuriates me. Zi Yuan stomped her foot in frustration. All you do is pine for her, not realizing how easily you could win her over. Qian Jun and Wan Ma exchanged frightened glances, silently conveying their resolve to remain uninvolved. Despite the Moon Goddess being one of the ancient world's 4 great beauties, rumors of her ruthless nature were abundant. It was no wonder she had become the guardian deity of the Yin dynasty, even as a woman. Enough of this banter. Gather your things. I shall take you to meet someone. The Moon Goddess effortlessly cradled the little white creature in her arms, coaxing it with a spiritual fruit when it resisted. Who are we meeting? Qin Feng waved his hand to store the dragon. Zi Yuan spoke mysteriously. Your master, personally chosen by the 6 Path Sovereign. is the most erudite individual in the Yin Yu dynasty. He is not only proficient in music, chess, poetry, and painting, but also well-versed in various martial arts. His expertise in alchemy, artifact crafting, and runes is profound, and he has conducted extensive research on unique physiques. Qian Jun couldn't contain his astonishment, exclaiming, "Could it be the Imperial Xiao, one of the four great talents of the ancient world?" "Indeed, it is he." The moon goddess appeared momentarily lost in thought, as if reminiscing. Ever since the events of a century ago, he has succumbed to ruin, drowning his sorrows in alcohol. The Six Paths sovereign wishes to see if your talent can rekindle his desire to take on disciples. For only a polymath like the Imperial Xiao can guide someone as extraordinary as you. Wait, I'm to stimulate him? Qin Feng was utterly bewildered, unsure of how to provoke Xiao'er. Was he to don women's attire to entice him? Soon, Qin Feng learned the tale of Xiao'er. It is said that a century ago, this esteemed figure became one of the four great talents due to his vast knowledge, striking appearance, and formidable power, akin to a super idol of his era. The Prince Charming of every ancient maiden's dreams. He eventually fell in love and had a child, expecting a life of bliss. However, the woman turned out to be a transformed great demon. In the ancient world, humans and demons were fated to be at odds, an insurmountable divide. Thus, he cold-heartedly took the life of his newborn son, and the grieving demoness left with a vow that he would pay dearly for his actions. Yet, rather than garnering support from humanity, he became a pariah, reviled for his heinous act, leading to his gradual isolation. From that point on, he wallowed in despair, drowning his talents in drink, never to regain his former brilliance. Now, the Six Paths sovereign hopes to salvage him, seeing if your exceptional gifts could reignite his ambition to teach, for only someone of Xiao's caliber could instruct someone as prodigious as you. Qin Feng was left speechless, realizing that Xiao'er was even more ruthless than he had imagined. To adhere to the law of human-demon enmity, he had taken the life of his own son. For someone like him, who cherished cat-eared girls, rabbit-eared girls, and fox spirits, it felt as if he were destined to be punished for his preferences. Chapter 79. Continuing the spirit of Qin Lao Lu. Not long after, Qin Feng and his companions followed the moon goddess to Tianhong Academy, where it was said that Xiao'er was currently in a state of despair. At first glance, the academy appeared no different from any ordinary institution. However, Qin Feng sensed an undercurrent of terrifying energy fluctuations. The students they encountered along the way exuded an ominous aura, with the lowest cultivation level being at the celestial realm, and many even exceeding that, reaching the Yuan Dan realm. Truly, it was a cradle of talent for the Yin Yu dynasty. Qin Feng felt an unmistakable pressure. His cultivation at the second level of spirit martial seemed out of place here. The students were equally astonished by Qin Feng's presence. Since the establishment of Tianhong Academy, there had never been a student at the spirit martial level. However, upon recognizing Qin Feng as the third holy son, their surprise waned. They had witnessed his prowess in the life-and-death elimination round, and he undoubtedly qualified to study at Tianhong Academy. With the arrival of the third holy son, the students exchanged knowing smiles, anticipating the unfolding drama. It is essential to note that Tianhong Academy was not solely home to Qin Feng. During the previous life-and-death elimination round, two holy sons had emerged, and they were currently studying at the academy. Their rivalry had escalated to a point of mutual animosity, dividing the students into two factions supporting their respective holy sons. The arrival of the third holy son would undoubtedly complicate matters further, whether through alliance or suppression. Peaceful coexistence was out of the question. From the moment they became holy sons of the Yin Yu dynasty, it was clear that only one could ascend to the imperial throne. "Boss, shouldn't we recruit some troops?" Wan Ma's eyes sparkled with eagerness, itching to charge into battle for the young master. "Boss." Qian Jun looked at Qin Feng with hopeful anticipation, waiting for him to issue the order to gather forces. With a prized spiritual peak at his disposal, Qin Feng knew that word of his recruitment would attract countless formidable subordinates. "There's no rush." After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Feng decided against confronting the other two holy sons directly. They had been entrenched in Tianhong Academy for many years, and a rash confrontation might lead to severe repercussions. Engaging in a conflict would only bring him harm. It was better to embody the spirit of Qin Lao Lu, dig low and bury high. Just then, a voice filled with cold disdain rang out, "Qin Feng." "Oh, Yulan." Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He felt as though the heavens were smiling upon him. Having just broken through to the second level of spirit marshal, Yulan had delivered herself right to his doorstep. This was the perfect opportunity for his aspirations as a villain, and he could now strive for the third level of spirit marshal that night. At that moment, Yulan's eyes narrowed upon seeing Qin Feng, her fury palpable. The memory of the disdainful words he had inscribed behind her back stirred an uncontrollable surge of ancient power within her, leaving her questioning how she could ever marry after such humiliation. A sharp gust of wind howled as Yulan advanced with swift, graceful steps, her flowing hair dancing in the breeze, enveloped in an aura of chilling cold that froze everything in her path. It was the manifestation of her Xian physique. The surrounding students gasped in shock, retreating in fear. They had heard tales of Yulan's Xian physique, but had never witnessed its power firsthand. The sheer intensity of the cold she emitted was staggering. Even those at the celestial realm would find it difficult to endure. This cold is formidable. Rather than retreating, Qin Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement as he charged forward. He realized that the terrifying chill from Yulan's Xian physique stimulated the growth of his Song Tian Ba Ti, strengthening his body against its icy onslaught. What sort of monster is Qin Feng? The students around him were utterly astonished, as if witnessing a ghost in broad daylight. While others would flee from such an overwhelming chill, fearing encasement in ice, he boldly advanced, showing no signs of being frozen. How could this be? The moon goddess, equally surprised, recalled the words of the Six Paths Emperor, who had speculated that Qin Feng might indeed possess the legendary Song Tian Ba Ti. However, his prowess far exceeded anyone's expectations, having emerged victorious in the life and death elimination round without showcasing his full strength. Now, witnessing his nonchalance in the face of icy terror, she could not help but believe the Six Paths Emperor's assessment. What kind of prodigy is this? The moon goddess's eyes were wide with disbelief, struggling to accept that Qin Feng had not revealed his full capabilities during the life and death elimination round. With a thunderous crash, the two collided, unleashing a terrifying wave of cold that scattered like ice flowers. Before Yulan could react, Qin Feng pressed his lips against hers, drawing the frigid energy from her body into himself. Woo! Yulan's eyes widened in shock as she gasped, never expecting Qin Feng to kiss her. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, for taking advantage of the Chosen One, earning 100,000 villain points. This infuriates me. Zi Yuan was so enraged that she grabbed Little Bai and began to knead her, lamenting how Qin Feng had kissed two outsiders but had never kissed her. Woo! How would he treat my rabbit this way? Little Bai's round face was squished as she struggled to scribble in her notebook, noting, on this day, I, the rabbit, endured suffering beyond my years for Qin Feng, requiring compensation of 20 carats. Wow! The surrounding students were in turmoil, unable to contain themselves. They had long heard of the third Holy Son's lack of boundaries, but never anticipated his audacity to employ such shameless tactics in broad daylight. Shameless. Yulan, infuriated, pushed Qin Feng away, wiping her lips in disgust. Refreshing. Qin Feng shivered, feeling his body steadily grow stronger. You shameless cad. Yulan's face flushed crimson with rage as she charged at Qin Feng once more. Yet after just 2 steps, she saw Qin Feng raise his hand and produce a pink belly band embroidered with a lotus flower. You. Yulan was rendered speechless, quickly stopping to clutch her chest. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for bullying the Chosen One, earning 100,000 villain points. Good heavens, this is outrageous. The students around them exclaimed, their eyes wide with admiration, eager to learn this audacious technique. Enough, everyone, cease this at once. The moon goddess interjected, turning her gaze to the side. Not far off, a man appeared, resembling a beggar, staggering as he walked while sipping from a jug of wine. The students recoiled as if encountering a plague. Is that Emperor Xiao, one of the four exceptional beings of the primordial era? Qin Feng couldn't help but scrutinize the man, sensing an overwhelming aura radiating from him. Ah, moon god. The drunken Emperor Xiao noticed someone blocking his path and raised his wine jug, inviting her to join him. The moon goddess ignored him, her expression impassive as she replied, Emperor Xiao, the emperor asked me to convey a message. He has found a promising disciple for you. Are you interested? A disciple? Emperor Xiao asked, inebriated. What weapon does he use? With utmost sincerity, Qin Feng replied, in response to Senior Emperor Xiao, I utilize an external aid. Chapter 80. Has Qin Feng failed? A misfit? Di Xiao was left in a state of confusion, his mind filled with questions. Although he had languished in despair for over a century, his intellect remained intact. But what on earth was this misfit? Senior Di Xiao, do not listen to his nonsense. Zi Yuan interjected, casting a disapproving glance at Qin Feng. He has mastered the art of swordsmanship, comprehended the third level of sword intent, possesses an invincible sword heart, and has even created 2 divine-level sword techniques. Additionally, he possesses the ancient heavy pupil and supreme bone, having even developed an exceptionally powerful divine Buddhist technique. In this life-and-death elimination match, he successfully slew the great dragon. Di Xiao nearly lost grip of the wine jug in his hand, a hint of shock creeping into his previously despondent expression. Indeed, he was genuinely astonished by Qin Feng. Initially, he thought he could easily dismiss him with a few casual moves, never expecting to encounter such a prodigy. He had seen many geniuses, but none quite like Qin Feng, an aberration of talent that was simply unheard of. To possess the ancient heavy pupil and supreme bone, securing an innate advantage from the very start, while also grasping the third level of sword intent and an invincible sword heart, not to mention creating 3 divine techniques. He left no room for others to breathe. Qin Feng glanced around, noticing that everyone regarded him as if he were a creature from another world. As a seasoned underdog, being the center of such attention made him feel quite uneasy. It was a testament to his overwhelming performance in the elimination match, making him a target for the other 2 holy sons. Should they conspire against him? How could he continue to relish his role as the underdog? To avoid becoming a target, he must learn to conceal his brilliance. Seeing Di Xiao's reaction, the moon goddess seized the moment, stating, the emperor has said that Qin Feng's talent is beyond what ordinary individuals can teach. Only you, the most erudite person of the Moon dynasty, can guide him. How could I teach others when I have yet to master myself? Dixiu chakol bitterly, continuing to drink and drift through life day by day. Alas, the moon goddess sighed inwardly, realizing how profoundly the events of the past had impacted Di Xiao, to the point where he refused assistance from a peerless genius like Qin Feng. Senior Di Xiao, wait. Qin Feng suddenly spoke earnestly. What I truly desire is to learn from your failures in life. What? The entire assembly fell silent, bewildered by Qin Feng's words. He began to perform, lamenting, from the moment I was born, I comprehended the divine technique of the 33 heavens creation, capable of rapid healing regardless of the severity of my injuries. By the age of 3, I broke through to the opening realm, and by 8, I transcended to the extraordinary realm, grasping sword intent and an invincible sword heart. Now, at 15, with the ancient heavy pupil and supreme bone among other advantages, my life has been exceptionally smooth, leaving me devoid of any pressure. Can you fathom such torment? I understand your pain. Dixu retorted, utterly baffled. You lament about a life too easy, devoid of pressure? You are living in luxury and complaining about it. If any of us possessed even one of your abilities, we would feel as if our lives were about to soar. Yet, you accumulate all this power and still find fault. How outrageous. The surrounding crowd was filled with disbelief, wishing to confront Qin Feng directly. Di Xiao stood there, equally perplexed, caught in a whirlwind of confusion. A life of perfection, which others yearned for, was being so casually dismissed by him. Was it Di Xiao who had fallen behind the times? Or was Qin Feng merely jesting? Senior Di Xiao, please grant me your guidance. Qin Feng, unfazed by the gazes of others, resolved to follow Di Xiao for the time being. When the spotlight shifted away from him, he could then return to his role as the underdog and lay traps for the 2 holy sons. Do as you wish. Dishio dismissed, not believing for a moment that Qin Feng would truly lie low, waving him off as he continued to drink. Then I shall report to you tomorrow, Qin Feng declared, glancing at his system points, which had reached 497,000, just shy of the 500,000 needed to purchase the foundational pill. A little more mischief with Yulan would suffice. As Qin Feng's gaze shifted toward Yulan, he wore a grin reminiscent of the Hulk eyeing Black Widow. What does he intend to do? Yulan felt an inexplicable dread at his smile, recalling past encounters where he had tormented her, tears welling in her eyes. As the daughter of the Blue Demon, she had never been bullied, yet Qin Feng had publicly kissed her, leaving her concerned about her prospects of marriage. Wah! Overwhelmed by her thoughts, Yulan could no longer contain her tears, covering her face and fleeing without looking back. Hey, don't go. I could be gentler. Qin Feng, on the verge of acquiring the foundational pill, would not let Yulan escape so easily. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have made the chosen one cry, earning 100,000 villain points. Is that even possible? Qin Feng's expression brightened with excitement, discovering a new avenue for wealth. His audacity was astounding. The surrounding female students seethed with anger, shocked to learn of Qin Feng's true nature. This was going to be entertaining. The moon goddess perked up, knowing that for women, any woman more beautiful than themselves was a rival. As one of the 4 great beauties of antiquity, she had always been at odds with the Blue Demon. Now that Qin Feng had publicly kissed the Blue Demoness daughter, the Blue Demoness reaction would surely be fascinating, if only she were not currently in seclusion. The moon goddess sighed inwardly, planning to visit the Blue Demon as soon as she emerged. Ah, this is infuriating, Zi Yuan exclaimed, grabbing Little White and furiously squeezing it. I've told you not to treat Bunny that way. Little White's round face was distorted from the squeezing, and with great effort, it pulled out a small notebook, writing, on such and such a day, I, Bunny, suffered undue stress due to Qin Feng and require compensation of 30 carats. Not far away, 2 figures observed Qin Feng, having witnessed the entire scene. What do you make of this? If he truly wishes to lie low, I would wholeheartedly support him, but will he? He would not dig out his own brother's supreme bone if he were content to lie low. He is clever enough to know we would target him and pretends to lie low. Yet, this act is too contrived for anyone to believe. The 2 figures exchanged knowing smiles before vanishing from sight. Thus began the contest among the 3 holy sons. The moon goddess turned to the spot where the 2 had disappeared, realizing they were the other 2 holy sons of the Yin Moon dynasty. Both were rare prodigies, and in certain aspects, even more formidable than Qin Feng. It would not be easy for Qin Feng to gain an advantage over them. Meanwhile, a group of students from Tianhong Academy were eagerly volunteering to become Qin Feng's subordinates. Besides the allure of his magnificent spirit peak, many sought to be branded with the celestial slave mark, granting them a 5-fold increase in combat power. However, to everyone's surprise, Qin Feng seemed truly inclined to lay low. He completely ignored the eager volunteers, wandering about like a rogue, accompanied by Little White, bullying the younger female students. Every girl in Tianhong Academy had personally experienced his remote manipulation, particularly Yulan, who was constantly on edge, fearing sudden ambushes from him. If this were all, it might not have been so bad. Everyone assumed it was merely Qin Feng's masculine nature. Yet, what truly convinced them of his apparent lethargy was his cultivation. In a mere half-month, he had inexplicably progressed 6 small levels, reaching the 7th level of Spirit Marshal. Even a fool would understand that such rapid advancement could lead to an unstable foundation. Chapter 81. Can the matters of scholars be called theft? It is over. Qin Feng is utterly ruined. A profound sense of regret enveloped everyone, as they believed Qin Feng was beyond salvation, despite his previously solid foundation. The consecutive 6 minor breakthroughs within a fortnight had rendered him ineffective, limiting his future achievements and preventing him from reaching the pinnacle of power. What? A breakthrough to the 7th level of spiritual martial arts in just half a month. Upon receiving the news, the other 2 holy sons immediately dismissed the notion as utterly impossible. Qin Feng, in his relentless pursuit of power, would even harm his own brother. His ambition was well known to all. Claiming that his failures were due to learning from Emperor Xiao was merely a convenient excuse. Now, with their defenses down and ready to confront Qin Feng, they found him self-sabotaging, evoking a sense of impotence akin to striking a fist against cotton. Perhaps it is for the best. The two holy sons breathed a sigh of relief, considering this a fortuitous development. The power Qin Feng had displayed was simply too terrifying. They had no desire to engage in conflict with such a prodigy. His voluntary downfall was indeed monumental good news, allowing them to concentrate their efforts on another adversary. At this moment, Qin Feng was indulging in Emperor Xiao's wine. He discovered that this wine was extraordinary, meticulously brewed from ancient texts, capable of inducing a state akin to a dreamlike stupor. Originally, Emperor Xiao had crafted it to alleviate his own suffering, but upon consuming it, Qin Feng did not experience the anticipated intoxication. Rather, the energy contained within the wine facilitated the evolution of his celestial body. Stop drinking. You cannot continue like this. Emperor Xiao could no longer remain idle, unable to bear the sight of such a raw gem, akin to himself, being squandered. He resolved to stabilize Qin Feng's foundation. If you truly feel guilty, help me with one task, Qin Feng said with a smile, producing the body of a great dragon. As the most learned man of the Moon dynasty, he found no difficulty in handling the dragon's remains. I will assist you with the dragon's body, but you... Emperor Xiao's expression was fraught with concern, pondering how to aid Qin Feng in solidifying his foundation. However, before he could devise a plan, Qin Feng vanished in an instant. This child, Emperor Xiao observed with mounting anxiety. He could not comprehend what Qin Feng had endured to resort to such self-destructive behavior. Yet, the sight of Qin Feng reminded him of his own past, where he too had lost his spirit and succumbed to despair. Meanwhile, Yulan was strolling along the path of Tianhong Academy when she suddenly felt as though something was amiss. It was clear to her that the shameless Qin Feng had stolen her belly band. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, for bullying the chosen one and earning 100,000 villain points. Why is the embroidery so coarse? Qin Feng had once again employed his ability to steal from afar, but this time, the belly band's embroidery was anything but exquisite. Why is it like this? Yulan seethed with frustration, wishing she could bite Qin Feng to death. As this was a private item of a young lady, it was hand-stitched by her own efforts, and now her pace could not match Qin Feng's thievery. Theft? Can the affairs of scholars be considered theft? Do you think I have read the Analect for nothing? Qin Feng retorted, irked, asserting his identity as a serious Confucian disciple. You? A scholar? Yulan scoffed disdainfully, incredulous that someone as shameless as Qin Feng could claim such a title. What do you mean by unworthy? Qin Feng's mood soured even further. Unlike his father, who could only recite Ode to the Goose, he had a representative work titled Ode to the Kuan. Kuan. Idle trainee, you are too beautiful. Playing ball with a middle part? Shameless. Yulan could not comprehend Qin Feng's nonsensical ramblings and attempted to reclaim her belly band. Yet, Qin Feng offered her no opportunity, employing his elusive agility to create illusory afterimages, evading her grasp. Is this fellow truly unstable? Yulan's heart raced with increasing alarm. While others might only note Qin Feng's 6 minor breakthroughs, she had been entangled with him for half a month, and she could distinctly feel that his strength was not only intact but growing stronger. This was entirely inconsistent with the notion of instability. How could this be? Yulan felt utterly perplexed. How could such rapid breakthroughs coincide with a stable foundation? Regardless of Qin Feng's current state, she knew she would have to stay up late embroidering belly bands again tonight. Damn Qin Feng, I will not let this go. Yulan fumed, her teeth clenched in anger, wishing to sink her teeth into Qin Feng. Over the past 2 weeks, he had kept her in a state of constant vigilance, too fearful to act freely, more cautious than those sheltered young ladies, lest she inadvertently reveal something. The most infuriating part was that he would often ambush her. Another 100,000 villain points had been credited. Qin Feng opened the system to check, finding he now possessed 1,027,000 villain points. Based on the cost of 500,000 for a foundational elixir, he could purchase 2 elixirs, which would be sufficient for him to attempt breaking into the Tao realm now that he had reached the 7th level of spiritual martial arts. What he had initially thought would take a month had been accomplished in just half a month. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Not only had he acquired villain points, but he had also elevated his cultivation, greatly enhancing his mood. At that moment, he overheard a conversation in the distance. Have you heard? Several bloody incidents have occurred recently. I heard too. Several cities have been slaughtered. They say it was that disciple of the great Xia Emperor, Feng Chong. This is too much. Those sons of nobility should be dealt with. It is useless. The detained disciples of the emperor have just been released. Really? They injured so many people, and they were set free just like that? These individuals are backed by the great families of the great Xia. The implications are too significant to ignore. Damn it, I am so unwilling. Currently, the great Xia dynasty and our Moon dynasty have not yet severed ties. A little patience is necessary for the greater plan. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng felt invigorated, realizing he could seek out Princess Nan Feng for the outstanding payments. He also recalled the eloquent manner in which she had spoken before him. In the foreign envoy's guest house, ever since Princess Nan Feng had sought out Qin Feng, she had completely withdrawn into herself. Isolating herself in her room, she wished to avoid everyone. Her mind consumed with the memory of Qin Feng's formidable rise and her own forced verbal sparring. Feng Chang, where are you? Princess Nan Feng curled up on her bed, tears streaming down her face. If Feng Chang were still around, she would not be troubled about saving the emperor's disciples. Nor would she be so bullied by Qin Feng. Your Highness, you truly possess some capability. An elder tasked with protecting the delegation praised from outside, realizing he had previously underestimated the princess. He had thought her visit to Qin Feng was akin to seeking a tiger's skin. But it had ultimately proven that Princess Nan Feng was indeed formidable, facing the challenge alone and outshining her male counterparts, managing to handle Qin Feng solely with her words. Chapter 82. The Spirit of Jianan and the Legacy of Wei Wu. At this moment, the disciples of the Heavenly Sun gathered in a hall, expressing their discontent with the Yin dynasty for capturing them. What is the meaning of this? They can capture us at will and release us just as easily. They truly do not regard us as significant. The disciples vented their frustrations. Amidst their grievances, Qin Feng strode in with an air of indifference. Qin Feng, what brings you here? The disciples questioned, their expressions wary, fearing he might act irrationally. I am here to collect my fee, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. The reason you were released is that I interceded with the 6 Paths Emperor on your behalf. Now it's time to settle the bill. 5 million top-grade spirit stones. Not a single coin less. 5 million top-grade spirit stones. The disciples gasped in astonishment, thinking Qin Feng was attempting to extort them. They found it hard to believe that he would be so kind as to advocate for their release. Qin Feng continued, You are correct. My intentions were not benevolent. It was Princess Nan Feng who pleaded earnestly for my assistance. Silence. The furious voice of Princess Nan Feng echoed from the loft. Realizing that Qin Feng had no sense of decorum, had he not heard the saying about not discussing matters from the mountain after descending? She promptly ordered someone to fetch the 5 million spirit stones to hasten his departure. Yes, the elder tasked with protecting the delegation dared not defy her command and quickly retrieved the prepared sum for Qin Feng. Upon receiving the payment, Qin Feng suddenly remarked, Princess Nan Feng, you wouldn't want Feng Chang's life to be in jeopardy, would you? What do you mean? A sense of urgency gripped Princess Nan Feng as she hurried out from aloft. She saw Qin Feng leaving the envoy's residence, casting a meaningful smile in her direction, leaving her puzzled about his true intentions. What could he possibly mean? Princess Nan Feng felt a mix of anxiety and unease, sensing there were deeper implications to his words. Soon, she discovered that Feng Chang had slaughtered several cities, and the 6 Paths Emperor had issued a kill-on-sight order, with the experts of the Yin dynasty fully engaged in hunting him down. What should she do? Should she rush back to the Great Xia to seek her father's assistance, or should she plead with that rogue Qin Feng? However, given that her mission in the Yin dynasty had not been fulfilled, the punishment she would face was already severe. Convincing her father to help would be an arduous task, and turning to Qin Feng would require considerable persuasion. Princess Feng Chang's situation is critical and cannot be overlooked. The elder, having witnessed Princess Nanfeng's formidable demeanor, urged her to seek Qin Feng's aid, suggesting it would merely require a bit of negotiation. At Suizhu Peak, Qin Feng strolled along the mountain path, humming a cheerful tune. Yet, after only a few steps, he was met by two individuals, Qianjun and Wanma, who rushed toward him, conveying that Ziyuan was in a furious state at his bamboo cottage, smashing things about. Ziyuan is smashing things? Qin Feng furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Over the course of 7 years, he had come to understand Ziyuan intimately. She was the type who would get upset if he didn't flirt with her, and would sulk if he showed interest in other girls. Regardless of how angry she became, a simple flirt from him would swiftly mend things. This chaotic behavior would be expected from Princess Nanfeng, but it is wholly inconsistent with Ziyuan's character, he thought. Qianjun timidly asked, "Boss, have you been flirting with some unwed maidens again? Ridiculous. Do I seem like the kind of person who would pursue unwed maidens?" Qin Feng retorted, clearly displeased. He upheld the spirit of Jianan and the legacy of Wei Wu. Soon, the group arrived at the bamboo cottage, where they could see Ziyuan in a rage, not merely smashing objects, but seemingly searching for something. "Damn you, Qin Feng! How dare you return?" Ziyuan exclaimed, embodying the persona of a spoiled young lady. Before Ziyuan could approach, Qin Feng's demeanor shifted dramatically. He stood with the pride of a snow lotus facing the wind upon a cliff, exuding an overwhelming presence, his robes billowing without a breeze, as a fierce sword energy surged around him. "Qin Feng, what are you doing? Be careful, or I will inform my aunt." Ziyuan's expression changed slightly, yet she did not halt her advance. "What is happening?" Qianjun and Wanma sensed the tension and readied their weapons defensively. "You're not Ziyuan. Who are you?" Qin Feng's eyes glinted with a sharp intensity, instantly recognizing the impostor. As a quintessential, naive sweetheart, Ziyuan would never speak to him in such a tone, nor would she threaten him with the moon goddess. Even if he were to attract other girls, she would merely sulk alone. "I do not comprehend what you are saying." The false Ziyuan pressed on, quickening her approach. Boom! The air around Qin Feng trembled, and the sound of swords resonated endlessly. A vast and overwhelming sword energy surged forth, creating a tempest of sharp winds that seemed capable of devouring everything in its path. Thousands of swords trembled, their chorus unceasing, as the waters of the great river descended from the heavens. "This is bad." The false Yuan's voice suddenly morphed into that of a gruff man, taken aback by Qin Feng's audacity. With no hint of panic, the false Yuan summoned a terrifying energy wave that split Qin Feng's sword energy in two. "What?" Qianjun and Wan Ma's eyes widened in disbelief, not out of shock at the opponent's prowess, but rather at the sheer strength of Qin Feng's sword energy, which seemed unwavering. Truly, the ancient first prodigy, declaring himself as the pinnacle of immortals, was indeed formidable. The impostor couldn't help but commend him. Were it not for their significant difference in cultivation, he would have been unable to withstand Qin Feng's river of sword energy. However, even if Qin Feng were the ancient first prodigy, today he would seize the dragon pearl and the Buddha's relic by force. He had always taken treasures from others. No one had ever dared to take from him. Qin Feng's eyes reflected utter disdain, dismissing the opponent entirely. Is that so? The false Ziyuan watched Qin Feng with keen interest, curious to see what other formidable techniques he might exhibit. Gulp! Qianjun and Wan Ma exchanged glances, sensing the atmosphere had reached a boiling point, eagerly awaiting Qin Feng's counterattack. "Everyone, part of my display." Qin Feng clasped his hands in greeting, then turned to flee, calling out, "Sister Moon Goddess, save me." Chapter 83. Utterly useless to cry for help with a sudden jolt, the foe Ziyuan felt his composure waver, nearly spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Although he had long been aware of the lack of scruples exhibited by the third holy son, he was utterly unprepared for the depths of his depravity. One moment he radiated the fervor of a determined youth, seemingly ready to vanquish any foe. The next, he cast aside all dignity with a cry for the moon goddess to rescue him. Had he not witnessed this debacle with his own eyes? Who could have fathomed that a person could sink to such shamelessness? Truly, it was like a knife to the backside, an eye-opener. Ah! Qianjun and Wanma stood frozen in disbelief, their minds echoing with the cries of a startled groundhog. What the hell? Here I am, with my pants down, waiting for you to unleash your ultimate move. And you throw away all semblance of dignity without a second thought. However, they had chosen this leader themselves, and even amidst such a lack of decorum, they were bound to follow him to the ends of the earth. Help! Help! Qianjun and Wanma dashed about, urgently calling for the moon goddess. How utterly disgraceful! The Fozian was rendered speechless, glancing in all directions and realizing that a forceful approach was futile. With Qin Feng having secured the cooling peak, which was not far from the moon goddess's palace, should she truly hear any commotion and descend, even 10 lives would not suffice to make amends. He dared not gamble. It was wiser to flee before an encounter with the moon goddess became inevitable. Run. You may escape the first day of the month, but not the 15th. The foes Yuan scoffed, transforming into a swarm of bats and vanishing. Before long, Qin Feng and his companions stealthily returned to the small bamboo house. Surely, they must have left by now, Qin Feng inquired. They should be gone. Wanma surveyed the surroundings and confirmed the absence of any figures. Qianjun spoke up. If I am not mistaken, that individual must be the legendary shape-shifting demon lord. The shape-shifting demon lord? Qin Feng furrowed his brow, recalling having heard of such a figure. It was said that this individual practiced a unique cultivation technique, enabling them to metamorphose into any form, be it man, woman, child, elder, or even various small animals. This transformation was not merely a disguise. It involved a complete alteration of physiological structure. At that moment, Xiaobai waddled over, cheerfully singing, Little White Rabbit, oh so white. 2 ears perked up high, slitting arteries, then veins motionless, how adorable. Skinning it, chopping it into pieces, tossing it into the pot to stir-fry, adding water, covering the lid, sprinkling cilantro before serving. Instantly, Qin Feng grew alert, drawing the Longkong divine sword towards Xiaobai. What is the meaning of this? Xiaobai, startled, bristled with white fur, confused by the unfolding events. Qin Feng coldly remarked, Confess, are you not the shape-shifting demon lord in disguise? What is the shape-shifting demon lord? I am merely a rabbit. Xiaobai responded, bewildered. Do you not know? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. Then how will you prove that you are indeed a rabbit? Prove that I am a rabbit. Xiaobai stammered, utterly perplexed on how to validate such an assertion. I advise you to convincingly demonstrate your identity as a rabbit. Otherwise. Qin Feng's gaze darkened, and the Longkong divine sword gleamed ominously. Qianjun and Wanma also readied their weapons, poised to strike down the rabbit at a moment's notice. Iamarabit, Amarabit, Iamarabit. Xiaobai stuttered in fear, then suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Ah, I remember you once mentioned that to prevent being defeated by some unreasonable protagonist, you devised a set of secret signals. The ground trembles high. A stream of mountains resplendent through the ages. Qin Feng was taken aback, exclaiming, the door faces the sea. The rivers converge, flowing for millennia. Who are you? Xiaobai replied seriously, I reside on Chenghua Avenue, a novice driver from Aokigahara Mountain. Qin Xiaobai? Qin Feng continued, attended Erxiankyo Primary School for 2 years. A legendary little Y-bug in the mortal realm, Qin Laolu. Ah, indeed, you are my rabbit. Qin Feng hastily sheathed his sword. He was convinced that no one besides his beloved pet would understand such a secret code. Woo! Xiaobai began to cry, pulling out a small notebook to jot down. On this date, I, the rabbit, was terrified half to death by Qin Feng, requiring compensation of 10 carats. An awkward silence enveloped the scene. Qianjun and Wanma were left speechless, unable to shake off the awe inspired by the peculiar exchange between the human and the rabbit. Although they could not comprehend a word, it exuded an air of sophistication. They initially believed Qin Feng's frantic breakthroughs were a sign of madness, and that their future would consist of the 4 of them, 3 men and 1 rabbit, relying on one another atop Cooling Peak. However, upon witnessing Qin Feng wield the great river sword technique and the secret signal, they perceived the ambition that lay within him, to grow stronger and achieve greater heights. Suddenly, A gentle breeze swept through the bamboo grove, carrying with it a faint, alluring fragrance. What on earth? Qianjun and Wanma exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the source of the enticing scent. Before they could investigate, they felt a dizzying sensation akin to being separated from a cherished partner for a month. Their legs buckling beneath them, drained of all strength. Ha 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 ha! You have fallen prey to my utterly useless to cry for help technique. Now let us see where you can escape. The shape-shifting demon lord returned, emanating a villainous laughter. A swarm of bats converged in the bamboo grove, coalescing into a figure shrouded in a black cloak, their face obscured, a clear indication of villainy. Is it toxic? Qin Feng glanced at Qianjun and Wanma, suddenly recalling his immunity to all poisons. Is it toxic? Xiao Bai, alarmed, quickly munched on a carrot, asserting that it could indeed counteract poison. What is happening? The shape-shifting demon lord was utterly flabbergasted. His technique, utterly useless to cry for help, was supposed to leave even a Yuan Dan realm cultivator powerless. Yet, Qin Feng and the rabbit appeared unscathed and lively. Utterly useless to cry for help. Qin Feng seemed entirely unfazed by the shape-shifting demon lord, instead expressing keen interest as he examined Qianjun and Wanma, who were currently powerless and at his mercy. Indeed, it is utterly useless. Damn it! The shape-shifting demon lord could not contain a curse, feeling that Qin Feng had shown him a modicum of disrespect. He was undeterred. Even if Qin Feng and the rabbit were unaffected by the poison, he still sought the dragon pearl and the Buddha's relic. However, he opted not to charge forward recklessly, but rather activated the villain's signature trait, excessive verbosity. Qin Feng, your two subordinates have fallen victim to the world's most peculiar poison, utterly useless to cry for help. If you wish to avoid their permanent incapacitation, you must obediently hand over the Buddha's relic and the dragon pearl. Is this truly the world's most peculiar poison? I could revive them in an instant, Qin Feng replied, his face adorned with a look of disdain as he produced a vial labeled Mother Pig Gone Wild. Chapter 84. He actually believed it amidst their terror. Qianjun and Wanma exchanged frantic glances, wishing they could cry out, "Boss, please don't come any closer." Yet they found themselves utterly powerless. Their voices would be rendered futile even if they screamed until their throats were raw. Don't worry, I'll come to your rescue. Qin Feng, observing their desperate blinking, understood their urgency. Without a moment's hesitation, he uncapped a vial and administered the medicine to them. At once, Qianjun and Wanma's eyes widened in astonishment as they felt an inferno igniting within them. Yet their bodies remained unresponsive, akin to artillery loaded, yet failing to fire. On the brink of catastrophe. How can this be ineffective? Qin Feng pondered, glancing at the frenzied boar. Logically, even Lu Xia Hui should have shown some reaction. Why then did Qianjun and Wanma remain utterly unaffected? Should I perhaps administer a few more pounds? Simultaneously, his curiosity about this so-called world's most peculiar poison deepened. It was an essential remedy for navigating the treacherous paths of the martial world, where taking lives and seizing treasures was commonplace, and inheriting the chancellor's will was paramount. Do you truly believe that the world's most peculiar poison is merely a name without substance? Cackled the shape-shifting demon lord. I advise you to obediently surrender the dragon pearl and the Buddhist relic, lest they be rendered utterly useless. Indeed, this villain had much to say. Were it me, I would have acted without hesitation. Qin Feng couldn't help but scoff. He discerned the villain's limited intellect, deeming him unworthy of summoning reinforcements. Qin Feng began to weave his deception. Even if I were to relinquish the dragon pearl and the Buddhist relic to you, with my talent, how long do you suppose it would take for me to surpass you? And given my character, do you truly believe I would spare you in the future? The demon lord furrowed his brow, a murderous intent brewing within him. Unperturbed, Qin Feng continued his ruse. Even if you wish to eliminate me to eradicate future threats, do you think the moon goddess would let you off so easily? Over the past 7 years, she has invested so much in me, even elevating me to the status of the third saint of the Yin Moon dynasty. To kill me would render her investment worthless. Moreover, the Six Paths Emperor would not let you go, not for the sake of the Yin Moon dynasty's reputation, nor to set an example. Do Do you believe you will live a life of ease thereafter? With age comes the wisdom to refrain from arrogance. One must act with caution. The demon lord hesitated, finding Qin Feng's words oddly persuasive. In the face of a formidable antagonist with immense backing, few dared to confront him directly, leaving others powerless against him. Qin Feng continued, "Moreover, even if you were to obtain the dragon pearl and the Buddhist relic, how much could it truly enhance your combat prowess? Why not consider a trade?" "What trade?" The demon lord, feeling somewhat insecure, was compelled to consult the professional villain. With a sly smile, Qin Feng proposed, "You provide me with the formula for the shouting until horse poison, and in return, I shall share with you a method to achieve the status of a great emperor." The mention of the great emperor's status caused the demon lord to pause, his breath hitching at the prospect of such a lucrative deal. Indeed, while the shouting until horse poison was indeed the world's most peculiar toxin, it paled in comparison to the allure of becoming a great emperor. The two were simply not on the same level. Despair enveloped Qianjun and Wanma as they closed their eyes. They understood that the method Qin Feng spoke of likely referred to Feng Chang's 6 paths of the emperor's scheme, a ruse so transparent even a child would see through it. How could it possibly deceive a formidable foe like the demon lord? Clearly, he was abandoning them in favor of stalling for time to call out, "Sister Moon Goddess, save me!" "Wait, you aren't trying to deceive me, are you?" The demon lord suddenly grew wary, recalling Qin Feng's unscrupulous nature. How many of his words were true, and how many were false? Perhaps only he knew. Even if the method to achieve the great emperor status was genuine, it likely came with profound dangers. Rest assured, I, Qin Feng, am a principled Confucian gentleman. I swear by the heavens that not a word I speak is false. And I assure you, this method is as simple as riding a horse, Qin Feng assured, patting himself on the back. "Do you really expect me to believe that?" The demon lord shot Qin Feng a look that seemed to say, "I graduated from elementary school. You know, as if the path to becoming a great emperor were as easy as plucking a cabbage from the ground. If such a method truly existed, why would Qin Feng not keep it for himself instead of selling it to him?" Clearly, there was treachery afoot. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng said, "Have you ever heard of a particularly rare fate known as the 6 paths of the emperor?" "The 6 paths of the emperor?" "The 6 paths of the emperor." The demon lord initially froze, then let out a shriek. He had stumbled upon this fate in an ancient text, noting that every woman possessing such a fate met a tragic end. Yet concurrently, it also led to the rise of 6 great emperors. Qianjun and Wanma were left utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the implications of this development. He actually believed it. He truly believed Qin Feng's tall tale. He believed that there existed the 6 paths of the emperor. "My goodness, I have finally found someone who appreciates my worth." Qin Feng was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face, astonished that trust could arise from a fellow practitioner. Who is this person you speak of?" The demon lord's breath quickened, unable to resist the allure of the great emperor's status. Qin Feng proposed, "You write down your antidote and formula, and I shall write down the names of those I know. We shall exchange the formula and antidote for the names of those with the 6 paths of the emperor fate." "All right." The demon lord, caught off guard by the simplicity of the proposal, readily agreed. In the face of such an opportunity, only a fool would refuse. Quickly, they penned their notes, completing the transaction with satisfaction. "Ah, the great emperor's title shall soon be mine." The demon lord cackled, taking the note and transforming into a swarm of bats, fleeing swiftly as if fearing Qin Feng would change his mind. Indeed, I often feel my own lack of eccentricity makes me incompatible with other villains. Qin Feng shuddered, hastily dismissing the images that flooded his mind. At the same time, he silently wished for the demon lord's success, not for any reward from Feng Chang, but simply so that Feng Chang might experience the warmth of humanity and escape the path of darkness sooner. "So it is." Little White, perched nearby, diligently took notes, eager to sell Qin Feng at the earliest opportunity. Upon receiving the antidote for the shouting until horse poison, Qianjun and Wanma immediately summoned every ounce of strength they had to dash towards the seafood market below, fearful of what strange turn of events might occur if they lingered. At this moment, the demon lord ensured the surroundings were clear, his heart racing with excitement as he opened the note. Feng Chong. Who is Feng Chong? The demon lord suddenly recalled something, and after a prolonged silence, finally uttered a single expletive. Damn. Chapter 85. The blood and tears of the Chancellor in the Shadow Moon Dynasty. Amidst a certain city, the heavens and the earth appeared as a crimson canvas, littered with mountains of the deceased. Feng Chong sat cross-legged in a pool of blood, his garments tattered and hanging from him like mere rags. The sight of the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood before him was a testament to his deeds. Ever since departing the battlefield of life and death, he had embarked on a frenzied spree of slaughter to attain power, believing that humanity, as the pinnacle of creation, was the finest elixir. As he killed, he consumed the essence of life, oblivious to the count of souls he had taken, focused solely on his imminent breakthrough into the Tao realm. Though this method hastened his ascension, it also intensified the malevolence within him, threatening to transform him into a mindless monster driven solely by bloodlust. No, I must cease this slaughter. Feng Chang's visage contorted with rage as he desperately fought against his murderous impulses. Yet, a raspy voice of temptation echoed within him, taunting him to abandon his moral high ground. Having chosen the path of demonic corruption, he could not return. He was reminded of his humiliations at the hands of Qin Feng and the abandonment by Princess Nanfeng, all due to his lack of power. He must ascend, step by step, with an indomitable spirit. Silence. Feng Chong roared, clutching his head, defying the old demon seduction. He knew that the demon sought to incite his bloodlust, desperate to recover its lost powers by consuming human essence. Additionally, it aimed to shatter his will through murder, seizing control of his body. In the past, he had the Buddha's relic to suppress the demon easily, but with it now in the possession of Qin Feng, he could only rely on his own willpower to resist, knowing that a moment's lapse could lead to his downfall. Cackling maliciously, the old demon sensed Feng Chang's nearing limits. He was too deeply enmeshed in darkness to turn back now. It was only a matter of time before he would be possessed. Unless he could comprehend that the demonic path existed solely within the concept of the heart's demonic seed, a realization far beyond the understanding of a mere child. At that moment, the metamorphosing demon king arrived in the bloodied city, spotting Feng Chang's anguished cries from afar. Having consulted numerous experts in divination based on Feng Chang's birth data, he was astounded to find that Qin Feng's words were true. This man was indeed one of the legendary 6 emperors with a fateful destiny. Now, Feng Chong had succumbed entirely to darkness, wreaking havoc throughout the Shadow Moon Dynasty, making him easy to locate. However, the Demon King faced a dilemma. Feng Chong was a man. Damn it, caught between ascending to emperor or retaining my principles, I find myself hesitating. The Demon King slapped himself, realizing that his innate gifts alone could not secure him the title of emperor. He transformed into a shadow, rushing towards Feng Chong. Danger! Feng Chang's complexion shifted abruptly, an unprecedented sense of crisis flooding over him. Without a moment's hesitation, he tore apart a spatial teleportation talisman, vanishing from his spot. Cackling, the Demon King leisurely scanned his surroundings, quickly relocking onto Feng Chang's location and giving chase. At Tianhong Academy, Qin Feng approached Di Xiu to inquire about DeLong, as the opening of the Kunlun secret realm was imminent. I've managed DeLong's affairs, but your cultivation. Di Xiu gazed at Qin Feng in disbelief, hardly recognizing him. In merely a few days apart, Qin Feng had surged to the 9th level of Spirit Marshal, with his spiritual energy indicating a potential breakthrough into the Tao realm at any moment. What on earth is happening? Within less than a month, he had advanced from the 1st to the 9th level of Spirit Marshal. Such feats would leave even the most divine beings in awe. Oh, I just happened to break through while I had some free time. Qin Feng's nonchalance struck Di Xiu as unsettling. He feared that his own lack of example had inadvertently led Qin Feng to self-destruct, considering abandoning his foundational principles. These weapons were crafted using DeLong's expertise. Qin Feng, oblivious to Di Xiu's inner turmoil, was captivated by several treasures beside him. a battle spear, and a massive hammer forged from dragon bones, a longbow made from dragon tendons and horns, and a suit of black armor crafted from dragon scales. Among them, the most striking was a piece of soft armor, gleaming with a faint black light, appearing supple yet remarkably resilient. Your discernment is quite impressive. Dishio, still feeling regretful, explained, this soft armor is made from the soft scales of the dragon's belly, combined with dragon tendons and imbued with dragon blood to enhance its defensive capabilities. Capable of withstanding a full strike from a Yuan-Dan realm cultivator. Withstanding a full strike from a Yuan-Dan cultivator. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement, internally exclaiming that it was a remarkable find. It was essential to note that only those under 30 could enter the Kunlun secret realm, and achieving the Yuan-Dan realm before that age was exceedingly difficult, if not impossible. Thus, possessing this armor would render his defenses unbreachable in the Kunlun secret realm. The rest is for you. Qin Feng scanned the remaining equipment, finding them of little use to himself, and generously gifted them to Qian Jun and Wan Ma. After all, he had learned from the Chancellor's bloody and tearful lessons that having unarmed subordinates could lead to one's own downfall. Having absorbed the lessons from the Chancellor's defeat at the Battle of Wan City, Qin Feng was willing to invest heavily to arm Qian Jun and Wan Ma. Thank you, boss. The two expressed their heartfelt gratitude, believing Qin Feng to be the finest leader in the world. Qian Jun chose the dragon bone spear, while Wan Ma selected the massive hammer, each donning a set of black armor crafted from dragon scales. Visually, Qin Feng felt confident in their readiness to inherit the Chancellor's will. And their essay longbow. Qin Feng eyed the remaining longbow, thinking of Bai Ri. He wielded a longbow and was the first to embrace the concept of longevity, destined to become a great emperor. He needed to recruit him early, placing a celestial slave seal upon him to prevent him from being led astray by Feng Chong in the future. Unfortunately, his current celestial slave seals had been exhausted, and he needed to break through to the Dao realm to unlock 2 more slots. With the Kunlun secret realm approaching, he needed to advance to the Dao realm as swiftly as possible, with newfound purpose. Qin Feng departed with Qian Jun and Wan Ma to retreat to Tsuelong Peak for seclusion and breakthrough. Qin Feng. Dishio watched Qin Feng's retreating figure, his heart heavy with sorrow. Such a prodigy, why had he chosen self-destruction? It was utterly incomprehensible. At this moment, within the palace where the blue demon resided, a powerful surge of energy erupted. Wonderful, Mother has emerged from seclusion. A delighted smile spread across Yulan's face. At last, she could seek her mother's guidance to reprimand that scoundrel Qin Feng. Chapter 86. The weight of information on the summit of Emerald Bamboo Peak. In a quaint bamboo cottage, Qin Feng sat cross-legged on his bed, eyes closed in meditation. From his being emanated waves of Buddhist light, punctuated by intermittent sounds resembling dragon roars, while a golden dragon circled around him. The mighty heavenly dragon had transformed. It now not only radiated Buddhist luminescence, but also exuded a formidable dragon might, its power magnified manifold compared to before. Is it safe for the boss to break through like this? Qian Jun stood vigil outside the door, concern etched on his face. Ever since Qin Feng was personally recognized as the 3rd Holy Son by the Six Paths Emperor, Emerald Bamboo Peak had become a hub of activity, with countless individuals eager to pledge allegiance to him. However, as news of Qin Feng's successive breakthroughs spread, they bore witness to the fickleness of human nature. Even the 2 holy sons from Tianhong Academy had long ceased to regard Qin Feng with any seriousness, allowing him to thrive or falter at Emerald Bamboo Peak. It's fine. Wan Ma's eyes shimmered with unwavering faith, his belief in Qin Feng absolute. Their young master had shown audacity from a tender age, enduring scorn and leaving the Qin family to venture alone into the shadowy realms of the Yin Moon Empire. He would never engage in self-sabotage. Boom! A deep, resonant sound reverberated from within Qin Feng's body as an overwhelming aura began to uncontrollably surge forth. He had broken through to the Dao entry realm, exchanging incredulous glances. Qian Jun and Wan Ma were both astonished. They could distinctly sense an unusual density of spiritual energy within Qin Feng devoid of any signs of instability. In fact, his foundation was far more solid than they had anticipated. How is this possible? Their eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Qin Feng achieved such a feat, ascending from the first level of spiritual martial to the first level of Tao entry in just 1 month while maintaining a stable foundation. Such an achievement was unprecedented even in the vast expanse of antiquity. With a deep exhale, Qin Feng opened his eyes, retracting the aura that had surged forth. The most significant change following his breakthrough was an exponential increase in combat prowess, now magnitudes stronger than before, along with an additional millennium of lifespan, and a closer bond with the Qin Feng divine sword. According to the 10 ancestors, the sword possessed a spirit, which explained his ability to wield it even at the Yuan opening realm. Now, with his mastery advancing to the Tao entry realm, controlling the Qin Feng divine sword became effortless, allowing him to manipulate its size and soar freely through the skies. Rise! Qin Feng formed a hand seal and pointed forcefully at the Qin Feng divine sword. Buzz! The sword responded to his call with a resonant hum, transforming into a flying sword that hovered before him. Finally, it can fly. Qin Feng eagerly leapt onto the flying sword, and with a whoosh, he soared out of the bamboo cottage. Simultaneously, he realized that his internal spiritual energy was rapidly depleting. With his current Tao entry level, he could only fly for about half an hour. Now I understand why many Tao practitioners forego flying swords. After a thrilling flight, Qin Feng returned to the cottage, albeit reluctantly. Upon his return, he was greeted by visitors. Besides the moon goddess and Zi Yuan, Yulan had brought along an exceptionally graceful and voluptuous woman, whose formidable aura made Qianjun and Wan Ma tremble. It was evident that the woman was Lan Mo, one of the 4 great beauties of antiquity. After enduring nearly a month of Qin Feng's teasing, Yulan had eagerly awaited her mother's return from seclusion, unwilling to delay for even a moment before seeking retribution with her mother in tow. Meanwhile, the moon goddess, having learned of Lan Mo's emergence, hurriedly brought Zi Yuan along to secure a prime position, prepared with snacks and fine beverages. Tao entry. The moon goddess furrowed her brows, inwardly exclaiming that it was too fast. She had recently heard rumors about Qin Feng's unprecedented breakthroughs, initially dismissing them as exaggerations. Given his steady and grounded nature, how could he possibly hastily ascend without regard for his foundation? Who would have thought it was true? He had advanced to the Tao entry realm in under a month. Mother, this is Qin Feng. Yulan glared at Qin Feng, her expression a mix of annoyance and resolve, as if to say he was doomed this time. However, she vastly underestimated Qin Feng's audacity. Unfazed by Lan Mo's presence, he stepped forward and affectionately wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Lan baby, you're too mischievous. Why didn't you inform me that mother was coming? Lan baby, Yulan felt a chill run down her spine, hastily swatting Qin Feng's hand away. What is happening? Lan Mo was momentarily taken aback. She had expected to confront the young man who had bullied her daughter, yet here they were, appearing as a bickering couple. What? The moon goddess was equally bewildered, unable to comprehend how the two had developed such familiarity. Logically, Yulan should harbor a deep-seated resentment towards Qin Feng for his earlier teasing, yet instead, it seemed as though there was an unusual affection. Are you still angry? Qin Feng continued his performance, gazing at Yulan with a blend of helplessness and jest. I've told you countless times that Zi Yuan and I are childhood friends. Even if you wish to repay my life-saving intervention during the elimination rounds, you can only be a concubine at most. Who would want to be your concubine? Yulan exclaimed, her temper flaring as she challenged Qin Feng's audacity. What did he mean by that? Childhood friends equate to wives. Zi Yuan's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink, her heart racing like a startled deer. She had thought that growing up together meant Qin Feng had no romantic intentions, only to realize her place in his heart was far more significant than she had imagined. Why settle for being a concubine? Qin Feng grasped Yulan's hand earnestly. Rest assured, I, Qin Feng, am a responsible man. The reason I had to remove your clothing to cure you was purely circumstantial. As for the belly band you gifted me as a token of affection, I will keep it a secret and never disclose it to outsiders. Lan Mo stood dumbfounded, grappling with the overwhelming implications of his words. What the hell? While the act of shedding clothing for the sake of a cure was comprehensible, using a belly band as a token of affection was utterly bewildering. She had always trained her daughter to be a refined lady, unaware that she had been engaged in such audacious escapades behind her back. Cough. As a mother of profound understanding, it was crucial not to invade her daughter's interests or preferences. Who sent you a belly band as a token of affection? Yulan was thoroughly exasperated, unable to fathom Qin Feng's shamelessness. What are these, then? Without allowing Yulan to speak further, Qin Feng waved his hand and produced a belly band. As Yulan's biological mother, Lan Mo immediately recognized her daughter's handiwork, confirming that these belly bands indeed belonged to Yulan. Alas, daughters grow up too fast. Lan Mo couldn't help but sigh, realizing that she had misinterpreted the situation. She had thought her daughter was being bullied, only to discover that Yulan had deceived her into coming for a taste of dog food. Qin Feng glanced at the flustered Yulan, recognizing her unwillingness to concede to the term BB, and decided to insist on it. Chapter 87. An act of justice must be supported. You are talking nonsense. It was clearly him who stole it, Yulan exclaimed, her chest heaving with indignation as she hurriedly reported to the Blue Demon. No need to explain, I understand. Having been young once myself. Without waiting for Yulan to elaborate, the Blue Demon wore a knowing smile, soothing her precious daughter while casting a scrutinizing glance at Qin Feng, her prospective son-in-law. Naturally, she had heard of the legendary figure from the ancient times. Although she had been in seclusion and had not witnessed Qin Feng's performance in the life-and-death elimination matches, she had heard tales of his remarkable feats, slaying the great dragon, confronting the disciples of the Emperor of Heaven, and triumphing over countless heroes, all while being honored as the Holy Son by the Six Paths Emperor. Most importantly, he was the legitimate heir of the foremost family of the ancient world. Even though Qin Feng had fallen out with the Qin family, it was only a matter of time before his prodigious talents led him back to them. In her eyes, he epitomized the ideal son-in-law, and thus she wholeheartedly endorsed this marriage. As for the impoverished boy her daughter had encountered in her youth, she had never once found anything redeeming about him. What do you know to agree to this? Yulan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, questioning whether this was truly her mother. Aside from that wicked stepmother, who would ever wish to marry their precious daughter to a scoundrel, let alone the most notorious one in the ancient realm? Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for having successfully abducted the chosen daughter of the heavens, gaining her mother's preliminary approval and earning 100,000 villain points. Abduct? Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, pondering when the next victim, chosen one, would make their entrance. The moon goddess was increasingly bewildered. She had come to witness the Blue Demon's fury upon discovering her daughter's mistreatment. Yet now it seemed she was transforming into a mother-in-law who was increasingly pleased with her potential son-in-law. Furthermore, wasn't Qin Feng the one who had always aspired to marry her? What did it mean that he now spoke of marrying both Ziyuan and Yulan as his principal wives? Wow, what a cad. How could he be so oblivious to his fortune? The Blue Demon cast a flirtatious glance at Yulan, as if to say, were it not for my early birth, this illustrious figure would never have been available for you, little girl. I would have claimed him myself. However, she swiftly shifted her tone, declaring coldly, my daughter, the Blue Demon, shall never be a concubine. Both she and the moon goddess were renowned beauties of the ancient world, their strengths nearly equal, the only distinction being the absence of an ancestral Xuanwu. Nevertheless, this did not diminish her standing in the Yin Moon dynasty. She could not claim to be above all, but certainly ranked among the top 5. To have her daughter serve as a concubine would tarnish her reputation, and the moon goddess would undoubtedly not permit it. Qin Feng, visibly troubled, glanced at the moon goddess, shifting all the pressure onto her. Why am I being dragged into this? The moon goddess, initially enjoying the spectacle, now glared at Qin Feng, cursing him internally for being a scoundrel. The talk of childhood companionship with Ziyuan and marrying Yulan as a concubine was merely an attempt to incite conflict between her and the Blue Demon. Is that so? The Blue Demon narrowed her eyes at the moon goddess, her expression suggesting, I will persuade her to agree. As longtime adversaries, The moon goddess's temper was easily ignited. They both slowly levitated into the air, their gazes clashing like thunderbolts, instantly thickening the atmosphere with tension. Now it's my turn to enjoy the show. Qin Feng settled into the spot that had previously belonged to the moon goddess, indulging in the fruits, nuts, and fine wine she had prepared, while pulling Zhi Yuan into his embrace. As the naive and sweet-natured Zhi Yuan reveled in the joy of becoming Qin Feng's bride, she welcomed his advances without hesitation. In contrast, Yulan fumed with indignation, declaring she had never encountered someone so shameless. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for infuriating the chosen daughter of the heavens, gaining 10,000 villain points. Qin Feng began to ponder. As a gentleman of Confucian virtue, should he not step forward to comfort Yulan? Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed throughout the heavens and earth, a force so immense it threatened to overwhelm existence itself. Roar! A deep growl resonated, and the moon goddess's ancestral Xuanwu materialized from the void, casting a shadow over the land, unleashing a tempest of lightning and dazzling brilliance. Roar! Another deafening beastly roar shook the realm as a white tiger emerged behind the blue demon, its fierce aura filling the air like a harbinger of death. This white tiger, a creature the blue demon had painstakingly tamed, lacked the longevity of the ancestral Xuanwu. Thus its combat prowess paled in comparison. However, being a divine beast endowed with great potential, it was not impossible for it to surpass the Xuanwu in the future. The divine beast white tiger. The onlookers gasped in awe, trembling under the oppressive presence of the two divine beasts. Is this the divine beast white tiger? Qin Feng curiously gazed up at the majestic creature, realizing it was entirely different from what he had seen in images before. At that moment, the surrounding crowd calmly looked up at the sky, as if such occurrences were commonplace. They recalled how these two frequently bickered over trivial matters, often engaging in prolonged battles. What would they possibly be fighting about now? The direction seemed to point toward Qin Feng's Emerald Bamboo Peak, likely related to him. The third holy son, Qin Feng, was he not already rendered useless? While he may be diminished, he remains usable. Indeed, his reputation may be marred, but he is still a prime specimen for breeding. Surely, the next generation could inherit enough capability to bolster the might of the Moon dynasty. Rumor has it that various factions within the Moon dynasty were preparing to capture Qin Feng and force him to breed 100 mother pigs, all in the name of justice. This is an act of justice. We must support it. If you say that, then I want to leave. Please elaborate. Just as the moon goddess and blue demon prepared for a fierce confrontation, the authoritative voice of the Six Paths Emperor suddenly boomed, declaring that now was not the time for their quarrel, as the Kunlun secret realm would open in 5 days. In an instant, both the moon goddess and blue demon lost their composure, as did the various factions of the Moon dynasty, all transforming into streaks of light en route to the Six Paths Emperor's palace for a meeting. Is that all? Qin Feng stood dazed, silently pulling out his notebook. On this date, the Six Paths Emperor intervened to prevent the blue demon and moon goddess from fighting, depriving me of the opportunity to witness a duel between experts and missing a chance to enhance myself, thus requiring compensation of 1 million top-tier spirit stones. Little White, having emerged from an unknown location, also produced its notebook, noting down, on this date, Qin Feng instigated a conflict between the moon goddess and blue demon, causing me to lose sleep, thus requiring compensation of 10 carats. At that moment, a swarm of bats flew into the bamboo forest of Emerald Bamboo Peak, making it clear that the shape-shifting Demon King had arrived. Here he comes again. The onlookers, aware that such a pathetic scheme would inevitably be unraveled, hastily brandished their weapons to buy Qin Feng some time. One could not deny that the shape-shifting Demon King certainly knew how to pick his moments. With the moon goddess and blue demon occupied in the Six Paths Emperor's palace, he could act with impunity. What is there to fear? Qin Feng remained unfazed by the shape-shifting Demon King, contemplating using causal techniques to have the onlookers adopt the name Elbu and recognize the demon as their adoptive father. Chapter 88. The Chosen One in Action. The Shape-Shifting Demon Lord. Ziyuan and Yulan's expressions abruptly shifted, and they hastily drew their weapons, adopting a vigilant stance. They had heard of the shape-shifting demon lord before. While not categorically malevolent, he was certainly no paragon of virtue, often using his formidable prowess to bully the younger generation and never engaging in combat with those of equal standing. Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. The shape-shifting demon lord revealed his true form, a figure cloaked in black robes with a concealed face. No intentions. Qianjun and Wanma remained utterly tense, ever wary as they brandished their newly acquired equipment. Drawing from his decade of experience as a bibliophile, Qin Feng interjected, "You aren't truly seeking Fangchong, are you? After suffering a significant setback at his hands, you now come to me for assistance? How did you know?" The shape-shifting demon lord expressed profound astonishment, suspecting Qin Feng possessed some arcane divination skills. He had initially resolved to relinquish his integrity in pursuit of the emperor's throne, yet he found himself thwarted by an insignificant entry-level practitioner, just as he believed he was on the verge of capturing his target. Unforeseen circumstances would arise, be it clashes with the elite of the Yinyu Empire or the intervention of other powerful figures who admired Fangchong's prowess. Despite transforming into an ethereal beauty, Fangchong remained unfazed, leading the demon lord to question whether Fangchong had peculiar inclinations. In a moment of desperation, he even assumed Qin Feng's appearance, which did elicit a reaction from Fangchong. Regrettably, an ancient demon within Fangchong persisted in possessing overwhelming strength, and had he not fled swiftly, he might have faced a tragic end. Reluctantly, he approached Qin Feng, unwilling to give up entirely, with a mindset of trying his luck. What? Qianjun and Wanma stood frozen, astonished. They had anticipated the shape-shifting demon lord's return due to his flimsy lies being exposed. Yet here he was, genuinely believing in the existence of 6 sovereigns and taking action accordingly. Was his pursuit of the emperor's title sincere, or merely a guise for his affection for Fangchong? Impressive. Qin Feng couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, stepping back to maintain distance from the eccentric antagonist. Inwardly, he offered a moment of silence for Fangchong, acknowledging that these events bore no relevance to him. He had merely been compelled by the circumstances, never expecting the shape-shifting demon lord to indulge in such fantasies. However, these chosen ones all wielded immense fortunes, and the challenge of invading their worlds was certainly no trivial endeavor. Impatient, the shape-shifting demon lord retorted, "Spare me your theatrics. I merely wish to know if you can assist me." "There are ways indeed." Qin Feng, still compelled by the situation, countered, "But what treasure will you offer in exchange?" "Treasure in exchange?" The shape-shifting demon lord's expression shifted rapidly, contemplating whether to barter or to resort to binding Qin Feng with a whip and candle to extract the information he sought. "That won't do." Qin Feng appeared far too composed. Having encountered him thrice before, the demon lord sensed an enigmatic confidence in his seemingly erratic demeanor, as if he possessed a trump card that could annihilate everything in his path. Moreover, if Fangchong proved challenging, this ancient prodigy would undoubtedly be even more formidable. Ultimately, the demon lord refrained from taking action and inquired, "What do you desire?" "I want you," Qin Feng stated plainly. "I require your servitude for a century, and I assure you that I can facilitate your path to Fangchong." "A century? Impossible." The shape-shifting demon lord shook his head vehemently. "I can only agree to serve you for 3 years. A century is utterly out of the question." "Very well, it's a deal." Qin Feng agreed without hesitation as soon as the demon lord finished speaking. The shape-shifting demon lord was left utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend Qin Feng's actions. He had anticipated negotiation, aiming for a price of approximately 50 years, yet upon proposing 3, Qin Feng had readily acquiesced. In truth, for Qin Feng, whether it was a century or merely a day bore no significance. Once he branded the demon lord with the celestial servitude seal, it would bind him for eternity, obliging him to comply with any transformation Qin Feng desired. Having now ascended to the first level of the entry realm, he successfully unlocked 2 celestial servitude seals. This is The shape-shifting demon lord felt a sudden urgency in his breath as he witnessed Qin Feng conjuring a celestial servitude seal. The word had spread far and wide about Qin Feng's enhancement of Qianjun and Wanma's battle prowess fivefold during the life-and-death elimination rounds, and there had been no visible side effects since. If this seal proved beneficial for him as well, he would be open to negotiating the duration of service. Disregarding the demon lord's eagerness, Qin Feng shifted his gaze to Yulan. Rather than offering the opportunity to the shape-shifting demon lord, he preferred to mark Yulan, the chosen daughter, with the celestial servitude seal, confident that doing so would yield immense rewards. Of course, this was contingent upon her willingness. Yulan scoffed, turning to depart from Suizhu Peak. While she too was tempted by the prospect of quintupled strength, her understanding of Qin Feng suggested that one might gain, but he would never incur a loss. What a pity! Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh, resigning himself to seal the shape-shifting demon lord. As the demon lord harbored no resistance, the celestial servitude seal was effortlessly inscribed upon him. With such intellect, he would be bidding farewell to his autonomy. Qin Feng was taken aback by how easily the shape-shifting demon lord was deceived, almost swelling with pride. What a remarkable seal! This is beyond belief. The shape-shifting demon lord gaped in astonishment, acutely aware of his escalating battle prowess. He had anticipated only a minor increase in strength given the vast disparity in their cultivation levels. Yet he was astonished to find his combat capabilities enhanced fivefold. Just like Qianjun and Wanma, not only did his battle strength quintuple, but his physique, speed, defense, and power all surged correspondingly. In that moment, the shape-shifting demon lord's mindset underwent a transformation. From henceforth, he would not permit anyone to speak to him loudly, not even the insolent Qin Feng. Just as the shape-shifting demon lord entertained this thought, he felt an intense flame searing his soul, causing him to clutch his head and writhe on the ground in agony. What is happening? Qianjun and Wanma exchanged perplexed glances. They had not experienced anything of the sort. They should be singing in celebration, right? Qin Feng quipped casually, preparing to seek warmth from the sun. He still had one more celestial servitude seal to use, and, as the first to come to Fengchong, it was imperative to mark him before Qin Feng's ascendance. Singing in celebration? Qianjun and Wanma stood frozen, bewildered. It appeared more akin to a chaotic ritual. Were they simply lacking in artistic appreciation? Or were they like ants in the soil, unable to comprehend the seagull soaring across the horizon? Meanwhile, the major factions of the ancient world had received news that the Kunlun Secret Realm would open in 5 days. The Kunlun Secret Realm. Fengchong stood atop a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, enveloped in an aura of boundless malice. He felt an intense premonition that within the Kunlun Secret Realm lay opportunities destined for him. Acquiring them would enable him to vanquish all rivals and trample upon that wretched Qin Feng. From that day forth, the ancient world would be his domain, and who would dare refuse him a smoke? Is it finally about to begin? The ethereal figure of an elder beside Qin Hao stroked his beard, knowing it was time for Qin Hao to venture forth. Remaining cloistered at home would not suffice, for the strong required trials by blood and fire. Brother Qin, you'll go, won't you? Lin San, who was traveling abroad, glanced back toward the Moon God Palace. Regarded as the foremost swordsmanship of the century, he has devoted himself to the arduous practice of a sword for 7 years since being defeated by Qin Feng. Now, he can hardly contain his eagerness to engage in a duel with Qin Feng once more. Chapter 89. Survive, you must survive, come. If you bark like a dog, I'll give you something to eat. A group of street urchins laughed and taunted a beggar, waving a chicken leg before him. Upon closer inspection, one would recognize that the beggar was none other than Bai Ri, the individual Qin Feng could not forget. At that moment, Bai Ri gazed at the chicken leg swaying before him, his thoughts drifting back to approximately a month ago after the deadly elimination competition had concluded. In the Bai family courtyard, a group of expressionless elders sat high in the ancestral hall. They were the venerable figures of the Bai clan, holding significant authority, while Bai Ri knelt below, his eyes vacant. Ever since he had endured the deadly competition, his body and soul had suffered unprecedented blows. He had hoped to find warmth and compassion from his kin upon returning home, but instead, they despised him for surviving the competition, deeming him a source of immense shame that had turned the Bai family into a laughingstock throughout the entire Yin dynasty. Bai, you have brought great disgrace upon the Bai family. Today, we elders have unanimously decided to execute the clan's rules. We shall strip you of your cultivation and expel you from the Bai family. What? Bai felt as if struck by lightning, struggling to comprehend the reality of his situation. He, the victim in this entire ordeal, was not only met with indifference from his family, but was subjected to further harm. Stripped of his powers, how could he hope to survive in the ancient wilderness? Yet, no one cared for Bai's feelings. Several burly men rushed forward, pinning him to the ground. No, please don't. Bai cried out in terror, desperately fighting against becoming a discarded waste. Alas, Bai could not escape his fate, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. He felt a powerful strike shatter his dantian, causing the spiritual energy within him to dissipate like an exhausted balloon, his vitality plummeting to an icy low, rendering him utterly powerless. With a thud, Bai was ruthlessly thrown out of the Bai family, collapsing like a limp noodle. Isn't that Bai from the Bai family? The onlookers gasped. How cruel the Bai family was, stripping him of his powers and expelling him. It was no wonder. Which family could endure such humiliation? Sacrificing one to preserve the family's reputation was a logical choice. What a joke. He had indeed been sacrificed, but had the family's reputation truly been saved? As passers-by pointed and whispered, the pain pierced deep into Bai's heart. He was unwilling to accept this. He refused to be a useless being. Everything the Bai family had done to him today would be repaid tenfold. However, ideals were lofty while reality was harsh. In the days that followed, Bai lived like a beggar, curled up in alleys, forsaking his dignity for scraps of food. I must survive, I must survive. Bai incessantly reminded himself, knowing that only by living could he harbor hope. Woof, woof. He bore the humiliation and lay on the ground, mimicking a dog-esque bark. Ha ha. He is actually barking like a dog. The once proud genius of the Bai family is now barking like a dog. The street urchins roared with laughter, as if they had discovered a new world. Is it truly amusing? A cold voice echoed through the alley, and Qin Feng appeared, a small white rabbit munching on a carrot perched upon his shoulder, followed by a legion of soldiers and the tormented shapeshifter who was on the brink of madness. At that moment, the shapeshifter stood cautiously behind Qin Feng, ears perked up in fear of missing a command and having to endure the excruciating sensation once more. Qin Feng. Bai looked up in surprise, clearly not expecting to see Qin Feng here. He felt a complex mix of emotions towards him. After all, it was Qin Feng who had inadvertently led him to this predicament, yet the deepest wounds were inflicted by Feng Chong and the Bai family. You are Qin Feng? The third holy son, Qin Feng. The street urchins paused, their expressions bewildered as they curiously scrutinized him. They may not recognize the third holy son of the Yin dynasty, but they had certainly heard tales of Qin Feng's audacious exploits and his notorious rabbit. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, Is this the expression one makes upon meeting me? Have you not heard the saying, Confucius said, it is not shameful to ask those below you? What does that mean? The shapeshifter, bewildered, admitted he had never heard such a thing. Wama whispered, the translated meaning is that it is not embarrassing to ask the boss questions. They can inquire below. I see. Let the ants perish. The shapeshifter eagerly transformed into a swarm of bats, launching toward the street urchins. Don't come near. The street urchins screamed in terror, ultimately being swept away by the bats. I have arrived a moment too late. Qin Feng approached Bai and squatted down beside him, unperturbed by his lost powers. Drawing from his decade of experience as a bookworm, he knew Bai's journey of transformation had already begun. To achieve greatness, one must endure a poignant tale. Otherwise, one would be too ashamed to greet others. With a grand gesture, he retrieved the dragonhorn bow from his spatial storage. Crafted by the renowned Emperor Xiao of the ancient Four Talents, the bow shimmered with radiance, its string made from dragon tendons capable of coalescing invisible energy arrows. Alongside, he had 20 physical arrows, their tips forged from sharp dragon claws, boasting formidable piercing power. This is Bai Ri's eyes brightened momentarily. As an archer, he could discern the bow's extraordinary nature. Yet, the realization of his current impotence dulled the light in his eyes once more. Qin Feng, adopting a theatrical demeanor, expressed a mixture of regret, compassion, and indignation. This dragonhorn bow was crafted especially for you. However, I had no idea you would endure so much in this month while I dedicated myself to its creation. Fear not. No matter how difficult it may be, I will help you restore your dantian and enable you to rise once more. I shall not let anyone who has wronged you go unpunished. Qian Jun and Wan Ma exchanged puzzled glances, perplexed by Qin Feng's intentions. Given Bai Ri's current state of helplessness, gifting him the dragon horn bow and promising to restore his dantian and exact revenge seemed like an unwise investment. Did he intend to follow in Feng Chang's footsteps, engaging in unspeakable actions against Bai Ri? Especially, Bai Ri gazed into Qin Feng's eyes, overwhelmed by the warmth emanating from him. Uncertain of Qin Feng's intentions, he only knew that in his darkest hours, Qin Feng's appearance was undoubtedly a beacon of light, illuminating his shadowy world. In that moment, their eyes locked, and Bai Ri felt no animosity towards Qin Feng. Instead, he was inexplicably moved. He perceived Qin Feng as a man of integrity, far superior to the scoundrel Feng Chang who had fled without a word. Xiaobai glanced between the two, sensing that music was warranted at this moment. You are the light that fell in my world, rushing towards me. All things flourish, the night sky gradually illuminated, the glow resting upon your hands. The evening breeze unfurling the chapters of our story, secretly brewing for you. Chapter 90. The deceptive sixth brother, Qin Hao, and the Kunlun's secret realm. It is said that this independent world was created by a powerful ancient being of unparalleled cultivation. Within it lies not only the legacies of many ancient masters, but also numerous treasures and opportunities bestowed by the heavens. Unfortunately, there is an age restriction for entry. Only those under the age of 30 are permitted to enter. Although many powerful beings have attempted to force their way in, without exception, they were ultimately slain by the laws governing the Kunlun's secret realm. Since then, no one has dared to challenge the realm head-on. At this moment, the major forces of the ancient world are meticulously preparing their teleportation formations, striving to send as many disciples under the age of 30 into the Kunlun's secret realm as possible. The reason for their urgency is not only the treasures and opportunities within the realm, but also the coveted celestial crystals it produces. These crystals, imbued with special energy, become essential for cultivation once one reaches a certain level of power. Each opening of the Kunlun's secret realm is akin to a reshuffling of the ancient powers. If the younger generations can procure more celestial crystals, the strength of their ancestors will significantly increase. Conversely, stagnation could lead to their eventual annihilation by rival forces. Boss, the Kunlun's secret realm is about to open. Why are we here? Qian Jun and Wan Ma expressed their confusion. Both the Tianhong Academy and the Moon Goddess Palace had extended invitations to Qin Feng, offering to teleport him directly into the Kunlun's secret realm, ensuring his safety by joining the main forces. However, Qin Feng declined their generous offers, choosing instead to bring Qian Jun, Wan Ma, the ever-changing demon lord, and Xiaobai to a small border town of the Yinyu dynasty known as Hualuo City. As for Bai Ri, after being marked as a celestial slave by Qin Feng, he was abandoned on Suizhu Peak to fend for himself, with the notion that he possessed great opportunities and should follow his instincts in pursuing his desires. Though they felt Qin Feng was merely spinning grand tales, they lacked any evidence to counter him. Of course, we are headed for the Kunlun's secret realm, Qin Feng declared, gazing at Hualuo City, confident he had not erred in his choice. Each opening of the Kunlun's secret realm reveals numerous random entrances, which fortunate individuals can easily stumble upon. Otherwise, substantial costs must be incurred to arrange a teleportation array to forcibly send people inside. According to the insights he gleaned from the Heavenly Mechanism card, Feng Chang would encounter a secret entrance within Hualuo City, thereby discovering the legendary pure spring nurtured by the heavens, allowing him to cultivate the demonic heart that exists only in the realm of ideas. Could there be an entrance to the Kunlun's secret realm here? The ever-changing demon lord seemed to realize something, increasingly sensing Qin Feng's profoundness. Even before the Kunlun's secret realm had opened, he was already aware of an entrance, a capability that even the top-tier masters like the Six Paths Emperor could not grasp. Otherwise, they would not have gone to such lengths to establish the teleportation formations. Simultaneously, the ever-changing demon lord felt quite aggrieved. He had long heard of Qin Feng's lack of integrity, yet he had foolishly sought to strike a deal with him. And now he was left at a loss. "I am a person of integrity," Qin Feng suddenly remarked. "There is still some time before the Kunlun's secret realm opens, and Feng Chong happens to be in Hualuo City. Perhaps I could set a trap for him." At that moment, Qin family, ever since learning that Qin Feng had slain a dragon with his foundational cultivation of the spirit martial realm, Qin Hao had entered a frenzied self-torture mode. Each day, he would venture into the forests teeming with monstrous beasts, refusing to return home until he had exhausted every last ounce of his energy. "Heavens, what kind of monsters have I given birth to?" Qin Tian lamented, torn between pain and joy. While it was indeed commendable that his second son was making progress, he returned home each day battered and bruised, forcing Qin Tian to draw from his meager treasure stash to aid in his recovery, which was rapidly depleting. "Eldest brother is so much better." Qin Tian began to reminisce about his firstborn, Qin Feng. From a young age, Qin Feng had been a source of relief, and after the age of 8, he began to venture out on his own, eventually becoming the third saint of the Yin dynasty. Not long ago, he had even sent 10 chests of treasures back home. In stark contrast, his second son, Qin Hao, had always been a troublesome child, bringing no ease to his parents, still relying on them at the age of 12, a complete burden. "Feng, do you know how I have endured these 7 years?" Qin Tian's face was filled with sorrow, his heart heavy. He had refrained from proclaiming for 7 years that his son Qin Feng possessed the qualities of an emperor. For a successful father, this was an unbearable truth. "Darling, something terrible has happened." Yun Xie rushed over, panic evident in her expression as she held a letter left by Qin Hao announcing his departure. The gist of it was that he intended to venture out on his own, assuring them not to worry, promising to defeat his brother and become their pride, leading the Qin family to annihilate the Xia royal family and conquer the ancient world, trampling across all realms. He even mentioned that he had emptied his father's treasure stash. "What?" Qin Tian's voice abruptly rose, his composure shattered. Initially, he felt a swell of pride upon hearing the first half of the letter, relieved that his second son was finally stepping up. However, upon hearing the latter part, his heart sank. This treacherous sixth son, out of fatherly affection, he had utilized his meager treasures to help him heal. Yet Qin Hao had the audacity to raid his father's stash. Truly, the heart of a child is often treacherous. Yun Xie brandished a large stick, her tone menacing. "I believe you owe me an explanation as to how you came to acquire treasure stash." At this moment, outside the Qin family's city, Qin Hao was riding swiftly on horseback, racing down the road. "Grandfather, will we be able to catch up?" Qin Hao inquired. "Not a problem," the ethereal figure of the old man replied. "I would never miscalculate. There must be an entrance to the Kunlun's secret realm in that location. It was there that I encountered the world-destroying divine thunder. Unfortunately, I was under 30 at the time and unable to subdue it. But you are different. As long as you follow my instructions, you will be able to integrate the world-destroying divine thunder into your being, summoning storms and annihilating all with thunder. Perhaps even stimulating your supreme bone to regrow." "I understand." Qin Hao's eyes shone with determination. No matter the danger, he was willing to take the gamble. It was not merely to prove his worth, but to reclaim what he had lost. As night fell over the border town, a figure cloaked in black traversed the deserted streets. Had anyone been watching closely, they would have recognized him as Feng Chong, the most wanted criminal of the Yin dynasty. As the top fugitive, he could not use the teleportation array to access the Kunlun secret realm, and had no choice but to risk returning to the Xia dynasty through the border town of Hualuo. It was unclear who had spread rumors about him being toyed with by 6 emperors, attracting the attention of the formidable, ever-changing demon lord, keen to investigate. Even he felt uneasy at the thought of such a perverse individual. Were it not for his fortuitous nature, he might have fallen victim to their schemes. Who was the scheming sixth brother behind this? Feng Chong warily scanned the empty streets. Ever since entering Hualuo City, he had felt as though he was being targeted, as if the very air of the city was fraught with peril. Chapter 91. Young Master, save me at this moment. Qin Feng and his companions arrived at the bustling flower street in the city. The entire street was alive with the sounds of conversation, filled with gentlemen from all over. "Boss, what are we doing here?" Qian Jun and Wan Ma exclaimed, their eyes sparkling with excitement. "Of course, we are here to conduct serious business." Qin Feng, clad in a flowing white robe and holding a folding fan, exuded an air of elegance that drew the attention of passers-by. Serious business. Qian Jun and Wan Ma were instantly animated, unsure if their interpretation aligned with the true nature of their venture. "This is the place," Qin Feng announced as he approached an establishment adorned with an antique charm, its name hinting at its reputable nature, Yihong Courtyard. "Oh, this young master appears unfamiliar. Is it your first visit?" A plump matron greeted them with a professional smile, striding towards them with the grace of an experienced brothel keeper. With her years of experience, she sensed that Qin Feng and his party were not ordinary patrons, especially Qin Feng, whose noble aura was undeniable, complemented by a heavenly treasure gourd hanging at his waist, suggesting he hailed from a prestigious lineage. "Is indeed my first time," Qin Feng replied, surveying the surroundings. He had little interest in the superficial beauties that populated the establishment. Rather, he admired the decor of Yihong Courtyard. After serving as the son of the moon god for 7 years, his standards were exceptionally high. Even the most ordinary maidens from the moon god palace would far surpass the common courtesans of this border town. His intention for visiting was to acquire a flower house, setting a trap for Feng Chong to see if he could succeed. According to the insights he gleaned from the heavenly mechanism card, Feng Chong would likely seek refuge in such a place, not for a cold war, but to hide amidst the chaos. It was well known that flower houses were frequented by the chosen ones. Here, they would encounter tragic heroines or supporting characters. Even the most ruthless of demons would find themselves feeling pity, leading to romantic entanglements. In essence, he planned to cater to Feng Chang's preferences, orchestrating a beautiful encounter. The matron eagerly elaborated, "You have come to the right place, young master. Yihong Courtyard is the most renowned flower house in Luohua City, featuring 4 renowned courtesans." "The 4 famous courtesans?" Qin Feng exclaimed, unable to suppress his excitement. "Xiaoniao, KK, Yao Wei, and Meng Bai." "Ah!" The matron, a true professional, merely paused momentarily before smiling warmly. "If the young master prefers, they can indeed be called Xiaoniao, KK, Yao Wei, and Meng Bai." "I've gone off script." Qin Feng waved his hand and produced 10 exquisite spirit stones, declaring, "For the next 3 days, consider this Yihong Courtyard reserved for me. Everyone, including you, shall heed my commands. Is that understood?" Exquisite spirit stones. The matron's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly responded, "Absolutely, young master. Whatever you wish, we will accommodate you." At that moment, Xiao Bai, perched on Qin Feng's shoulder, halted its nibbling of a carrot. The instant Qin Feng unveiled the exquisite spirit stones from his spatial pocket, it sensed an entire mountain of them within, at least 30 million stones. Goodness, 30 million exquisite spirit stones. Xiao Bai had believed itself to be a mere impoverished rabbit born into an ordinary family, having lived a frugal life selling plain undergarments for 7 years. Little did it know that all of this was an illusion. It was, in fact, a truly affluent rabbit. Xiao Bai's heart was a tumultuous storm, and the carrot in its paw suddenly lost its appeal. Meanwhile, Qin Feng instructed his men to remove the sign of Yihong Courtyard and replace it with one bearing his own handwriting. "Chick cannot miss." "Young master, this name?" The matron's expression was one of incredulity, feeling the new name was rather suggestive. "Precisely the effect I desire." Qin Feng surveyed the flower street, confident that such a unique name would catch Feng Chang's eye amidst the crowd. Concurrently, the shape-shifting demon king transformed into the likeness of Feng Chang's first love, Princess Nanfeng. There was no need for a perfect replica. A resemblance of 70 to 80% would suffice to avoid revealing any flaws. regardless of how cold and unfeeling Feng Chong had become after his descent into darkness. Encountering the visage of his first love would surely stir some emotion within him. To further conceal any discrepancies, Qin Feng expended 10,000 villain points from the system to acquire a breath-hiding talisman, cloaking the presence of the shape-shifting Demon King. With everything in place, they awaited the protagonist's arrival. Is this truly going to work? The shape-shifting Demon King, now donned in a veil and seated on the second floor of Chick Cannot Miss, drew the attention of a throng of gentlemen below. In this border town, they had never witnessed such beauty. Even half of her face was enough to incite unprecedented fervor. Goodness, he can truly transform into anything. Qin Jun and Wan Ma exchanged glances, their minds racing with a bold idea they hesitated to voice. Before long, a figure clad in black robes appeared on the flower street. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the one they had awaited, Feng Chong. Initially, he had sought merely to spend a night in a place teeming with intrigue, planning to find an opportunity to leave the city for the Great Xia dynasty the following day. However, upon arriving at the flower street, he was captivated by the sign of Chick Cannot Mississippi. Wow, he really came? The shape-shifting Demon King lost his composure, increasingly convinced of Qin Feng's inscrutable nature. He had pursued Feng Chong for half a month without success, yet Qin Feng had effortlessly lured him in. Stay calm, he muttered, taking deep breaths to steady himself. Brother, I will be gentle with you. Suddenly, a commotion erupted as the shape-shifting Demon King dashed out of the establishment. Not good. Miss Dongfang is escaping. The name Miss Dongfang had been given to the shape-shifting Demon King by Qin Feng. Instantly, chaos ensued within the flower house as a horde of men rushed out in pursuit of her. Outside, Feng Chong heard the ruckus and instinctively turned to see a beautiful maiden rushing towards him, her face a mask of terror, despite her veil obscuring half of her features. His heart trembled at the sight. Nanfeng, young master, save me. Miss Dongfang grasped Feng Chang's hand, her eyes wide with desperate pleading. She thinks she can run after entering the flower house. A burly man quickly caught up with her, forcibly separating her from Feng Chong. Young master, save me. Miss Dongfang recalled Qin Feng's advice. When facing someone like Feng Chong, one must never appear anxious, but rather display a demeanor of fragility, vulnerability, and helplessness. In that moment, as Feng Chong beheld the helpless gaze of Miss Dongfang, his once frozen heart began to thaw. Should he reveal his identity to save this stranger? Or turn away and pretend he had not seen her? You wretched harlot, are you trying to bring about my doom? The matron rushed out, shouting in exasperation at Miss Dongfang. She had no idea how Miss Dongfang had offended Qin Feng. All she knew was that Qin Feng had rented Yihong Courtyard with the intent of selling her off. If she escaped now, they would all face dire consequences. This Miss Dongfang seems to be in peril. A group of gentlemen felt a pang of sympathy, preparing to offer her warmth. Just then, a gentle night breeze blew, dislodging Miss Dongfang's veil and revealing her exquisite beauty, her brows like emerald feathers, skin as white as snow, and teeth like pearls. Wow! The gentleman erupted into a frenzy, determined to shower her with affection. To Feng Chong, who had previously worn a face devoid of expression reminiscent of a cheap drama's leading man, a flicker of emotion finally crossed his features. To my astonishment, this Eastern maiden bears a striking resemblance to Princess Nanfeng, the ever-changing Demon King, recalling Qin Feng's words. Understands that to successfully captivate the attention of the Chosen One, beauty alone is insufficient. The most crucial element is the gaze. Observing him, one can see the gradual loss of starlight in his eyes, reflecting a countenance of unfair destiny and impending resignation. This portrayal, marked by the seal of the celestial slave, reveals his true self, effortlessly capturing the hearts of all the gentlemen present, causing Feng Chang's heart to race uncontrollably. The plump madam seizes the moment, declaring, "Esteemed guests, today marks the day of our Eastern maiden's debut. Regardless of age or appearance, the highest bidder shall prevail." The excitement in the room escalated, with the gentlemen erupting in howls of anticipation. Nanfeng, Feng Chong gazes dreamily at the Eastern maiden, reminiscing about his first love, Princess Nanfeng. In the past, he was unable to protect her from the vile Qin Feng, and now he cannot bear to witness this Eastern maiden fall into the jaws of the wolves. As for the shadowy figure lurking in the darkness, perhaps he is overthinking. It is likely a remnant of his encounters with the notorious Qin Laolu. Chapter 92. I am doing this for his own good at this moment. Qin Feng was in the second-floor private room of the unmissable chicken, observing everything happening below. Precisely as he had anticipated. As long as the ever-changing demon lord was not a hindrance, Feng Chang's bloom would wither today. My lord, you are truly remarkable. Qian Jun and Wan Ma gazed at Qin Feng with admiration, their reverence akin to the relentless flow of a mighty river. They had heard tales of Feng Chang's notorious deeds, how within a mere month he had decimated several cities in the Yin dynasty, provoking the Six Realms Emperor to dispatch numerous elite warriors to hunt him down. Yet, regardless of how meticulous the ambush, he managed to evade capture, even turning the tables on many of his pursuers, leading to whispers that he possessed the qualities of a demon emperor. Yet, this man, endowed with such formidable potential, was now playfully manipulated by their leader. Once the bidding begins, we must not refuse the money that comes our way, Qin Feng thought. Knowing Feng Chang was currently a wanted fugitive, eager to return to the great Xia dynasty and enter the Kunlun secret realm, thus refraining from acting recklessly in the city of falling flowers. Therefore, a forceful seizure was out of the question. They could only adhere to the rules and bid accordingly. This young man, Qian Jun and Wan Ma exchanged glances, silently mourning for Feng Chang for 3 minutes. Their leader was not only interested in his body, but also in the spiritual stones within his wallet. This time, it would cost me 10 premium spiritual stones. I must recoup my losses. The mere thought of those 10 premium stones caused a pang of regret in Qin Feng, and he resolved that once the ever-changing demon lord altered his fate, he would report Feng Chang as a fugitive to the authorities of Falling Flower City. At least he could recover a portion of his investment. Qian Jun and Wan Ma were utterly stunned, their minds echoing a resounding "what on earth?" They realized that Qin Feng would not cease until he had thoroughly extracted every ounce from Feng Chang. Simultaneously, they affirmed their unwavering loyalty to their leader, vowing never to provide him with an excuse to betray them. I am aiding him, Qin Feng asserted with righteous fervor, explaining, adversity cultivates willpower and hardship shapes talent. Qian Jun and Wan Ma stared blankly at Qin Feng, their expressions questioning his sincerity. Wow, how profound! The picky eater Xiao Bai gazed at him with admiration, realizing there was much more to learn. I cannot falter. Only by consuming the carrot can one achieve the freedom to indulge in heavenly treasures. With determination, Xiao Bai picked up a carrot and began to eat, knowing today's sacrifice would pave the way for tomorrow's liberation. The voluptuous matron entered the private room with a smile, reporting to Qin Feng, "Young master, everything is arranged. Miss Dongfang can enter the auction at any time." Excellent. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. When you introduce Miss Dongfang, mention that she offended the third holy son, Qin Feng, who slaughtered her entire family, leaving her to become a woman of the night. What? The matron's legs buckled in fear, causing her to kneel before Qin Feng. Are you jesting? The holy son of the Yin dynasty is equivalent to a prince, even if this third holy son has questionable morals. Rumors say he has been rendered incapacitated. I wouldn't dare to slander the holy son. Say it as I commanded. Qian Jun's expression darkened as he produced a jade pendant, a token specially crafted for Qin Feng after he became the third holy son, inscribed with third holy son, Qin Feng. You are indeed the holy son, Qin Feng, the greatest prodigy of ancient times. The matron's eyes widened, her mind whirling in disbelief. Soon, the hall of the unmissable chicken was teeming with patrons. Miss Dongfang, pale as a ghost, sat on stage, evoking pity from the gentleman below, who vowed to ensure this celestial beauty felt the warmth of humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, with Qin Feng's backing, the matron strode confidently onto the stage, her demeanor light and cheerful. This Miss Dongfang hails from a prominent family. Due to her unwillingness to serve the third holy son, Qin Feng, her entire family was slain by him, and she was cast into this brothel to endure degradation. Do not let this opportunity slip away. As her words fell, the crowd erupted in excitement. From a prominent family, no wonder she is so stunning. I have heard of the third Holy Son's ruthlessness, but I never imagined he would go so far as to harm such a beautiful maiden. He even turned against his own brother. Does he really care about a mere beauty? Seated in the second-floor private room, Qin Feng began jotting down the names of those who spoke ill of him. Qian Jun and Wan Ma were completely dumbfounded, their minds filled with disbelief. Based on their understanding of Qin Feng, writing down names was certainly not an invitation to dinner. It was more likely an invitation for the entire family to dine with him. Simultaneously, the words of the crowd pierced Feng Chong deeply. Miss Dongfang bore a striking resemblance to him. Both had fallen from grace, once held in high esteem, now wallowing in filth due to the despicable Qin Feng. This only strengthened his resolve to rescue Miss Dongfang. Miss Dongfang, Feng Chong, channeling his inner youth, cast a sorrowful gaze upon her. The sight of her ashen face stirred something within him. She only sparkled with life when her eyes met his, as though silently pleading for salvation, clinging to hope for something greater. The matron cheerfully announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, the bidding begins. The highest bidder may enter Miss Dongfang's fragrant chamber. 100 spiritual stones. 100 spiritual stones? I raise it to 1,000 spiritual stones. 10,000 spiritual stones. 100 premium spiritual stones." A cold voice rang out, causing all the gentlemen to turn their attention toward Feng Chong. 1 premium spiritual stone was equivalent to 1,000 ordinary stones. 100 premium stones amounted to a fortune in their border town. 1,000 premium spiritual stones. Following Qin Feng's instructions, Qian Jun multiplied their bid tenfold. Wan Ma, filled with concern, remarked, "Boss, what if we frighten Feng Chong away with these bids?" "Do not worry." Qin Feng remained unfazed by the prospect of Feng Chong fleeing. Based on his decade of experience as a reader, he knew that authors often catered to their audience's preferences, inadvertently endowing protagonists with extravagant traits. Indeed, Feng Chong glanced toward the private room on the second floor, surprised to discover such wealth present. As the savior of the great Xia dynasty, he was not short of spiritual stones, especially after having conquered several cities, elevating his status beyond that of an ordinary individual. 10,000 premium spiritual stones. 150,000 premium spiritual stones. 1,000,000 premium spiritual stones. The gentlemen in the hall watched in awe as the bids escalated, their hearts racing. 1,000,000 premium spiritual stones. Feng Chang's expression shifted. He hadn't anticipated such lavish wealth from his opponent. Initially contemplating surrender, he was stirred by the pleading look in Miss Dongfang's eyes and resolutely declared, 150 million premium spiritual stones. Heavens! 150 million premium spiritual stones. The room erupted in chaos, all eyes turning to Feng Chong. For the sake of a fallen woman, he was prepared to lavish such an exorbitant sum. Either he was insane or had been struck by a foolishness akin to that of a donkey. "Boss." Qian Jun and Wan Ma turned to Qin Feng, questioning whether they should raise their bid once more. "My lord, we cannot raise the bid any further." Miss Dongfang anxiously glanced toward the second-floor private room, internally pleading, 150 million premium spiritual stones should suffice. Please do not delay my union. No, my destiny to alter the heavens and ascend to greatness. Chapter 93. Confirmation of gaze. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng resolved to seize the opportunity. Although he was acutely aware that the belongings of the Chosen One were certainly worth far beyond 1.5 million top-tier spirit stones. In comparison to a subordinate who had attained the status of an emperor, even the most abundant spirit stones would be but a trifling sum. Spirit stones could always be acquired later, but the blossoming of Feng Chong must be savored in the present. 1.5 million top-tier spirit stones once. 1.5 million top-tier spirit stones twice. 1.5 million top-tier spirit stones thrice. The deal is struck at 1.5 million top-tier spirit stones. Congratulations to this young master. The plump madam's cheeks flushed with excitement, and she felt as if she were in a dream. It was indeed unbelievable that someone would lavish such a sum for a woman of the night. One could only marvel at the power of wealth. Feng Chang let out a deep sigh of relief. Had the other party attempted to raise the stakes further, he would have been compelled to take the risk of exposing his identity to forcibly retrieve the person. Fortunately, as a protagonist from another world, these trivialities could not tarnish his grand fade, especially after witnessing the glimmer of admiration in the eyes of the Eastern lady, which sparkled with an unprecedented delight as she gazed upon him once more. Indeed, it must be admiration, for it could not be the gaze of a hunter upon its prey. Soon after, having completed the transaction, Feng Chang stepped into the Eastern lady's chamber amidst the envious and resentful stares of the gentlemen present. The room was aglow with flickering red candles, casting a dim yet warm light, accompanied by a subtle fragrance. Dear Eastern lady, my intentions are purely sympathetic and devoid of any ulterior motives. Feng Chang perceived himself as a cold-hearted overlord, yet he still wore the expression of a cheap, tragic hero. Just as the master described. The Eastern lady mused inwardly, increasingly convinced of Qin Feng's inscrutable nature. After adopting this guise, Qin Feng had instructed him on how to captivate the heart of the tragic hero. Besides advising him on specific expressions for particular moments, he also suggested that should the other party transform into a paragon of virtue, he should engage in poetry, not debauchery. I understand, as a woman of the night, I may tarnish your noble reputation. The Eastern lady, immersed in her role, softly recited, a pair of jade arms rests upon 1,000 pillows, a hint of vermilion lips tasted by myriad guests. Pretending to be coy and delicate, feigning a heart of compassion. The Eastern lady had misunderstood. That was not his intent. Feng Chang could not help but furrow his brow slightly. Ever since entering this room, an unsettling feeling had enveloped him. He initially wished to whisk the Eastern lady away from this place. But upon hearing her recite poetry and seeing her face, reminiscent of his first love, he was compelled to showcase the classical poetry he had memorized over the years. No need to say more. This is the fate of the East. The Eastern lady rose with tear-filled eyes, shedding her garments before Feng Chang. Eastern lady, I assure you, I am not that kind of person. Feng Chang's expression shifted in alarm, hastily turning his head aside, as he contemplated whether to act beastly or not at all. An inexplicable flame ignited within him, reminiscent of the frenzy he had felt during the life and death elimination rounds. This overwhelming urge would linger in his memory forever. Wait, why does she also possess? Feng Chang stumbled upon something that snapped him back to reality. When he lifted his gaze, the enchanting Eastern lady had vanished, replaced by the shape-shifting demon lord. Ha ha ha, my claim to the imperial throne is assured. The shape-shifting demon lord gazed at the ensnared Feng Chang, unable to contain his villainous laughter. Not you. No, stay away from me. Feng Chang, gripped by fear, found himself ensnared by the presence of the shape-shifting demon lord, finally comprehending the terror he had felt in daylight. Suddenly, thunder rumbled, and torrential rain began to pour. It seemed as if the heavens found no other means to rescue Feng Chang, and instead wept for his tragic fate. It's raining. The gentlemen visiting the flower street hurriedly sought shelter, realizing they might not return home that night. Ding ding. Congratulations, host, for orchestrating the sale of the Chosen One, earning 200,000 villain points. Can't you speak properly? Qin Feng was immediately displeased. The truth had yet to be revealed. How could one use the term sold? What if the two found affection for one another, living happily ever after? He would be unjustly accused. Let's depart. Qin Feng glanced at the time, aware that the opening of the Kunlun secret realm was imminent. He led Qian Jun, Wan Ma, and Xiaobai into the rain towards their destination. As for the shape-shifting demon lord, having long surpassed the age of 30, he could not join them in the Kunlun secret realm and would be better left to frolic alone outside. Yes, boss. Qian Jun promptly produced a prepared umbrella, ensuring Qin Feng's graceful demeanor while he and Wan Ma stood behind, exposed to the rain. Patter, patter. A rapid splashing sound echoed. A young man clad in black, with sharp brows and bright eyes, swiftly brushed past Qin Feng, wielding a seemingly ordinary long sword. Lin San? How could he be here? Qin Feng, electrified, quickly turned to look back. Lin San halted as well, glancing back at the person he had just missed. In that moment, both confirmed their mutual gaze, recognizing the one they had yearned for over the past 7 years. The rain poured heavily, and the moonlight painted a picturesque scene. The flower street was ablaze with lights, still bustling with life. Qin Feng and Lin San stood on opposite sides of the flower street, oblivious to the surrounding chaos and rain. Their gazes solely fixated on each other after 7 long years. "Boss, what is wrong with you?" Wan Ma noticed something amiss with Qin Feng and quickly waved his hand in front of his eyes. Qin Feng, with fervent intensity, stared at Lin San, his heart racing as he spoke excitedly. In search of him through countless pursuits, suddenly turning around, there he stands amidst the dim lights. What does that mean? Qianjun and Wan Ma exchanged glances, sensing a story between the two. Why does Qin brother-esque gaze now possess a depth more intoxicating than 7 years ago? Lin San, under Qin Feng's fervent gaze, felt his heart race uncontrollably, struggling to maintain composure. Xiao Bai, curious, glanced at the two, feeling that this scene warranted a musical accompaniment. Like the falling flowers in the city, as you glance back, the hoofbeats recede with your tenderness. Who still waits in the small building beyond the mountains for the rain to fall? A single boat glides, one person, one city, warming a flask of wine. Chapter 94. The opening of the Kunlun secret realm. Thunder rumbled in the sky, illuminating the small border town. Qin Feng and Lin San, however, had no intention of catching up after 7 years apart. Almost simultaneously, both moved, their long hair dancing wildly in the storm. The sound of crisp, resonant sword cries surged from within them, transforming into sharp sword energies that swept through the streets. The fierce sword chi seemed to tear through the air, creating a deafening sound that drew the attention of all the onlookers. What powerful sword energy! Qianjun and Wan Ma stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. From the sword energy released by Lin San, it was clear he had attained a mastery of the 3rd level of sword intent and had, like Qin Feng, comprehended the legendary unrivaled sword heart. It was not merely an invincibility of skill, but a belief of superiority. His cultivation even surpassed Qin Feng's by a small level, reaching the 2nd stage of the Tao. No way! Qin Feng gasped in astonishment. Before he grasped the unrivaled sword heart, his sword heart was formidable enough. Yet now it seemed almost commonplace, as if any adept swordsman could attain it. Was it the case that the chosen one grew stronger in the face of adversity, or was fate simply targeting him? The great antagonist?